Deep in the heart of Alabama stands an abandoned structure that has long been the focus of fear and mystery, the old Bryce Hospital. What was once a place of healing for the mentally ill has since become one of the most notorious haunted locations in the state. Time has not been kind to the crumbling brick walls, the shattered windows, or the decaying remnants of a past filled with suffering. Though the hospital has been empty for years, many believe that something remains. Something unseen, but deeply felt by those who dare to enter. Old Bryce Hospital was originally known as the Alabama State Hospital for the insane when it first opened its doors in the mid-19th century. Named after Dr. Peter Bryce, a pioneer in psychiatric treatment. The hospital was meant to be a progressive institution that would provide humane care for the mentally ill. However, as the years went on, the facility became overcrowded, underfunded, and severely understaffed. Patients who were supposed to receive proper treatment were instead left in terrible conditions. It is said that many of them never left, not because they were cured, but because they died within its walls. During its years of operation, Old Bryce Hospital became infamous for its mistreatment of patients. Stories have surfaced about inhumane treatments, neglect, and even abuse. In a time before modern medicine, psychiatric treatments were often cruel, with methods such as electroshock therapy and lobotomies being commonly used. Patients who resisted or acted out were sometimes locked away in dark isolation rooms, left alone for days or even weeks at a time. As decades passed, the hospital's conditions only worsened. With too many patients and too few staff, the facility could no longer provide proper care. Reports of patient mistreatment became common, and families who sent their loved ones there often lost all contact, never hearing from them again. The number of deaths within the hospital is unknown, but some estimate that it could be in the thousands. For many who died, there were no proper burials, only shallow graves scattered around the hospital grounds, some unmarked and long forgotten. Even before its closure, Old Bryce Hospital had developed a dark reputation. Locals whispered about patients who were never seen again, shadows that moved through the hallways at night, and strange noises that echoed through the halls when no one was around. By the time the hospital shut down, the damage had already been done. The suffering that had taken place there had left an imprint, one that some say never faded away. Over time, the abandoned hospital became a magnet for thrill seekers and ghost hunters. Those brave enough to explore the ruins have reported eerie encounters, strange whispers in the empty corridors, shadowy figures standing in doorways, and the chilling feeling of being watched. Some visitors claim to have heard the cries of unseen patients or the distant clatter of old hospital equipment moving on its own. Others say they have seen full-bodied apparitions standing silently in the decayed hallways before vanishing into thin air. The dark history of Old Bryce Hospital is only the beginning. What lurks inside its abandoned halls, what spirits remain trapped within its walls. In the next part, we will explore the chilling encounters and ghostly sightings that have made this hospital one of the most haunted places in Alabama. For decades, Old Bryce Hospital has been abandoned, yet many who step inside say the building is far from empty. Countless reports of eerie sounds, ghostly figures, and unexplainable events have turned the hospital into one of Alabama's most infamous haunted locations. Paranormal investigators, urban explorers, and even curious locals have all shared stories of terrifying encounters within its decaying walls. One of the most frequently reported phenomena is the sound of footsteps echoing through the halls. Visitors often describe hearing the distinct shuffle of feet in the darkness, despite being completely alone. Some have followed the noises, only for them to stop abruptly, leaving an unsettling silence behind. Others have reported hearing the sound of metal gurneys rolling down the hallways, as if unseen forces were still moving hospital equipment long after the facility shut down. Disembodied voices are another common occurrence. Some visitors claim to hear faint whispers, as though former patients are still speaking in hushed tones, Others report sudden, loud screams that come from empty rooms, startling them to the core. Some have even claimed to hear their own names being called, only to turn and find no one there. A particularly terrifying sighting involves shadow figures lurking in the hallways. These dark silhouettes are often seen moving quickly across doorways or standing completely still in the distance. Unlike typical shadows, these figures appear solid, blocking out the dim light from broken windows and doorways. Some explorers have even described feeling an overwhelming sense of dread before seeing one, as if the air itself became heavy with an unseen presence. In one of the upper floors, a specific room has gained a reputation for making people feel physically ill. Those who enter often complain of dizziness, nausea, or an intense pressure on their chest, as though the air is being sucked from their lungs. Some paranormal researchers believe this could be due to residual energy left behind by a tragic event, possibly the suffering of a former patient. Another eerie hotspot is the basement, a place many refuse to enter. It is said to be the coldest part of the hospital, even on hot summer days. People who have stepped inside report feeling sudden temperature drops, as if unseen hands are brushing against their skin. The feeling of being watched is overwhelming, and some have even claimed to see ghostly apparitions lurking in the shadows. Technology often fails inside the hospital. Paranormal investigators who attempt to document their experiences frequently experience camera malfunctions, drained batteries, or unexplained interference on their recording devices. Some who have captured footage later review it, only to find strange voices in the background or shadowy figures that weren't visible at the time of filming. Despite its chilling reputation, the hospital continues to attract those seeking proof of the paranormal. Some leave convinced that they have witnessed something unexplainable, while others leave terrified, swearing never to return. But are these encounters simply tricks of the mind, or is there truly something lingering in the ruins of old Bryce Hospital? In the next part, we will explore specific ghost stories tied to this haunted location and the terrifying legends that have kept people away for years. The eerie atmosphere of old Bryce Hospital has led to countless ghost stories passed down through the years. Some are based on first-hand experiences, while others have become legends that only add to the building's dark reputation. These stories, whether true or not, have made the hospital a feared and avoided location, with many believing that the spirits of former patients still roam its crumbling hallways. One of the most chilling tales involves the spirit of a former patient known simply as the Watcher. According to legend, this ghostly figure has been seen standing in the upper windows of the hospital, silently observing those who approach the building. Witnesses describe a dark silhouette, sometimes with glowing eyes, that disappears the moment someone gets too close. Paranormal investigators who have entered the building at night claim to have felt an intense, watchful presence following them, only to turn around and find no one there. Some believe this spirit belonged to a patient who spent years confined to the hospital, forced to watch the world outside while being unable to leave. Another well-known story speaks of a former nurse who supposedly still walks the halls. People claim to see a woman in an outdated nurse's uniform moving through the darkened corridors. Some have even reported hearing the sound of a hospital cart being pushed, only to find the area completely empty. Legend says that this nurse was deeply devoted to her patients and remained at the hospital long after its closure, unable to let go of her duty even in death. There are also reports of a specific room where laughter can sometimes be heard, despite the building being abandoned for decades. This laughter is described as light and childlike, which many believe comes from a former patient who spent most of their life at the hospital. Some visitors who enter this room say they feel a sudden rush of cold air or a strange sense of unease, as if someone unseen is standing nearby. Others claim to hear soft humming or the distant sound of a music box playing. One of the most terrifying legends is the screaming patient, This story tells of a former patient who was said to have endured intense suffering while at the hospital. Visitors report hearing sudden blood-curdling screams that echo through the halls, only for the sound to stop just as quickly as it started. Some have described feeling an overwhelming sense of panic after hearing the screams, as if they were experiencing the fear and pain of the person who once cried out in distress. Another disturbing story surrounds the hospital's basement. Some who have dared to explore it claim to have seen dark, shadowy figures lurking just out of reach. Others say they have felt invisible hands brushing against their arms or pulling at their clothing. The basement is rumored to be one of the most active areas of the hospital, with some believing that something sinister resides there. These stories, whether based on truth or exaggerated by time, have contributed to Old Bryce Hospital's reputation as one of the most haunted places in Alabama. But with so many reports of paranormal activity, can all of them be explained away as mere legends? In the final part, we will explore the lingering mysteries and unanswered questions that continue to surround this chilling location. Even though Old Bryce Hospital has been abandoned for many years, its history continues to haunt the town of Tuscaloosa. The building's looming structure stands as a reminder of the troubled past it holds and the unanswered questions that continue to surround its closing and the fate of those who once lived there. What is it that makes this location so steeped in mystery? Why do so many still claim to feel the presence of something otherworldly within its walls? Despite the many investigations conducted at Old Bryce Hospital, the hospital's dark past remains largely unresolved. The hospital officially closed its doors in 1975, but the exact reasons for its abandonment remain unclear. Many speculate that it was a combination of mismanagement, overcrowding, and the growing awareness of the inhumane conditions that patients were subjected to. However, no concrete answers have emerged, leaving the public to wonder if the hospital's closing was a result of something more sinister. In recent years, local ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts have flocked to the hospital to try and uncover its secrets. Some have brought along sophisticated equipment to measure paranormal activity, while others simply visit for the thrill of it. They've reported strange occurrences such as sudden drops in temperature, unexplained sounds, and even physical sensations like being touched or shoved by an unseen force. But while these reports add to the hospital's lore, they also deepen the mystery of what truly happened within those walls. Though the building stands as a decaying relic of its former self, it is still a powerful symbol of the way in which history can shape a place. The thousands of patients who spent time at Old Bryce Hospital were once forgotten or ignored, but their presence remains in the haunting stories passed down from those who dared to enter. The question that lingers is whether the spirits of these individuals are still trapped in the hospital, unable to find peace. As time moves on, the hospital's future remains uncertain. There have been calls for the site to be preserved as a historical monument, while others argue that it should be torn down entirely. Regardless of what happens to the building, Old Bryce Hospital's reputation as a haunted location will likely continue to grow. The combination of its tragic history, unsettling legends, and ongoing paranormal activity ensures that it will remain one of Alabama's most infamous haunted locations for years to come. The Buckner Building, located in Whittier, Alaska, stands as a reminder of the Cold War era and the turbulent times that shaped much of the 20th century. Originally constructed in the early 1950s, this massive structure was designed as a military hospital to provide care for soldiers stationed in the area. During the Cold War, the U.S. military established a presence in Whittier, a small port town nestled between towering mountains and the icy waters of Prince William Sound. The town itself was strategically important due to its proximity to the Soviet Union, and the Buckner Building played a crucial role in ensuring the health and safety of military personnel stationed in this remote, harsh environment. At the time of its construction, the Buckner Building was considered a state-of-the-art facility. It was equipped with the latest medical technology, designed to provide comprehensive care, including surgical and emergency services. However, the building's importance went beyond its medical role. The Buckner Building was part of a larger military complex built in the area, known as the Whittier Military Complex, which included barracks, a power plant, and other infrastructure critical to supporting the personnel stationed there. The building was designed to accommodate not just the sick or injured soldiers, but also military officials and personnel who were stationed in the region for extended periods. But after the Cold War ended and military operations in the region began to wind down, the Buckner Building's fate took a turn. By the 1960s, the U.S. military no longer required the hospital. The complex was abandoned, and like many other military buildings of the time, it was repurposed. Over the years, the Buckner Building was converted from a hospital to military barracks, and eventually, in the 1970s, it was transformed into an apartment complex for civilians. But the building's new life would prove just as complex as its past, and many believe that the layers of history and tragedy that took place within its walls have left behind something much darker. It is important to note that the Buckner Building was not just a hospital. During its military days, it housed countless soldiers who witnessed the highs and lows of life in the isolated town of Whittier. The building echoed with the sounds of busy nurses and doctors, soldiers in recovery, and families coming to visit their loved ones. But as time went on, things began to change, and the building's history grew more complex. Many of the soldiers who passed through its halls carried the weight of war and trauma, and some of them never left. As the years went by, the building's role shifted, and the people who lived there began to notice things that didn't seem quite right. And though the Buckner Building was known for its size and its functional purpose, it would be the paranormal activity that would begin to gain attention in the 1980s and 1990s, decades after the military had departed and civilian life had taken hold. The haunting stories surrounding the building did not surface immediately, but began to emerge as former residents, visitors, and workers started recounting unsettling experiences within its walls. Some reported hearing strange noises, others spoke of flickering lights, and a few even claimed to have seen figures moving through the halls where no one should have been. Whispers of ghostly encounters began to swirl, and over time, the Buckner Building became not just a part of Whittier's history, but also a focal point for paranormal investigations. The history of the Buckner Building is undeniably tied to the military, and it is clear that the many years of its service as a hospital and barracks have left a lasting impact. With so many people passing through the building, some staying for a short time and others enduring prolonged stays, it's not surprising that the Buckner Building has become one of Alaska's most haunted locations. The loss and trauma experienced by those who lived and worked within the Buckner Building seem to have lingered in its walls, transforming the building into a place where the line between the living and the dead may be thinner than we would like to admit. Next, we will dive into the chilling and often inexplicable experiences that have been reported by those who have ventured into the Buckner Building, a place where history and the supernatural intertwine. As the Buckner Building stood abandoned for years, it wasn't long before stories began circulating among the local community in Whittier. Visitors, former military personnel, and those who lived nearby all began to notice strange occurrences that couldn't easily be explained away. Though it had been repurposed into apartments, the eerie feeling surrounding the building grew more intense over time. People passing by reported hearing sounds coming from within the building late at night, sounds that seemed far too deliberate and distinct to be the wind or creaking of an old structure. These were sounds that most couldn't ignore, low whispers, footsteps, and occasionally the clink of metal objects, echoing down empty halls. What set the Buckner Building apart from other abandoned places is the sheer intensity and frequency of the reports. The building seemed to have a magnetic pull on those sensitive to paranormal activity. A few former residents have reported hearing children's laughter, a sound that was particularly unsettling in the otherwise desolate corridors. The laughter would echo down the hallways with no children in sight, and no explanation for how it could even be possible. It was as if the echoes of past lives had become trapped within the walls, replaying over and over. One of the most common and chilling reports from visitors is the sensation of being watched. Those who have explored the Buckner Building, whether for curiosity or to investigate the paranormal, have described an overwhelming feeling of dread upon entering. It's as if an unseen presence is lurking, following their every move. The further one ventures into the building, the stronger the feeling becomes, often accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. Some have described entering specific rooms and feeling an unexplained heaviness in the air, as though the atmosphere itself had become thick with energy, making it difficult to breathe or think clearly. The strange occurrences didn't end with the whispers and chilling feelings. On several occasions, people began to witness full-body apparitions. These sightings, though rare, are among the most terrifying aspects of the Buckner Building's haunting reputation. The apparitions that have been reported seem to be military personnel or doctors, figures dressed in old-fashioned uniforms or medical scrubs, moving silently through the halls, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Some say they've seen shadows darting across windows, too quick to fully comprehend, while others have described glimpsing ghostly figures peering out of windows that were once used as observation points in the hospital. One particular story is that of a ghostly woman seen wandering the building late at night. Known as the Lady in White, she is said to appear unexpectedly, gliding through the hallways in her flowing white gown. Those who have encountered her describe the apparition as not frightening, but rather filled with sorrow, as though she is searching for something or someone lost in the halls. Some believe she may have been a nurse or a mother, her spirit still lingering, bound by some unfinished business or unresolved grief. The Lady in White isn't the only spirit tied to the Buckner Building, though. Over the years, reports have surfaced of other figures and entities appearing in the windows, particularly around the times of year when the weather in Whittier is at its bleakest. On foggy, moonless nights, it's not unusual for locals to look up at the building and notice strange glowing lights flickering in the windows, despite no electricity being active in the structure. These lights often seem to move independently, shifting from room to room, like the spirits inside are still walking through the very building they once inhabited. For many, these apparitions and unexplainable lights provide undeniable proof that the Buckner Building is not as abandoned as it seems. Perhaps the most unsettling occurrence, however, involves the sound of whispers. Visitors to the building have often reported hearing faint, indistinct voices that seem to come from nowhere. At first, these whispers are hard to decipher, blending into the sounds of wind or water from the nearby Prince William Sound. But as people move deeper into the building, the whispers grow clearer, though still just out of reach. Some have described hearing the words, "Help me," spoken in a low, mournful tone, so haunting that it feels like a cry for assistance from someone or something trapped in the building. These whispers, many believe, are the voices of the soldiers and hospital patients who pass through the Buckner Building's doors, still calling out for help, even in death. With all these reports, it's no wonder that the Buckner Building became a hotspot for paranormal investigators. The local ghost hunting community began frequenting the site in search of evidence. Many investigators have claimed to capture photographic or video evidence of unexplained phenomena, orb-like lights hovering around the building's darkest corners, or strange shadows darting past their cameras. Some have recorded sounds of doors slamming shut by themselves, or footsteps following them from behind when no one else was in sight. As more and more people continued to share their experiences and stories, the legend of the haunted Buckner Building grew. And though some skeptics dismiss these accounts as exaggerations or coincidences, those who have spent time inside the building agree on one thing. There is something deeply unsettling about the Buckner Building, something that goes beyond the ordinary and challenges our understanding of the natural world. As we continue, we'll take a deeper look into some of the more intense paranormal events and what they might reveal about the building's dark history. The Buckner Building's eerie reputation isn't just based on ghost stories and paranormal encounters. it's also deeply tied to the building's dark and tragic history. To understand why so many spirits are said to linger within its walls, we must first take a closer look at its past. The building's original purpose as a military hospital during the Cold War era is significant, as it was a place where soldiers received treatment, not only for physical injuries, but also for the emotional and psychological scars of war. The Buckner Building was completed in 1953 in Whittier, Alaska, a remote town situated along the icy shores of Prince William Sound. The site was selected as a strategic location to house military personnel, providing medical care to those stationed at nearby military posts. During the Cold War, tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union were high, and many soldiers were stationed in Alaska, a critical location for defense and surveillance. The hospital treated soldiers who suffered from injuries, illness, and the harsh conditions of the Alaskan environment. However, not all patients at the Buckner Building were fortunate enough to recover. While the hospital served its purpose during wartime, many patients died within its sterile, cold walls. Some from injuries sustained during the war, others from the unforgiving conditions of the remote environment. These deaths weren't always peaceful. Stories of suffering and despair lingered in the hospital's corridors, with soldiers sometimes passing away without family or loved ones by their side. For those who lived and worked in the hospital, it became clear that the Buckner Building had witnessed a great deal of trauma and death. But it wasn't just the deaths of soldiers that marked the building's history. In the 1960s, the hospital was abandoned and repurposed as a barracks for military personnel, then later transformed into an apartment complex. It was during this time that the first reports of strange happenings began to surface. Residents, now living in the very rooms that once housed the hospital's sick and dying, began experiencing the same unexplained phenomena that visitors would later report. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the building's transition from military hospital to civilian housing is the fact that it was repurposed without ever addressing the trauma that had been witnessed within its walls. Many of the building's former residents claimed to have felt the intense presence of something unsettled by the transition. It was as if the spirits of those who had passed in the hospital years earlier were disturbed by the intrusion of new lives in a place where so much pain and suffering had occurred. Residents often reported an overwhelming sense of unease that followed them wherever they went in the building. It's said that the place had an almost hollow feeling, as if the echoes of past lives had been trapped there. One particularly eerie aspect of the Buckner Building's history is the mystery of the missing persons. As the hospital and later the barracks functioned for decades, there were rumors that some soldiers had gone missing without a trace. These disappearances were never fully explained, and the building's dark reputation only grew as tales of these missing individuals spread. Some of the lost soldiers were reportedly last seen in the very same areas where the most paranormal activity is now concentrated, near the basement and the hospital's former operating rooms. The unsettling possibility that some of these individuals could have met untimely, violent ends adds an extra layer of mystery to the haunting that plagues the Buckner Building. Another factor contributing to the building's haunted reputation is its isolation. Whittier itself is an isolated town, with only a small number of residents and limited access to the outside world. The Buckner Building, located at the edge of town, is secluded from most other buildings, giving it an eerie feeling of being cut off from civilization. This sense of abandonment and isolation has only added to the building's ghostly atmosphere. Visitors who enter the building often describe the sense that they are in a place removed from the living world, as if time itself has stopped. The building's history of both life and death, military operations, and dark secrets seem to have created an environment where paranormal activity thrives. With its long history of trauma, loss, and mystery, it's no wonder that the Buckner Building has become a hotspot for ghost hunters and thrill seekers alike. But the haunting is more than just strange sounds or ghostly apparitions. Many believe that the building's spirits are trapped, their souls unable to move on because of the traumatic experiences they endured within its walls. Next, we'll take a closer look at some of the specific encounters people have had in the Buckner Building and dive deeper into the paranormal activity that continues to plague the site. Over the years, countless individuals have reported strange and unsettling experiences in the Buckner Building, contributing to its reputation as one of the most haunted locations in Alaska. From eerie sounds to chilling apparitions, the building seems to be alive with paranormal activity, much of which defies logical explanation. The stories shared by those who have entered its doors are not just ghost stories. They are vivid, unnerving accounts of things that go bump in the night. One of the most commonly reported phenomena is the sound of disembodied voices echoing through the empty hallways. Visitors, some of whom are seasoned ghost hunters, have described hearing what sounds like murmured conversations or whispers in the distance. These voices are often too faint to understand, but are unmistakable enough to send shivers down the spine. On occasion, some claim to hear the faint sound of footsteps following them, even when no one else is around. The footsteps seem to get louder and closer as they walk, only to vanish the moment they turn around, leaving the feeling of being watched lingering in the air. Another chilling experience reported in the Buckner Building is the unexplained slamming of doors. People have often found doors swinging open and closed on their own, some slamming shut with a force that's impossible to replicate by wind or drafts alone. This phenomenon is particularly disturbing because the doors are heavy and require considerable force to move. Witnesses describe feeling a cold rush of air or an unsettling presence right before the doors slam, as if an unseen force is trying to communicate or simply make its presence known. Some believe these occurrences could be manifestations of restless spirits trapped in the building, trying to make their frustrations known in the most unsettling ways. Perhaps the most unsettling phenomenon reported in the Buckner Building involves its many apparitions. One of the most consistent sightings is that of a ghostly figure dressed in military attire, believed to be one of the soldiers who died within the hospital. This apparition has been spotted at various times of the day, but it's especially common during the night. The figure is often seen walking down the long, narrow hallways, only to vanish as quickly as it appears. Some claim to have caught glimpses of this figure in their peripheral vision, as if it's always just out of reach, hiding in the shadows. Another frequent apparition reported by visitors is a woman dressed in white, often referred to as the Lady in White. This spectral figure is said to appear late at night, wandering through the halls with a mournful expression. Some claim she appears to be searching for something or someone, while others believe she is the spirit of a nurse or hospital worker who tragically passed away while tending to soldiers during the hospital's operational days. The Lady in White is often described as having an aura of sadness and loneliness, her ghostly figure gliding silently down the hall, only to disappear when approached. The basement of the Buckner Building is another area where ghostly activity is particularly intense. This area, once used for storage and maintenance, is often described as having an unnatural coldness that never seems to dissipate. Visitors who have ventured into the basement have reported hearing odd mechanical sounds, as though the old equipment is still running despite being disconnected for years. Others claim to have felt a heavy pressure on their chest or a sense of dread overwhelming them, as if something sinister is lurking in the darkness, watching their every move. In addition to these visual and auditory phenomena, there are also reports of objects being moved without explanation. Residents and investigators alike have come across items that have seemingly been displaced from their original positions: books, furniture, and even photographs, often when no one else was in the room. These disturbances are especially unnerving because of the long-standing history of the building. It's as though the spirits of the past are still trying to communicate, rearranging the physical world in a way that makes their presence known. Many who visit the Buckner Building to investigate its paranormal claims report an overwhelming feeling of unease and anxiety. Those who are sensitive to the supernatural often describe a palpable tension in the air, as if the building itself is holding on to the memories and energy of its past. It's not just the apparitions or the unexplained sounds that make the place so chilling. It's the sense that something is very much alive in the building, something that's been there far longer than anyone who enters. What's perhaps most disturbing about these experiences is the consistency with which they occur. Many of the encounters, including the ghostly sightings, strange noises, and cold spots, have been reported by multiple individuals, often without any prior knowledge of each other's experiences. The fact that so many people, from residents to ghost hunters, have encountered similar phenomena in the same location adds a level of authenticity to the belief that something truly paranormal resides within the Buckner Building. Despite the overwhelming accounts of strange happenings, some still argue that these experiences can be attributed to environmental factors, such as the building's age and the wear and tear from years of use. However, the sheer volume of encounters combined with the unsettling history of the building makes it difficult to dismiss the idea that there might indeed be something supernatural at work. As we move toward the final part of this story, we'll explore whether there's any scientific explanation for these eerie occurrences and what makes the Buckner Building such a powerful center of paranormal activity. But for now, one thing is clear. There are spirits lingering in the Buckner Building, and their presence is undeniable. Whether it's the echoes of soldiers from the past or something more sinister, the hauntings continued to captivate all those who dare to explore the mysteries within. After decades of stories, reports, and investigations, the Buckner Building in Whittier, Alaska, remains one of the most intriguing and mysterious locations when it comes to paranormal activity. But what is it that makes this building so uniquely haunted? Is it simply the lingering energy of a place steeped in tragedy and loss? Or is there something more that defies logical explanation? While skeptics will continue to look for scientific answers to these strange occurrences, the stories and evidence gathered over the years paint a picture that goes beyond the rationale. From the eerie sounds that echo in empty halls to the ghostly figures that appear when least expected, it's hard to dismiss the idea that the Buckner Building is haunted by more than just the past. Its history, marked by tragedy, military service, and abandonment, seems to have created an environment where the supernatural is not just possible, but persistent. One explanation that paranormal experts often give is that locations like the Buckner Building absorb the energy of traumatic events over time. The intense emotions, fear, loss, grief, and even anger, can leave an imprint on a place, causing it to retain the essence of what happened there long after the people involved are gone. This could explain why the Buckner Building, with its dark past and tragic history, continues to experience unexplained phenomena, as though the energy of the past refuses to fade away. Some who have investigated the Buckner Building believe that the spirits haunting the place are not just residual, but intelligent entities. The cries for help, the sightings of soldiers in military uniforms, and the appearances of the lady in white are often interpreted as attempts by the spirits to communicate with the living. Whether they are trying to reach out for closure or simply making their presence known, these spirits seem to be actively interacting with those who dare to enter the building. The Birdcage Theatre, located in the historic town of Tombstone, Arizona, is one of the most haunted buildings in the American West. First opened in 1881, it was originally meant to be a place for entertainment, hosting shows, music, and performances. But quickly, the theater became much more than that. It turned into a saloon, gambling den, and brothel. Over its 8 years of operation, it was known for its rough crowd, attracting miners, cowboys, and outlaws who came to gamble and seek entertainment in this wild frontier town. Tombstone was famous for its lawless atmosphere, and the Birdcage Theatre was at the center of much of the violence. It was the scene of 16 different gunfights, and it's said that 26 people died there, either from shootouts, stabbings, or other violent acts. One of the most gruesome events involved a woman known as Margarita, a painted lady of the Birdcage, who was brutally murdered by a rival. Her heart was chiseled out of her chest with a stiletto. Because of the bloodshed and death that took place within its walls, the Birdcage Theatre has gained a reputation as one of the most haunted places in the United States. Visitors and ghost hunters alike have claimed to see strange apparitions, hear ghostly sounds, and even smell cigars and whiskey in the air, long after the saloon was closed. It's said that the spirits of those who met their untimely end here continue to linger, unable to leave behind the site of their tragic deaths. This dark history is just the beginning of the haunted reputation of the Birdcage Theatre, a place where the line between the living and the dead has blurred for over a century. The Birdcage Theatre's haunted reputation is not just a product of its violent past. It is supported by countless eerie experiences reported by visitors and paranormal investigators. One of the most commonly reported apparitions is that of a man dressed in cowboy attire, often seen lingering near the stage or in the gambling area. This ghostly figure has been spotted by staff and tourists alike, and many believe he could be one of the many outlaws who frequented the Birdcage during its heyday. His presence is often accompanied by the strong smell of cigar smoke, even when no one is smoking. Another frequently encountered spirit is that of a woman dressed in 19th century clothing. She is often seen wandering through the brothel's cribs, where the women of the Birdcage once worked. Some claim that this could be the ghost of Margarita, the victim of the violent stiletto attack, while others believe it could be one of the many women who lived and died within the building's walls. Her presence is typically marked by the cold spots that appear suddenly, chilling the air despite Arizona's typically warm climate. Beyond apparitions, disembodied voices are regularly heard throughout the theater. Late at night, some have reported hearing the faint sound of laughter, music, or even arguing from the long-abandoned stage and poker tables. These ghostly sounds are often described as distant but clear, as though a long-ago conversation or performance is still playing out in some residual echo of the past. Physical interactions are not uncommon either. Objects have been known to move on their own, including chairs that shift without warning, or cards that mysteriously rearrange themselves on the poker tables. Some visitors have felt a light touch on their shoulder, only to turn around and find no one there. These strange events contribute to the Birdcage Theatre's reputation as one of the most paranormally active locations in the United States. The Birdcage Theatre's paranormal activity has drawn not only curious tourists, but also ghost hunters and paranormal experts from around the world. One of the most intriguing aspects of its haunted reputation is the series of seances and ghost hunts that have been conducted in the building over the years. These events have produced some of the most compelling evidence of ghostly presence, solidifying the theater's reputation as a true paranormal hotspot. During these seances, participants have reported direct communication with spirits that seem to be tied to the theater's violent history. Some claim to have heard distinct voices responding to questions, while others describe objects moving in response to their requests. Perhaps the most famous of these seances occurred in the mid-20th century, when a group of mediums attempted to contact the spirits of the many gunmen and gamblers who had died at the Birdcage. According to witnesses, the seance was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a loud gunshot, even though no firearms were present in the room. Modern paranormal investigations have employed a variety of high-tech equipment, such as electromagnetic field, EMF meters, digital voice recorders, and thermal cameras, in an attempt to capture evidence of the unexplained. Many of these investigations have yielded startling results. EMF spikes have been recorded in areas where no electrical wiring exists, and thermal cameras have captured cold spots moving through the building, as though invisible entities are passing through. Electronic voice phenomena, EVP, are another common occurrence at the Birdcage Theatre. Investigators have captured numerous recordings of voices that seem to answer questions directly, often in whispers or short phrases. Some of these voices have even provided names, though it remains unclear if they are the spirits of those who lived and died in the theater or other entities drawn to the location's dark energy. These investigations and seances continue to attract thrill seekers and ghost hunters to the Birdcage Theatre, with many leaving convinced that they've experienced something truly unexplainable. The Birdcage Theatre is said to be home to a variety of distinct spirits, each with their own haunting characteristics. One of the most famous is the Lady in White, believed to be the ghost of a woman who once worked in the theater as a prostitute. She is often seen wearing a flowing white dress, wandering the hallways and rooms where she once lived. Witnesses describe her as having a forlorn expression, sometimes pausing to stare at them before fading away. The Lady in White is one of the more frequently encountered ghosts, and she is often spotted near the balcony or the back rooms. Another prominent figure is the stagehand, a ghost believed to be a former worker who met an untimely death during the theater's heyday. He is most often seen near the stage area, where he is said to carry out his unfinished duties, moving props or adjusting curtains. Staff members have reported hearing footsteps and feeling the presence of someone behind them, only to turn around and find no one there. The stagehand's ghost is known to interact with the living in subtle ways, like moving tools or objects when no one is looking. In addition to these more recognizable spirits, there are also shadowy figures that seem to move silently throughout the theater. These ghosts are often seen out of the corner of the eye, darting from room to room or lingering in the dark corners of the theater. They don't seem to interact with the living, but their unsettling presence adds to the eerie atmosphere of the birdcage. Some believe these shadows could be the spirits of the countless individuals who died violent deaths in the building, their restless souls still wandering the premises. Lastly, the sounds of phantom laughter and music are commonly heard throughout the theater. Even when the building is completely empty, the faint echoes of laughter, applause, and piano music can be heard, as though the ghosts are still reliving the lively performances of the past. These auditory hauntings often occur late at night, leading many to believe that the spirits are still enjoying the shows that once defined the theater's glory days. The Birdcage Theatre remains one of Tombstone's most chilling and historically rich landmarks, with its dark past intertwined with the spirits that are said to still roam its halls. Each story and encounter, from the tragic Lady in White to the mischievous cowboy at the bar, adds another layer of intrigue to the theater's haunted reputation. For over a century, visitors have been drawn to the theater, not only for its connection to the Old West, but for the chance to experience the paranormal activity that so many have reported. Even today, the Birdcage continues to attract ghost hunters, tourists, and skeptics alike. Its status as one of the most haunted places in America has been solidified by countless ghost sightings, strange phenomena, and the eerie atmosphere that lingers throughout the building. Whether it's the sound of phantom footsteps echoing through the saloon, or the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure on the stage, the spirits of the Birdcage Theatre seem to be in no hurry to leave. Despite all the tales of hauntings, what makes the Birdcage Theatre truly unique is its ability to bridge the past and the present. It serves as a reminder of the violent, gritty reality of life in Tombstone during its most infamous era. Perched on a hill overlooking the charming town of Eureka Springs, Arkansas, the Crescent Hotel stands as one of the most fascinating and eerie landmarks in the region. Built in the late 19th century, in the year 1886, the hotel was envisioned as a grand resort for wealthy travelers looking to escape into the beauty of the Ozark Mountains. Its elaborate design, featuring Victorian-style architecture and sweeping views, earned it the nickname America's most luxurious resort hotel. During its early years, the Crescent Hotel catered to the elite, offering lavish amenities and a serene escape from city life. Guests enjoyed grand parties, elegant dining, and spa treatments at the nearby hot springs, which were thought to have healing properties. However, despite its initial success, the hotel struggled to maintain its prominence as a luxury destination. By the early 20th century, its fortunes began to decline. The Crescent Hotel went through a series of transformations over the following decades, including serving as a college and conservatory for young women. During this time, the building retained its elegance but was no longer the bustling retreat it once was. As the years passed, the hotel's grandeur faded, and its purpose shifted once again, this time into something much darker. In the late 1930s, a man named Norman Baker, a self-proclaimed doctor with no real medical credentials, purchased the Crescent Hotel and converted it into a cancer treatment facility. Baker claimed to have developed a miracle cure for cancer and attracted desperate patients from all over the country. Many of these individuals arrived at the Crescent Hotel seeking hope, only to face deception and tragedy. Baker's treatments were later exposed as fraudulent, and the facility was shut down. The period during which the hotel operated as a hospital left a lasting mark on its history. With the loss and heartbreak experienced by so many during this time, whispers began to circulate about restless spirits lingering in the halls of the Crescent Hotel. This is where the haunting tales began to take root, and they only grew stronger with time. The tragic past of the hotel became intertwined with stories of the paranormal, setting the stage for what would become one of the most infamous haunted locations in America. We've touched on its glamorous beginnings, its fall from grace, and the sinister chapter that followed. But the story doesn't end here. In the next part, we'll delve deeper into the eerie events and chilling encounters that have made this hotel a destination for thrill seekers and ghost enthusiasts alike. The Crescent Hotel's transformation into a haunted hotspot didn't happen overnight. Its dark history left behind an energy that many believe still lingers today. After the closure of Norman Baker's fraudulent hospital in the late 1930s, the building sat largely abandoned for a time. When it reopened as a functioning hotel in the mid-20th century, guests and staff alike began reporting strange and unsettling experiences that hinted at something otherworldly. One of the earliest stories tied to the Crescent Hotel is that of Michael, a stonemason who worked on the hotel's construction in the 1880s. According to local legend, Michael fell to his death during the building process. It's said that his spirit now roams the hotel, most notably in what is now room 218. Guests staying in this room have reported hearing heavy footsteps, seeing objects move on their own, and even feeling a sudden chill pass through the space. For many, this room has become synonymous with the Crescent Hotel's paranormal reputation. But Michael isn't the only spirit said to haunt the halls. Over the years, countless stories have emerged about other ghostly residents. One of the most well-known is Theodora, believed to be a former patient from the Norman Baker era. She is often seen near the foot of the grand staircase, or tidying up in rooms, appearing polite and orderly. Guests who encounter her describe a quiet figure, dressed in early 20th century clothing, disappearing just as suddenly as she appears. The dining room is another location where the paranormal seems to thrive. Staff and guests have reported seeing figures dressed in formal attire, as if attending a grand dinner party from the past. Plates and glasses have been known to move inexplicably, and the faint sound of laughter sometimes echoes through the empty room late at night. One particularly eerie account involves the basement, which served as the morgue during the hotel's time as a hospital. The basement is now part of the hotel's ghost tours, but many believe it remains the most haunted area of the property. People have reported feeling an oppressive presence, seeing shadowy figures darting across the room, and hearing unexplainable noises. The morgue's chilling history, where Baker kept medical specimens in jars, adds another layer of creepiness to the space. What makes the Crescent Hotel's hauntings so unique is the sheer variety of experiences reported. From apparitions and mysterious noises to physical sensations like being touched or nudged, the encounters are as diverse as they are unsettling. For those who visit, the line between the natural and the supernatural blurs, leaving many to wonder if the spirits of the past are still present in the Crescent Hotel. Next, we'll explore specific paranormal encounters and eyewitness accounts that continue to fuel the Crescent Hotel's reputation as America's most haunted hotel. Stay tuned as the mystery deepens. The Crescent Hotel's reputation as a paranormal hotspot is built on the countless chilling encounters reported by guests, staff, and paranormal investigators. These stories are not just whispers from the past, but vivid accounts that continue to surface even today, adding fuel to the eerie allure of the hotel. Room 428 is another notorious spot for ghostly activity, often overlooked by those focused on the infamous Room 218. Guests have reported seeing the apparition of a man in Victorian clothing standing near the window, before fading into thin air. Some even claim to hear faint whispers in the dead of night, as if carrying on a conversation just out of earshot. Another spine-tingling tale comes from the third floor, where the guests have encountered a mysterious figure thought to be a nurse from the Norman Baker Hospital era. She has been spotted pushing a gurney down the hallway in the early hours of the morning, only to vanish when approached. The sound of squeaking wheels is sometimes heard echoing through the corridor, sending shivers down the spines of even the bravest visitors. The staircase leading to the upper floors is another site of unexplained phenomena. Guests have reported the sensation of being followed while ascending or descending the steps. Some have even felt a gentle push on their backs, only to turn around and find no one there. This particular area is thought to be connected to the many tragic falls and accidents that occurred throughout the hotel's long history. One of the most chilling modern accounts involves the hotel's lobby. Late one night, a group of guests reported seeing a shadowy figure standing near the fireplace. At first glance, it appeared to be a member of staff in period clothing. However, as they approached, the figure faded away, leaving only the lingering scent of pipe smoke in the air. The Crescent Hotel has also drawn the attention of paranormal investigators, including teams from well-known TV shows. Many of these professionals have captured compelling evidence during their investigations, such as recordings of disembodied voices, sudden temperature drops, and even eerie images on thermal cameras. A particularly striking EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, captured in the basement, features a faint but clear voice saying, "Help me," believed to be one of Baker's victims reaching out from beyond the grave. Even skeptics find themselves questioning their beliefs after a stay at the Crescent Hotel. From the sudden flicker of lights to objects that seem to move of their own accord, the experiences are often too specific to dismiss as coincidence. These haunting encounters continue to intrigue and terrify, drawing more people eager to experience the hotel's paranormal side for themselves. As we wrap up our exploration of the haunted Crescent Hotel, we'll delve deeper into the investigations, theories, and the lasting impact of these hauntings on the Crescent Hotel's legacy. The Crescent Hotel's paranormal reputation is far more than a collection of eerie tales. It has become an integral part of its identity. Over the years, countless investigations, personal accounts, and media coverage have solidified its place as one of America's most haunted locations. This final part of the story explores how these hauntings have shaped the hotel's legacy, its role in the world of paranormal studies, and the enduring fascination it holds for visitors. One unique aspect of the Crescent Hotel is its willingness to embrace its haunted reputation. Unlike other historic places that shy away from ghostly rumors, the Crescent actively incorporates its haunted past into its present. The nightly ghost tours have become a hallmark experience, leading guests through the most infamous rooms and hallways while recounting tales of the spectral figures that linger there. These tours are not only popular, but often the highlight of a visitor's stay, offering a rare chance to walk through history while exploring the mysteries that still haunt its walls. The hotel has also become a hub for paranormal researchers and investigators. Teams armed with the latest ghost hunting equipment regularly visit, attempting to document the unexplained. Over the years, they've captured startling evidence, from EMF spikes in seemingly empty rooms to thermal images of figures that can't be explained. One of the most intriguing findings came from an investigation in the basement, where an investigator recorded an EVP of what seemed to be a voice saying, "Still here." The question of who or what remains still here is one that continues to spark debate. The Crescent's haunted reputation has also made it a media sensation. Documentaries, TV specials, and features on popular paranormal shows have introduced millions to the eerie happenings within its walls. This attention has drawn visitors from all over the globe, from seasoned ghost hunters to curious skeptics hoping for their own supernatural encounter. For many, the Crescent Hotel is not just a place to stay. It's a destination steeped in mystery and history, offering the chance to experience the unexplained firsthand. Beyond the ghost stories, the Crescent Hotel serves as a reminder of how the past can leave a lasting impression, both literally and figuratively. The spirits that are said to linger there represent more than just frightening tales. They are echoes of real people whose lives were marked by tragedy and untimely ends. Whether it's the lingering presence of Norman Baker's patients, the specter of a worker who fell during the hotel's construction, or the shadowy figures seen roaming the hallways, each haunting offers a glimpse into a life once lived. As we conclude our journey through the Crescent Hotel, one question remains. Why do certain places seem to hold on to their past so tightly? In the heart of Old Town, San Diego stands a house that has been called one of the most haunted places in the world, the Whaley House. But before it became a magnet for ghost hunters and curious visitors, it was just a dream. On May 6th, in the year 1856, Thomas Whaley began building his new home. He called it the most comfortable and convenient place in town, maybe even within 150 miles. The Whaley House was no ordinary home. It was designed in the Greek Revival style, and Thomas used bricks made in his very own brickyard, just down the street on the Conde Street. The two-story home was fitted with rosewood and mahogany furniture, carpets from Brussels, and details that made it feel luxurious. When it was finished, it cost more than $10,000, a huge amount at the time. People in Southern California had never seen anything like it. But what most people didn't know, or maybe didn't want to believe, was that the land Thomas had built on held a dark past. Years before the home was even a thought, that same ground had been used as a place for executions. One of the men hanged there was James "Yankee Jim" Robinson, a man found guilty of stealing a boat. He was said to have died a slow and painful death on the gallows. Some say the air changed after that. Others believe the ground never forgot. Still, Thomas moved forward. The house wasn't just a home. It became a busy place for the whole town. It served as the Whaley family residence, a general store, the second county courthouse in San Diego, and even the city's first commercial theater. The walls of the house watched it all unfold, from joyful gatherings to quiet sorrow. But it didn't take long for strange things to start happening. Even before the full family settled in, people talked about odd noises and shadows that didn't belong. Thomas himself once heard loud footsteps echoing through empty rooms. He believed the spirit of Yankee Jim was still there, walking the halls of the house built on the very spot where he had died. As time went on, the house would witness much more than just ghost stories. It would hold the memories of happiness, heartbreak, and quiet whispers in the night. And it would never forget those who passed through its doors. As we move along, we'll step deeper into the lives of the Whaley family and the tragedies they faced inside those brick walls. Tragedies that some say never really left. After the house was finished, Thomas Whaley and his wife Anna made it their home, filling it with hopes for a peaceful life. But not long after moving in, their young son Thomas Jr. fell ill with scarlet fever. He died in the house at just 18 months old. His passing brought deep sorrow to the family, casting a dark shadow over their once joyful home. The grief was too much, and the Whaleys left San Diego in the year 1858, they went north to San Francisco, hoping a change of place might bring comfort. Thomas left his business affairs in Old Town in the hands of a Wells Fargo agent named Frank Ames. For nearly 10 years, the home sat quiet. But in the summer of 1868, the Whaleys returned. Thomas had invested in new merchandise and brought the family back to try again. By December 12th of that same year, Anna and the children were back living inside the house, but happiness would not last long. In the years that followed, the Whaley family experienced a series of painful losses. One of the most heartbreaking stories was that of their daughter Violet. After marrying a man who turned out to be dishonest, she returned to the Whaley house full of shame. She withdrew from others and spent most of her time upstairs, barely leaving her room. In the year 1885, she died by suicide inside the house. Violet was only 22 years old. The sadness didn't end there. Over time, more members of the family died in the home, including Francis Whaley, one of the sons, who tried for years to restore the house to its former glory. Even Thomas and Anna themselves would live out their final days within those same walls. The house became a place of sorrow for the family, a quiet witness to the many personal tragedies that unfolded behind closed doors. Despite the sadness, the Whaleys held on to the house. Francis, especially, was devoted to preserving it. He reopened parts of the home to the public and worked to bring attention to its place in San Diego's history. But the echoes of the past were hard to ignore. Some say that the emotions felt inside the house, grief, heartbreak, and longing, never left. The Whaley house had become more than just a home. It had become a place where the past was always just beneath the surface. Next, we'll take a closer look at the stories visitors and workers have told, about the strange sounds, ghostly figures, and cold spots that seem to hint the Whaleys may still be there. As time went on, the Whaley house began to gain a reputation, not just for its history, but for something stranger. During periods when the house was being restored or maintained, people started noticing things they couldn't explain. Visitors, workers, and tour guides began to report strange noises, unusual smells, and mysterious movements throughout the property. One of the first signs something was unusual came from reports of footsteps, loud, deliberate, and heavy. These sounds were often heard on the staircases and upstairs hallways, even when no one was around. Some said they felt cold drafts in certain rooms, especially near the old parlor and bedrooms. Others described sudden changes in temperature, like walking into a cold spot even on a warm day. Lights were seen flickering, sometimes turning on or off without anyone touching a switch. Objects moved on their own. Nothing large, but small signs like a rocking chair swaying slightly, or a curtain pulling inward as if someone had passed by. In the music room, which once held a piano, people have claimed to hear music playing even though the instrument had long since been removed. One of the most curious experiences happened with the chandelier in the music room. Visitors described seeing the crystals on the fixture swinging lightly, as if stirred by a breeze, though the windows and doors were closed. There have also been reports of the smell of fresh-baked bread and warm pies, particularly during the holiday season, drifting from the empty kitchen. Some of the more personal encounters involve scents. A number of guests have reported catching a sudden whiff of French perfume in certain parts of the house, even when no one nearby was wearing any. At other times, the smell of Cuban cigars has been noticed, especially around the stairwells and in the office space. One of the more unsettling locations in the house is the main parlor, especially under the archway that connects two rooms. Visitors have reported feeling pressure on their chests or a tightness in their throats as they pass beneath it, an experience that has left some people shaken or dizzy. There have even been reports of guests who felt lightheaded or ill shortly after entering that area. Some say these feelings, scents, and sounds are just the mind playing tricks. Others believe they are signs that something or someone is still present in the Whaley house. As we wrap up, we'll explore the most well-known spirits said to haunt the home, including who they were in life, where they appear, and what their presence means to those who visit today. As the years passed, more stories emerged of encounters with the spirits that seemingly still linger within the Whaley house. Among the most frequently reported apparitions are those of the Whaley family themselves. The most prominent is Anna Whaley, the matriarch of the family. Visitors often claim to see her walking through the main floor or tending to her beloved garden outside. Unlike some of the other spirits, Anna's presence is often described as warm and comforting, as if she is still caring for her home and family. Many report a distinct fragrance of French perfume filling the air when Anna is near. Despite her tragic past, she is one of the more gentle spirits to appear in the house. On the other hand, Thomas Whaley, the house's builder, has been seen on the second floor. His ghost is often described as stern, standing at the top of the stairs, glaring down at those who enter the house. Several people have reported feeling a strange sensation, like smoke being blown in their face, when encountering Thomas's apparition. He is said to be less welcoming than Anna, and his spirit has earned a reputation for being gruff, much like he was in life. Perhaps the most ominous of all the spirits is that of James Yankee Jim Robinson. His ghost is often seen or heard on the second floor, where he was once hanged on the property. Visitors sometimes feel uneasy in this area, with reports of a tightening around the throat or a sensation of being strangled, especially when passing under the archway in the parlor. It's believed that Yankee Jim's spirit never left, possibly due to the violent nature of his death. His presence is often described as unsettling, and many have experienced a dark energy in the room. In addition to these notable spirits, there are the more playful but eerie presences of children, most notably the ghost of Thomas Whaley Jr., who tragically died of scarlet fever when he was only 18 months old. People have reported hearing the sound of children's laughter, the patter of tiny footsteps, and even the giggling of a young child when no one is nearby. Some have even claimed to have seen a small figure darting through the rooms, especially in areas where Thomas Jr. used to play. The most tragic tale is that of Violet Whaley, the daughter of Thomas and Anna. Violet's life was marked by sorrow, particularly after her divorce. She struggled with depression and in 1892 took her own life. Many believe her spirit still haunts the second floor, particularly in the bedroom she once occupied. Guests have reported feeling an intense sadness when near this room, and some even hear the faint sound of sobbing. Another story tied to the house is the mysterious tale of Annabelle Washburn, a young girl who reportedly died in the Whaley family's backyard after being strangled by a clothesline. While there's no historical record to confirm her death, her spirit is said to haunt the property, often seen playing in the yard or heard running around inside the house. Whether her story is fact or fiction, her presence only adds to the eerie atmosphere of the house. Nestled between Thornton and Brighton, Colorado, Riverdale Road is more than just an ordinary thoroughfare. Spanning 11 miles, this winding road has gained a chilling reputation as one of the most haunted roads in America. Its eerie stories and unsettling legends have drawn curiosity seekers and paranormal enthusiasts for decades. The haunting history of Riverdale Road stretches back to rumors of a nearby Native American burial ground. This burial site is believed to have placed a curse on anyone who dared to trespass. According to local lore, the road is home to both benevolent and malevolent spirits. Some claim that seeing a gray fox is a sign of an evil entity lurking nearby, while a coyote is thought to signal a protective spirit watching over you. One of the most infamous tales associated with Riverdale Road involves a large house located on its northern end, near Highway 7. The story goes that the house was once owned by a man who fell victim to demonic possession. In a fit of madness, he set his home ablaze, trapping his family inside. The blaze consumed the house, and the man vanished, leaving behind a charred ruin. Locals began referring to the area where the house stood as the Gates of Hell. Another dark chapter in Riverdale Road's history involves a sinister community of Satanists who allegedly lived in the area. It is said that they performed occult rituals in a nearby field, adding to the road's grim reputation. An old dairy along the road is also rumored to harbor a tree where women accused of witchcraft were once hanged. The haunting doesn't stop there. Riverdale Road is also known for its disturbing street signs. Passers-by have reported finding these signs covered in dried blood and small, ghostly handprints. Legend has it that these marks are the work of a young boy who was tragically killed while walking to school. His spirit is said to be trapped along the road, forever marking his path. As night falls and the road is shrouded in darkness, the tales of Riverdale Road come alive. From the phantom Camaro with one headlight to the spectral figures that appear along the road, Riverdale Road continues to intrigue and terrify those who dare to explore its haunted legacy. Riverdale Road's reputation as a haunted location is rooted in a series of chilling and persistent legends that have captivated the imagination of many. Over the years, stories about the road have become local folklore, attracting ghost hunters, thrill seekers, and paranormal enthusiasts eager to uncover the truth behind its eerie reputation. One of the most talked about legends is that of the ghostly Camaro that roams Riverdale Road. According to accounts, this phantom car has a single headlight and is driven by a spectral figure who challenges unsuspecting drivers to a race. The ghostly Camaro is said to coax drivers into high-speed chases, which can lead to fatal accidents if the drivers are not careful. This tale has added to the road's notoriety, making it a popular subject for ghost stories and urban legends. Another haunting element of Riverdale Road's reputation involves the figure of a phantom jogger. This spectral runner is often described as tapping on the sides of passing vehicles. The ghostly jogger is believed to have been killed in a hit-and-run accident, and his restless spirit now roams the road, seeking solace or perhaps something else. Some believe that if the jogger approaches your car, it could bring bad luck or even death. The story of the Lady in White is another chilling aspect of Riverdale Road's lore. This ghostly woman is said to wander the road in search of her way home. Her presence adds a haunting element to the road's already eerie atmosphere. Witnesses have reported seeing her apparition appear suddenly and then disappear just as quickly, leaving behind a sense of dread and unease. Riverdale Road's haunted reputation is also linked to the area's history of violent and tragic events. The tragic tale of the mansion fire, where the owner allegedly set his home ablaze with his family trapped inside, has left a lasting impact on the area. The story of this horrific event has become a central part of the road's legend, with many claiming that the area where the house once stood remains cursed. Furthermore, the old dairy and its associated tree, where accused witches were supposedly hanged, contribute to the road's grim reputation. The sight of this old dairy, coupled with the tales of witch trials and executions, only adds to the road's dark mystique. Riverdale Road has also become the focus of numerous local TV news segments, blogs, and YouTube videos dedicated to paranormal investigations. Its stories of supernatural encounters and ghostly sightings have cemented its place in the realm of haunted locations. The road's reputation as the most haunted road in the country continues to attract those fascinated by the paranormal, eager to experience its haunted legacy firsthand. With each retelling, the legends of Riverdale Road grow more elaborate, and the road's chilling reputation only deepens. As people continue to share their experiences and contribute to the lore, Riverdale Road remains a significant part of the haunted landscape of Colorado. Riverdale Road's reputation as one of the most haunted places in Colorado is not just a collection of ghost stories. There are specific locations along the road where the paranormal activity is said to be particularly intense. Each of these sites has its own dark history and associated ghostly encounters that contribute to the road's eerie reputation. Joggers Hill, located near 120th Avenue, is one of the most notorious spots in Riverdale Road. The story goes that a jogger was tragically killed here in a hit-and-run accident. His spirit is believed to haunt this area, and many have reported hearing the sound of his heartbeat while driving through. The ghostly jogger is said to tap on car windows, and some witnesses claim that if you let him approach your driver's side window, you might face dire consequences. The legend of Joggers Hill adds a sense of urgency and danger to the haunting experiences reported by visitors. The area where the Grand Mansion once stood, known as the Gates of Hell, is another focal point of supernatural activity. The mansion, which was destroyed in a fire set by its owner, is said to have left behind a curse that lingers in the area. Visitors have reported feeling a sense of foreboding and seeing strange apparitions near where the mansion's iron gates once stood. The intense fear and sadness associated with the mansion's tragic past seem to have left a lasting impression on the location. Another chilling location along Riverdale Road is the Old Dairy, where it is said that a tree was used to hang women accused of witchcraft. This site is imbued with a dark history, and many visitors report feeling a heavy, oppressive atmosphere when they approach the area. Some claim to see shadows moving among the trees or hear disembodied voices whispering through the night. The Old Dairy's association with witch trials adds to the eerie ambiance of this location. The legend of the Phantom Camaro adds a modern twist to Riverdale Road's haunting tales. This ghostly vehicle is described as a car with one headlight, driven by an unseen driver who challenges passing cars to race. Those who encounter the Camaro are said to experience a chilling, high-speed chase that can end in disaster. The sighting of the Phantom Camaro is often accompanied by feelings of dread and an overwhelming sense of being watched. Street signs along Riverdale Road are sometimes found covered in dried blood and small handprints, believed to be the work of a ghostly child. This spirit is thought to be that of a young boy who was killed while walking to school. His restless spirit is said to leave these markings as a sign of his lingering presence. The sight of these eerie handprints and bloodstains contributes to the road's reputation as a site of unsettling supernatural activity. Each of these specific locations on Riverdale Road has its own story and set of encounters that contribute to the road's haunted reputation. The combination of tragic events, ghostly sightings, and eerie experiences makes Riverdale Road a focal point for those interested in the paranormal, and the stories surrounding these sites continue to captivate and terrify those who dare to explore them. As darkness envelops Riverdale Road, the eerie atmosphere only intensifies. The area's reputation as a hotspot for the supernatural is solidified by numerous reports of unsettling encounters and mysterious phenomena. Those who venture down the road at night often experience a sense of dread that seems to seep into every corner. Another chilling encounter involves a phantom hitchhiker. Witnesses have reported picking up a mysterious figure clad in white, who then vanishes without a trace once they reach a certain point on the road. Some describe the hitchhiker as having a sorrowful expression, and the sudden disappearance often leaves drivers with an unsettling feeling that lingers long after they've driven away. In the nearby fields, locals have reported seeing strange, shadowy figures performing rituals under the cover of darkness. These apparitions are believed to be remnants of the rumored satanic cults that once frequented the area. Witnesses describe seeing figures moving in the distance, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of malevolence that seems to emanate from the very ground. The road's haunting legends also include reports of strange occurrences involving vehicles. Some drivers have reported their cars behaving erratically, such as sudden stalls or unexplained acceleration, especially when they are alone on the road. These disturbances are often attributed to the malevolent forces said to haunt the area, amplifying the sense of fear and discomfort experienced by those who dare to drive through at night. Furthermore, there are accounts of unexplained cold spots that appear suddenly within the vehicles or along the roadside. These frigid pockets of air are said to be linked to the spirits that are believed to inhabit the area. The abrupt temperature changes often accompany other paranormal phenomena, adding to the overall sense of unease. Riverdale Road continues to captivate those with an interest in the supernatural. The stories and encounters reported by brave souls who venture into its depths create a chilling narrative that enhances the road's infamous reputation. Whether driven by curiosity or desire to confront their fears, visitors to Riverdale Road are met with a nightmarish landscape, where the boundaries between the living and the dead seem perilously thin. As the tales of Riverdale Road continue to circulate, they paint a chilling picture of one of Colorado's most haunted locations. The road's dark history and the many ghostly encounters reported by those who have dared to travel its length add to the mystique and fear that surrounds it. The accounts of haunted sightings and supernatural occurrences create an atmosphere of eerie tension that seems almost palpable. From the phantom jogger, whose presence brings an unsettling chill to drivers, to the ghostly hitchhiker who vanishes into thin air. The stories from Riverdale Road offer a haunting glimpse into the unknown. The sinister legends, such as the ghostly figures performing dark rituals and the spectral Camaro driver tempting others into deadly races, only deepen the enigma of the road. The unsettling experiences reported by visitors, such as erratic car behavior, sudden cold spots, and the feeling of being watched, highlight the road's reputation as a place where the supernatural is undeniably real. Despite the chilling stories and eerie encounters, Riverdale Road continues to draw the curious and the brave. The tales of the past, combined with the unsettling experiences reported by modern-day travelers, make it a compelling destination for those fascinated by the paranormal. Dudleytown, located in a valley known as Dark Entry Forest in northwestern Connecticut, is an abandoned settlement with a reputation that still sends chills down people's spines. Often referred to as a ghost town, Dudleytown has captured the imagination of paranormal enthusiasts for decades. Its eerie history, the strange events that occurred there, and the mysterious stories of its former residents make it one of the most talked about haunted locations in New England. The town was first settled in the 1740s, although it was never an official town. Instead, it was a small part of Cornwall, Connecticut, and named after several members of the Dudley family, who were among the early settlers. What sets Dudleytown apart from other ghost towns is not just its abandonment, but the rumors of a curse that supposedly plagued the Dudley family and brought misfortune to the area. Some say the curse began in England, following the family across the ocean to America. Over time, Dudleytown fell into decline. The land was rocky, the soil difficult to farm, and the town's remote location made it hard for residents to thrive. By the mid-19th century, the population had dwindled, and by the early 1900s, Dudleytown was completely abandoned. Yet, the area's eerie atmosphere and strange occurrences would ensure it wasn't forgotten. Tales of ghostly apparitions, mysterious deaths, and a curse have made Dudleytown infamous among ghost hunters and thrill seekers. Today, Dudleytown is closed to the public due to vandalism and trespassing. But that hasn't stopped curious people from attempting to explore its haunted grounds. All that remains of the once settled village are a few cellar holes and stone foundations. But the dark reputation of the area lingers, making it a place of legend for anyone who dares to learn about its haunted past. As the stories go, the curse of Dudleytown began long before the town was ever settled. The Dudley family, whose descendants would later move to Connecticut, were said to have been cursed back in England. The legend points to Edmund Dudley, an English nobleman who was executed for treason in 1510. After his death, it's rumored that a curse was placed on his family, dooming future generations to lives filled with tragedy and misfortune. When members of the Dudley family emigrated to America and settled in what would become Dudleytown, it's said that the curse followed them across the Atlantic. Soon, a series of strange and unfortunate events began to plague the settlement. Over the years, stories of madness, mysterious deaths, and other misfortunes spread among the residents of Dudleytown, further fueling the belief in the curse. In the 1700s and 1800s, several tragic deaths were reported in the area. Residents supposedly vanished without a trace, while others suffered from strange illnesses or went insane. One of the more well-known stories involves Gershon Hollister, a resident who was mysteriously murdered in 1792. His death added to the growing fear that something was wrong in Dudleytown, something far beyond bad luck. By the mid-1800s, the population began to decline, with many families either moving away or falling victim to the supposed curse. Over time, Dudleytown became less of a thriving community and more of an eerie, desolate area. The strange occurrences only seemed to intensify after its abandonment, with tales of ghostly figures appearing in the woods, unexplained sounds echoing through the forest, and an overall feeling of dread that haunted anyone who visited. Although Dudleytown is now empty and reclaimed by nature, its haunted reputation remains intact. Many believe the curse still lingers, and the forest surrounding the area is said to be alive with paranormal activity. Those who have dared to visit the site often report an overwhelming sense of unease, as if they're being watched by unseen eyes. The haunted history of Dudleytown continues to grow, with the legend of the Dudley Curse at its center. Exploring Dudleytown's remaining remnants offers a glimpse into the eerie atmosphere that shrouds the area. Among the few structures left are cellar holes and the stone foundations of former homes, which have become focal points for paranormal activity. Each location within Dudleytown has its own share of ghostly legends and unsettling occurrences. One of the most infamous spots is the cellar hole once belonging to the Addams family. Local lore suggests that the ghost of a young girl, presumed to be a member of the Addams family, roams this area. Visitors have reported hearing the sounds of a child's laughter echoing through the woods, even though no children have been seen. Some claim to have seen fleeting glimpses of a figure in a tattered dress near the cellar hole, adding to the eerie presence of the site. Another haunted location is the area known as the Dark Entry. This dense, shadowy part of the forest is said to be the site of numerous supernatural occurrences. Hikers and explorers have recounted experiences of feeling as though they were being followed, despite seeing no one around. Some have reported hearing disembodied voices and footsteps echoing behind them, only to turn around and find no one there. The unsettling atmosphere of the Dark Entry seems to amplify feelings of paranoia and dread. The old Dudleytown Cemetery, though largely overgrown and difficult to access, is another hotspot for paranormal activity. Some believe that the restless spirits of those buried here contribute to the town's haunted reputation. Reports from those who have ventured into the cemetery describe seeing shadowy figures moving between the gravestones and feeling an intense coldness that seems to come from nowhere. A common phenomenon is the sudden appearance of ghostly mists that drift through the cemetery, adding to the eerie ambiance. One particularly chilling encounter involves a former resident named Samuel Morgan. According to local legend, Morgan was a recluse who lived on the outskirts of Dudleytown and was found dead under mysterious circumstances. Visitors to his former property have reported seeing his ghostly figure wandering the site, often described as a forlorn, shadowy presence. Witnesses have claimed to see flickering lights and hear mournful wails coming from the area where Morgan's home once stood. As stories of hauntings in Dudleytown continue to surface, the tales of ghostly encounters and eerie occurrences contribute to the area's dark reputation. Each location within the abandoned settlement holds its own mysteries and ghostly legends, drawing the curiosity of those fascinated by the paranormal. Despite its desolate state, Dudleytown remains a place where the supernatural seems to linger, leaving visitors with more questions than answers about the true nature of its haunting history. Even after more than a century of abandonment, Dudleytown's chilling allure endures, drawing paranormal enthusiasts, skeptics, and thrill-seekers alike. The legacy of Dudleytown is not only shaped by its haunted past, but also by the continuous stream of strange and unexplainable phenomena reported by those who have ventured into the area in recent years. One of the more intriguing aspects of Dudleytown's haunted reputation is the phenomenon known as the shadow people. Numerous visitors have reported seeing dark, shadowy figures darting among the trees and disappearing as quickly as they appeared. These shadowy figures are said to move with a disconcerting speed, and their presence is often accompanied by an eerie sense of being watched or followed. The consistent reports of these entities have contributed to the ongoing mystery surrounding Dudleytown. In addition to shadowy figures, there have been accounts of strange electromagnetic disturbances in and around Dudleytown. Ghost hunters and paranormal investigators using electronic equipment have experienced unusual malfunctions and fluctuations in their devices. Some speculate that these disturbances are linked to the supposed curse or the residual energy of the spirits believed to haunt the area. These technical anomalies add another layer of intrigue to the haunted history of Dudleytown. The surrounding forest of dark entry has also become a focal point for ghostly encounters. People exploring the dense woods have reported sudden, unexplained changes in temperature, with localized cold spots appearing seemingly at random. These cold spots are often felt as a sudden chill that pierces through the warmth of a summer day, further enhancing the eerie atmosphere of the area. Stories of physical interactions with the supernatural have also surfaced. Some visitors claim to have felt an invisible force touching or grabbing them while in Dudleytown. These encounters often occur in areas where the sense of unease is most palpable, such as near the old cellar holes or within the heart of the dark entry. These reports add to the unsettling nature of Dudleytown and its reputation as a place where the boundary between the living and the dead seems to blur. Furthermore, there have been reports of photographic anomalies. Paranormal investigators and amateur ghost hunters have captured images of strange orbs, unexplained mists, and ghostly apparitions on their cameras. These images often show anomalies that are difficult to explain through conventional means, contributing to the belief that Dudleytown remains a hotspot for supernatural activity. As interest in Dudleytown continues, modern-day explorers and researchers are constantly uncovering new stories and experiences. The town's eerie reputation persists, with each new account adding to the legend of Dudleytown. Whether these encounters are the result of genuine paranormal activity or the power of suggestion, they ensure that Dudleytown remains an enduring enigma in the world of haunted places. As we reach the end of our journey through the haunted history of Dudleytown, it becomes clear why this abandoned settlement continues to captivate the imagination. The combination of its eerie past, the legends of a family curse, and the multitude of strange occurrences reported by visitors creates a compelling and haunting narrative that endures through the years. Despite the passage of time and the physical decay of the town, Dudleytown's reputation as a place of supernatural intrigue remains strong. The stories of ghostly apparitions, unexplained phenomena, and the infamous curse contribute to a legacy that fuels both curiosity and trepidation. For many, Dudleytown represents more than just an abandoned location. It is a symbol of the unknown, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead seems to dissolve. The experiences shared by those who have dared to explore Dudleytown highlight the town's persistent allure. Whether it's the sight of shadowy figures in the forest, the unexplained malfunctions of electronic equipment, or the eerie cold spots that appear without warning, each account adds to the rich tapestry of Dudleytown's haunted history. These tales, whether grounded in reality or shaped by legend, contribute to a legacy that continues to fascinate and mystify. Nestled in the quiet countryside of Delaware, the Dickinson house stands as a chilling reminder of the past. This historic mansion, built in the 18th century, was once a beacon of wealth and refinement. a grand structure that symbolized success and stability for the Dickinson family. However, as the years passed, its reputation shifted from one of elegance to one of eerie whispers and unexplained phenomena. The house's haunting legacy is rooted in both its history and the stories passed down through generations. Visitors and locals alike have described the Dickinson house as more than just an old building. Its ominous presence and creaking floorboards seem to tell tales of sorrow and mystery. The mansion's tall, weathered exterior, complete with cracked windows and ivy creeping up its stone walls, is enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone brave enough to venture near. For centuries, rumors of paranormal activity have surrounded the house. Tragedy allegedly struck the Dickinson family when one of its members died under puzzling circumstances, sparking tales of a curse that would haunt the family estate forever. Though official records remain vague, these accounts have fueled countless ghost stories, with some claiming the spirit of the lost family member still roams the halls. Today, the Dickinson house has become a magnet for those curious about the supernatural. Paranormal investigators, ghost hunters, and thrill seekers have all been drawn to its dark allure. With a reputation bolstered by appearances on ghost hunting television shows, the house has captured the imagination of people far and wide. Its name often comes up in discussions of Delaware's most haunted locations, making it a key stop on any ghost enthusiast's journey through the state. While the mansion's appearance is unsettling enough to stir unease, it's the stories that have truly cemented its haunted reputation. These tales are not just about distant memories. They're ongoing, evolving as new visitors report chilling encounters and strange phenomena. The Dickinson house, with its shadowy history and mysterious atmosphere, continues to be a focal point for those who seek answers to the unexplained. As we delve deeper into the mansion's history and the chilling encounters that have left even skeptics questioning what they believe. To truly understand the eerie reputation of the Dickinson house, we must explore its rich and, at times, unsettling history. The mansion was constructed during the late 1700s, at a time when Delaware was beginning to flourish as a hub of trade and agriculture. Built by a prominent family of the era, the house was designed to showcase their wealth and status. However, behind the grandeur of its facade lay a series of tragedies that would leave a lasting imprint. The house served as more than just a family home. It was a centerpiece of local society. The Dickinson family often hosted lavish gatherings, filling the grand rooms with music, laughter, and lively conversation. Yet beneath this outward display of prosperity, whispers of hardship began to surface. Financial troubles, disputes, and illness plagued the family, gradually casting a shadow over their once bright legacy. One of the most notable events tied to the Dickinson house occurred during the early 1800s. Historical accounts suggest that a young member of the family succumbed to a sudden and mysterious illness. Although the exact details remain unclear, this tragic death became a turning point in the mansion's history. It's said that the family's grief was so profound that they withdrew from public life, allowing the estate to fall into a quiet decline. As the years passed, the Dickinson house saw a variety of occupants, including tenants and caretakers who attempted to restore its former glory. However, reports of strange occurrences began to emerge during this time. Workers described hearing footsteps in empty rooms and seeing doors open and close on their own. Even seasoned laborers abandoned their restoration efforts, citing an overwhelming sense of dread within the walls. Interestingly, the house also has ties to Delaware's role in the Civil War. During the conflict, it is believed that the mansion served as a temporary shelter for wounded soldiers. Some speculate that the spirits of those who perished during their stay may still linger, adding another layer to its ghostly reputation. While many of the mansion's ghost stories stem from its time as a private residence, the accounts of those who lived or worked there after its initial decline provide valuable clues. These individuals shared consistent reports of cold spots, eerie noises, and sightings of shadowy figures. Over the years, these tales have only grown, with each new visitor adding to the house's mysterious legend. Next, we'll explore the most chilling encounters and the specific locations within the Dickinson house that seem to hold the most paranormal activity. From ghostly apparitions to unexplained voices, these experiences continue to captivate and terrify those who dare to investigate. The Dickinson house has become a focal point for those seeking proof of the paranormal. Over the years, countless visitors, staff, and investigators have shared chilling accounts of unexplained phenomena within its walls. Certain areas of the house seem to carry a heavier energy than others, with some rooms drawing the most attention due to frequent ghostly encounters. One of the most infamous locations in the house is the grand staircase. Visitors have often reported hearing the distinct sound of footsteps echoing on the steps, even when no one else is nearby. On occasion, witnesses have claimed to feel a cold, almost icy sensation, as if something unseen brushed past them while ascending or descending the stairs. Paranormal investigators have noted unusual spikes in electromagnetic readings in this area, further fueling speculation about its haunted nature. The dining room is another hotspot for eerie activity. Several guests have reported seeing shadowy figures standing near the large windows or moving just out of sight. Some have even claimed to hear faint whispers, though the words are never clear. A chilling incident occurred during a ghost hunting session when a heavy chandelier began to sway back and forth without explanation. This particular moment was captured on camera, sending shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned investigators. Perhaps the most unsettling space in the house is the attic. It's said to be the domain of a malevolent spirit, described by those who have seen it as tall and foreboding, with piercing eyes that seem to follow your every move. This apparition has been linked to numerous accounts of people feeling an overwhelming sense of fear, to the point where some have refused to enter the attic again. One investigator reported hearing a deep guttural growl emanating from the dark corners of the space, an experience they described as profoundly disturbing. Physical sensations are also commonly reported throughout the Dickinson house. Some visitors have experienced sudden temperature drops, as if a cold wind swept through a sealed room. Others have described the sensation of being touched or even lightly pushed by an unseen force. These occurrences often leave individuals shaken, unable to explain what they've felt. Even those outside the mansion have not escaped its eerie influence. Neighbors and passers-by have reported seeing lights flicker on and off late at night, despite the house being unoccupied. Others have claimed to hear faint music or voices coming from the property, only to find it completely silent upon closer inspection. While skeptics argue that such phenomena could be attributed to environmental factors or overactive imaginations, those who have experienced these events firsthand remain convinced that something otherworldly resides within the Dickinson house. As we wrap up our story, we'll delve into the broader implications of these hauntings and examine how the mansion's eerie legacy continues to influence its place in local lore and ghost hunting culture. In recent decades, the Dickinson house has become a magnet for paranormal enthusiasts, ghost hunters, and curious visitors hoping to glimpse its haunted mysteries firsthand. The mansion's reputation has grown to encompass a wide array of ghostly encounters, from fleeting apparitions to unsettling physical phenomena. Yet, what sets the Dickinson house apart isn't just its eerie reputation. It's the collective experiences of those who step inside. Visitors often describe a peculiar sensation upon entering the house, as though they are being watched. Some report hearing faint whispers or the sound of footsteps echoing through empty hallways. One room in particular, believed to be the site of a tragic event, is infamous for its icy chill, even in the height of summer. Many claim this room harbors the most active spirit in the mansion, though no one has been able to determine its identity. Several paranormal investigations have been conducted in the mansion over the years, each bringing new pieces to the puzzle. One group captured what they claimed to be an unexplainable shadow darting across the library, while another recorded electronic voice phenomena, a faint and chilling "leave now," that seem to emanate from the very walls. Skeptics argue these findings could be coincidental or fabricated, but for believers, they're proof of the house's haunted legacy. The mansion's eerie reputation isn't confined to the paranormal. Those with a deeper interest in its history often find themselves uncovering unsettling records, like unexplained deaths tied to previous owners, or unsettling diary entries that hint at a sense of foreboding long before its haunted reputation took hold. These accounts paint a picture of a place that has always been shrouded in mystery, as though its very foundation was cursed from the start. The St. Augustine Lighthouse, located in Florida, is one of the oldest and most iconic lighthouses in the United States. Built in the late 1800s, it has a long history of guiding ships safely through the waters along Florida's coast. But over the years, this towering structure has gained a reputation for something more than just its historic role. It's said to be haunted by the spirits of those who met tragic ends in and around the lighthouse. The stories of hauntings at the St. Augustine Lighthouse stretch back more than a century. Many believe the spirits of those who died here never truly left. One of the most well-known tales is that of Joseph Andreu, a lighthouse keeper who tragically fell to his death while painting the tower's exterior. Even though he passed away over 100 years ago, visitors and staff have reported seeing his figure still lingering at the top of the lighthouse, watching over the sea, as if continuing his duties from the afterlife. Another chilling story involves the Pitti sisters, Mary and Eliza. These two young girls were playing near the lighthouse when a terrible accident occurred. They were riding in a cart used for transporting materials when it broke loose and plunged into the water, tragically taking their lives. To this day, some claim to hear the girls' laughter echoing in the tower late at night, and others have even reported seeing their spirits near the bay. The lighthouse has become a popular destination for those seeking ghostly encounters. With its rich history and eerie atmosphere, it's no surprise that the St. Augustine Lighthouse is often referred to as one of the most haunted places in America. The stories of strange occurrences and ghost sightings continue to captivate visitors, keeping the mystery and legend of the lighthouse alive. The St. Augustine Lighthouse has long held a reputation as one of the most haunted places in the country, and its eerie history only strengthens this belief. Over the years, both visitors and staff have shared unsettling experiences that suggest the lighthouse may be home to restless spirits. The lighthouse's haunting reputation draws people from all over, eager to witness the supernatural events that are said to occur. One of the most common ghostly encounters involves the Pitti sisters, Mary and Eliza. The tragic story of their accidental deaths continues to linger, with many visitors reporting hearing the unmistakable sound of children's laughter echoing through the lighthouse. Some claim they've seen shadowy figures near the top of the tower, which are believed to be the young sisters. These playful spirits seem to remain attached to the lighthouse, adding an eerie sense of mystery to the already haunted location. Another well-known figure in the lighthouse's haunted history is Peter Rasmussen, a former lighthouse keeper. He was meticulous in his duties and known for his love of cigars. Even though Rasmussen passed away long ago, staff members and visitors often detect the distinct smell of cigar smoke, particularly in the keeper's quarters. It's as if Rasmussen is still keeping watch over the lighthouse, unable to let go of his former responsibilities. Joseph Andreu, the keeper who fell to his death, is another spirit said to linger at the St. Augustine Lighthouse. Many claim to see him looking out from the top of the tower, continuing his duties as though nothing has changed. His presence, along with that of the Pitti sisters and Rasmussen, has turned this historical site into a paranormal hotspot. As stories of ghostly encounters spread, the lighthouse's reputation as a haunted location has only grown stronger. The lighthouse isn't just known for its past, it's become a place where history and the supernatural intersect, leaving visitors with an unsettling sense of wonder and fear. Inside the St. Augustine Lighthouse, certain areas seem to be more active with paranormal occurrences than others. Visitors often report strange happenings in specific places throughout the tower and its surrounding grounds, making it clear that something supernatural is at play. One of the most active areas is the spiral staircase that winds its way up to the top of the lighthouse. Many who have braved the climb describe feeling an invisible hand brushing against their backs or shoulders as they ascend the narrow iron steps. Some have even claimed to feel a slight push, as if something unseen was trying to guide or even hurry them to the top. These chilling experiences have left many uneasy as they wonder whether it's Joseph Andreu, the lighthouse keeper who fell to his death, still haunting the stairs he used to patrol so carefully. Another hotspot for paranormal activity is the keeper's quarters. This area, once home to the lighthouse's caretakers, has been the site of several strange and unexplained occurrences. Staff and visitors alike have reported seeing furniture move on its own, chairs rocking back and forth when no one is near, and objects disappearing only to reappear in different locations. Some have even felt a sudden chill in the air, particularly near Rasmussen's old room, which is often accompanied by the unmistakable scent of cigar smoke. Many believe this is Peter Rasmussen continuing his watchful eye over the place he cared for so much in life. The most unsettling encounters, however, occur in the basement of the lighthouse. This dark, damp space has long been associated with a shadowy figure known as the Man. Visitors who venture into this area describe a strong feeling of being watched, and some have even seen the shadowy outline of a tall man moving through the room. Those who have encountered this figure often report feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were unwelcome in the space. This presence is believed to be connected to one of the former lighthouse keepers, though whether it's Rasmussen, Andreu, or someone else remains unknown. These specific areas, each with its own history and ghostly happenings, are what make the St. Augustine Lighthouse such a chilling place. Visitors come for the history, but leave with stories of eerie encounters that suggest the lighthouse's past inhabitants never truly left. The eerie encounters at the St. Augustine Lighthouse extend beyond the tower and keeper's quarters. Stories of paranormal activity have been reported across the entire property, painting a vivid picture of just how haunted this location may be. One of the most well-known and frequently shared ghost stories centers on the Pitti sisters, Mary and Eliza, whose tragic deaths in the late 1800s left a haunting legacy. It's said that the two young girls continue to play around the lighthouse grounds. Late at night, visitors often claim to hear the sound of children's laughter echoing through the air, even when no one else is around. Some have seen fleeting figures, small, shadowy shapes, darting around the yard or at the top of the tower. It's as if the sisters are still enjoying their playful games, unaware of the accident that ended their lives. Another popular ghostly encounter occurs near the water. The bay where the Pitti sisters drown is known for mysterious sightings. On foggy nights, some have claimed to see the outline of two small girls walking along the shoreline, their figures barely visible in the mist. Others say they've spotted the girls floating just above the water, their white dresses faintly glowing in the moonlight. These apparitions vanish as quickly as they appear, leaving those who witness them wondering if their eyes were playing tricks, or if they had a brush with the supernatural. Even those who work at the lighthouse aren't immune to its haunted reputation. The gift shop, which once served as the lighthouse keeper's workshop, has had its own share of strange happenings. Staff members report that items on the shelves often move on their own, and objects that were perfectly in place at closing are found scattered around the store by morning. On several occasions, employees have heard faint whispers or footsteps coming from empty rooms, and some have even felt a cold presence nearby, as though someone was watching them. The lighthouse grounds, the bay, and even the modern-day facilities all seem to be touched by the spirits of those who once lived or died at the St. Augustine Lighthouse. The Pitti sisters' laughter, the shadowy figures near the water, and the eerie occurrences in the gift shop add to the mystery of this haunted landmark, keeping visitors and locals alike wondering who or what still lingers in this historic place. The St. Augustine Lighthouse stands today as not only a historic landmark, but also one of the most haunted locations in the United States. Its blend of rich maritime history and tragic deaths has given rise to a host of ghostly legends that captivate visitors year after year. For over a century, stories of paranormal encounters have persisted, drawing ghost hunters, thrill seekers, and curious tourists from all over the world to experience the eerie atmosphere of the lighthouse for themselves. The spirits said to haunt the lighthouse, from the Pitti sisters to the former keepers like Joseph Andreu and Peter Rasmussen, are believed to remain attached to this place. Some claim that their presence is a result of unfinished business, perhaps a reluctance to leave the world they once knew so well. Others believe these ghosts may not realize they've passed on, their spirits endlessly repeating the routines of their earthly lives, whether it's the sounds of children laughing, the smell of Rasmussen's cigar smoke, or sightings of Andreu at the top of the tower. The encounters reported by visitors lend credence to the lighthouse's haunted reputation. To this day, the St. Augustine Lighthouse continues to fascinate and unsettle those who dare to visit. Ghost tours are a popular attraction, with guides recounting the tragic stories of those who died on the property. Many who embark on these tours report experiencing unexplained chills, strange sounds, or glimpses of shadowy figures. Some feel an overwhelming sense of sadness or dread as they walk the grounds, particularly near the keeper's house and the top of the tower. These sensations only add to the growing list of strange occurrences, convincing many that the spirits of the lighthouse are far from at rest. For those who believe in the paranormal, the St. Augustine Lighthouse serves as a powerful reminder of how connected we are to our past, even beyond death. The stories of the Pitti sisters, Joseph Andreu and Peter Rasmussen, will likely continue to be told for generations, keeping their spirits alive in the minds of all who hear them. Nestled in the heart of Georgia, the small town of Madison is known for its charming streets lined with historic homes and its reputation as one of the best preserved antebellum towns in the South. Visitors are often captivated by its beauty, from the grand columns of Heritage Hall to the quaint shops that line Main Street. However, beneath this picturesque southern charm lies a darker, more mysterious side of Madison. Madison is a town steeped in history, but it's also a place where the past seems to linger in ways that can't be easily explained. Ghostly figures, eerie footsteps, and unexplained lights are just some of the strange occurrences reported by locals and visitors alike. The city's rich history, which includes tales of Native American uprisings and tragic deaths, has given rise to countless ghost stories and legends that continue to haunt the town today. From the ghostly apparitions seen near the corner of 4th and Hill Streets to the unsettling experiences reported at the Welcome Center, Madison is a town where the line between the living and the dead seems to blur. As we delve into the haunted history of Madison, Georgia, we'll uncover the chilling tales that make this small town one of the most haunted places in America. This introduction sets the stage for a journey into the eerie and unexplained, where history and hauntings intertwine to create a town that is as spooky as it is beautiful. Madison, Georgia may be a small town, but its reputation as a haunted location is anything but small. Over the years, the city has earned a place among Georgia's most eerie destinations, drawing the curious and the brave alike to explore its haunted history. The stories of hauntings in Madison aren't just whispers passed down through generations. They're accounts shared by people from all walks of life, each adding to the town's growing legend. The city's reputation as a haunted location is closely tied to its long and often tragic history. The violent Native American uprisings in the early 19th century left a deep scar on the land, and many believe that the spirits of those who perished in those conflicts still roam the area, unable to find peace. The ghostly figure, spotted near 4th and Hill Streets, is said to be one of these restless spirits, appearing as a reminder of the bloodshed that once took place on these very streets. Another contributing factor to Madison's haunted reputation is its well-preserved architecture. Many of the town's historic buildings have stood for well over a century, their walls bearing witness to the lives and deaths of countless individuals. The Welcome Center, once a firehouse, is one such building where eerie occurrences have been reported. The staff has heard footsteps echoing through the halls when no one else is around, and lights in the men's bathroom mysteriously switch on overnight, even after everything has been locked up tight. These strange happenings have led some to believe that the old firehouse is home to a spirit who refuses to leave. Madison's haunted reputation is also fueled by tales from nearby locations, such as Hard Labor Creek State Park and Heritage Hall. In these places, the ghostly encounters are so frequent and well known that they've become a part of the local lore. The combination of Madison's violent past, its historic architecture, and the chilling stories from neighboring areas has cemented the town's status as one of Georgia's most haunted locations. As we continue to explore Madison's haunted history, the stories of these specific places and the spirits that inhabit them will reveal just how deep the town's supernatural roots go. Madison, Georgia, is more than just a town with a haunted reputation. It's a place where the ghosts of the past seem to linger in every corner, especially in certain locations where their presence is most strongly felt. These haunted places are not only steeped in history, but also filled with stories of ghostly encounters that have left many visitors and residents alike with chills down their spines. One of the most well-known haunted locations in Madison is the old firehouse, now serving as the Welcome Center. Staff members have reported hearing the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls late at night, a clear sign that they might not be alone. More unsettling is the mysterious light that switches on in the men's bathroom overnight, despite being turned off and locked up. Some believe that the spirit of a former firefighter still roams the building, perhaps checking on the facilities or simply making his presence known. One visitor, claiming to be sensitive to the supernatural, even reported sensing the ghost of a man in the bathroom, further confirming the staff's suspicions that they share their workspace with a lingering spirit. Another place in Madison that is said to be haunted is Heritage Hall. This grand old mansion, built in 1811, has seen more than its fair share of death and tragedy. Over the years, guests who have toured the home have reported seeing ghostly figures, hearing unexplained noises, and feeling a chilling presence in the air. The laughter of children has been heard coming from the upstairs rooms, where no children were present. Some believe these to be the spirits of past residents who met untimely ends in the house, unable to leave the place they once called home. The Victorian mourning wreath, made of human hair on display in one of the bedrooms, serves as a stark reminder of the lives that were lost here, possibly explaining the spirit's reluctance to move on. Just outside of town, at Hard Labor Creek State Park, the ghost of a young boy named Ethan is said to haunt the area around Camp Rutledge. Visitors have reported seeing him with a red rubber ball, which he playfully rolls toward them. However, if asked too many questions, Ethan vanishes into thin air, taking his ball with him. This ghostly child has become one of the park's most enduring mysteries, with many speculating about who he was in life and why he remains tied to this spot. These are just a few of the haunted places in Madison, Georgia, where the past refuses to stay buried. The ghosts that haunt these locations are a constant reminder of the town's long and often dark history, making Madison a place where the line between the living and the dead seems to blur. As we delve deeper into these haunted sites, more stories of restless spirits and eerie encounters continue to emerge, painting a picture of a town where the supernatural is never far from the surface. Madison, Georgia continues to reveal its haunted secrets as we explore more of its eerie locations and the ghostly occurrences reported there. This charming town hides layers of chilling history, and its haunted sites are deeply intertwined with the supernatural. One particularly spooky spot is the historic Madison Baptist Church. This church, dating back to the early 19th century, has witnessed many events, both joyful and tragic. Visitors and locals alike have reported seeing shadowy figures moving through the pews and hearing disembodied voices during quiet moments in the church. The most unsettling reports come from the church's old cemetery, where people have claimed to see ghostly apparitions of former congregants walking among the graves. Some believe these spirits are waiting for a chance to make peace with the living, or perhaps to relive moments from their past lives. Another haunting location in Madison is the nearby estate known as the Windsor Estate. Built in the late 1800s, this grand home has a history of mysterious occurrences. Guests who stay at the estate often report feeling a cold, inexplicable chill and hearing footsteps when no one else is around. One of the most chilling accounts comes from a former guest who claimed to have seen the apparition of a woman in a Victorian dress standing at the foot of their bed. This spirit is thought to be one of the estate's previous owners, forever tied to the home she loved. In the vicinity of Madison, there is also the legend of the haunted bridge on the outskirts of town. According to local lore, this bridge was the site of a tragic accident in the early 1900s, where a family was killed when their vehicle plunged into the river below. Since then, people who cross the bridge late at night have reported hearing the sound of a car engine and the screams of the family. Some claim to have seen ghostly figures of the family members standing by the bridge, seeking help, or perhaps reliving their final moments. The tales don't end there. The old mill on the edge of town, now a popular spot for tourists and history enthusiasts, is said to be haunted by the ghost of a mill worker who died in a tragic accident. Visitors have reported seeing his apparition at the mill, where he is believed to be tirelessly working as he did in life. The sound of machinery operating on its own has also been heard, further adding to the mill's spooky reputation. These haunted locations in and around Madison contribute to the town's reputation as a hotspot for supernatural activity. Each site offers its own unique ghostly encounters and eerie history, making Madison a fascinating destination for those interested in the paranormal. As the stories of these hauntings continue to be shared, they add to the rich tapestry of Madison's haunted legacy, ensuring that the ghosts of this charming southern town will never be forgotten. As we draw the curtain on our exploration of Madison, Georgia, it becomes clear that this quaint southern town is far more than it first appears. Its picturesque streets and historic charm hide a world of spectral activity that has captivated both locals and visitors alike. From the haunted Welcome Center to the eerie Madison Baptist Church and the Windsor Estate, Madison is steeped in ghostly legends and supernatural occurrences. Each location tells a story of lives that intersected with tragedy and the unknown, leaving behind echoes of their past that continue to stir the present. The shadowy figures, ghostly apparitions, and unexplained noises reported throughout the town weave a rich tapestry of haunting experiences that defy easy explanation. The numerous encounters reported by those who have ventured into these haunted spots only add to Madison's mystique. The restless spirits of past residents and tragic figures make their presence known in a variety of ways, whether through fleeting glimpses, strange noises, or the feeling of an unseen observer. These stories and experiences contribute to the growing legend of Madison as a hub of paranormal activity. Nuʻuanu, Pali, Highway in Honolulu, Hawaii, is renowned for its breathtaking views. As it winds through the Ko'olau mountain range at an elevation of over 1,000 feet, the highway offers stunning panoramas of lush green forests and sparkling beaches below. Yet, this beautiful road has a dark side, steeped in haunted history and eerie legends. The history of Nuʻuanu Pali is as old and winding as the road itself. Ancient settlers were drawn to the area due to its passability, making it an important connection between different parts of the island. The road saw one of the bloodiest battles in Hawaiian history in 1795, known as the Battle of Nuʻuanu. King Kamehameha I's forces fought to unify the Hawaiian Islands, driving 400 enemy warriors over the steep cliffs to their deaths. These tragic events have left a lasting mark on the area, with many believing the spirits of those fallen warriors still linger. The first road through Nuʻuanu, Pali was constructed in 1845, connecting Oahu to Honolulu. During further development in the 1890s, construction workers uncovered around 800 human skulls, believed to belong to the warriors who died in the Battle of Nuʻuanu. The current Pali Highway, along with the Nuʻuanu-Pali tunnels, was established in 1959. But the eerie presence of the past remains ever present. This haunted history contributes to the reputation of Nuʻuanu-Pali Highway as one of the most haunted locations in Hawaii, drawing the curious and the brave to experience its supernatural allure. Nuʻuanu-Pali Highway's reputation as a haunted location is well known among locals and visitors alike. The tales of ghostly encounters and eerie phenomena have been passed down through generations, cementing its status as one of Hawaii's most haunted places. The highway's haunted history dates back to ancient times, but the most significant event contributing to its eerie reputation is the Battle of Nuʻuanu in 1795. The brutal battle, where 400 warriors were driven off the cliff to their deaths, is believed to have left a lingering presence of restless spirits. Many people who travel along the highway report feeling an unsettling chill or a sense of being watched, attributing these sensations to the spirits of the fallen warriors. In 1890, while constructing the modern road, workers uncovered a mass grave of human skulls in the Nuʻuanu Valley. These remains were likely those of the warriors from the historic battle. This discovery added to the highway's ghostly lore, as many believed disturbing the remains of the dead awakened their spirits, causing an increase in supernatural activity. Stories of ghostly apparitions and strange occurrences along Nuʻuanu-Pali Highway are numerous. One of the most famous tales involves the spirit of a teenage girl named Cassie, who tragically ended her life on the road. Her spirit is said to appear to couples parked along the highway at night, her ghostly figure a grim reminder of her tragic fate. Adding to the haunted atmosphere, local folklore speaks of guardian goddesses who once protected the area. Offerings were left at sacred boulders along the road to ensure safe travels. These ancient beliefs and rituals have blended with the modern ghost stories, creating a rich tapestry of haunted history that surrounds Nuʻuanu-Pali Highway. The combination of ancient spirits, tragic events, and ghostly encounters contribute to the highway's chilling reputation, making it a place of both beauty and fear. Nuʻuanu-Pali Highway is not just a single stretch of road. It's a corridor of haunted locations, each with its own ghostly tales and eerie encounters. One of the most haunted spots is the Nuʻuanu-Pali Lookout. This scenic vantage point offers breathtaking views of Oahu, but is also known for the restless spirits of the warriors who perished in the Battle of Nuʻuanu. Visitors often report seeing ghostly figures, hearing the sounds of battle, or feeling an inexplicable cold breeze. Another eerie location along the highway is the tree where Cassie, the teenage girl, took her life. People who park near this spot at night sometimes see her ghostly figure, often described as a pale, sorrowful apparition. Couples parked along the road have reported sudden, intense feelings of sadness or fear, followed by the sight of Cassie's bloodless, severed head grinning at them from the window. The highway is also home to the guardian goddesses, who are believed to inhabit two large boulders just off the road. These goddesses were once revered by ancient Hawaiians, who left offerings to ensure safe passage. Today, people still leave flowers and other tokens at the rocks, hoping to appease the spirits and avoid any supernatural encounters. It's said that those who disrespect these sacred sites or fail to leave an offering often experience car troubles or other mishaps as they travel the highway. Pele, the goddess of the volcano, and Kamapua'a, the pig god, also add to the haunted lore of Nuʻuanu, Pali. According to legend, anyone attempting to cross the highway with pork in their vehicle risks invoking Pele's wrath. Many have reported their pork mysteriously vanishing, their cars breaking down, or even their pork products spontaneously combusting before they reach the other side. Then there's the Mo'owahine, a shape-shifting creature that can appear as a beautiful woman. One traveler recounted a chilling encounter with her. As he walked down the Nuʻuanu trail at dusk, he saw a stunning woman who smiled at him. Later, as he neared the end of the trail, he saw her again, beckoning him. Mesmerized, he followed her, only to find himself at the edge of a cliff. Just as he realized the danger, he felt a rush from behind and saw a grotesque, lizard-like creature retreating into the shadows. He barely escaped with his life, vowing never to return to the haunted highway. These specific locations and ghostly encounters contribute to the chilling reputation of Nuʻuanu Pali Highway, making it a place where the natural beauty of Hawaii is intertwined with the supernatural, leaving visitors with unforgettable experiences. Nuʻuanu Pali Highway continues to unravel its mysteries, with more haunted spots and spectral sightings. One such place is the Pali Lookout, where many people have claimed to see ghostly warriors. These tall, muscular men dressed in traditional Hawaiian attire appear late at night, holding spears and guarding the area. Their presence is often felt by visitors who describe a sudden drop in temperature or the sound of distant chanting and drumming. These warriors are believed to be the spirits of those who fought and died in the Battle of Nuʻuanu, forever tied to the land they once defended. Another spine-chilling tale is that of the guardian goddesses who once protected the Nuʻuanu Pali area. These deities are said to inhabit two large boulders off the road, where ancient Hawaiians left offerings to ensure safe travels. Today, the tradition continues as people leave flowers and other tokens, hoping to gain the goddess's favor. Those who fail to show respect often report strange car troubles or eerie feelings of being watched. Some have even seen ghostly figures near the rocks, believed to be the guardian goddesses themselves. The legend of Pele and Kamapua'a adds another layer of fear to Nuʻuanu Pali Highway. Pele, the volcano goddess, forbids anyone from bringing pork across the highway, as it represents her estranged lover, Kamapua'a, the pig god. Many locals and visitors have experienced strange phenomena when they try to defy this rule. Cars break down inexplicably, pork products disappear, and some even burst into flames. One man reported that his beloved mug, decorated with tiny piglets, became red-hot and shattered into pieces as he drove across the highway. These incidents are attributed to Pele's anger at those who disrespect her territory. The highway is also haunted by the Mo'owahine, a terrifying shapeshifter that can transform from a beautiful woman into a grotesque, lizard-like creature. One traveler shared his encounter with this entity, describing how he was mesmerized by a stunning woman on the trail, only to find himself lured to the edge of a cliff. As he realized the danger, he felt a force push him from behind and saw the creature retreating into the shadows. He narrowly escaped with his life and vowed never to return to the haunted trail. These tales of haunted locations and ghostly encounters on Nuʻuanu Pali Highway paint a picture of a road steeped in supernatural history, from ghostly warriors and vengeful goddesses to shape-shifting monsters and tragic spirits. The highway is a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blur, leaving visitors with unforgettable and chilling experiences. Nuʻuanu Pali Highway, with its breathtaking views and lush landscapes, hides a darker, mysterious side that few dare to explore. From the tragic spirits of ancient warriors to the haunting presence of guardian goddesses, This stretch of road is filled with stories that have been passed down through generations. These tales are more than just ghost stories. They are woven into the very fabric of Hawaiian culture and history. The spirits that haunt Nuʻuanu Pali Highway serve as a reminder of the island's turbulent past and the deep respect the Hawaiian people have for their ancestors and gods. The tragic tale of Cassie, the vengeful spirit of a betrayed teenage girl, echoes the pain of unfulfilled lives and broken promises. The ghostly warriors at the Pali Lookout stand as eternal guardians, forever protecting the land they once fought for. The guardian goddesses and their boulders represent the enduring power of ancient beliefs and the need for respect and reverence in sacred places. The old Idaho State Penitentiary, located in Boise, is a place where history and the supernatural collide. Opened in the early 1870s, this prison housed some of the most notorious criminals in the western United States for over a century. But beyond its historical significance lies a chilling reputation, one that has earned it a spot among Idaho's most haunted locations. From the moment you step through its gates, there's an undeniable heaviness in the air. The stone walls, weathered by time and tragedy, seem to whisper of the countless lives that pass through them. The penitentiary's grim history begins with its construction, carried out by convict labor, using sandstone quarried from the nearby foothills. It was a harsh environment from the very start, where punishment often overshadowed rehabilitation. Life inside the old Idaho penitentiary was brutal. Inmates endured overcrowding, harsh conditions, and extreme punishments for even minor infractions. Executions and riots added to the dark legacy of this facility. These tragedies have left an indelible mark, and many visitors and paranormal investigators believe they've contributed to the prison's reputation as a hotbed for ghostly activity. Even before its closure in the early 1970s, stories of strange occurrences were whispered among staff and inmates. Shadowy figures were spotted in empty corridors, and sudden, inexplicable cold drafts were felt even during the heat of summer. It wasn't long before these stories turned into full-fledged ghost tales, drawing the attention of curious thrill-seekers and paranormal enthusiasts alike. The penitentiary's history is riddled with accounts of violence, despair, and death, making it fertile ground for hauntings. Each cell, each corridor, and each execution chamber hold stories of suffering that linger in the air. While some may dismiss the tales as products of overactive imaginations, the sheer number of reported experiences paints a different picture. One of a place where the boundary between the living and the dead is dangerously thin. In this video, we'll delve into the eerie tales and dark history that make the old Idaho Penitentiary a place like no other. From spectral apparitions to unexplained sounds and chilling encounters, the stories are as diverse as they are unsettling. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the haunting legacy of this prison will leave you questioning what lingers in its shadows. Stay tuned as we journey into the heart of this haunted penitentiary, peeling back the layers of history to uncover the chilling truths behind the ghost stories that continue to captivate and terrify visitors to this day. The old Idaho State Penitentiary's chilling reputation stems not only from its architecture and isolation, but also from the tragic and violent events that unfolded there. Built in 1870, the prison quickly gained a reputation for being one of the harshest correctional facilities in the western United States. It wasn't just the inmates who suffered. Guards and staff often found themselves dealing with the consequences of overcrowding, poor conditions, and rising tensions. During its operation, the penitentiary housed more than 13,000 inmates, ranging from petty criminals to some of the most dangerous offenders of the time. Life behind those thick sandstone walls was unforgiving. Punishments for breaking prison rules were severe, and solitary confinement in the dreaded Siberia cells was a common penalty. These cells, small, dark, and isolated, were known to break the spirits of even the toughest individuals. One of the most infamous moments in the prison's history was the riot of 1952. Fueled by growing frustration over inhumane conditions, prisoners turned violent, destroying property and taking control of parts of the facility. The riot ended with injuries and a renewed focus on the prison's dire state. But the scars of that event remain visible to this day, both physically and spiritually. Executions were another grim part of the prison's history. The penitentiary was home to the state's gallows, where 11 men were hanged for crimes ranging from murder to kidnapping. The execution area, known as the Yard, has become a focal point for paranormal activity. Some visitors claim to feel a suffocating heaviness or hear faint footsteps in the area, as though the spirits of the condemned linger there, unwilling or unable to move on. One of the most infamous inmates to pass through the penitentiary was Harry Orchard, convicted in 1907 for the assassination of former Idaho Governor Frank Steunenberg. Orchard's crime and subsequent trial were widely publicized, casting a dark shadow over the prison. His time in incarceration was marked by strange events, and his connection to one of Idaho's most prominent tragedies continues to intrigue historians and paranormal enthusiasts alike. Another chilling tale involves Lyda Southard, known as Idaho's Lady Bluebeard. She was convicted in the early 1920s for the poisoning deaths of multiple husbands and her own child. Southard's case shocked the nation, and her presence in the prison added to its sinister reputation. Visitors to the prison have reported seeing a shadowy female figure near her former cell, adding to speculation that she may still haunt the grounds. The old Idaho State Penitentiary's history is one of relentless suffering and despair. From the inmates who endured its brutal conditions to the staff who struggled to maintain control, the prison was a place of constant turmoil. This atmosphere of pain and loss has left its mark, contributing to the belief that the penitentiary is one of the most haunted places in the region. The reputation of the old Idaho State Penitentiary as a hotspot for paranormal activity didn't emerge overnight. It is the result of decades of stories, tragedies, and experiences that have cemented its place in Idaho's haunted history. In the next part, we'll explore some of the specific locations within the prison where ghostly encounters are most often reported, and the stories behind the spirits said to haunt them. The old Idaho State Penitentiary is more than just a relic of the past. It's a labyrinth of chilling hotspots, each with its own unsettling energy. Visitors often find themselves drawn to specific areas within the prison, where paranormal activity is said to be most intense. These places have become infamous for ghostly sightings, unexplained noises, and eerie sensations that leave even the most skeptical individuals questioning their beliefs. One of the most talked about areas is Siberia, the block of solitary confinement cells. The conditions in these tiny, pitch-black rooms were brutal, with inmates often left in total isolation for days or even weeks. Visitors to Siberia have reported a profound sense of dread, as if the despair of those who suffered there lingers in the air. Many claim to feel an invisible presence watching them, while others hear faint whispers or the sound of footsteps pacing back and forth. The prison's infirmary is another hotspot for paranormal activity. This was the place where injured or ill inmates were treated, or in some cases, left to die. The infirmary saw its fair share of suffering, and visitors often report seeing shadowy figures moving through the rooms or feeling an unexplainable chill. The sound of metal clanging, as if an old medical cart is being wheeled down the hallway, has been heard by several paranormal investigators. The gallows area, where executions were carried out, is among the most chilling spots. Even in broad daylight, this section of the prison feels heavy with an ominous energy. Visitors have reported sudden drops in temperature and a sense of being watched. Some have even claimed to see the faint outline of a figure standing on the platform, as though reenacting the final moments of a condemned man. Cell Block 5, which housed some of the prison's most dangerous inmates, is another area rife with the ghostly activity. Former guards often spoke of hearing loud bangs and doors slamming shut, even when the block was empty. Modern visitors have captured what appear to be shadowy figures on cameras and experience sudden, inexplicable feelings of anger or sadness while walking through the halls. Perhaps one of the most unsettling spots is the prison's chapel. While meant to be a place of peace and redemption, the chapel has an eerie reputation. People have reported hearing faint hymns or whispers coming from empty corners, as if unseen congregants are still gathering for services. Some believe the spiritual energy of the chapel has attracted both benevolent and malevolent entities, creating a unique tension that makes it a magnet for paranormal investigators. One particularly strange report comes from the area near the prison's laundry room. It is said that an inmate who met a violent end there continues to make his presence known. Visitors often describe the overwhelming smell of smoke or burning fabric in the area, despite no logical source. Some have even seen a figure resembling an inmate in old-fashioned prison garb, standing silently near the machines before vanishing into thin air. The old Idaho State Penitentiary's haunted hotspots are more than just locations. They are gateways to the prison's dark past. Each room, corridor, and cell tells a story of pain, loss, and lingering spirits that refuse to leave. In the next part, we'll delve into some of the most spine-chilling personal encounters reported by visitors and paranormal investigators who have braved the prison's haunted halls. Over the years, countless visitors, staff members, and paranormal investigators have shared chilling accounts of their time at the old Idaho State Penitentiary. These personal encounters provide a vivid glimpse into the mysterious and often terrifying activity that seems to define this historic site. While some dismiss the stories as the product of active imaginations, the sheer volume and consistency of these reports suggests something far more sinister is at work. One of the most unsettling stories comes from a group of visitors who toured the penitentiary late in the evening. As they explored cell block 2, they heard what sounded like heavy breathing and soft whispers. Despite thoroughly checking the area, they found no one. A member of the group captured a photograph that revealed a faint, ghostly figure standing near one of the cells, an image that continues to baffle skeptics. Paranormal investigators have frequently focused on the solitary confinement area known as Siberia. During one investigation, a team recorded eerie electronic voice phenomena, EVPs, that included phrases like "let me out" and "don't leave me here." They also reported feeling sharp, sudden temperature drops and an overwhelming sense of despair, consistent with the accounts of other visitors to the same area. The prison's rose garden, an unexpected spot for paranormal activity, has also been the site of strange occurrences. This serene space was used as an execution ground before the gallows were built. Visitors have reported seeing faint outlines of figures in the garden at dusk, as though former inmates are still walking their final steps. Some have also heard faint sobbing or the rustling of unseen footsteps among the flowers. In the chapel, an investigator once felt a strong hand grip her shoulder during a late-night exploration. When she turned, no one was there. The rest of her team had been across the room, nowhere near her. Startled but determined, she continued her investigation and later captured an EVP of what sounded like a hymn being sung in a deep male voice. Another chilling tale involves the former guard tower, where an investigator conducting a solo session reported seeing a shadow figure dart past the window. The figure appeared to be wearing a wide-brimmed hat, resembling the uniform of the guards who once patrolled the prison. The investigator also experienced a strong sense of unease, describing it as the unmistakable feeling of being watched. In the kitchen area, several visitors have reported hearing the clatter of pots and pans, even when the room was completely empty. During one investigation, a sensitive claimed to feel the presence of a male spirit, who seemed agitated and restless. The spirit is believed to belong to a cook who worked at the prison for years and may have died under tragic circumstances. Personal belongings of inmates, preserved for historical displays, also appear to carry paranormal energy. A volunteer working on the exhibits once heard faint laughter coming from the display area late at night. When she approached, the laughter stopped, but one of the display cases containing an inmate's journal was inexplicably open, even though it had been securely locked earlier that day. These chilling encounters, coupled with the prison's dark history, paint a vivid picture of a place where the line between the living and the dead is blurred. From faint voices to shadowy figures, the old Idaho State Penitentiary continues to captivate and terrify those who dare to visit. In the final part of this story, we'll explore the legacy of the prison and why its haunted reputation endures to this day. The old Idaho State Penitentiary, now a historical landmark, continues to draw visitors from all over the world who are fascinated by its unique combination of dark history and paranormal activity. Despite closing its doors to inmates in the early 1970s, the stories of its haunted halls remain as compelling as ever. The penitentiary has become a place where history and the supernatural intersect, offering a rare glimpse into the past while keeping its mysteries alive. One of the most striking aspects of the penitentiary's legacy is its transformation from a grim correctional facility into a site of education and exploration. Today, guided tours provide visitors with detailed insights into the prison's history, architecture, and infamous inmates. However, many attendees come for more than just the history. They hope to experience the unexplained for themselves. Night tours and paranormal investigations have become a popular way for people to connect with the prison's haunted reputation. Local historians and paranormal experts often point out that the penitentiary serves as a reminder of the hardships and brutality of early prison life in the American West. From overcrowded conditions to harsh punishments, the facility reflects a time when the treatment of inmates was far from humane. The energy from those years of suffering and violence is believed by many to contribute to the residual hauntings that persist within the walls. The legend of Resurrection Mary is one of the most well-known ghost stories in the Chicago area, and it's been around since the 1930s. It begins with a young woman, usually described as beautiful, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing a white dress. According to the most popular version of the story, Mary went dancing one night at a ballroom not far from her home. Some say she got into an argument or simply left early. Either way, she decided to walk home alone along Archer Avenue, a long stretch of road that passes through the quiet suburbs. That night, Mary was hit by a car and killed. The driver either didn't stop or couldn't save her. Her body was later buried in a Resurrection Cemetery, a large and peaceful burial ground in the town of Justice, just southwest of Chicago. The name of the cemetery gave the ghost her nickname, Resurrection Mary. But her story didn't end there. Not long after her death, people started reporting strange encounters along Archer Avenue. Drivers claimed they saw a girl in a white dress walking on the side of the road. Sometimes she would flag them down and ask for a ride. Others said they picked her up and had a short conversation until she asked to be dropped off at Resurrection Cemetery. Once they got there, she would vanish into thin air. These reports kept coming in, year after year. Locals began to believe that Mary's spirit had never found peace, and that she was still trying to make it home from the night she died. Over time, the story of Resurrection Mary became one of Chicago's most famous ghost legends, told and retold by generations. Most of the stories about Resurrection Mary center around a specific stretch of Archer Avenue in Justice, Illinois. This road passes right by Resurrection Cemetery, the place where Mary is believed to be buried. Archer Avenue is more than just a road. It's the heart of the legend. Over the years, many drivers have reported picking up a young woman who looks pale, quiet, and dressed in a white party dress. She usually asks to be taken along Archer Avenue, sometimes even pointing toward the cemetery. One of the most commonly mentioned places connected to Mary is the old Willowbrook Ballroom, formerly known as the O. Henry Ballroom, located not far from Resurrection Cemetery. This ballroom was a popular dance spot during the 1930s and 1940s. Many versions of Mary's story say that she had gone dancing here the night she died. Witnesses claim she sometimes appears there, gliding alone across the dance floor, or waiting outside to ask for a ride. The ballroom burned down in 2016, but it remains a big part of her legend. The cemetery gates themselves are part of one of the most chilling stories. In the late 1970s, a driver claimed to have seen Mary run toward the cemetery gates and disappear. The next day, people found what looked like burned handprints on the cemetery's iron bars, though the cemetery officials later said the marks were caused by natural wear and tear. Many believe it was a ghostly sign left by Mary herself. Other sightings happen along Archer Avenue itself. Drivers have claimed they almost hit a woman in white who suddenly appears in front of their car, only to vanish before impact. Some pull over thinking they really did hit someone, but there's never a body. Some drivers even report her getting into their car, staying quiet for most of the ride, then disappearing when they reach the cemetery. In each of these sightings, Mary always seems peaceful, almost lost. She never threatens anyone. Instead, she's often described as sad, polite, and quiet, like someone just trying to get home. Over the decades, specific reports of Resurrection Mary encounters have stood out, helping shape her legend. One of the earliest and most widely publicized sightings came in the year 1939. A man named Jerry Paulus claimed he met a young woman at the O. Henry Ballroom in Willow Springs. He danced with her all evening, described her as quiet and cold to the touch, and even offered her a ride home. She asked to be dropped off near Resurrection Cemetery. As he walked her toward the gate, she suddenly disappeared. In the early 1970s, a cab driver said he picked up a girl near a lounge on Archer Avenue. She asked to go down Archer and directed him to Resurrection Cemetery. Before he could turn into the gates, she vanished from the back seat. The man was so shaken that he went to the police, but there was no way to prove what he saw. In another report from the year 1976, a man driving past the cemetery claimed to see a young woman behind the cemetery gate with her hands gripping the bars. He called the police, thinking someone was trapped inside. When officers arrived, they found no one there, but two of the gate's metal bars appeared scorched and bent, as if something had been holding on to them with extreme force. Those gates were eventually replaced, but the story made the news and added a chilling detail to Mary's growing legend. There have also been dozens of reports from the 1980s and 1990s of drivers seeing a girl dart in front of their cars near the cemetery entrance. Many believed they had struck someone, only to find no body, no damage, and no evidence when they stopped. Each of these sightings was different in the details, but similar in feeling. Witnesses described a sense of cold, unease, and confusion, followed by disbelief once they realized the girl they encountered wasn't truly there. Over time, Resurrection Mary has become more than just a ghost story. She has become a central figure in Illinois folklore. Her legend has been passed down through generations, blending personal experiences with local culture. While the core story remains rooted in a young woman's tragic death and continued presence on Archer Avenue, the folklore surrounding her has expanded to include deeper symbolic meanings. In local tradition, Mary is often seen as a symbol of lost innocence and unfulfilled dreams. Some view her as a cautionary tale, warning of the dangers of reckless driving or the emotional pain tied to unspoken goodbyes. She has also been portrayed in books, documentaries, and television specials about haunted America, where she is regularly listed among the most credible and enduring ghost stories in the United States. Unlike many urban legends, Resurrection Mary's story has been fueled by real people sharing similar experiences across several decades. These sightings, often from credible witnesses like police officers, cab drivers, and business owners, have helped the story retain its believability. The consistency of her appearance, always young, blonde, dressed in white, and her strong connection to a specific location set her apart from more generalized ghost tales. Local businesses, especially those near Archer Avenue, have embraced the legend. Some bars and restaurants display newspaper clippings or framed letters from witnesses who believe they saw Mary. The story has drawn tourists, ghost hunters, and curiosity seekers from across the country, especially during the fall season when ghost tours of the area are popular. Despite years of speculation, there's never been a confirmed identity for Resurrection Mary. No historical record has been proven to match the story exactly. That uncertainty has kept the legend alive, allowing people to project their own interpretations onto the mystery. To this day, the gates of Resurrection Cemetery and the stretch of Archer Avenue leading to it continue to attract visitors, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl in white. Nestled in a remote corner of Indiana, the Indiana Sanatorium was once a beacon of hope for those suffering from tuberculosis. Constructed in the early 20th century, it stood as a testament to the medical advancements of its time. The peaceful surroundings, isolated location, and expansive grounds were intended to provide a serene environment for healing, away from the chaos of city life. But beneath this calm facade lay the foundation for the haunting legacy that would envelop the sanatorium in the years to come. At its peak, the sanatorium housed over 1,600 patients, many of whom arrived with little more than faint hope. Tuberculosis, often referred to as the White Plague, was a relentless disease, claiming lives long before modern treatments existed. For the patients and staff alike, life inside the sanatorium was a mix of hope, struggle, and the ever-present shadow of mortality. The structure itself was imposing, with long, echoing corridors, tall windows that seemed to watch like silent sentinels, and rooms that bore witness to countless battles fought against illness. Though designed with practicality in mind, its layout unintentionally fostered an atmosphere of isolation. Patients would often spend days in solitude, looking out at the vast, empty grounds, longing for recovery or fearing the inevitable. The Indiana Sanatorium was more than just a place for treatment. It was a self-contained community. Staff members lived on site, creating a tight-knit, yet pressured environment. They worked tirelessly to care for patients, often risking their own health in the process. But whispers of poor working conditions and overburdened staff began to circulate as the years went on, hinting at the strain that plagued the facility. Despite its noble mission, the sanatorium faced its fair share of challenges. Tuberculosis was a cruel adversary, and while some patients were fortunate enough to leave the sanatorium cured, many never did. For every success story, there were countless others marked by grief. These losses left an indelible mark, and for those who believed in the supernatural, they were the seeds of the hauntings that would later define the sanatorium. The foundations of the Indiana Sanatorium's eerie reputation were laid in these early years, rooted in the very human experiences of hope, despair, and loss. It was a place where life and death coexisted, each leaving its mark on the building's walls and its history. As we continue, we'll dive deeper into the tragedies and the mysterious fire that forever changed the sanatorium's story. As the Indiana Sanatorium grew in reputation, its halls became crowded with patients desperate for care. However, the isolation that was once considered a blessing slowly became a curse. The sheer number of lives lost to tuberculosis within its walls began to take a toll on the building's atmosphere. The weight of suffering seemed to linger, creating an aura of unease that many say can still be felt today. One of the most pivotal and tragic events in the sanatorium's history occurred in the mid-20th century. In the early 1940s, a fire swept through parts of the facility, leaving destruction and sorrow in its wake. The fire claimed the lives of both patients and staff, adding another layer of tragedy to the sanatorium's already somber legacy. Survivors described the chaos of that night, thick smoke filling the corridors, the sound of crackling flames overpowering screams, and the desperate attempts to save lives. The cause of the fire was never fully determined, leading to decades of speculation and rumors. Some suggested it was an accident due to outdated electrical wiring, while others whispered darker theories involving negligence or even foul play. Whatever the truth, The fire left scars on the building and its remaining occupants, and its story became an inseparable part of the sanatorium's lore. In the aftermath of the fire, the sanatorium underwent significant changes. Damaged sections of the building were rebuilt, but the scars remained, both literal and figurative. Staff turnover increased, with many citing the emotional toll of working in such a tragic environment. The facility's reputation began to shift from being a place of healing to one marked by sorrow and loss. The fire wasn't the only tragedy that haunted the sanatorium during this period. Stories of mistreatment began to surface, with some claiming that overcrowding and insufficient resources led to questionable care practices. While no official records confirm these allegations, the whispers were enough to stain the institution's reputation. Even as the world moved closer to a cure for tuberculosis, the Indiana Sanatorium struggled to adapt. Advances in medicine and the eventual decline of the disease led to a decrease in the need for such facilities. By the late 20th century, the sanatorium had become a shadow of its former self, its once busy halls now eerily quiet. The building was eventually abandoned, left to the elements and time. But the tragedies that had unfolded there, combined with its haunting appearance, began to draw the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and curious visitors. What was once a place of medical care had transformed into a hotspot for ghost stories and tales of the unexplained. Next, we'll explore the eerie claims of paranormal activity that have made the Indiana Sanatorium one of the most infamous haunted locations in the state. As the years passed and the Indiana Sanatorium stood abandoned, the stories surrounding its eerie atmosphere began to grow. With no one around to tend to the building, the once quiet structure started to gain a reputation. Paranormal enthusiasts, curious about the possibility of ghosts, started to venture into the building, hoping to experience something otherworldly. What they found was nothing short of unsettling. One of the first signs of paranormal activity came in the form of strange noises echoing throughout the building's dark, empty halls. Some reported hearing the sounds of footsteps when no one was around, or the distant clink of metal, as though someone were dragging a stretcher down the hallway. The cold drafts that seemed to come from nowhere made the once welcoming environment feel chilling and hostile. Perhaps the most terrifying phenomena reported were the sightings of shadowy figures. Visitors claimed to see dark shapes moving quickly through the corridors, vanishing as soon as they tried to approach. Some would describe these figures as tall, looming shapes, while others spoke of smaller, more childlike figures darting in and out of view. One particularly frightening account describes a shadowy figure standing at the end of a hallway, its form barely distinguishable in the dim light. When the witness turned to leave, the figure was gone, but the air around them grew heavy with an undeniable sense of dread. It wasn't just the living who were believed to haunt the sanatorium. Over the years, numerous reports of encounters with spirits, particularly of patients who had passed away, began to surface. One particularly chilling story involves a nurse who worked at the sanatorium decades before it closed. She claimed to have encountered the ghost of a young girl who had died in the building years earlier. According to the nurse, the girl would appear to her in the same room, sitting silently at the edge of a bed or standing in the corner, staring without blinking. The nurse often felt a strange sense of sadness mixed with terror whenever the apparition appeared, as though the child was silently calling out for help. Many visitors and paranormal investigators have also reported hearing disembodied voices, some of which seem to echo down long, empty hallways. These voices are often muffled and unclear, but some claim to have caught faint whispers on their recordings. One EVP, or electronic voice phenomenon, was recorded by an investigator who had been alone in the sanatorium's long-abandoned basement. The recording clearly captured a voice saying, "Help me," in a sorrowful, pleading tone. Despite the numerous accounts, skeptics continue to question whether the paranormal activity is real or simply the product of an overactive imagination. They argue that the eerie feeling of being in such a decaying, forgotten building may simply trigger feelings of fear, which the mind can then project into sightings and sounds. But for those who have visited the Indiana Sanatorium and experienced these strange occurrences firsthand, it's hard to dismiss the idea that something supernatural might be lurking within its walls. As we wrap up our investigation, we'll dive deeper into the personal experiences of those who have investigated the sanatorium and try to separate the truth from the legend. Stay tuned to learn about the chilling encounters that continue to haunt this infamous location. Today, the Indiana Sanatorium stands as a haunting reminder of a time long past, its walls steeped in mystery and tragedy. Over the years, the building has continued to attract paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and those drawn to its chilling past. For many, the experience of visiting the sanatorium has been a life-changing one, often leaving them with more questions than answers about the afterlife and the true nature of the paranormal. Despite its abandonment and decay, the sanatorium's story is far from over. In recent years, local paranormal groups and amateur ghost hunters have made the sanatorium a frequent destination. Some report capturing unexplainable images or audio recordings during their investigations. Others have experienced unrelenting feelings of unease and discomfort while exploring its dark corridors. One such group claims to have encountered an apparition of a former nurse who reportedly died in the fire of the 1940s. She was said to be dressed in the traditional uniform of the time, with her expression frozen in sorrow as she stood at the foot of a staircase. While many visitors have left without a clear understanding of what they experienced, some paranormal investigators have found certain areas of the building to be hotspots for activity. The long hallway on the second floor, for instance, is frequently mentioned as a place where strange sounds, voices, and sudden temperature changes are felt. In the cold, abandoned basement, investigators have encountered unexplainable flickering lights and disembodied footsteps that seem to follow them as they move through the space. Perhaps the most unsettling encounter occurred when a group of investigators set up equipment in one of the upper-level rooms. They left the room for only a few minutes, but when they returned, they found the room in complete disarray. Furniture was overturned, and their equipment had been moved. No one was around to explain the sudden chaos. While many of these incidents remain unverified, the sheer volume of eyewitness accounts continues to fuel the legend of the Indiana Sanatorium. Some believe the souls of those who suffered and died within its walls still haunt the building, their unrest tethering them to the physical world. Others suggest that the fire in the 1940s might have triggered a supernatural presence, leaving a permanent imprint on the location. Regardless of one's personal beliefs, there's no denying the eerie atmosphere that pervades the sanatorium. Its decaying walls, forgotten rooms, and empty hallways stand as silent witnesses to the history and tragedy that unfolded within. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, the Indiana Sanatorium continues to captivate the imagination of those who hear its story, leaving us to wonder if the spirits of its past are still trying to tell their tale. The fate of the sanatorium remains uncertain. As time passes, the structure continues to deteriorate, and the voices of the past become quieter with each passing day. Did you know that Iowa, nestled in the quiet Midwest, holds some of the most spine-chilling haunted locations in the United States? This state, often known for its rolling fields and serene countryside, hides a darker side, one full of eerie legends and tales of ghostly encounters. From ghostly apparitions to chilling sounds echoing through abandoned buildings, Iowa's haunted places have been giving visitors goosebumps for generations. Today, we'll take our first steps into this haunted world and get a glimpse into why these places have left such a lasting mark. Our journey will uncover ghostly tales, mysterious sightings, and tragic histories that linger in some of Iowa's most notorious locations. While some of these tales are rooted in well-documented history, others remain cloaked in mystery. And perhaps that's part of what draws so many to these places. The thrill of the unknown, the curiosity to experience the supernatural, or maybe the hope of coming face to face with something beyond our understanding. the stories that surround Iowa's haunted spots are as diverse as they are eerie. For instance, places like abandoned asylums and ghostly mansions have stood through decades, witnessing untold stories of sorrow, tragedy, and unresolved loss. Each spot has its own unique, haunting history, filled with the lives of people who once called these places home. Some were prisoners, others patients, and still others were simply ordinary folks. Their lives, however, are forever woven into these places, creating a sense of something unfinished that many say can still be felt today. As we continue our journey, we'll explore these mysteries in detail, starting with the haunted spots that have drawn paranormal investigators, ghost hunters, and thrill seekers from all over. These places seem almost alive with an energy that can't be explained, a feeling that there's something or someone just beyond our sight, watching. Are these spirits trying to reach out? Are they bound to these locations, unable to leave? Or are they simply echoes from another time, replaying moments from a life long gone? In this video, we'll take a closer look at these stories, delving into the eerie details of each location. But for now, let's get prepared to visit the first of Iowa's chilling spots, where unexplained phenomena have puzzled skeptics and believers alike. Our next stop takes us straight to the dark history of the Villisca Axe Murder House, an infamous location that holds one of the most horrifying stories in Iowa's haunted history. Before we dive into one of Iowa's most notorious haunted sites, if you're curious for more details, we have an entire video dedicated to the chilling Villisca Axe Murder House, a place that stands as a stark reminder of an unsolved tragedy that still haunts this quiet town. The Villisca Axe Murder House sits unassumingly in the small town of Villisca, Iowa, a place you wouldn't expect to find one of the most disturbing ghost stories in America. This house was the scene of a brutal murder over a century ago, but its story and the events that took place here continue to send chills through anyone who dares to visit. It was in the early morning hours of June 10th, 1912, when the unthinkable happened. 8 people, including 6 children, were found murdered in this very house, killed in their sleep by an unknown assailant wielding an axe. The details of the crime are chilling, with no signs of struggle, suggesting the victims were attacked in their beds while they were still sleeping. To this day, the case remains unsolved, leaving behind an air of mystery and countless unanswered questions. Who could commit such a horrendous act, and why? Visitors to the Villisca house today are often struck by an unsettling feeling as soon as they enter. Many claim to feel a sudden, almost oppressive heaviness, as if the house itself remembers that terrible night. Ghost hunters and paranormal investigators from around the world have flocked to Villisca to experience this feeling firsthand. Strange occurrences are commonly reported here. Whispers in empty rooms, doors creaking open on their own, and faint footsteps in the hallways, echoing as if someone is quietly moving through the house. Some brave souls who spend the night here report hearing what sound like the distant giggles and cries of children, an eerie reminder of the young lives lost. Others have encountered what they describe as cold spots, sudden drops in temperature that seem to move through the rooms, especially near the spots where the bodies were discovered. Perhaps most chilling of all, there have been accounts of objects moving on their own, particularly in the children's rooms, as if some force is still present and unwilling to let go of what happened there. The house's ominous history and the experiences of those who have visited it make the Villisca Axe Murder House a place of genuine intrigue. It's a site that captures the imagination, but leaves a lingering unease. A place that feels frozen in time with secrets it refuses to give up. Could the spirits here be trying to communicate, to tell their stories and perhaps reveal what truly happened that night? Or are they simply trapped, forever reliving the last moments of their lives? In the next part of our journey, we'll visit another chilling Iowa landmark, the eerie Black Angel of Oakland Cemetery. But for now, let the Villisca Axe Murder House serve as a reminder that some mysteries may never be solved and some spirits may never rest. Leaving behind the eerie Villisca House, we now arrive at Oakland Cemetery in Iowa City, where another infamous and mysterious presence awaits, the Black Angel. Standing tall, dark, and foreboding, the Black Angel is more than just a statue. It's a symbol of mystery and a source of fear for many locals and visitors alike. Over time, this statue has gained a reputation for harboring something beyond the ordinary, something that makes it one of Iowa's most haunting landmarks. The Black Angel was originally commissioned by a grieving mother, Teresa Dolezal Feldevert, in memory of her son and husband. After it was erected in 1913, strange rumors began to surface. Unlike other statues in the cemetery, which weathered naturally over the years, the Black Angel began to darken rapidly, taking on an eerie black hue. Some believe this change in color was a sign of the statue's curse, marking it as a resting place, not of peace, but of torment. Visitors to Oakland Cemetery often report an overwhelming feeling of unease when they approach the Black Angel. Some say they feel as though they're being watched, and there are countless stories of cold sensations, like a chill running down the spine, as if something is reaching out from the beyond. Many who stand near the statue experience these chills even on warm days, heightening the sense that the angel harbors a lingering, unsettling energy. Local legend suggests that the Black Angel is cursed and warns against touching it, especially after dark. According to one tale, anyone who dares to touch the statue at night will be met with terrible misfortune or even death within a year. Others have reported that the angel's eyes seem to follow them as they walk by, adding to the feeling that it's more than just a statue. Those who linger too long around it at night speak of strange noises, almost like whispers, and some claim to have seen shadowy figures lurking around it, adding to its haunting reputation. Despite these tales, people continue to be drawn to the Black Angel, curious about its eerie allure and the mysteries that surround it. Some visit out of fascination, while others come out of respect for the legend. Many believe that Teresa herself haunts the statue, keeping watch over it even in death. Could she be the presence that visitors feel, still mourning her lost loved ones? Or is there something darker tied to this enigmatic statue, something beyond Teresa's grief? In the next part of our journey through Iowa's haunted locations, we'll delve into the shadowy halls of the old Iowa State Penitentiary in Fort Madison, a place with a dark history and even darker legends. But for now, the Black Angel of Oakland Cemetery stands as a chilling reminder that some mysteries, no matter how close they are to home, may never be fully understood. Next, we journey to Fort Madison, home to the infamous Iowa State Penitentiary, a foreboding structure with a chilling reputation all its own. Opened in 1839, this penitentiary was Iowa's oldest prison and housed some of the state's most dangerous criminals for over a century and a half. By the time it closed its doors in 2015, the prison had become known as one of Iowa's most haunted locations, with countless stories of strange occurrences and unsettling encounters within its walls. Throughout its long history, Iowa State Penitentiary saw hardship, violence, and despair on a massive scale. The prison was infamous for its harsh conditions and tales of cruel punishments, and cramped cells filled with desperate inmates paint a bleak picture of life on the inside. Deaths were not uncommon here, and many believe that some prisoners never truly left. Former inmates and guards reported strange sights and sounds for years, feeding into the idea that the penitentiary is haunted by the souls of those who once lived and died behind its walls. Visitors and staff have reported an array of paranormal experiences here, from disembodied voices echoing down empty hallways to cell doors slamming shut on their own. Many claim to feel an oppressive atmosphere in certain areas, as though an invisible weight presses down on them. In the solitary confinement block, Some have reported seeing dark, shadowy figures lurking just out of sight, vanishing around corners or disappearing into walls. These shadowy apparitions are said to be the spirits of former inmates, forever wandering the cold, dark halls where they once lived in isolation. Perhaps the most disturbing tales come from the prison's former execution room. Although Iowa eventually abolished the death penalty, the penitentiary once carried out executions, and some say that the restless souls of those executed remain tied to this place. Many visitors have described an intense, chilling feeling when entering the room, as though the anger and despair of those who met their end there still linger. Some have even reported hearing faint whispers or feeling a sudden coldness, despite the room being otherwise still and empty. Another hotspot for paranormal activity is the prison's chapel. Though it was intended as a place of refuge and peace, many have felt an eerie energy there. Some say they've seen mysterious figures dressed in old prison uniforms quietly sitting in the pews, only to disappear when approached. Others have reported hearing footsteps echoing through the chapel when no one else is around, as though the spirits of former inmates are still seeking solace. The Iowa State Penitentiary stands as a stark reminder of a darker side of history, filled with the memories of those who were kept behind its walls. It's a place where pain and suffering seem to have left a lasting impression, and for many, it's more than just an abandoned prison. It's a haunted reminder of lives marked by tragedy and violence. Our final stop takes us to Van Meter, Iowa, a small town forever marked by one of the strangest and most unsettling paranormal encounters in the state's history. Known as the Van Meter Visitor, this bizarre creature reportedly appeared in October of 1903, and what happened over the course of those few nights has become one of Iowa's most chilling unsolved mysteries. The sightings began when a local businessman claimed he saw a strange creature flying through the night sky. Described as a towering figure over 7 feet tall, it had enormous bat-like wings and glowing horn-like appendages on its head that emitted an eerie bright light. Its eyes were said to shine with a strange, unearthly glow, unlike anything seen before. Frightened but skeptical, other townspeople dismissed the initial reports as a trick of the light or a tall tale. However, the sightings didn't stop. They only grew more intense and terrifying. Over the next few nights, more townsfolk witnessed the creature, and it seemed to become bolder, showing itself in the heart of Van Meter. Those who saw it claimed the creature emitted a horrible, overpowering stench, and some described hearing a low, unearthly noise that seemed to shake the ground. People began arming themselves, desperate to defend their town from the unknown intruder. Gunfire was reportedly aimed at the creature on multiple occasions, but bullets appeared to have no effect. They simply passed through it as if it were invulnerable. The townsfolk grew even more alarmed when they discovered strange footprints in the ground, with impressions that were nearly twice the size of a human foot, and unlike any animal known to the area. The creature was last seen heading toward an old abandoned mine on the edge of town. According to witnesses, it entered the mine, disappearing into its dark depths, never to be seen again. In response, the townspeople hastily sealed up the entrance, hoping to trap whatever it was inside. The mystery of the Van Meter Visitor has lingered ever since, leaving many unanswered questions. Some speculate that the creature was some kind of undiscovered animal or a surviving prehistoric creature, while others believe it may have been an extraterrestrial visitor. Whatever it was, the Van Meter Visitor left a permanent mark on the town. Today, the story has taken on a life of its own, sparking annual gatherings, tours, and festivals dedicated to keeping the legend alive. And so, our journey through Iowa's haunted history comes to a close, leaving us with stories that will linger in our minds long after the lights go out. Atchison, Kansas might seem like a charming, quiet town nestled along the Missouri River, but its history tells a different story. Known for its beautiful Victorian-era homes and its connection to Amelia Earhart, Atchison has also gained a reputation as one of the most haunted towns in America. Visitors from all over the country flock here, not just to appreciate the historical architecture, but to explore the eerie tales of ghostly encounters that have been passed down for generations. The town's haunted history dates back to the late 1800s, when Atchison was a busy transportation hub. As people traveled west in search of new opportunities, many settled here, building the grand homes that still stand today. But with all that growth came stories of strange, unexplained occurrences. Even now, those same stories continue to capture the imagination of ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts. Atchison's haunted reputation has only grown stronger over the years. From ghost tours to haunted houses, the town embraces its spooky past, drawing visitors who are curious to experience the supernatural for themselves. This is a place where history and the paranormal meet, and where the line between the two is often blurred. As you explore the haunted history of Atchison, be prepared to encounter more than just echoes of the past. Some of those spirits might still be lingering. Atchison's haunted history is as rich as it is unsettling, with tales of strange happenings woven into the fabric of the town's past. One of the key reasons for the town's eerie reputation stems from its dark moments in history. During the late 19th century, Atchison was a booming center for trade and travel, but with that came crime, disease, and tragedy. These moments of hardship have contributed to the lingering spirits that many believe still haunt the town today. One of the most chilling aspects of Atchison's history involves the infamous Sally House. Built in the late 1800s, this unassuming home became known for one of the most terrifying hauntings in the country. In the next part, we will go more into depth about this haunting. In addition to the Sally House, the Glick Mansion, built in the 1880s, is another site with a reputation for paranormal activity. We will talk more about these specific haunted locations throughout the video. Beyond individual homes, the entire town seems to carry an air of mystery. Stories of ghostly figures appearing on darkened streets, whispers of voices that can't be explained, and unexplained cold spots in various locations have become part of the local lore. These tales, passed down through the years, help cement Atchison's place as one of the most haunted towns in the country. As we dig deeper into specific hauntings, the line between folklore and reality seems to blur, leaving visitors to wonder what truly lurks in the shadows of this historic town. Atchison, Kansas, is home to several notorious haunted locations, each with its own unsettling history and ghostly encounters. As we delve into these haunted sites, the stories become eerily specific, painting a chilling picture of the supernatural presence that many claim to have experienced in this small town. The Sally House, perhaps Atchison's most famous haunted location, stands out as a prime example of paranormal activity. The house, built in the late 1800s, was once the home of a physician who, according to local legend, accidentally caused the death of a young girl named Sally during an emergency appendectomy. Sally's spirit is believed to have remained in the house ever since. Paranormal investigators and previous residents report terrifying encounters. People have been scratched, bitten, or pushed by unseen forces. Objects move on their own. Lights flicker unpredictably, and cold spots are felt throughout the house. Some say Sally's spirit is playful, but others believe she is vengeful, making the Sally House one of the most actively haunted homes in the nation. Another haunted site in Atchison is the Glick Mansion. This stately home, built in the 1880s, once belonged to Kansas Governor George W. Glick. Despite its grand appearance, the mansion holds a more sinister reputation among locals. Visitors and staff have reported hearing unexplained footsteps echoing through the halls late at night. Some have even seen shadowy figures moving through the rooms, believed to be the spirit of a former servant who died in the mansion under mysterious circumstances. Doors open and close by themselves, and some claim to have felt an unnerving presence lingering near them. Jackson Park is yet another location said to be haunted. The park, with its winding paths and dense trees, is known for a darker side. numerous reports of ghostly apparitions have been made, particularly near the park's tunnels. According to legend, these tunnels were the site of a tragic incident involving a young girl, whose ghost is often seen wandering the area at night. Witnesses claim to have seen her shadowy figure appear and disappear, sometimes accompanied by the eerie sound of distant, childlike laughter. One of the lesser-known haunted spots is the Penitentiary Villa. This elegant home was constructed in the late 19th century and has long been associated with strange occurrences. Visitors to the villa have reported the feeling of being watched, especially in the upper floors of the home. The spirit of a former owner, believed to be John McIntyre himself, is thought to wander the halls. Other spectral sightings include a woman dressed in a flowing gown, silently moving through the rooms. These ghost stories, unique to their respective locations, highlight the deep connection between Atchison's history and the supernatural. Whether it's the tragic death of a young girl, the restless spirits of past residents, or the chilling atmosphere surrounding certain areas, the town is steeped in paranormal tales that continue to intrigue and terrify those who dare to explore its haunted corners. Beyond the famous haunted spots like the Sallie House and Glick Mansion, Atchison, Kansas, is filled with even more locations known for their eerie histories and ghostly sightings. Each of these places carries a distinct sense of mystery, with many locals and visitors recounting unexplained encounters that only add to the town's supernatural reputation. One such haunted site is Benedictine College, a historic institution founded in the mid-19th century. The campus is steeped in the ghost stories, with one of the most chilling tales centered around the feral academic center. Late-night staff and students have reported seeing a shadowy figure on the building's top floor, often described as a monk. Some believe this spirit is tied to the building's religious past, while others think it may be a student who met a tragic end. Strange noises, such as doors creaking and footsteps echoing in empty hallways, have also been heard, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Another site shrouded in paranormal mystery is Riverview Drive. This scenic street, overlooking the Missouri River, offers breathtaking views during the day, but becomes the subject of eerie tales at night. Drivers and pedestrians alike have claimed to see ghostly apparitions along the roadside, most notably a mysterious woman in white, who is said to disappear into the mist as quickly as she appears. Some legends suggest she may have drowned in the river or perished in a car accident long ago. Her sudden appearance and vanishing act have left many feeling unnerved, with some refusing to travel this road after dark. A particularly unusual location with a haunted history is the Atchison Railway Bridge. Known for its eerie late-night activity, the bridge is said to be haunted by the ghost of a man who died tragically in a railway accident. Those who have crossed the bridge at night often speak of hearing the faint sound of train whistles and screeching brakes, even when no trains are near. Some have even reported seeing a misty figure standing by the tracks, only for it to disappear without a trace. The story of the man's spirit lingering near the site of his death has been passed down through generations, becoming one of the town's most unsettling ghost tales. The Mackinac Art Gallery, housed in a 19th century Victorian mansion, is another location known for its spectral activity. While the gallery is a place for appreciating art, many visitors have encountered something far more chilling. People frequently report seeing a woman's apparition walking the grand staircase, believed to be the spirit of Mrs. Mackinac, one of the home's original owners. Staff and guests have also heard unexplained whispers, felt cold drafts in certain rooms, and seen doors open and close without anyone nearby. Though the gallery continues to function as a community space, its haunted reputation adds an extra layer of intrigue to the beautiful old mansion. Finally, the former Atchison Theatre, a historic site that once entertained locals with live performances, is said to be haunted by the ghost of a former actor. The ghost, often seen in the backstage area, is described as a tall, dark figure, dressed in old-fashioned theater attire. Staff and crew members have reported hearing disembodied voices and the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty auditorium. Some believe the ghost is the spirit of an actor who is deeply attached to the theater, and even in death, he continues to linger where he once performed. Atchison's haunted history runs deep, with nearly every corner of the town holding a chilling story or ghostly encounter, from college campuses to quiet roads and even cultural landmarks. The supernatural presence in this small town seems ever present. These haunted locations have cemented Atchison's status as one of the most paranormally active places in the United States. Atchison, Kansas, is more than just a charming small town nestled along the Missouri River. It has become a destination for those fascinated by the paranormal, with its rich history and eerie tales passed down through generations. The town has firmly established itself as one of the most haunted places in America. From the notorious Sallie House and the Glick Mansion to the less known but equally chilling locations like Benedictine College and Riverview Drive, the ghosts of Atchison have woven themselves into the fabric of the community. What sets Atchison apart is not just the number of haunted locations, but the variety of supernatural experiences reported by locals and visitors alike. From the mischievous poltergeists to the tragic spirits who seem to be stuck in time, the encounters range from unsettling to terrifying, making it a place where the line between the living and the dead often feels blurred. Whether it's the haunted past of the Muchnick Art Gallery or the ghostly apparitions seen along the Atchison Railway Bridge, every corner of this historic town seems to have its own story to tell. Did you know that Liberty Hall in Frankfort, Kentucky, is one of the most haunted places in the state? This historic mansion has stood for over 200 years, witnessing the rise and fall of politicians, the whispers of important historical moments, and the echoes of a long-forgotten past. Despite its beauty, there's a dark side to Liberty Hall that many don't see at first glance. It's a place where the walls hold more than just memories of the people who lived there. Some believe these walls also carry the energy of those who never truly left. Liberty Hall was built in the early 19th century by a man named John Brown, a prominent figure in Kentucky's history. He was a U.S. senator and a significant political figure in the state, and his legacy lives on through the mansion he created. Standing as a testament to the architectural style of the time, the building was designed in the Greek Revival style, complete with grand columns and detailed craftsmanship. But as stunning as the building is on the outside, its history holds much darker tales that go beyond its beauty. The house has been the scene of many important political meetings and social gatherings throughout the years, hosting figures like governors, lawmakers, and influential people of the era. However, as time passed, Liberty Hall began to experience strange and unexplained happenings. Visitors have reported cold chills in certain rooms, even during the warmest of months, and some claim to hear whispers echoing through the halls at night. It's not just the mysterious noises that make this place unsettling. Many people who have visited Liberty Hall claim to have seen strange shadows or figures moving through the rooms, even when no one is supposed to be there. One of the most chilling reports comes from those who have witnessed the figure of a young girl, said to have passed away under mysterious circumstances within the mansion. The presence of this ghostly child has left many wondering if Liberty Hall's beauty is overshadowed by something more sinister. As we take a deeper look at Liberty Hall's history, we begin to realize that it's not just the physical structure that has endured the test of time. The spirits that haunt the mansion seem to linger, as if they're forever tied to the walls and rooms where they once lived. The energy in the house is undeniable, and as we move forward, we'll uncover more of the terrifying and fascinating history that has shaped this haunted landmark. Stay with me as we delve into the heart of Liberty Hall's eerie past, and let's see if you can feel the same chill that those who have visited the mansion before have experienced. Liberty Hall's dark history stretches far beyond its walls and the people who lived there. While the mansion may have once been a symbol of wealth and political power, it is also tied to a past filled with tragedy, loss, and a sense of foreboding. It's these events that some believe have left behind the restless spirits that are said to haunt the property. One of the earliest tragedies to affect Liberty Hall was the death of the original owner, John Brown's wife, Mary. She passed away in 1829, only a few years after the mansion's completion. The death of Mary Brown left a void in the house, and many visitors and staff claim that her presence never truly left the mansion. Some report feeling a strange chill in the air near her bedroom, as if her spirit still lingers there, tied to the space she once inhabited. While Mary's death was sad, it wasn't the only event that contributed to Liberty Hall's reputation for being haunted. Over the years, other members of the Brown family experienced untimely and tragic deaths, further deepening the dark energy within the house. John Brown himself died in 1845, but the mansion's haunting nature continued to grow as the years passed. As the family's influence faded, Liberty Hall began to experience more frequent and intense paranormal activity. In the early 20th century, the house's connection to political figures and its historical significance began to fade. Liberty Hall had passed through several owners, but the building's eerie reputation only seemed to grow. The mansion became a place where strange occurrences were not uncommon. Staff working at Liberty Hall in the early days of its preservation often spoke of the strange noises and odd occurrences that seemed to happen without explanation. The sound of footsteps echoing through empty halls, voices calling out in the distance, and even objects mysteriously moving on their own were all part of the unsettling atmosphere surrounding the property. Despite these strange events, the house was preserved as a historical landmark. In the years following its opening as a museum in the mid-20th century, Liberty Hall's history became more widely known. As people explored its rooms, many began to report ghostly sightings, further cementing its reputation as a haunted site. One of the most famous and chilling tales surrounding Liberty Hall involves the appearance of a shadowy figure that is said to wander the grounds at night. The figure, often described as dark and ominous, is believed to be the restless spirit of a former occupant, possibly John Brown himself, or even one of the many others who experienced death within the mansion's walls. Those who claim to have encountered this figure often speak of the overwhelming feeling of dread that comes over them when they see it, as if the spirit is not at peace and still has unfinished business. As the years pass, Liberty Hall's dark history only seems to deepen. The mansion stands as a reminder of the countless untold stories that echo within its walls, a place where the past refuses to remain in the past. The spirits that are said to haunt Liberty Hall may never truly rest, and the stories they leave behind continue to shape the mansion's legacy. The line between history and the supernatural becomes blurred as visitors continue to experience the strange and unsettling presence of the past in the heart of Kentucky. In the next part of our journey, we'll take a closer look at some of the specific paranormal encounters that have taken place at Liberty Hall, as well as the experiences of those who felt the full weight of the mansion's eerie atmosphere. Liberty Hall's haunting reputation has drawn countless visitors, each of them eager to uncover the truth behind the stories of restless spirits and eerie happenings. Over the years, many people have reported bizarre and unsettling encounters, adding to the growing belief that this historic mansion is truly haunted. These paranormal experiences range from strange sounds to ghostly apparitions that seem to linger in the rooms and hallways of the house. One of the most common reports from visitors and staff alike is the sudden drop in temperature that occurs in certain rooms of the house. People who have walked through the mansion's rooms have described feeling an inexplicable chill in the air, especially in areas such as the library and the upstairs hall. Even in the warmer months, these cold spots seem to appear without warning, often when no windows or doors are open to let in any cold air. These temperature drops are one of the most widely documented signs of paranormal activity at Liberty Hall. In addition to these chilling cold spots, visitors have also reported hearing strange noises throughout the house. Some people claim to have heard the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty hallways, while others have heard the unmistakable sound of whispering voices. These sounds often seem to come from nowhere, with no explanation for their source. In some instances, the voices have been described as faint conversations, as if unseen figures are still discussing matters that took place long ago. There are also reports of ghostly apparitions, particularly in the areas that were once the private quarters of the Brown family. One of the most unsettling tales involves a woman in a long, flowing dress who is said to appear near the stairs and in the bedrooms. Witnesses have described seeing her figure drift silently through the house, only to vanish when they try to get a closer look. Many believe this apparition is connected to the spirit of Mary Brown, the first wife of John Brown, whose death left an indelible mark on Liberty Hall. Some visitors have claimed to see her face, pale and sorrowful, appearing in mirrors or even in the reflection of a window. Perhaps one of the most chilling encounters happened during a paranormal investigation conducted by a local team. The team was exploring the mansion when one of the investigators reported feeling an unseen presence pushing against them. They claimed to have felt an overwhelming pressure on their chest, as if someone was standing right behind them. The team also captured strange electronic voice phenomena, EVPs, on their equipment, with a disembodied voice seemingly responding to their questions. These voices were unintelligible, but gave the impression of something trying to communicate from beyond the grave. Another famous encounter at Liberty Hall took place in the dining room, where several guests reported hearing the sound of glasses clinking together, followed by the unmistakable sound of laughter. This phenomenon often occurs in the evening hours, when the house is otherwise quiet, and it's been suggested that the spirits of former guests, perhaps politicians or other important figures who once visited the mansion, are still enjoying their time at Liberty Hall in the afterlife. There's also the eerie story of a shadowy figure that seems to lurk around the property at night. Several people have reported seeing this dark silhouette moving in and out of sight, often near the front windows or at the base of the stairs. Witnesses describe the figure as being tall and imposing, with no clear facial features. The shadow seems to appear and disappear suddenly, and those who have encountered it speak of a deep sense of dread that follows them after the sighting. Some believe this shadow is the ghost of John Brown himself, while others think it could be one of the mansion's other former residents who can't seem to move on. The combination of cold spots, strange sounds, apparitions, and shadows only deepens the mystery surrounding Liberty Hall. For those brave enough to explore its haunted halls, it's clear that this historic mansion holds more than just the memories of the past. It seems to hold something much darker, the lingering spirits of those who once lived, loved, and suffered within its walls. In the final part of our exploration, we'll take a closer look at the ongoing efforts to preserve Liberty Hall and protect its place in Kentucky's history. But even as the mansion is cared for and maintained, the question remains, will the spirits of Liberty Hall ever truly find peace? Or will they continue to haunt this iconic mansion for generations to come? As we reach the final part of our journey through Liberty Hall, it's clear that this mansion is more than just a historic building. It's a living reminder of the past, one that continues to be shaped by the events that took place within its walls. Despite its haunted reputation, Liberty Hall remains a symbol of Kentucky's history and a testament to the perseverance of those who have worked tirelessly to preserve it. Built in the early 19th century, Liberty Hall was the home of some of Kentucky's most influential figures, including John Brown, a former U.S. Senator. His legacy, as well as the contributions of other members of the Brown family, continues to be celebrated today. Liberty Hall stands as a valuable piece of Kentucky's history, showcasing the architectural style of the time and providing a glimpse into the lives of those who shaped the state's early development. The mansion, along with the surrounding grounds, has been carefully preserved and is now a museum, open to the public for tours and events. But even as Liberty Hall is maintained as a historical landmark, its reputation as one of the most haunted places in Kentucky endures. The spirits that are said to haunt the mansion are a constant reminder of the past, and their presence adds a layer of mystery and intrigue to the house. The chilling encounters and eerie sightings reported by visitors only reinforce the belief that Liberty Hall is more than just a relic of history. It's a place where the past refuses to stay buried. The efforts to preserve Liberty Hall have not been without their challenges. Like many historical sites, the mansion has faced threats from the forces of modernization and urban development. However, thanks to the dedication of preservationists and local historians, Liberty Hall has been safeguarded from the wrecking ball and continues to stand as a proud symbol of Kentucky's heritage. The importance of preserving such landmarks cannot be overstated, as they offer us a tangible connection to the past and a way to understand the people and events that shaped our world. In addition to its historical significance, Liberty Hall also serves as a place for reflection and education. Visitors who come to the mansion today not only get a sense of the architectural beauty and historical importance of the home, but are also invited to connect with the stories of those who lived there, both the living and the spirits that remain. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, the atmosphere at Liberty Hall is undeniably compelling, and the sense of history is impossible to ignore. The mansion's ongoing role as a cultural and historical site ensures that the legacy of Liberty Hall will live on for future generations. As the building is maintained and cared for, it continues to offer insights into the lives of the people who once called it home. At the same time, the mysteries of its haunted past persist, adding to the allure of this historic location. Liberty Hall is more than just a house. It is a symbol of the past that refuses to be forgotten. The spirits that are said to haunt it, the strange encounters reported by visitors, and the rich history woven into every room are all part of what makes this mansion a unique and captivating place. As we conclude our exploration of Liberty Hall, we're reminded of the delicate balance between preserving our history and acknowledging the mysteries that surround it. Liberty Hall stands as both a physical and emotional connection to the past, a place where history, politics, and the supernatural converge. Its future remains secure, and the haunting stories it holds will continue to captivate those who seek to uncover the truths hidden within its walls. Whether you're drawn to the mansion's historical significance or its paranormal legends, Liberty Hall offers a rare and fascinating glimpse into the heart of Kentucky's past. Tucked away in the heart of Louisiana, Magnolia Plantation stands as a haunting reminder of the past. With its long history, eerie atmosphere, and chilling ghost stories, this plantation has gained a reputation as one of the most haunted places in the southern United States. Visitors who step onto the grounds often describe an overwhelming sense of unease, as if unseen eyes are watching from the shadows. Magnolia Plantation was established in the early 19th century by Ambrose Lecomte II and his wife, Julia Bouard. It started as a massive cotton plantation, covering more than 5,000 acres of land. With the use of enslaved labor, the Lecomte family cleared over 2,000 acres, transforming the dense woodland into productive cotton fields. Over time, the plantation grew, expanding into a network of properties, with Magnolia serving as the family's main base. Despite its prosperity, the plantation's history is deeply tied to suffering. The enslaved workers endured backbreaking labor under harsh conditions, their lives controlled by those who owned the land. Many stories suggest that these enslaved people turned to voodoo as a silent form of resistance, placing curses on their oppressors in the hopes of justice. The practice of voodoo was deeply rooted in West African traditions, brought over by those who were forcibly taken from their homelands. It is said that the blacksmiths, tasked with creating the intricate Christian crosses for the Lecomte family graves, secretly embedded voodoo symbols within the designs, hidden messages of defiance that have remained on the plantation to this day. The Civil War brought devastation to Magnolia Plantation. Federal troops seized control of the main house, using it as a stronghold while war raged across the region. The once thriving plantation was left damaged, and its enslaved laborers were forced into a new form of hardship. Although slavery had been abolished, many remained on the land as sharecroppers, bound by a system that kept them in a cycle of poverty. They were paid in script, a form of currency that could only be used at the plantation store, ensuring that they remained dependent on their former owners. Over the decades, Magnolia Plantation slowly declined. Cotton was still picked by hand well into the 20th century, but by the time the 1970s arrived, the plantation's farming operations had come to an end. The plantation store remained open for several more years before finally closing in the 1990s. With its buildings falling into disrepair, Magnolia seemed destined to be forgotten, until it was saved in 1994, when the land was donated to the National Park Service. While its history was preserved, something else remained on the grounds as well. Something unseen, but deeply felt by those who visit. Those who walk the plantation today report strange and unexplainable occurrences. From sudden cold spots to eerie whispers in empty rooms, the air is thick with an unsettling energy. Motion detectors often go off for no reason, as if unseen forces are wandering the property. Some believe that the spirits of the enslaved people who once lived and died here have never left. Their presence a reminder of the injustices they endured. Others say that the land itself is cursed, forever holding on to the pain and suffering of the past. With such a tragic history, it is no surprise that Magnolia Plantation has become a hotspot for paranormal activity. But what exactly is causing these hauntings? Are they simply the echoes of the past, or is something far more sinister at work? As we dive deeper into the ghostly encounters reported here, we begin to unravel the chilling mysteries that have made Magnolia Plantation one of the most feared locations in Louisiana. The haunted reputation of Magnolia Plantation is not just based on eerie feelings or strange sounds. Many visitors and workers have reported seeing full-bodied apparitions. One of the most frequently seen spirits is that of a young girl dressed in white. Witnesses describe her as having a sorrowful expression, often appearing in the main house or near the former slave quarters. Some believe she may have been a child who lived on the plantation in the past, possibly the daughter of a former owner or a sharecropper. Others suspect she was a young enslaved girl whose life ended tragically, her spirit left behind to wander the grounds. Aside from the young girl, another ghostly figure often reported is that of a tall man in dark clothing. Unlike the girl, his presence is unsettling. Some who have encountered him claim to feel an overwhelming sense of dread before he appears, as if something is warning them to leave. His identity remains a mystery, but some speculate he could be the spirit of a former overseer or a soldier who once occupied the land during the Civil War. The plantation's main house, rebuilt in the late 19th century, is a hotspot for paranormal encounters. Many believe that the materials used in its reconstruction, wood taken from former slave cabins, carry the energy of those who suffered on the land. Visitors who step inside often report hearing whispers when no one else is around. Others have seen objects move on their own, as if unseen hands are still at work in the home. Outside the main house, the slave quarters hold their own dark history. Although time has worn down these structures, their foundations remain, along with the spirits of those who once lived there. The sounds of footsteps echo on the dirt paths, and shadows are seen moving through the ruins even when no one is near. Some paranormal investigators who have visited Magnolia Plantation claim to have captured voices on recording devices, faint sorrowful whispers that seem to call out names or phrases in an unfamiliar language. Another eerie phenomenon is the plantation's motion detectors. Installed for security purposes, these devices frequently go off without any explanation. Workers who check the area after an alarm is triggered find no evidence of intruders or animals. It is as if something unseen is moving through the grounds, setting off the detectors at random. Many who have visited Magnolia Plantation leave with more questions than answers. The spirits that linger here seem deeply tied to the land, their presence felt in the creaking wood, the shifting shadows, and the whispers on the wind. But what keeps them here? Is it unfinished business, a tragic past, or something more sinister? As we continue exploring the haunted history of Magnolia Plantation, we uncover even more chilling encounters that have left visitors questioning what truly walks these grounds. Beyond the sightings of spirits and unexplained activity, Magnolia Plantation has long been associated with the practice of voodoo. The enslaved people who lived and suffered on the plantation often turned to voodoo as a means of resistance, using rituals to protect themselves and seek revenge against their oppressors. This spiritual practice, deeply rooted in West African traditions, became a silent form of rebellion, one that may still linger in the plantation's atmosphere today. One of the most chilling aspects of voodoo's presence at Magnolia is the hidden symbols found in unexpected places. The enslaved blacksmiths, tasked with creating iron crosses for the Lecomte family graves, secretly incorporated West African spiritual symbols into their designs. These crosses, while appearing traditional to outsiders, were actually layered with protective and vengeful meanings, allowing the enslaved workers to honor their ancestors and curse those who had wronged them. Even today, those who study these crosses believe they may hold residual energy from the powerful rituals performed by their creators. Voodoo rituals were not limited to metalwork. Many former plantation sites have records of objects buried beneath floors, inside walls, or near doorways to trap spirits or cast protection over certain areas. Some believe Magnolia Plantation is no exception. Stories suggest that some of the eerie sounds and apparitions seen on the property may be tied to these long-forgotten rituals, their power still holding strong even after centuries have passed. Another strange occurrence tied to voodoo legends is the experience of sudden, unexplained illness among visitors. Some who have walked through the plantation report feeling weak, dizzy, or nauseous, only for the symptoms to disappear as soon as they leave the grounds. Paranormal investigators have theorized that this could be tied to the energy left behind by the many voodoo ceremonies performed here, an unseen force reacting to outsiders who dare to intrude on sacred ground. The plantation's history of spiritual practices is further complicated by reports of strange animal behavior. Some believe that animals, particularly dogs and horses, can sense things beyond human perception. Multiple visitors have noted that animals often become uneasy near certain areas of Magnolia Plantation. Some dogs refuse to enter the main house, barking at empty doorways or whining, as if sensing something invisible. Horses once used on the plantation were also said to react with fear near certain structures, refusing to move forward as if blocked by an unseen presence. Whether these experiences are tied to the voodoo rituals of the past or to the restless spirits that still wander the grounds, one thing is certain. Magnolia Plantation is a place unlike any other. The energy here is heavy, the atmosphere charged with an undeniable sense of mystery. But with so many unanswered questions, one must wonder, are the spirits here simply remnants of the past, or is something still actively watching from the shadows? As we continue to explore the plantation's haunted reputation, we uncover even more unsettling encounters that leave visitors questioning the true power of this historic site. The spirits of Magnolia Plantation do not rest, and those who visit often leave with chilling stories of ghostly encounters. Some report seeing full-bodied apparitions dressed in period clothing, while others describe hearing whispers and cries from unseen forces. The most unsettling accounts come from those who have felt an invisible presence watching them, an eerie sensation that is impossible to shake. One of the most frequently seen apparitions is a woman dressed in old-fashioned clothing, believed by some to be connected to the plantation's long history. Witnesses claim she appears in doorways, standing motionless before fading into nothing. Others have reported seeing shadowy figures moving through the grounds, particularly near the slave quarters and the main house. Some visitors describe the figures as simply passing through, while others insist they feel a deep sadness or even anger radiating from them. Another unexplained phenomenon at Magnolia Plantation involves sudden temperature drops. Those walking through the grounds often experience pockets of cold air, even during the hottest months of the year. Paranormal investigators suggest that these cold spots may be caused by spiritual energy, as they commonly appear in places with a history of intense emotions or tragedy. Electronic disturbances are also common at Magnolia. Motion detectors on the property frequently go off when no one is around, and cameras malfunction in areas where ghostly activity is said to be strongest. Some who have attempted to take photographs inside the main house or near the former slave quarters have found their pictures blurred or covered in strange orbs of light. Paranormal researchers believe that these orbs may be a sign of spirits manifesting in an attempt to make their presence known. Perhaps the most unsettling accounts come from those who have stayed on the property overnight. Some report waking up to the sound of footsteps pacing outside their rooms, only to find no one there. Others claim to have heard muffled voices in the distance, speaking in tones that suggest conversation, but with words that cannot quite be made out. These experiences leave many wondering if the spirits of Magnolia Plantation are trying to communicate, or if they are simply reliving their past lives, forever trapped between worlds. Even those who approach the plantation with skepticism often leave with a new perspective. Whether it is a door that suddenly slams shut, a whisper carried on the wind, or an overwhelming sense of being watched, there is something about Magnolia that cannot be ignored. Haynesville, Maine is a small, quiet town with a long history dating back to the early 1800s. In 1828, William Wilson became the first settler, and that same year, a military post was founded in nearby Holton. To help transport military supplies, a road was built through the Haynesville woods, connecting the two areas. This road, completed in 1832, was essential for getting goods and services to the remote parts of northern Maine. But over time, this road became infamous for something far more chilling. Known as Route 2A, the stretch of road that cuts through the dark, dense woods of Haynesville has a reputation as one of the most haunted places in Maine, isolated and dangerous, especially during the winter. This road has seen numerous accidents and deaths, many involving truckers hauling potatoes from the northern parts of the state. The haunting reputation of this road was even immortalized in a song called Tombstone Every Mile by Dick Curlis, which describes the tragic fates of truckers who lost their lives on this perilous stretch of highway. The combination of harsh conditions, dangerous turns, and deep woods has left a legacy of death and ghostly encounters. One of the most famous stories is about a young woman who appears by the roadside, distressed and asking for help. As drivers stop to assist her, she tells them that her husband needs help after a car accident. But when they approach the end of the road, she mysteriously vanishes. Locals say she's the ghost of a bride who died in a car crash on her wedding day, forever searching for help that never comes. But the bride isn't the only spirit haunting the Haynesville woods. Other travelers have reported seeing a little girl on the side of the road who disappears when they offer her a ride. The haunting reputation of this road stretches beyond just these sightings, making Route 2 one of the eeriest and most unsettling roads to drive on in Maine. It's not just the accidents and deaths that linger here. It's the spirits of those who never left. The Haynesville woods, nestled along Route 2A, has earned its haunted reputation through a blend of eerie stories and unsettling encounters. This stretch of road, winding through dense, dark forest, has long been a site of mystery and fear among locals and travelers alike. The legend of Haynesville woods began to take shape in the early 20th century. as stories of ghostly apparitions and supernatural occurrences began to circulate. The remote and desolate nature of the road, combined with its history of tragic accidents, created the perfect conditions for ghost stories to thrive. The haunting atmosphere was further amplified by the song "Tombstone Every Mile," which painted a vivid picture of the dangers faced by truckers and the numerous fatalities on this treacherous stretch of road. Over the years, drivers have reported numerous strange experiences. One of the most chilling is the tale of the distressed woman who appears by the roadside. She is often described as wearing old-fashioned clothing, and her demeanor is one of deep sadness and urgency. According to reports, she appears out of nowhere, seemingly in need of help. When drivers stop to offer assistance, she tells them a heart-wrenching story about a car accident involving her husband. The details vary, but the common thread is her tragic end and her desperate plea for help. As drivers approach the end of the road, she vanishes, leaving them bewildered and shaken. The ghostly sightings extend beyond just the bride. There are also accounts of ghostly children, little girls who appear on the roadside, only to disappear when approached. One particularly haunting story involves two young girls who were struck and killed by a trailer truck in August 1967. Their tragic deaths are said to have left a mark on the Haynesville woods, with their spirits reportedly seen by drivers who offer them a ride. Like the bride, these ghostly figures vanish without a trace as the end of the road draws near. The reputation of Haynesville woods is further solidified by other local legends. Some say the road is cursed due to the number of lives lost there, while others believe it is haunted by the spirits of those who perished in accidents. The chilling atmosphere and the numerous accounts of ghostly encounters contribute to its status as one of the most haunted roads in Maine. As night falls, the Haynesville woods transforms into a place of darkness and mystery. The combination of its tragic history, the eerie legends, and the unsettling experiences reported by those who have ventured down this road make it a location shrouded in fear and intrigue. For those who dare to drive through the Haynesville woods after dark, the stories and sightings serve as a chilling reminder of the ghosts that may linger in the shadows. The Haynesville woods is not just a haunted road. It is a place marked by specific locations and encounters that have become central to its ghostly lore. These spots are where the eerie tales come to life, each one adding to the road's reputation as a place where the supernatural seems almost tangible. One of the most talked about locations is the stretch of road near the old logging camp. This area is often described as the epicenter of ghostly activity. Drivers passing through this section frequently report seeing a ghostly figure, a young woman in a vintage dress, standing by the roadside. Her appearance is always sudden and unexpected, and she is described as looking distraught. The stories consistently describe her as pleading for help, claiming her husband is injured in a car accident that happened on their wedding day. Drivers who stop to assist find that she vanishes as they near the end of the road, leaving them with a chilling sense of unease. Another significant location is a particularly sharp bend in the road known for its dangerous conditions. This bend has been the site of numerous accidents over the years. According to local legend, this is where the ghostly children are most often seen. Reports describe them as appearing suddenly, often at dusk or in the dead of night. The children are typically seen standing on the roadside, looking lost and frightened. When drivers stop to offer them a ride, the children reportedly vanish before their eyes. The connection to the tragic accident of 1967, where two young girls were killed, adds a layer of sorrow to these sightings. There is also an old, abandoned house near the road that is said to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. The house, which has been vacant for decades, is often associated with the ghost stories of Haynesville woods. Some say the spirits of those who died on the road have taken refuge there. Strange noises, flickering lights, and glimpses of shadowy figures through the windows have all been reported by those brave enough to approach the house. These accounts add to the overall sense of foreboding that surrounds the area. The bridge that crosses a small, dark stream is another significant location. This bridge is often described in ghost stories as a place where unusual occurrences happen. Witnesses have reported hearing disembodied voices and feeling an inexplicable chill while crossing the bridge. Some have claimed to see the reflection of ghostly figures in the water below, further intensifying the bridge's reputation as a haunted spot. Each of these locations within the Haynesville woods contributes to the overall haunted atmosphere of the road. The specific places where ghostly encounters are reported are woven into the fabric of the area's history and legend. Whether it's the old logging camp, the dangerous bend, the abandoned house, or the eerie bridge, each spot adds a layer of mystery and horror to the stories that surround Haynesville woods. For those who venture into this haunted stretch of road, these specific locations serve as the backdrop for the chilling encounters and ghostly apparitions that define its reputation. The haunting tales of Haynesville woods don't end with the specific locations. They extend to the continuous flow of eerie encounters and ghostly phenomena reported by those who brave the road. These ongoing experiences deepen the sense of dread that permeates the area, solidifying its reputation as one of Maine's most haunted locations. One of the most unsettling encounters reported by locals and travelers alike involves the eerie phenomenon of phantom lights. Drivers have described seeing strange, flickering lights on the road, often appearing as distant, red or white orbs. These lights seem to move in unpredictable patterns, sometimes approaching vehicles and then suddenly vanishing. Many believe these lights are connected to the spirits of the truckers who lost their lives on the treacherous stretches of the road. The lights are often accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature and an eerie silence, making the experience even more unsettling. Another chilling encounter involves the recurring sighting of a ghostly figure walking along the road. This figure, often described as a man in old-fashioned clothing, is reported to appear in the middle of the night. Witnesses claim that he seems to be lost and wandering, and when approached, he disappears without a trace. Some speculate that this figure might be the spirit of a past accident victim, endlessly searching for a way out of the woods. Additionally, there are stories of vehicles experiencing mysterious mechanical failures while traveling through Haynesville woods. Drivers have reported sudden and unexplained breakdowns, such as engine failures or flat tires, which occur only on this stretch of road. These mechanical issues often happen without warning, and once the vehicle is pulled over, the problems inexplicably disappear. Some believe these malfunctions are the result of ghostly interference or the residual energy of the tragic events that have occurred on the road. There are also accounts of ghostly wails and cries heard in the stillness of the night. These sounds are often described as heart-wrenching and desperate, adding to the sense of sorrow that envelops the area. Some have reported hearing these cries when stopped on the road, and despite efforts to locate the source, no one has ever found. The cries are thought to be the echoes of the spirits of those who have met tragic ends on the road, calling out for help or expressing their lingering grief. Perhaps the most unsettling of all are the reports of people experiencing intense feelings of being watched or followed. Drivers have described a pervasive feeling of unease, as though unseen eyes are tracking their every move. This sensation often intensifies when passing through certain stretches of the road, and many have reported a heightened sense of dread, as if something malevolent is lurking just out of sight. These continued encounters with the supernatural in Haynesville woods serve to reinforce its haunted reputation. The experiences shared by those who have ventured through the area contribute to the overall aura of mystery and fear that surround this infamous road. For many, the stories and reports of these ghostly encounters are enough to make them think twice before driving through the Haynesville woods, especially after dark. As we conclude our exploration of the haunted Haynesville woods, it's clear that this stretch of road holds a special place in the realm of paranormal lore. From its eerie origins to the chilling encounters reported by those who have dared to traverse its darkened paths, the Haynesville woods remain an enduring symbol of Maine's haunted history. The tales of ghostly apparitions, whether it's the distraught bride seeking help for her deceased husband, or the mysterious little girls who vanish without a trace, paint a vivid picture of a road haunted by tragedy. These stories, passed down through generations, have become part of the cultural fabric of the area, making the Haynesville woods a focal point for ghost hunters and curious visitors alike. The persistent sightings of phantom lights, the spectral figure of a lost man, and the unsettling mechanical failures experienced by drivers all contribute to the road's eerie reputation. These phenomena have left an indelible mark on the collective memory of those who have encountered them, reinforcing the belief that something otherworldly lingers in the Haynesville woods. The Maryland State House stands proudly in Annapolis, Maryland, a symbol of both history and mystery. Built in the late 18th century, it has the distinction of being the oldest state capitol still in continuous legislative use, with its doors first opening in 1779. This impressive building has witnessed key moments in American history and hosted some of the country's most influential figures, including George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. But for all its grandeur, there's an unsettling side to this historic landmark that is impossible to ignore. From the outside, the Maryland State House is a picture of colonial elegance. Its white dome, soaring over the red brick structure, is a defining feature of the Annapolis skyline. Inside, the halls are lined with intricate woodwork, historic artifacts, and portraits of figures who shaped the nation's history. Yet, beneath the polished floors and timeless decor lies a lingering sense of unease that visitors and staff have reported for generations. The atmosphere of the building is steeped in history. It was here, in 1783, that George Washington resigned his commission as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, a moment that solidified his place in history. Just 2 years later, the Treaty of Paris, which ended the American Revolutionary War, was ratified within these very walls. Such events have left an indelible mark on the building, and many believe that the spirits of those who participated in these historical milestones have never truly left. However, it's not just the weight of history that gives the Maryland State House its eerie reputation. Stories of ghostly encounters have been passed down for decades. These tales speak of strange noises, unexplained cold spots, and the unnerving sensation of being watched. The building's rich history makes it the perfect backdrop for these chilling accounts. The whispers of ghostly activity often start with the building's role as a place of power and decision-making during some of America's most turbulent times. The State House stood through the War of 1812 and the Civil War, periods marked by immense conflict and loss. Some say the energy of these historic struggles lingers, creating a charged environment where the line between the past and present seems to blur. As the Maryland State House's story begins to unfold, it's clear that this is no ordinary historic site. With every creaking floorboard and shadowy corner, it becomes harder to dismiss the possibility that the spirits of the past are still very much a part of its present, and this is only the beginning of the mysteries that lie within its centuries-old walls. The Maryland State House is more than a historic landmark. It's a place where legends of the supernatural have found a home. For over 2 centuries, stories of unexplained occurrences have swirled through the halls of this iconic building. These tales, passed down through generations, paint a picture of a place where history and the paranormal seem to intertwine. One of the most enduring stories involves the spirit of a young girl who is said to haunt the corridors of the State House. According to legend, she met an untimely and mysterious end within the building's walls. Though no records explicitly confirm her identity, her presence is often described by witnesses as both playful and unsettling. Visitors and staff alike have reported hearing the faint sound of laughter or footsteps echoing through the empty halls, only to find no one there. Another chilling tale involves a former governor whose name has been lost to time. It is said that his spirit roams the state house late at night, appearing as a shadowy figure in the dimly lit corridors. Some believe he is tormented by regrets from his time in office, his restless energy forever tied to the decisions he made while governing. One of the eeriest encounters involves the basement, a space that many find too oppressive to linger in for long. Staff members have reported sudden drops in temperature, the sensation of being watched, and even the faint sound of whispering voices coming from nowhere. Paranormal investigators who have explored the basement claim it is one of the most active areas in the building, with several recording unexplained audio phenomena during their visits. Beyond the ghostly figures and sounds, the Maryland State House also has a reputation for its unexplainable phenomena. Flickering lights, doors opening and closing on their own, and objects seemingly moving without cause are all part of the building's mystique. Maintenance workers have shared accounts of tools vanishing and reappearing in strange places, often accompanied by an unshakable feeling of being watched. Adding to the sense of unease are the cold spots that appear in specific parts of the building, regardless of the season. One area notorious for these sudden chills is a staircase leading to the upper levels. Many believe this is the spot where the spirit of an architect lingers, forever protective of his work. Visitors have described, as the Maryland State House evolved over centuries, it became not only a hub of history, but also a focal point for eerie encounters that defy explanation. While visitors often come to admire the architecture and learn about the building's historical significance, many leave with stories that hint at something far more chilling lurking within its walls. One particularly unsettling account involves a former security guard who was working the night shift in the late 20th century. He claimed to have seen a translucent figure of a young girl standing in one of the hallways. What made the encounter even more eerie was that she was dressed in attire from the late 18th century, her appearance distinct and vivid despite her ghostly nature. As the guard approached, the figure vanished before his eyes. When he later described the incident to colleagues, he learned he wasn't the first to witness this mysterious girl in that exact spot. Paranormal investigators who have visited the State House have uncovered compelling evidence of activity that supports these haunting claims. Electronic voice phenomenon, or EVPs, captured during investigations have revealed disembodied voices, including one chilling recording of a low whisper that seemed to say, "Get out." This audio, collected during an investigation in the building's basement, left even seasoned paranormal experts unnerved. Another prominent piece of evidence is a photograph taken by a tourist in the early 21st century. The photo, snapped near the grand staircase, appears to show the faint outline of a man in 19th century clothing standing in the background. Those who have studied the image believe it to be one of the clearest visual accounts of paranormal activity within the Maryland State House. Staff members have also shared tales of unexplainable occurrences. One custodian reported cleaning an office late at night when a stack of papers suddenly flew off a desk, even though no windows were open and no one else was present. Another described hearing footsteps echoing through the empty rotunda, as if someone were pacing back and forth. Even the building's antique furniture seems to hold an otherworldly energy. A rocking chair in one of the historic meeting rooms has been known to move on its own, gently swaying back and forth, as if someone unseen is sitting there. Several staff members have refused to enter the room alone after witnessing this phenomenon. Adding to the intrigue are reports of mysterious figures seen through the windows of the State House late at night. Passers-by have often claimed to spot shadowy silhouettes moving inside, even when the building is officially closed and no staff are present. These first-hand accounts and pieces of evidence continue to fuel the Maryland State House's reputation as one of the most haunted locations in the region. Each story adds another layer to the building's already rich history, leaving visitors and investigators alike questioning just how thin the veil between the past and present might be within its storied walls. As the Maryland State House continues to stand as a symbol of historical importance, its reputation as a site of unexplained phenomena endures. The building's haunting legacy is cemented by the countless personal experiences and eerie stories passed down through generations, each one adding another layer to the mystery. Visitors often report an unsettling atmosphere, particularly in areas like the old Senate chamber and the lower-level corridors. Many describe a sense of being watched, even when the rooms are empty. This lingering feeling has been attributed to the long and tumultuous history of the building, with its walls having witnessed pivotal moments in American history, intense political debates, and personal struggles of those who walked its halls. One notable ghostly figure frequently mentioned by those familiar with the building is said to be a former architect, possibly Joseph Horatio Anderson, who worked on the dome restoration in the early 19th century. Staff and visitors have described fleeting glimpses of a man in period clothing walking near the rotunda, often with a look of deep focus. Some believe this spirit remains tethered to the State House, ensuring that his architectural masterpiece remains intact and respected. Other areas of the building have their own unique and unsettling activity. In the archives room, workers have reported hearing faint voices and even laughter, as though people from another time are having a conversation just out of reach. Documents have been found out of place, and some archivists have described the eerie sensation of a cold breeze brushing past them, even though the room is sealed from drafts. Perhaps one of the most peculiar elements of the hauntings is the recurring sound of footsteps echoing throughout the main hallways late at night. These footsteps are often heard by security personnel conducting their nightly rounds. What makes them so unnerving is that they are described as slow and deliberate, as though someone is walking with purpose, yet no one is ever found. The basement of the State House, dark and labyrinthine, is perhaps the most active location in terms of paranormal activity. Investigators have recorded strange fluctuations in electromagnetic fields and captured thermal imaging of unexplainable cold spots. Those who venture into this area often recount feelings of dread and disorientation, as if an unseen presence is trying to drive them away. Even the surrounding grounds have their share of strange occurrences. Late-night joggers and passers-by on State Circle have reported seeing faint lights in the windows, moving as if someone is carrying a lantern. These lights are particularly eerie, given that they resemble those used in the 18th and 19th centuries. Concords Colonial Inn in Massachusetts is one of the oldest and most famous haunted hotels in the United States. Located just half a mile from the historic North Bridge, this inn was built in the early 1700s, long before the Revolutionary War began. The North Bridge itself holds historical significance as the location of the shot heard around the world, which marked the start of the war in April of 1775. With its deep roots in American history, it's no surprise that the inn is said to be haunted by spirits from a time long past. During the Revolutionary War, Concords Colonial Inn played a vital role as a makeshift hospital for wounded soldiers. The inn, which was originally a home owned by Dr. Timothy Minot, became a refuge for those injured in battle. Dr. Minot used part of the building to operate on soldiers, many of whom didn't survive. As the years passed, stories of strange occurrences and ghostly encounters began to spread, cementing the inn's reputation as one of the most haunted locations in Massachusetts. Today, thrill seekers and history enthusiasts alike visit the inn not just for its colonial charm, but to experience the eerie atmosphere and perhaps catch a glimpse of one of the spirits said to linger within its walls. The haunted history of Concords Colonial Inn continues to captivate visitors, making it a must-visit destination for anyone curious about the paranormal. As time passed, Concords Colonial Inn became known for more than just its connection to Revolutionary War history. The inn began to gain a reputation for its haunted past, filled with eerie encounters that span generations. The building's long history, stretching back to its beginnings in the early 18th century, provided the perfect backdrop for the unexplained. The inn's haunted history seems tied to its role during and after the Revolutionary War. While it had served as a hospital and medical center for wounded soldiers, many believe that the intense suffering and loss of life during that time left a lasting impression on the building. The spirits of those who did not survive their injuries seem to linger, haunting the halls where they once fought to stay alive. Guests and staff alike have reported strange and unexplainable events for decades, and this history of eerie happenings has only added to the inn's chilling reputation. Some of the most well-known hauntings at the inn involve the spirits of caretakers from the Revolutionary era. It's said that these spirits, perhaps still feeling responsible for the soldiers they treated, roam the hallways to this day. They're often seen as shadowy figures, silently moving through the hotel, as though checking on the guests. Others have heard whispers in empty rooms, or footsteps behind them when no one is there. The hotel's role as a morgue during the war also plays a significant part in its haunted reputation. Room 27, which once housed the remains of fallen soldiers, has become a focal point for paranormal activity. Guests who dare to stay in that room have reported a heavy, oppressive feeling, as if the sorrow of those long past days still lingers in the air. Some even claim to have seen apparitions of soldiers or caretakers still wandering as they once did. With such a deep connection to the Revolutionary War and so many lives affected by its events, it's no wonder that Concord's Colonial Inn has become one of the most haunted locations in Massachusetts. The history, mixed with the emotional intensity of the time, has created an atmosphere where the past seems unwilling to let go. Within the walls of Concord's Colonial Inn, certain rooms and areas have become notorious for their supernatural activity. While the inn's long history gives rise to general hauntings, there are specific spirits and haunted locations that guests frequently encounter, adding chilling details to its ghostly reputation. One of the most famous haunted rooms is Room 24, often referred to as the heart of the inn's paranormal activity. Numerous guests have reported strange phenomena here, such as objects moving on their own, cold spots, and the sensation of being watched. The most unsettling experiences, however, come from those who have awoken in the middle of the night to see a shadowy figure standing at the foot of the bed, watching them. This figure is believed to be the ghost of a former resident who refuses to leave, perhaps tethered to the room by unfinished business. Then there's Room 27, the infamous room that once served as a storage space for bodies during the Revolutionary War. This room is home to one of the inn's most active ghosts, the spirit of a nurse named Mary. Mary is said to have cared for soldiers in this very space, and her protective nature appears to carry on into the afterlife. Guests staying in Room 27 have reported waking up to see a woman dressed in old-fashioned clothing standing by their bed. Often she appears to be tending to them, as though mistaking the modern-day guests for wounded soldiers from the past. While her presence is unsettling, she's not considered malevolent. Mary's ghost seems to be more of a caretaker, albeit one who can never truly rest. The main dining room is another hotspot for paranormal encounters. Several guests have witnessed chairs moving on their own, lights flickering for no apparent reason, and even the sound of silverware clinking when no one is dining. Some believe that a spirit, perhaps that of a former guest or employee, still frequents this room, making their presence known in subtle but unmistakable ways. A woman in a gray dress has been spotted walking through the dining room, disappearing into thin air as she passes through walls where there once were doors. The tavern area is known for its ghostly activity. Many believe that the tavern's atmosphere, lively and bustling in its heyday, continues to attract the spirits of those who once drank and socialized there. Some patrons have reported seeing ghostly figures seated at the bar or hearing disembodied voices engaged in conversation. Staff members have often heard the faint sound of laughter or music, as though the echoes of the past are still alive in the present. From shadowy figures to full-bodied apparitions, the ghosts that linger in Concord's Colonial Inn seem to be tied to the history of the building. Each room and area has its own unique hauntings, making every corner of the inn a potential site for an eerie encounter. Beyond the well-known haunted rooms and areas, Concord's Colonial Inn has several lesser-known spaces that are said to be occupied by restless spirits. These hauntings are just as unnerving, with guests and staff experiencing eerie phenomena in unexpected places throughout the inn. Room 9 is another space where paranormal activity has been reported. Guests who have stayed here often describe feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, as if they're not alone. Some have seen glimpses of a man in old-fashioned clothing, standing near the window, staring out into the distance. Others have felt cold hands brushing against their skin, or heard faint whispers coming from the corners of the room. This ghostly presence is thought to be that of a former innkeeper, eternally watching over the establishment, perhaps still trying to ensure that everything runs smoothly, even in the afterlife. The hallways of the inn are also known for their ghostly activity. Several visitors have reported hearing footsteps echoing down the hall late at night, only to find that no one else is around. Shadows have been seen darting across the walls, and some guests have even felt a sudden chill as they walk down certain corridors. These hallways are said to be frequented by spirits who wander aimlessly, perhaps unaware that they've long since passed from the world of the living. One particularly unsettling spot is the basement. While it isn't a place where guests typically go, staff members have reported strange occurrences down there. Some have felt an oppressive presence, as though something or someone was watching them from the shadows. Others have heard muffled voices despite being alone. The basement, with its dim lighting and old stone walls, carries a dark energy that many believe is connected to the building's centuries-old past. Some speculate that it might be the lingering presence of soldiers who died during the Revolutionary War, or perhaps even older spirits tied to the land itself. The library is another area where paranormal activity has been witnessed. Known for its cozy, peaceful ambiance during the day, the library takes on a more mysterious air after dark. Some guests have reported seeing books flying off the shelves, or hearing pages turning on their own, as if an unseen guest is still browsing through the collection. Others have seen the figure of a man in colonial-era clothing, quietly sitting by the fireplace, only to vanish when approached. This spirit is believed to be that of a scholar or intellectual who once frequented the inn and continues to do so, drawn to the knowledge and history contained within the library's walls. Lastly, the kitchen is a surprising source of ghostly encounters. Staff working late at night have heard pots and pans clattering, despite no one being in the room. Some have even seen utensils move on their own, or caught glimpses of shadowy figures out of the corner of their eye. The kitchen is thought to be haunted by a former cook who refuses to leave, still preparing meals long after their time on Earth has ended. These lesser-known hauntings add to the Colonial Inn's already chilling reputation, showing that almost every part of the building holds a ghostly secret. Whether in the basement, the hallways, or the quiet corners of the library, the spirits of the past seem to linger, making their presence felt in both subtle and unmistakable ways. The layers of history embedded in the walls of Concord's Colonial Inn have woven a haunting tapestry of ghostly encounters, eerie occurrences, and lingering spirits. From the tragic past of Room 24 to the unsettling presence in Room 9 and the strange happenings in the hallways, basement, and kitchen, it's clear that the inn is much more than just a historical landmark. It stands as a testament to the lives lived and lost within its walls, with spirits that seem unable or unwilling to move on. What makes the hauntings of Concord's Colonial Inn so captivating is the range of experiences shared by so many visitors. The apparitions of doctors, soldiers, and former guests paint a vivid picture of a place where the past is still very much alive. But it's not just about ghost sightings or eerie noises. Many of these spirits seem to have personal ties to the inn. Whether it's the lingering doctor who continues his work in death, or the mysterious figures who drift through the hallways, these spirits are tied to the inn in ways that keep them rooted in this world. For paranormal enthusiasts, ghost hunters, and even casual visitors, Concord's Colonial Inn remains a must-visit destination. It's a place where history comes alive, sometimes literally, and where the veil between the living and the dead feels particularly thin. Each room, each hallway, and each quiet corner seems to hold a story waiting to be told, and perhaps that's why so many are drawn back to this haunted inn. Mackinac Island, located in Michigan, is a place that holds a mysterious charm. For centuries, the island has been a destination full of history, stunning views, and strange stories. People have come and gone, but there's something different about this small island. With over 100 reported ghost sightings, it's clear that Mackinac Island has a reputation that goes beyond its beauty. The island sits between Michigan's upper and lower peninsulas, making it a peaceful getaway today, but its past is anything but tranquil. It's been home to different Native American tribes, French settlers, British colonists, and American pioneers. Each group brought their own stories, and with them, it seems, some of the souls never left. The blending of these cultures and the island's history of conflict set the stage for strange occurrences that would make this island one of the most haunted places in the United States. In the late 1700s, the French set up a fort on Mackinac Island, hoping to control the important trade routes in the Great Lakes. But the British soon took over, bringing more tension and bloodshed to the area. Stories of fierce battles and broken lives still echo through the island's streets. Ghosts of soldiers, both British and Native American, are said to haunt the land to this day, making it hard to ignore the dark past that lingers over the island. Today, Mackinac Island is known for its quaint charm and its old-world feel. There are no cars, and visitors get around by horse-drawn carriage, bicycles, or on foot. People come for the breathtaking views, the historic buildings, and the iconic Grand Hotel. But some come for something else entirely, something far more chilling. Over the years, stories of ghostly sightings and eerie encounters have been passed down from one visitor to the next. It's not uncommon for tourists to feel a chill as they walk down the island's foggy streets or hear mysterious footsteps behind them when no one is there. The island's dark history, combined with the many accounts of supernatural activity, has led people to believe that Mackinac Island is not just a place for history, but for the paranormal as well. To understand why Mackinac Island is so haunted, we need to look back at its dark and often violent history. Long before it became a popular tourist destination, Mackinac Island was the site of several key events that shaped the region. These events, many of which were filled with bloodshed and tragedy, created the perfect conditions for ghost stories to take root. In the mid-1700s, the French began to establish a military presence on the island, building Fort Michilimackinac. The fort quickly became a critical location for trade and military operations, particularly for the French in their efforts to control the region. However, this peaceful setup wouldn't last long. In one of the island's most significant events, in 1762, the British seized the fort from the French. This sudden change in control caused tension between the British and the Native American tribes who had long relied on French alliances for trade. As British control tightened, so did the conflict. In 1779, during the American Revolutionary War, the British and Native American forces clashed with American troops on Mackinac Island. The battle was brutal, and many soldiers, both American and British, lost their lives. The violence of that time left a heavy mark on the island. Today, People report hearing the sounds of distant cannons and marching soldiers late at night. Some claim to see ghostly figures of soldiers, locked in an eternal struggle, walking the island's foggy paths. The island was also the site of many personal tragedies, some of which may explain why so many spirits are said to roam the area. One of the most haunting stories is that of a woman named Elizabeth, a Native American woman who was brutally murdered during the late 1700s. Elizabeth's death, allegedly at the hands of a British soldier, is said to have left her spirit restless. Many who have visited the island claim to feel a sudden coldness in certain areas, and some even claim to see her ghost wandering the island, searching for justice that was never served. In addition to these violent events, the British occupation brought with it a number of ghost stories tied to their soldiers. One of the most chilling is the tale of a British soldier who is said to have been cursed after a violent battle with a Native American warrior. The soldier, who allegedly took part in the massacre of a peaceful Native American village, was said to have been haunted by the spirit of the warrior he killed. Legend says that the soldier's soul was forever tormented, and his restless spirit is still seen on the island, sometimes wearing the uniform of a British soldier, marching aimlessly through the fog. These stories from the island's past contribute to the eerie atmosphere that the visitors experience today. It's not just the physical landscape that makes Mackinac Island a place of fascination. It's the lingering presence of those who never truly left. The spirits of soldiers, settlers, and innocent victims of violence all seem to remain, trapped in the island's history and in the hearts of those who visit. Mackinac Island's violent past isn't the only source of its haunting reputation. As the years passed, the island became home to a number of notable structures that now contribute to its ghostly lore. Fort Mackinac, which played a central role during the American Revolution, was used as a military post until 1895. After its closure, it became a popular tourist attraction. Many visitors report strange sounds echoing from the fort, and some even claim to have seen figures standing in the windows of abandoned buildings. The island's history of war, death, and heartbreak laid the foundation for the supernatural activity that now defines Mackinac Island. Over the centuries, these events have shaped the land and the spirits that walk it. As we'll see in the next part, it's not just the distant past that haunts Mackinac Island. Its more recent history is just as filled with eerie encounters. Mackinac Island is not just famous for its rich history, but also for its many specific locations that are said to be haunted. These places have earned their ghostly reputations over the years, and they continue to draw curious visitors hoping to experience the paranormal firsthand. As we venture into some of the most haunted spots on the island, it becomes clear that Mackinac's eerie atmosphere is no accident. One of the most well-known haunted spots in Mackinac Island is the Grand Hotel. Opened in 1887, the Grand Hotel is a stunning Victorian-style building, famed for its beauty and charm. However, behind the grandeur, the hotel has a long history of paranormal activity. Many guests and staff have reported strange occurrences over the years. Some have claimed to see ghostly figures wandering the halls, while others have experienced doors mysteriously slamming shut or heard the sound of footsteps when no one is around. There are even reports of guests hearing strange whispers in the middle of the night, which seem to come from empty rooms. One particularly chilling tale is that of a former hotel employee who, according to legend, met a tragic end. It's said that his restless spirit still roams the hotel in search of justice, though no one knows the full story behind his death. Another popular location is Fort Mackinac, the site of numerous military skirmishes and where many soldiers met their end. The fort, which was established in 1779, continues to stand today as one of the island's most visited attractions. While many people come to admire its architecture and historical significance, others come to seek out the ghostly figures said to haunt its grounds. It's not uncommon for visitors to hear the sound of marching boots or see shadowy figures dressed in uniforms from the Revolutionary War era. There have also been numerous reports of mysterious voices coming from the fort, particularly in areas that were once used for storage and barracks. Some say the spirits of fallen soldiers remain, reliving the battles they fought and the lives they lost. The Mission Point Resort is another location that is often associated with paranormal activity. The resort is located near the island's eastern shore and was once a school for the children of wealthy families in the late 19th century. It was also used as a military post during the War of 1812. Some believe that the spirits of children who once attended the school still linger at the resort, and there have been reports of children's laughter echoing through empty hallways. Others have reported feeling a heavy oppressive energy while walking through certain rooms, as though something or someone is watching them. Many guests who stay at the Mission Point Resort claim to have experienced ghostly visions, from fleeting shadows to full apparitions that vanish as quickly as they appear. Then there's the island's ghost tours, which have become increasingly popular in recent years. The tours take visitors through some of Mackinac Island's most haunted spots, including several cemeteries, old houses, and battlefields. Tour guides often share stories of paranormal encounters that visitors have had, recounting tales of strange sightings, unexplained sounds, and eerie sensations. In one famous case, a group of tourists on a night tour near the Mackinac Island Cemetery were startled when the air around them grew unusually cold. Soon after, they saw the ghostly figure of a woman dressed in white, slowly walking among the gravestones. When they tried to approach, the figure vanished into the night, leaving behind only the sound of wind rustling the trees. The Arch Rock is another location that adds to the island's haunted reputation. This stunning natural formation, which rises over 100 feet above the ground, offers breathtaking views of the island. However, some claim that Arch Rock is the site of an ancient tragedy. Local legend says that a Native American woman, heartbroken over a lost love, leapt to her death from the rock. Visitors often report feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness while standing near the arch, and some claim to have seen the shadowy figure of a woman standing at the edge, as if waiting for her lover to return. Others have experienced strange sensations, like an overwhelming feeling of dread or a sudden chill in the air, even on the warmest days. While these haunted locations certainly stand out, they are by no means the only places on Mackinac Island that seem to be home to restless spirits. The entire island has an eerie quality that seems to permeate the air, from its quiet streets to its old buildings. Many visitors have reported feeling as though they are being watched, and some even claim to have been followed by unseen forces. Whether it's the spirits of soldiers, settlers, or long-lost loves, the ghostly presence on Mackinac Island is undeniable. As we wrap up, we will explore some of the most chilling encounters and stories of paranormal activity that have been shared by those who have visited the island. From haunted rooms to terrifying experiences, Mackinac Island continues to be a place that leaves an impression, one that might just follow you home. Mackinac Island's eerie charm doesn't fade as you explore its many haunted locations. Instead, it only deepens, leaving visitors with a sense of mystery that lingers long after they leave. The island's ghost stories and paranormal encounters are far from just tales. They are a central part of the island's history and present-day allure. What makes Mackinac Island stand out among other haunted destinations is its seamless blend of history, personal tragedy, and lingering spirits that refuse to let go. One of the most compelling aspects of Mackinac Island's haunting reputation is the number of personal accounts shared by visitors and locals alike. For example, many guests at the Grand Hotel have reported seeing a woman in a Victorian gown walking the halls at night. Some claim she is a former guest who passed away on the island and now wanders the halls, lost and searching for her place in the world. There's something uniquely haunting about these personal stories. The idea that someone, having lived a full life, could leave behind their body but remain tethered to a place they once loved. Whether it's a lost soul, seeking closure, or simply a spirit unable to move on, these tales contribute to the island's unforgettable atmosphere. What's particularly striking about Mackinac Island's hauntings is the frequency with which these experiences happen. It's not unusual for multiple people to share eerily similar accounts, especially in locations like Fort Mackinac or Mission Point Resort. Tourists who visit the island often remark on the odd, almost tangible energy that seems to hang in the air, and many report that their experiences happen without warning, as though the ghosts are actively reaching out to them. One particularly chilling story involves a group of visitors who stayed at a local inn. In the middle of the night, they heard footsteps approaching their room, only for the door to creak open. When they looked, no one was there, yet the sound of footsteps continued. These unexplained experiences are reported time and time again, leading many to believe that Mackinac Island's ghosts are not just stories, but real, lingering presences. And let's not forget the deeply unsettling encounter reported by a group of teenagers who ventured into Fort Mackinac one evening. They had heard the ghost stories and wanted to see for themselves. As they roamed through the fort's old barracks, they suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere, a sudden coldness that overtook the room. Just as they turned to leave, they heard a loud bang echo from the walls. The lights went out, and when they came back on, the teenagers found themselves in a different part of the fort. They couldn't explain what had happened. Some believe it was a manifestation of the spirits trapped in the fort, trying to communicate with the living, while others think it was simply the result of the island's unique atmosphere, a mix of mystery and old-world charm that plays tricks on the mind. What sets these stories apart from other ghostly legends is the connection between the island's violent past and its paranormal activity. Throughout history, Mackinac Island has witnessed battles, betrayals, and personal tragedies. These events have left a lasting imprint, with some even speculating that the island's ghosts are drawn from the traumatic events that took place here. In one of the bloodiest chapters of Mackinac Island's history, the Battle of Mackinac Island occurred in 1812, during the War of 1812. While not as widely discussed as other historic battles, this confrontation between the British and American forces resulted in a significant number of casualties, and many believe that the spirits of soldiers who lost their lives on the island still linger, seeking justice or revenge. Whether it's the spirits of soldiers marching silently across the land, or the cries of those who were wronged, these echoes of war seem to never fade, continuing to haunt the island to this day. Another key aspect of Mackinac Island's ghost stories is the paranormal activity that seems to follow certain individuals, no matter where they go. Visitors who may have felt safe and secure in their homes find themselves with strange sensations after visiting the island. Many have described dreams filled with dark figures or a sense of being watched when they return to their everyday lives. This kind of after effect is one of the most unsettling aspects of Mackinac Island's haunting reputation. It's not just about what happens while you're there, but what might follow you after you leave. For some, the experience of Mackinac Island lingers in ways that can't be easily explained, adding to the mystery of whether these spirits are truly bound to the island, or if they can reach out and touch the world beyond. In the end, whether you believe in the supernatural or not, there's no denying that Mackinac Island has earned its place among the most haunted destinations in the United States. Its blend of natural beauty, historical significance, and paranormal activity makes it an alluring place for those seeking a thrill, a mystery, or a glimpse into the unknown. Located in the small town of Sauk Center, Minnesota, the Palmer House Hotel stands as one of the oldest and most intriguing landmarks in the state. First opening its doors in the year 1871, this historic hotel has witnessed more than a century of life, history, and the occasional brush with the unknown. Today, it is celebrated as both a charming place to stay and one of the most haunted locations in the Midwest. The Palmer House Hotel was built on the site of a former establishment called the Sauk Center House That structure was a simple inn, catering to weary travelers passing through the growing town. However, a devastating fire in the late 1800s left the original building in ruins. Rising from its ashes, the Palmer House Hotel was constructed, offering a fresh start, while quietly inheriting the weight of its predecessor's history. Almost immediately after it opened, the Palmer House became a lively hub for travelers, locals, and those seeking a temporary retreat. Behind its welcoming exterior, however, whispers of unusual happenings began to circulate. Guests spoke of strange noises during the night, footsteps in empty hallways, faint voices, and doors creaking open on their own. Even then, stories of the unexplained became intertwined with the hotel's reputation. While some dismissed these accounts as tales to entertain travelers, others were not so quick to brush them aside. Many believe that the hotel's foundation, built on the ashes of tragedy, could be a contributing factor to its paranormal activity. Over the decades, the Palmer House Hotel has grown into a magnet for those curious about the supernatural, offering a mix of history, mystery, and a hint of unease. The hotel's Victorian architecture and charming interiors seem at odds with its ghostly reputation, but perhaps that contrast is part of its allure. There's a sense that every creak of the floorboards and every flicker of a light holds a story, some yet to be told. In this first step into the Palmer House's history, one thing is clear. It is a place where the past and present intertwine, creating an atmosphere that captivates all who enter. As the Palmer House Hotel gained prominence in the late 19th century, it quickly became more than just a resting spot for travelers. The hotel was a central gathering place for the community, hosting social events, business meetings, and celebrations. Its elegant, yet inviting, ambience made it a staple in Sauk Center's daily life, and it served as a backdrop to countless stories of joy, sorrow, and mystery. In the early days, the Palmer House catered to travelers journeying through Minnesota by horse-drawn carriage, and later by railroad. The hotel's prime location made it a popular stop for merchants, salesmen, and families seeking accommodations. The structure was designed to reflect the charm of the era, with intricate woodwork, ornate light fixtures, and warm, welcoming spaces. It symbolized progress and prosperity for the growing town. However, beneath its lively exterior, the hotel experienced its share of hardship. Records show that life in the late 1800s was not without its dangers. Illnesses such as tuberculosis and influenza swept through communities, and tragic deaths were not uncommon. While there is no concrete evidence tying these events to the hauntings, they add to the aura of melancholy surrounding the hotel's history. The staff and owners of the Palmer House played a significant role in maintaining its reputation as a first-class establishment. Stories of their dedication and kindness to guests have been passed down through the generations. Still, it wasn't long before murmurs of unusual happenings began to surface. Early guests reported strange feelings of being watched, particularly in the hallways and stairwells. Some claimed they heard the faint sound of a child laughing in the distance, even when no children were staying at the hotel. By the early 20th century, the Palmer House had firmly established itself as an enduring symbol of Sauk Center's resilience. Yet, the stories of eerie encounters persisted, growing in number and detail. With each passing year, the line between local lore and lived experience became harder to distinguish. These early accounts laid the foundation for the Palmer House Hotel's reputation as a site of enduring mystery and intrigue. Over the years, guests and staff at the Palmer House Hotel have reported an increasing number of paranormal encounters, each more chilling than the last. The ghost stories tied to this historic location are varied and specific, making the hotel a prime destination for paranormal investigators and curious visitors alike. One of the most frequently reported phenomena involves the unexplained movement of objects. Guests have described personal belongings being mysteriously rearranged in their rooms. Items left on tables or nightstands are found on the floor or across the room without any logical explanation. Staff have similarly reported cleaning supplies and tools inexplicably disappearing and reappearing in entirely different areas of the hotel. Apparitions are another hallmark of the hotel's eerie reputation. Several guests have claimed to see shadowy figures in the hallways, particularly near the staircase leading to the upper floors. These fleeting glimpses of spectral shapes are often accompanied by sudden drops in temperature, as if the air itself has been invaded by an unseen presence. The basement of the Palmer House has its own unsettling reputation. Known for its cold, damp atmosphere, it is considered one of the most haunted areas of the building. Visitors who dare to venture into this space often report feelings of unease and dread as if being watched by unseen eyes. On rare occasions, witnesses have claimed to hear faint whispers or the sound of footsteps echoing in the empty basement corridors. In particular, room number 11 has garnered significant attention. Numerous guests staying in this room have described waking up in the middle of the night to a heavy, oppressive feeling, as though someone or something was sitting at the edge of the bed. Others have reported hearing knocking on the walls or the sound of distant voices, though no one else was present. While some skeptics might dismiss these encounters as overactive imaginations, the consistency of these reports over the decades has been enough to pique the interest of seasoned paranormal researchers. The team from a popular ghost hunting television show even conducted an investigation at the Palmer House, capturing what they claimed to be electronic voice phenomena, disembodied voices speaking through their audio equipment. As reports of supernatural activity continue to emerge, the Palmer House Hotel has solidified its reputation as one of Minnesota's most haunted locations. Each new encounter adds to the rich tapestry of ghostly lore, ensuring the hotel's place in the annals of paranormal history. The Palmer House Hotel has drawn the attention of countless paranormal investigators and enthusiasts, eager to uncover the truth behind its eerie reputation. This enduring fascination has led to numerous investigations, each one adding layers to the hotel's already compelling haunted legacy. One of the most significant aspects of the Palmer House's paranormal history is the volume of documented phenomena. Investigators have brought in a variety of tools: thermal cameras, electromagnetic field detectors, and motion sensors, to capture evidence of ghostly activity. These devices have recorded chilling data, such as unexplained temperature drops in specific areas, particularly in the lobby and hallways. Perhaps the most compelling evidence comes from audio recordings. Many of these sessions have captured faint but distinct voices that were not heard during the time of recording. Phrases like "get out" or soft whispers of names have been identified in playback, leaving even the most skeptical researchers questioning their beliefs. The third floor, long rumored to be the most haunted, has yielded numerous unexplainable results. Investigators have reported equipment malfunctions, with cameras inexplicably shutting off or batteries draining almost instantly. These occurrences often coincide with reports of disembodied footsteps and soft knocks coming from empty rooms. The hotel's basement has also become a focal point for ghost hunters. Some groups have claimed to witness fleeting orbs of light darting through the shadows. Others have experienced the sensation of being touched or brushed against, despite standing alone in the dimly lit space. These accounts have led many to speculate that the basement may hold the most concentrated energy within the building. Interestingly, many of the hotel's ghost stories appear to share a common thread: an emotional resonance tied to the location's history. Some paranormal experts believe that the hauntings are a residual effect, with spirits replaying moments of intense emotion. Others suggest the possibility of intelligent hauntings, where spirits actively interact with their surroundings and the living. Over time, the Palmer House has become a gathering place for those fascinated by the unknown. Its haunted reputation has attracted paranormal conventions, public ghost tours, and private investigations. These events not only offer a chance to experience the supernatural, but also allow the hotel to share its rich history with curious guests. Palmer House Hotel's legacy continues to grow, cemented by the countless stories and evidence collected over the years. As investigators and visitors alike delve deeper into its mysteries, the hotel remains a testament to the enduring intrigue of the paranormal. The Palmer House Hotel stands today as more than just a charming historic building. It is a gateway to the past and a magnet for those drawn to the unexplained. For over a century, it has captivated visitors with its unique blend of history and mystery, leaving a lasting impression on all who enter its doors. Despite years of investigations and countless personal accounts, the true nature of the paranormal activity at the Palmer House Hotel remains a mystery. Are the ghostly encounters tied to residual energies of the past, or do they stem from intelligent spirits actively communicating with the living? These unanswered questions keep people returning, eager to experience the unknown for themselves. The hotel has embraced its haunted reputation, offering guided tours that highlight its most active areas. These tours delve into the stories of the ghosts who are said to linger, such as Lucy, the little girl who charms and unsettles in equal measure, and the mysterious tall figure seen in the lobby. For those brave enough to stay overnight, the Palmer House offers the unique thrill of potentially becoming part of its ghostly lore. In recent years, the hotel has also become a cultural landmark, appearing in documentaries, books, and television shows dedicated to exploring the paranormal. These platforms have only amplified its reputation as one of the most haunted places in Minnesota, attracting visitors from across the country and even around the world. Yet, for all its supernatural tales, the Palmer House Hotel also holds a deeply human story. It is a reminder of the lives that pass through its halls, from weary travelers and jubilant guests to the staff who kept its doors open for generations. These individuals, with their joys and struggles, have left their mark on the building in ways both tangible and unseen. Mississippi is full of deep history, mystery, and old legends. In every town, along the winding rivers, and under the canopy of ancient oaks, stories of hauntings have passed down through generations. In this journey, we'll explore 3 of the state's most chillingly haunted locations: King's Tavern in Natchez, the McRaven House in Vicksburg, and the mysterious grave of the Witch of Yazoo in Yazoo City. Each of these places holds dark tales, ghostly encounters, and unsettling pasts that still haunt Mississippi's landscape today. We begin in Natchez, one of Mississippi's oldest towns. Known for its beautiful architecture and rich history, Natchez also hides secrets in the walls of its historic buildings. King's Tavern, located in the heart of this town, is famous not just for its age, but for the eerie experiences many have had there. This old tavern, built in the late 1700s, is said to hold the spirit of a young woman named Madeline. Legends say her life met a violent end here, leaving her restless spirit behind to wander its rooms. Guests have reported feeling an unsettling presence and hearing sounds that have no earthly explanation. Next, we'll visit Vicksburg, a city steeped in Civil War history. Here, the McRaven House stands as one of the most haunted homes in the South, a place where soldiers once took refuge during one of the bloodiest battles of the war. Today, this house holds onto the sorrow and pain from that time. Visitors to McRaven claim to see ghostly figures, feel sudden cold spots, and hear voices from empty rooms. With its long history, McRaven is a reminder of lives lost and stories untold, leaving a lingering sense of grief that has never faded. Finally, we travel to Yazoo City to learn about the Witch of Yazoo and her mysterious grave. Glenwood Cemetery, where she is buried, is the site of one of Mississippi's oldest and most famous ghost stories. According to legend, the witch cursed Yazoo City before her death, vowing to burn it to the ground. Decades later, a fire swept through the town, destroying most of it, and people claimed it was her curse coming to life. To this day, strange things are said to happen around her grave, from broken chains to eerie sounds that echo through the night. Each of these haunted locations holds its own story, waiting to be explored. As we continue, we'll delve deeper into the history of King's Tavern in Natchez, uncovering the events that gave it its chilling reputation and the tales of those who've encountered the spirits said to linger there. As one of the oldest structures in Natchez, King's Tavern has a history steeped in intrigue and mystery. Constructed in the late 1700s, it served multiple roles over the years, from a bustling inn to a lively post office and saloon. Its thick wooden walls have witnessed countless stories of travelers, settlers, and perhaps even those fleeing darker pasts. Yet, the most chilling tale of all lies in the hidden secrets discovered decades later. During renovations in the 1930s, workers at King's Tavern stumbled upon a hidden room within the chimney. To their horror, they found the skeletal remains of 3 bodies and a jewel dagger buried there, relics of an unknown past. This discovery quickly sparked local legends, one of which revolved around a young woman named Madeline. Many believe that one of the skeletons belonged to her, and the story of her tragic end has since become central to the tavern's haunting reputation. Madeline was rumored to have been the mistress of Richard King, the original owner of the tavern. Her life, however, was cut short under mysterious circumstances. Some say that jealousy and betrayal played a role, hinting at Richard King's wife as the one responsible for her demise. Since her body was uncovered, stories of her restless spirit have circulated, with the visitors claiming to see a ghostly figure, hear unexplained noises, and even experience objects moving without reason. King's Tavern has become known for its unusual happenings and eerie atmosphere. For many who visit, the energy within the building feels heavy, as if past events have left a lasting presence. Some visitors report feeling an icy chill in certain rooms, especially near the fireplace where the skeletons were found. Others have felt an unshakable sensation that someone or something is watching them. Whether a believer in spirits or not, the tavern's unsettling past and mysterious discoveries leave little doubt that it holds more than just historical significance. As we leave the story of King's Tavern, we prepare to journey next to Vicksburg and the infamous McRaven House, another location with a dark past and a reputation for ghostly encounters that refuses to fade. Nestled in Vicksburg, the McRaven House stands as a testament to Mississippi's turbulent history. Built in the year 1797, this remarkable structure showcases a blend of architectural styles, reflecting its various expansions and renovations over the years. Yet, it is not just its beauty that draws visitors. It is the chilling stories of the spirits that linger within its walls. During the Siege of Vicksburg, a pivotal moment in the Civil War, the McRaven House played a significant role as a makeshift hospital for Confederate soldiers. The pain and suffering experienced by those who fought and died there have left a mark on the house, leading many to believe that their spirits have never truly left. Visitors often describe a heavy, unsettling feeling upon entering, as if the very walls are imbued with the memories of the past. Many reports from guests and paranormal investigators describe encounters with apparitions and unexplained phenomena. Cold spots often emerge in certain rooms, sending chills down the spines of those who venture inside. The sounds of muffled voices and footsteps echo through the halls, creating an eerie ambiance that feels alive with the energy of its former inhabitants. Some have claimed to see the spirit of Mary Elizabeth Howard, a woman who tragically died during childbirth, in the house in the year 1836. It is said that her sorrowful presence can still be felt, wandering the rooms in search of her lost child. Adding to the intrigue, the McRaven House has become a popular site for ghost tours and paranormal investigations. Many who visit come hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural, and some have reported strange occurrences with their cameras, including unexplained orbs and shadowy figures appearing in their photographs. The haunting stories surrounding McRaven only grow with each retelling, and it has rightfully earned its title as one of the most haunted houses in the South. As we conclude our exploration of McRaven House, we now turn our attention to an even darker tale. The chilling legend of the Witch of Yazoo and her grave in Glenwood Cemetery. This story delves into the eerie curse that surrounds her resting place, leaving a lingering mystery that has captured the imaginations of many. In Yazoo City, tucked away within Glenwood Cemetery, lies the grave of a woman known as the Witch of Yazoo. Her tale is steeped in local lore and whispers of dark magic. This mysterious figure, accused of witchcraft, reportedly lured men to their demise along the banks of the Yazoo River. As the story goes, when the townspeople confronted her, she unleashed a curse upon the city, vowing to burn it to the ground. This chilling proclamation sent ripples of fear through the community. When she passed away, her death did not bring peace to the residents of Yazoo City. Instead, she was interred in Glenwood Cemetery, where heavy chains were placed around her grave, an attempt to keep her restless spirit from wreaking further havoc. The chains were believed to hold her spirit captive, ensuring that she could not fulfill her dark promises. However, as the years went by, stories began to emerge about strange occurrences surrounding her grave. In the year 1904, a devastating fire swept through Yazoo City, destroying much of the town. Many residents recalled the witch's curse and believed that the fire was the fulfillment of her ominous words. To this day, visitors report unusual happenings near her grave, with tales of chains mysteriously breaking and ghostly figures appearing in the shadows. Some claim to hear eerie sounds echoing through the cemetery at night, like whispers carried on the wind, reminiscent of the witch's wrath. People are drawn to the Witch of Yazoo's grave, both out of curiosity and a sense of dread. Ghost hunters and thrill seekers alike venture into the cemetery after dark, hoping to witness the supernatural. Those who dare to approach her grave often feel an overwhelming sense of unease, as if they are being watched by unseen eyes. The chilling legend serves as a reminder of the power of curses and the spectral remnants of those who once walked the earth. As we conclude our journey through the haunted places of Mississippi, we reflect on the powerful stories that these locations hold. Each site we explored, from the chilling halls of the McRaven House to the eerie grave of the Witch of Yazoo, offers a unique glimpse into the past and the lives that once thrived in these areas. The spirits of those who came before us linger in the shadows, their stories intertwined with the fabric of history. Visiting these haunted locations can be an adventure filled with wonder and apprehension. Each place is steeped in folklore and ghostly encounters that spark curiosity and intrigue. The whispers of the past echo through the air, inviting those brave enough to listen. It's not just about seeking ghosts. It's about connecting with the rich history and the human experiences that shape these environments. In Mississippi, the blend of historical significance and paranormal activity makes for a captivating experience. Whether it's the sadness of lost lives during the Civil War, at McRaven House, the tragic love story associated with King's Tavern, or the ominous curse surrounding the Witch of Yazoo's grave, each narrative serves as a reminder of our shared history and the mysteries that remain. The Lemp Mansion in St. Louis, Missouri, stands as one of the most haunted places in America. This grand home has a long and tragic history that has captured the attention of ghost hunters and curious visitors alike. Once the home of the wealthy Lemp family, the mansion is now known for its paranormal activity and eerie past. The family's rise to power, followed by a series of mysterious deaths and suicides, created a dark cloud over the once grand estate. The story of the Lemp Mansion begins in the mid-1800s when Johann Adam Lemp, a German immigrant, arrived in St. Louis. He built a successful brewery, and by the time of his death, his son William Lemp had taken over the family business, expanding it into one of the largest breweries in the region. The Lemp family enjoyed immense wealth and influence, and they moved into the grand mansion that would become their home. However, what began as a symbol of their success would soon become the center of a series of heartbreaking tragedies. Over the years, the mansion became closely tied to the sorrow and misfortune of the Lemp family. From mysterious disappearances to untimely deaths, the Lemp family's history was plagued by unexplained events that left many people wondering if something darker was at play. The once proud mansion deteriorated over time, with strange occurrences reported by its residents and visitors. The Lemp family's tragic legacy lives on in the ghostly apparitions, strange noises, and unsettling presences that continue to haunt the mansion to this day. As the home of one of the most successful brewing families in the country, the Lemp Mansion holds the weight of both its grandeur and its dark past. Today, it operates as a restaurant and inn, but its reputation as a haunted house remains stronger than ever. The stories of ghostly encounters, mysterious noises, and apparitions have made it a popular destination for those seeking the thrill of the supernatural. However, behind the eerie tales is a history filled with real loss and sorrow that shaped the mansion's haunted legacy. In the next part, we will explore how this tragic history unfolded and why the Lemp Mansion has earned its place among America's most haunted locations. Over time, Lemp Mansion's haunted reputation has only grown, drawing countless paranormal enthusiasts and ghost hunters from across the country. The tragic history of the Lemp family, mixed with the eerie happenings reported by visitors, has solidified the mansion's status as one of the most haunted places in America. The building's disturbing past, riddled with multiple suicides and mysterious deaths, sets the stage for its notorious ghostly encounters. After the mansion was sold and turned into a boarding house following Charles Lemp's death, stories of strange occurrences began to spread rapidly. Tenants frequently complained of hearing ghostly knocks and disembodied footsteps echoing throughout the house. Some reported feeling a constant presence watching them, while others swore they had seen figures vanish into thin air. The strange phenomena soon made it difficult to keep the house fully rented, and the property fell into decay. One of the reasons the mansion gained such notoriety was the consistent nature of the hauntings. Several areas of the house became infamous for paranormal activity, particularly the stairway, the attic, and the basement. These locations have seen the most ghost sightings and unexplained events, leading many to believe that the spirits of the Lemp family still linger there. In addition to the paranormal activity reported by tenants, many of the workers who later restored the mansion also experienced unexplainable incidents. Tools would vanish mysteriously, and strange sounds, like faint whispers and footsteps, could often be heard when no one else was around. Some workers became so frightened by these occurrences that they refused to return, adding to the mansion's haunted legend. As the mansion was transformed into a restaurant and inn, staff members began experiencing ghostly phenomena of their own. Patrons and employees reported hearing voices coming from empty rooms, lights flickering on and off, and objects moving on their own. Glasses were said to lift off the bar and fly through the air without warning. These unexplained events only further cemented Lemp Mansion's reputation as a place where the past refuses to stay buried. The most chilling aspect of the hauntings, however, is the belief that the spirits of the Lemp family are still tied to the mansion, unable to move on. The ghosts that roam the halls are often believed to be the restless souls of the tragic family members who met their untimely ends within its walls. As word of these hauntings spread, the mansion became a prime destination for those fascinated by the supernatural, ensuring its legacy as a haunted landmark in St. Louis history. Lemp Mansion is said to be home to numerous spirits, each linked to the tragic and mysterious deaths within the Lemp family. Visitors and paranormal investigators have reported encountering several distinct entities over the years, with some spirits seemingly more active in particular areas of the house. One of the most commonly seen apparitions is believed to be William Lemp Sr., the family patriarch who took his own life in the mansion. His presence is often felt in the room where he died, with guests reporting sudden chills, a heavy feeling of sadness, and on rare occasions, the sight of a shadowy figure lingering near the doorway. Some claim to have seen his ghost peering out from windows or pacing the halls late at night, as if burdened by the weight of his family's misfortune. Another frequently mentioned spirit is that of William Billy Lemp Jr., the heir who took over the family business and later suffered his own downfall. His ghost is thought to be most active in the former office and bar area, where visitors often experience strange occurrences like doors slamming shut, lights flickering, and an overwhelming sensation of being watched. Some guests have even reported seeing a male figure dressed in period clothing, sitting at the bar before vanishing into thin air. The attic of Lemp Mansion holds perhaps the most tragic spirit of the believed to be the illegitimate son of William Lemp Jr., who was allegedly kept hidden in the attic throughout his life. While there are no concrete records to prove his existence, many believe the child's spirit remains trapped in the attic. Visitors often hear the sound of soft crying or footsteps shuffling above, and some have claimed to see a small figure staring out of the attic window. Perhaps the most unsettling presence is that of Elsa Lemp Wright, William Sr.'s daughter, who also took her life under mysterious circumstances, though not within the mansion itself. Her ghost is said to haunt the second-floor bedroom, where guests report sudden cold drafts, strange whispers, and the sound of a woman sobbing. Some have even seen the fleeting image of a woman in white standing by the window, before disappearing into the walls. Beyond these prominent spirits, there are reports of other, less identifiable ghosts. Shadowy figures seen in mirrors, footsteps echoing through empty hallways, and the sensation of being touched by unseen hands. The basement, once the brewery's storage space, has also been a hotspot for paranormal activity, with visitors feeling uneasy and sensing an oppressive dark presence. These ghostly figures and eerie encounters continue to draw paranormal enthusiasts to Lemp Mansion, where the spirits of the past seem determined to make their presence known. Over the years, the Lemp Mansion has become a magnet for paranormal enthusiasts, ghost hunters, and curious visitors, all eager to experience its supernatural activity. Numerous first-hand accounts of ghostly encounters have solidified the mansion's reputation as one of the most haunted places in America. One of the most commonly reported phenomena involves the mansion's doors. Visitors and staff frequently witness doors opening and closing on their own, even when they are tightly secured. Some have even seen doorknobs turning, as if an invisible hand is manipulating them. This often happens in the areas where family members died, leading many to believe the restless spirits of the Lemps are trying to make their presence known. Another strange occurrence frequently reported is the sudden appearance of cold spots. These icy drafts often manifest in rooms with no windows or obvious sources of airflow. Guests staying overnight have described waking up in the middle of the night to an intense chill, only to find their room unbearably cold despite the heater being on. These cold spots are thought to signify the presence of spirits passing through or lingering in a particular area. Disembodied voices are another eerie feature of Lemp Mansion. Visitors have heard whispered conversations, laughter, and even distant cries, though no one else is around. These voices seem to echo through the halls, and some guests have reported hearing their names called out in a soft, unfamiliar voice. One chilling incident involved a visitor who heard someone whispering directly into their ear while standing alone in the hallway, leaving them shaken for the rest of the tour. Guests and staff alike have also experienced the unsettling sensation of being touched or pushed by invisible forces. In the basement, which once housed the brewery, visitors have reported feeling someone brush past them or grab their arm, only to turn and find no one there. Some have even been lightly shoved while descending the staircase, as if a mischievous spirit is playing tricks. The second floor, where many of the Lemps lived and died, is another hotspot for these tactile encounters. Apparitions are frequently sighted throughout the mansion as well. One common report is of a woman in a long gown, thought to be Elsa Lemp, who is seen gliding through the second floor. Her ghost often vanishes before anyone can approach her. Shadowy figures are also seen darting across rooms or lingering in the corners of hallways. Many witnesses describe the sensation of being watched, only to turn around and see a fleeting shadow slip out of sight. The most famous room for paranormal activity is the Lavender Suite, named after the purple-hued decor inside. This room, where William Lemp Sr. reportedly died by suicide, is the site of some of the most intense hauntings. Guests have reported hearing gunshots, even though the mansion has long been silent. Others have felt a deep, oppressive sadness as soon as they step into the room, leading some to leave early or even cancel their stay. These persistent paranormal events continue to draw attention to Lemp Mansion, adding to its legacy as a haunted landmark. For many, the strange occurrences are proof that the spirits of the ill-fated Lemp family remain trapped in their former home, unable or unwilling to leave. The Lemp Mansion's haunted history, tragic past, and paranormal activity have cemented its place as a prominent destination for those fascinated by the supernatural. Today, the mansion serves as a bed and breakfast, restaurant, and event venue, welcoming guests from all over the world who seek to explore its eerie reputation. Despite its luxurious exterior and charming ambiance, the lingering presence of the Lemp family's troubled spirits casts a shadow over the property. Over the years, countless paranormal investigations have been conducted within the mansion's walls. Ghost hunters armed with high-tech equipment have captured eerie evidence of spectral voices, unexplained movements, and even mysterious apparitions. Some investigators have left convinced of the paranormal, while others are left unnerved by the unshakable sense of dread that permeates the mansion. Despite these chilling experiences, many visitors are drawn to Lemp Mansion, not just for the ghost stories, but also for its historical significance. The tale of the Lemp family, a once powerful brewing dynasty, brought down by scandal, tragedy, and untimely deaths, continues to intrigue those interested in both history and the paranormal. The mansion stands as a testament to a bygone era, where success and sorrow intertwined, leaving behind a haunting legacy that refuses to be forgotten. For some, the paranormal activity at Lemp Mansion represents the unresolved anguish and sadness that still lingers from the family's tragic past. The spirits of the Lemp family, trapped by their misfortunes, may continue to walk the halls of their once grand home, unable to find peace. For others, the mansion's hauntings are simply a reminder that places marked by such deep sorrow and loss can never truly be silent. As the years pass, Lemp Mansion remains a key location for both history enthusiasts and paranormal seekers. Whether one believes in the supernatural or not, the mansion's unsettling atmosphere and tragic backstory leave an undeniable impact on all who visit. The old Montana State Prison, nestled in the small town of Deer Lodge, is a place that holds layers of history within its imposing stone walls. Established in the year 1871, it was Montana's first territorial prison, created to house the growing number of criminals in the region. Though its purpose was straightforward, the prison quickly gained a reputation for being a harsh and unrelenting place, where survival itself became a daily challenge for its inmates. Initially built to hold only a small number of prisoners, the prison was soon overcrowded as Montana's population grew. By the early 20th century, the number of inmates had far surpassed the facility's intended capacity, creating conditions that were nothing short of inhumane. The cells were cramped, and the lack of proper ventilation made them suffocating. Diseases such as tuberculosis spread rapidly, claiming the lives of many prisoners who were already enduring extreme hardship. Life inside the prison was brutally difficult. Inmates were subjected to a strict and often punishing regime. with little regard for their physical or mental well-being. Guards were known for their heavy-handed tactics, and the system offered no room for leniency. These conditions set the tone for decades of suffering, fueling stories of unrest that seem to linger in the air to this day. The prison's architecture reflected its harsh purpose. Constructed from thick stone walls and reinforced with iron bars, it exuded an aura of foreboding that extended beyond its physical structure. Every creak of the heavy doors and every footstep echoing in the dark corridors seemed to carry the weight of the despair and hopelessness experienced by the men confined there. In its earliest years, the old Montana State Prison functioned more like a fortress than a correctional facility, with inmates performing hard labor to maintain and expand the grounds. While some found solace in this work, others felt it was a cruel reminder of their entrapment. Many prisoners attempted to escape, but most were captured or met their end in the unforgiving wilderness that surrounded the prison. Even in its early days, whispers of strange occurrences began to spread among the staff and inmates. Unexplained footsteps, sudden drops in temperature, and the feeling of being watched were common. Though these stories were dismissed as the overactive imaginations of desperate men, they marked the beginning of the prison's haunted reputation, a reputation that would only grow stronger as the years passed. The prison's grim beginnings laid the foundation for its legacy as one of the most haunted places in Montana. The stories of hardship, tragedy, and eventual paranormal activity that define its history all began with these dark and difficult early years. The weight of these events lingers in the stone walls, a silent testament to the pain and suffering that unfolded within. Next, we'll delve into the events and incidents that turned this grim prison into a place of chaos and tragedy, leaving behind more than just a dark history. As the years went on, the old Montana State Prison became a powder keg of tension, violence, and despair. By the mid-20th century, the overcrowded facility was home to a volatile mix of hardened criminals and desperate men. These conditions created an environment ripe for chaos, with violence often erupting between inmates and guards. The most infamous of these incidents came to define the prison's history and contributed to its haunted reputation. One of the darkest days in the prison's timeline occurred in April of 1959, when a riot broke out, marking one of the most violent episodes in Montana's history. Tensions had been brewing for weeks, fueled by poor living conditions, overcrowding, and mistreatment. When the riot began, a group of inmates quickly seized control of the facility, taking several guards hostage. For 36 hours, the prison was thrown into utter chaos as law enforcement worked to negotiate with the prisoners. During the standoff, 2 inmates were killed, and a deputy warden lost his life in a brutal confrontation. The riot ended only when the National Guard was called in, using tear gas and overwhelming force to regain control of the prison. The bloodshed and destruction left behind a chilling mark, and some believe the restless spirits of those who died during the riot remained trapped within the prison walls. Escapes were another grim hallmark of life at the old Montana State Prison. Throughout its history, many inmates attempted to flee the confines of the stone fortress, but few were successful. The unforgiving terrain surrounding the prison, combined with the harsh Montana winters, made escape nearly impossible. Yet, for some prisoners, the chance of freedom was worth any risk. One notable escape attempt occurred in the early 1930s, when a group of inmates tunneled their way out of the prison. Using stolen tools and working under the cover of darkness, they dug a passage that led beyond the prison walls. Though their escape was ultimately foiled, the boldness of their plan became legendary among both prisoners and guards. The tunnel itself, hidden beneath layers of stone and earth, remains a physical reminder of their desperate bid for freedom. Tragedy also struck in the form of executions. From the late 19th century through the mid-20th century, the prison carried out multiple executions, cementing its reputation as a place of final judgment. While most were conducted by hanging, the introduction of the electric chair brought its own horrors. One particularly gruesome incident occurred in 1948, when an execution went horribly wrong. The prisoner, subjected to a botched electrocution, suffered immense pain as the process was repeated. The horror of this event caused public outrage and left an indelible scar on the prison's history. These violent and tragic events have fueled stories of paranormal activity in the years since the prison's closure. Visitors and paranormal investigators often point to the areas associated with these incidents, such as the execution chamber and the site of the riot, as hotspots for ghostly encounters. The old Montana State Prison was more than just a place of confinement. It was a stage for human drama, marked by moments of desperation, brutality, and death. These events left their mark not only on the prison's history, but also on its haunting legacy. As we move on, we'll step into the eerie cell blocks and other specific areas where ghostly encounters have been reported, uncovering the chilling stories that continue to terrify visitors to this day. The old Montana State Prison's reputation as a paranormal hotspot largely stems from chilling experiences reported in its most infamous areas, especially the cell blocks. These long, dark hallways of crumbling stone and rusting metal hold not just echoes of the past, but as well, according to many, the spirits of those who endured untold suffering within their confines. The cell blocks, which once housed prisoners under strict and often brutal conditions, are said to be home to a range of paranormal activity. Visitors and investigators alike have reported hearing faint whispers, disembodied voices, and even distant cries of anguish. These sounds seem to emanate from empty cells, as if the spirits of former inmates are reliving their torment. One of the eeriest stories involves sightings of shadowy figures that appear and disappear without explanation. These figures are often described as dark, human-shaped forms that move silently through the cell block corridors. Some visitors have claimed to see these shadows out of the corner of their eye, only to find no one there when they turn to look. Others report feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, as if being watched by an unseen presence. The solitary confinement cells, often referred to as the hole, are particularly notorious for their oppressive atmosphere. These cells were used to punish inmates by isolating them in complete darkness for days or even weeks at a time. The psychological toll of such punishment was immense, and some prisoners reportedly lost their sanity within these walls. Today, many who enter the hole report an almost unbearable feeling of dread, coupled with sudden drops in temperature and the sensation of being touched or grabbed by unseen hands. Another area known for its paranormal activity is the former infirmary. This part of the prison served as a makeshift hospital for inmates suffering from illnesses, injuries, or in some cases, mental health issues. The infirmary was often overcrowded, with limited resources and minimal care. Many prisoners died here, succumbing to diseases like tuberculosis or untreated wounds. Visitors have reported seeing ghostly figures in hospital gowns, hearing the faint sounds of coughing, and feeling icy drafts in rooms that were once filled with suffering and death. The prison yard, where inmates once gathered for exercise and social interaction, is also a site of ghostly encounters. While the yard may seem like an open, less ominous space compared to the cell blocks, it holds its own dark history. Violent altercations and even murders occurred here, leaving behind a heavy and lingering energy. Some visitors claim to have seen apparitions of inmates pacing the yard, or heard the sounds of footsteps and murmurs, long after the area should have been silent. Perhaps the most chilling reports come from those who have ventured into the basement tunnels beneath the prison. These narrow passageways, used for utilities and storage, are said to be among the most haunted parts of the entire complex. Investigators have captured unexplained voices on audio recordings, including cries for help and angry outbursts. Some have even reported being physically pushed or scratched while exploring these dark and claustrophobic tunnels. These specific areas of the old Montana State Prison paint a vivid picture of its haunted legacy. Each corner, from the cell blocks to the tunnels, seems to hold the residual energy of a past filled with despair and violence. Next, we will delve into the experiences of those who have dared to investigate these haunted halls and uncover the chilling accounts that continue to captivate and terrify. Over the years, the old Montana State Prison has drawn countless paranormal investigators, historians, and thrill seekers eager to uncover its ghostly secrets. These explorations have produced compelling evidence and chilling first-hand accounts that continue to cement the prison's reputation as one of Montana's most haunted locations. Paranormal teams equipped with specialized equipment have captured unexplained phenomena throughout the prison. One of the most striking pieces of evidence includes electronic voice phenomena, EVPs, in which investigators have recorded voices that were not audible during their sessions. In the former infirmary, an investigator's recording picked up a faint yet unmistakable whisper saying, "Help me," which many believe is the voice of a suffering spirit. In the execution chamber, investigators have reported their equipment malfunctioning without explanation. EMF, electromagnetic field, detectors spike erratically, and batteries drain at an unusually rapid pace, a common occurrence associated with paranormal activity. Thermal imaging cameras have captured unusual heat signatures resembling human figures in areas where no one was present. The prison's most infamous ghost, Turkey Pete, remains a focus of these investigations. Turkey Pete was an inmate who gained notoriety for his eccentric behavior and was given unofficial responsibilities within the prison after being deemed mentally unfit for standard duties. He passed away in the prison in the mid-20th century, but many believe his spirit still lingers. Witnesses claim to have seen his spectral figure in the cell block that once housed him, often accompanied by the faint sound of laughter or humming. Other accounts tell of startling physical encounters. Several visitors and staff have reported being shoved or tapped on the shoulder, only to find no one nearby. One visitor claimed that while walking near the solitary confinement cells, she felt an icy hand grip her wrist, leaving her shaken for hours afterward. One of the most unnerving experiences came from a professional investigator who spent the night in the chapel, a known hotspot for ghostly activity. While reviewing footage, he discovered an apparition resembling a nun moving across the room before vanishing into a wall. The investigator also recorded faint singing, which he described as both beautiful and unsettling. Guides who lead tours through the prison often share their own stories. One guide reported hearing heavy footsteps following him through the empty corridors late at night. Despite repeatedly turning around, he found no one there. Another guide experienced what he described as a cold gust of wind in the sealed-off basement tunnels, accompanied by a distinct sensation of being watched. Many who visit the old Montana State Prison leave with unexplained photographs or videos. Shadows appearing where none should be, strange orbs of light floating through the air, and blurry ghost-like figures have all been captured by visitors. These visual anomalies often correspond with the locations of reported hauntings, adding weight to the accounts of supernatural activity. Despite the countless stories and evidence, skeptics remain unconvinced. Yet, for those who have experienced the prison's chilling atmosphere firsthand, there is little doubt that the restless spirits of its tragic past continue to roam its halls. In the final part of our journey, we'll explore the enduring legacy of the old Montana State Prison and why it continues to fascinate, frighten, and draw visitors from around the world. The old Montana State Prison is not just a historical landmark. It stands as a profound reminder of the complex interplay between justice, humanity, and the unseen world. Decades after its closure, in the late 1970s, the prison continues to captivate visitors, with its ominous atmosphere and haunting stories, drawing people from around the globe to its crumbling corridors. Today, the old Montana State Prison operates as a museum, preserving the grim tales and the architecture that shaped its history. Visitors can explore its grounds, delving into the stories of inmates, guards, and the infamous events that transpired within its walls. The museum offers guided tours that detail the prison's operation, its harsh conditions, and its role in Montana's criminal justice system. These tours also address the numerous reports of paranormal activity, sharing stories of unexplained encounters and eerie phenomena that have occurred during visits. Beyond its walls, the prison's legacy extends to the broader community of Deer Lodge. Locals often recount their own experiences tied to the prison, from ghost sightings to unexplained sounds. The enduring fascination with the prison has also fueled a thriving interest in the supernatural, with paranormal-themed events and investigations drawing both skeptics and believers. What makes the old Montana State Prison so unique is the juxtaposition of its tangible history and its intangible mysteries. The prison was a place where justice was often harsh and where humanity was tested to its limits. Its history of escapes, riots, and executions reflects the darker aspects of society's past. However, the legends of restless spirits and unexplainable encounters remind us of the emotional and spiritual imprint left behind by years of suffering, resilience, and survival. In addition to its haunted reputation, the prison is an architectural artifact, showcasing late 19th century penal design. The original stone walls, meticulously crafted by the prisoners themselves, still stand as a testament to their labor. These structures not only housed inmates, but also bear the scars of the violence and tragedy that unfolded within. Many visitors leave the prison with a mix of awe, fear, and curiosity. Whether drawn by the historical significance or the chilling ghost stories, the old Montana State Prison offers a profound and often unsettling experience. The echoes of the past are palpable, and for many, it feels as though the boundary between the physical world and the spiritual realm is thinner here. The old Montana State Prison's legacy lives on, a place where history and hauntings intertwine. It reminds us of the weight of human actions, the lingering effects of injustice, and the stories that refuse to be forgotten. For those brave enough to visit, it is an opportunity to walk through history, confront the unknown, and perhaps even encounter the ghosts of Montana's most haunted prison. Would you dare step into the old Montana State Prison to see for yourself? Seven Sisters Road in Nebraska is a stretch of winding, rural road, steeped in mystery and surrounded by chilling tales. Located near Nebraska City, this seemingly ordinary road is anything but. Its name alone hints at an unsettling past, tied to a tragic local legend that has haunted the area for generations. The story goes that many years ago, a man in a fit of rage took the lives of his seven sisters, hanging each one on a hill along this road. While there are no historical records to confirm this event, the tale has become a foundational piece of local lore, giving the road its eerie name. This grim legend casts a long shadow over the area, influencing how visitors and locals alike perceive the road to this day. The area surrounding the Seven Sisters Road has a long history, predating even its grim legend. In the 19th century, it was home to Native American tribes such as the Omaha Notoi. These tribes considered the land sacred, performing rituals and ceremonies that they believed connected them to the spirit world. Some say that the disruptions caused by modern development, including the construction of the road, may have disturbed these sacred sites, contributing to the eerie atmosphere and unexplained phenomena reported there today. Despite its dark reputation, Seven Sisters Road is a quiet and unassuming place during the day. Lined with dense trees and isolated hills, it offers little indication of the eerie experiences that countless visitors report once night falls. But as the sun sets and the shadows deepen, the road takes on an entirely different character, one that has left many travelers unnerved and questioning what they've encountered. Locals have long avoided driving this road after dark, with many attributing their caution to its unsettling atmosphere. Over the years, whispers of ghostly encounters, strange lights, and eerie sounds have spread far beyond Nebraska City, drawing paranormal enthusiasts from across the country. While some might dismiss these tales as mere folklore, the consistent reports of strange occurrences give Seven Sisters Road a reputation as one of the most haunted places in Nebraska. With its chilling legend, sacred past, and unsettling reputation, Seven Sisters Road stands as a mystery waiting to be unraveled. But this is just the beginning of its haunted tale. As we move on, we'll delve deeper into the eerie phenomena that visitors and locals alike have encountered on this haunted stretch of road. As night falls on Seven Sisters Road, the air becomes thick with an unexplainable tension, and strange phenomena begin to unfold. Countless visitors and locals have reported eerie experiences that defy rational explanation, further cementing the road's reputation as one of Nebraska's most haunted locations. One of the most common reports involves phantom vehicles. Drivers have spoken of seeing headlights in the distance, as if another car is approaching. Yet, as they draw closer, the lights vanish into thin air, leaving no trace of another vehicle. These incidents occur frequently enough that they are now considered one of the road's defining mysteries. Strange sounds also plague the area. Witnesses have described hearing disembodied voices, faint whispers, and even cries that seem to come from nowhere. These unsettling noises often occur in the dead of night, with no visible source. Some have likened the sounds to anguished calls, possibly tied to the road's grim legend. Many who venture onto Seven Sisters Road at night also report unexplained malfunctions with their vehicles. Cars that were working perfectly minutes before may suddenly stall or experience electrical glitches, such as flickering headlights or radios that turn on and off by themselves. Some have even described an overwhelming sense of dread as their vehicles mysteriously stop, leaving them stranded in the dark. Then there are the shadowy figures. Travelers have recounted seeing dark shapes moving among the trees lining the road. These figures are often described as tall and human-like, but they vanish as quickly as they appear. Witnesses frequently speak of feeling as if they are being watched, even when no one else is around. Perhaps the most chilling reports involve sudden and inexplicable changes in temperature. People have experienced cold spots that seem to appear out of nowhere, even on warm summer nights. These temperature drops are often accompanied by an intense feeling of unease, as though an unseen presence is nearby. Adding to the unsettling atmosphere are stories of strange lights in the sky. Some claim to have seen glowing orbs floating above the hills, while others speak of larger, brighter lights that hover silently before disappearing. These occurrences have sparked theories ranging from ghostly activity to extraterrestrial involvement, though no one has been able to provide a definitive explanation. These haunting experiences have been recounted time and time again by those who dare to travel the road after dark. While skeptics might brush them off as tricks of the mind or natural phenomena, the sheer volume of consistent reports makes Seven Sisters Road a place of undeniable intrigue. In the next part, we will explore the specific entities and apparitions said to haunt this infamous road, uncovering the stories behind the ghostly encounters that continue to terrify those who visit. Seven Sisters Road is infamous not only for its eerie atmosphere, but for the specific ghosts and entities that are said to haunt its winding path. Each spirit carries its own tale, woven into the fabric of the road's haunting reputation. One of the most enduring legends is that of the Lady in White. Described as a ghostly figure dressed in a flowing pale gown, she is said to appear to drivers late at night. Many accounts describe her standing motionless at the edge of the road, her expression sorrowful and her gaze fixed on the horizon. Others have reported more chilling encounters, claiming to have seen her inside their vehicles, often in the rearview mirror. In every story, she vanishes without a trace, leaving behind an unsettling silence. Another haunting figure often seen along the road is that of a young boy, believed to be the spirit of a child who met a tragic end in the area. Witnesses have described seeing the boy darting between the trees. his silhouette visible only for a moment before disappearing. On some occasions, people have reported hearing faint laughter or the sound of footsteps running through the woods, despite no one else being around. Adding to the road's ominous reputation are tales of the hellhounds. These spectral dogs are said to roam the area at night, their glowing red eyes and low guttural growls striking fear into those who encounter them. Many believe these hellhounds are guardians of the cursed land, remnants of ancient rituals tied to the region's history. Travelers have described hearing their eerie howls echoing in the distance, only to feel an overwhelming sense of dread moments later. One lesser-known but equally chilling tale involves a ghostly carriage. Some drivers have reported hearing the sound of horses' hooves and the creak of wooden wheels, though no carriage is visible. The sound is said to grow louder as it approaches before fading into the night, leaving those who hear it questioning their own senses. The trees along Seven Sisters Road also seem to play a part in the haunting. Some believe the gnarled branches and twisted trunks hide the spirits of those tied to the land's dark history. Visitors have described seeing faces in the bark, which vanish when observed closely. Others have felt a heavy presence emanating from the trees, as if they are being watched by unseen eyes. One particularly unnerving phenomenon is the appearance of glowing orbs. These lights, often described as bluish or greenish in hue, seem to hover and move purposefully along the road and among the trees. Witnesses have tried to follow them, only for the lights to vanish abruptly, leaving no explanation for their origin. These ghostly presences contribute to the chilling allure of Seven Sisters Road. Each spirit and entity carries a story that adds to the road's haunted history, drawing curious visitors and paranormal investigators alike. Next, we will delve deeper into the historical context behind these hauntings and explore how the road's eerie past might explain the supernatural occurrences reported today. To understand why Seven Sisters Road is considered so haunted, it's important to look at the history and legends that have shaped this eerie place. The road, located near Nebraska City, has long been a site of mystery, and its connection to Native American history adds an extra layer of intrigue. Long before Seven Sisters Road was paved, the land was home to Native American tribes, including the Omaha and the Oto. These tribes inhabited the region for centuries, and many of the area's legends and supernatural beliefs stem from their culture. Some local stories suggest that Seven Sisters Road is built on sacred land, and that the spirits of the Native American ancestors still linger there. This connection to the land is often cited as the reason for the strange occurrences and paranormal activity in the area. One popular legend tells the story of the Seven Sisters, a group of Native American women who were said to have been victims of a tragic event. According to the tale, the women were captured by a group of invaders and, in an act of defiance, chose to jump to their deaths from a cliff rather than be taken captive. Some locals believe that the spirits of these women still haunt the road, forever searching for peace and justice. The story is so well known that it's often referenced when describing the eerie events experienced on the road. In addition to Native American influences, Seven Sisters Road is surrounded by other tales that seem to perpetuate its haunted reputation. Some believe that the road was the site of a tragic accident in the early 20th century. A car carrying a family was said to have crashed, killing everyone on board. According to the story, the family's spirits are now trapped on the road, forever reliving the moments of their tragic death. Although no official record of the accident exists, the story persists and adds to the lore of the area. The area's rural setting, with its dense forests and isolated roads, only adds to the sense of mystery. These forests, often shrouded in fog and darkness, seem to conceal secrets that are hard to uncover. Many who travel along the road feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease, as if they are being watched by something unseen. This feeling, coupled with the stories of ghostly apparitions and strange phenomena, has turned Seven Sisters Road into a well-known paranormal hotspot. Even today, the road continues to attract those interested in exploring its dark past. Paranormal investigators regularly visit the area, hoping to uncover evidence of the supernatural. Many report strange readings on their equipment, such as spikes in electromagnetic fields or sudden temperature drops. However, despite years of investigation, the true nature of the hauntings remains a mystery. What makes Seven Sisters Road so intriguing is that, while it's rich with history and local legend, it also seems to be a place where the boundary between the living and the dead is thin. Whether it's the spirits of Native American ancestors, the restless souls of those lost to tragedy, or something else entirely, the road remains a place that draws people in with its eerie charm. In the final part of this story, we'll explore the impact that these haunting stories have had on the local community, and whether Seven Sisters Road will continue to be a place of fascination for years to come. As we come to the end of our exploration of Seven Sisters Road, it's clear that this stretch of road in Nebraska continues to captivate the imaginations of many. Its reputation as a haunted location is not just based on the legends and stories passed down over time, but is also grounded in the eerie experiences of those who have traveled there. From the chilling reports of ghostly sightings to strange occurrences that defy logic, Seven Sisters Road has become a place where the paranormal and the unknown intersect in a way that keeps people coming back for more. While the road's haunted reputation has remained strong throughout the years, it has also sparked a growing interest in paranormal investigation. Over the past several decades, groups of investigators, enthusiasts, and thrill seekers have visited Seven Sisters Road, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural. Many report feeling an unsettling presence in the area, often accompanied by sudden drops in temperature, strange noises, or a sense of being watched. These experiences, although not scientifically verifiable, add to the mystery and intrigue that surrounds this location. Despite the increase in attention and paranormal interest, the road itself remains a quiet and relatively remote area. Most people who visit do so in search of adventure or to witness the strange happenings firsthand. However, there are still some who remain deeply unsettled by what they have experienced. For some, the eerie atmosphere is enough to keep them away, while others are drawn to the road, driven by curiosity and the desire to uncover its secrets. Seven Sisters Road is also a place where local residents share a strong sense of connection to its history and the stories that have been passed down through generations. Many are quick to tell visitors about the strange things they've witnessed, adding their own personal accounts to the growing folklore of the area. For some, the road is a part of their everyday lives, and the paranormal activity is simply something they have learned to accept. Others, however, are convinced that the strange happenings are real, and that Seven Sisters Road is a place where the past and present collide. In the years to come, Seven Sisters Road will likely continue to be a subject of fascination and fear for many. Whether it's the echoes of a tragic past, the lingering spirits of Native American ancestors, or something else entirely, the road remains a place where the unexplained persists. It serves as a reminder that there are still places in the world where reality and the supernatural meet, and where mysteries are left unsolved. So, as we close the book on this chapter of Seven Sisters Road, we're left with a lingering question. What's next for this haunted stretch of road? Will the stories and legends continue to grow, or will the truth behind the strange occurrences ever be revealed? Only time will tell, but one thing is certain. Seven Sisters Road will remain a place of fascination for years to come, shrouded in mystery and darkness, where the line between the living and the dead seems forever blurred. Goldfield, Nevada, is a place where history and hauntings seem to blend together. Once a bustling gold mining town, it now stands as a shadow of its former self, filled with abandoned buildings, ghostly encounters, and eerie stories that have passed through generations. In the early 1900s, Goldfield was a booming town, thanks to the rich veins of gold discovered in the surrounding hills. People from all over the country flocked to the town, hoping to strike it rich. It quickly grew into one of the wealthiest and largest cities in Nevada, boasting over 20,000 residents at its peak. But Goldfield's success was short-lived. Fires, floods, and the eventual drying up of the gold mines led to its decline. By the 1920s, most of the people had left, leaving behind only a small population and a town full of empty buildings. Today, Goldfield is considered a ghost town, quite literally. It's not just the abandoned streets and buildings that make it feel ghostly. Many believe that actual spirits linger here, unable or unwilling to leave the place they once called home. At the heart of these ghostly tales is the Goldfield Hotel, once the crown jewel of the town. This grand hotel was known for its luxurious accommodations, but over time, it became famous for something far more chilling: the ghosts that are said to haunt its halls. From the tragic story of Elizabeth, a woman who supposedly met a grim fate within its walls, to the restless spirit of George Wingfield, the hotel's former owner, the Goldfield Hotel has become a symbol of the town's haunted history. We'll explore the haunted history of Goldfield, its reputation as one of the most haunted places in Nevada, and the eerie encounters that visitors and locals have had over the years. Let's take a closer look at the town's reputation and the legends that have made it famous as a haunted location. Goldfield's reputation as a haunted town has persisted for decades, drawing ghost hunters, curious visitors, and historians alike. The stories that circulate about the Goldfield Hotel have only deepened its mystique. Over time, the hotel became notorious for its eerie atmosphere, with countless reports of paranormal activity. People claim to hear strange noises echoing through the hallways, including disembodied footsteps and ghostly whispers in the middle of the night. Some have even reported feeling cold drafts in rooms where no windows were open, as if invisible spirits brushed past them. The story of Elizabeth, said to have been imprisoned by George Wingfield, continues to be one of the most chilling accounts. Many believe her spirit never left the Goldfield Hotel, with visitors claiming to hear her cries from room 109. The unsettling legend of her tragic fate still lingers, making the hotel one of Nevada's most talked about haunted locations. George Wingfield's own spirit is also rumored to roam the halls, leaving traces of cigar smoke as he walks the floors of the building he once controlled. His legacy is tied so deeply to the rise and fall of Goldfield that it's hard to imagine his presence being anywhere else. Beyond the hotel, Goldfield's entire history is steeped in tales of misfortune and tragedy, creating the perfect setting for hauntings. From violent deaths during the mining boom to mysterious occurrences that no one can explain, the town has become a magnet for ghostly encounters. The Goldfield Cemetery, too, plays its part in this reputation. With over 1,000 graves, many unmarked and forgotten, the cemetery's eerie stillness, combined with rumors of ghostly figures wandering the grounds, has cemented Goldfield's place as one of the most haunted towns in America. The Goldfield Hotel is the centerpiece of paranormal activity in the town, with certain rooms and areas becoming infamous for their ghostly encounters. Room 109, where Elizabeth is said to have met her tragic end, is at the heart of the most chilling stories. Visitors and paranormal investigators have reported hearing her sobs, sometimes accompanied by the faint sound of chains dragging across the floor. Some claim to have seen the apparition of a woman in old-fashioned clothing, standing near the window, only to disappear when approached. Another area of the hotel that draws attention is the basement. Rumors abound of shadowy figures lurking in the corners, and many have felt an overwhelming sense of dread upon entering the space. One story suggests that George Wingfield may have hidden his darkest secrets there, possibly connected to his criminal dealings or mistreatment of Elizabeth. Cold spots, unexplained noises, and eerie sensations are common in this part of the building, fueling speculation about what might have occurred in the dark, unseen corners of the hotel. The elevator is also a focal point for paranormal investigators. Despite the hotel being abandoned for years, the elevator has been reported to move between floors on its own, as if guided by invisible hands. Some guests have heard the sound of the old elevator doors creaking open late at night, only to find no one inside. This phenomenon has led many to believe that spirits from Goldfield's past still wander the halls, perhaps reliving their final moments. Beyond the hotel, the Goldfield Cemetery adds to the town's haunted atmosphere. Ghostly apparitions of miners and townsfolk are said to roam the graveyard, appearing to visitors and then vanishing without a trace. Those brave enough to visit at night have reported strange lights flickering among the tombstones and the sound of distant, mournful voices, as though the dead are trying to reach out from the beyond. Over the years, the Goldfield Hotel has attracted numerous paranormal investigators, including well-known television crews and ghost hunters. The hotel's eerie reputation and the many eyewitness accounts of strange phenomena have made it a hotspot for those seeking evidence of the supernatural. One of the most famous investigations occurred in the early 2000s, when a prominent ghost hunting show documented their experiences within the hotel. The crew reported hearing disembodied voices, doors slamming on their own, and capturing shadowy figures on camera. Some investigators claim to have been physically touched or pushed by unseen forces while exploring the hotel's darkest corners. The basement, in particular, has left many investigators shaken, with some refusing to return after experiencing inexplicable cold drafts, footsteps in empty hallways, and objects moving on their own. EVPs, electronic voice phenomena, captured during these investigations often reveal faint voices pleading for help or warning visitors to leave. Outside the hotel, paranormal enthusiasts have turned their attention to other areas in Goldfield, such as the town's historic cemetery and the nearby abandoned mines. In the cemetery, ghostly figures have been seen wandering among the graves at night, while strange mists and flashes of light have been captured on video. In the surrounding desert, some claim to hear the sounds of pickaxes striking rock, or voices echoing from the long abandoned mines, as though the spirits of the miners still labor there. Despite efforts to restore parts of the town, the overwhelming sense of the past lingering in Goldfield remains. Locals continue to report sightings of shadowy apparitions around the town, particularly near the hotel and cemetery, and visitors often leave with chilling stories of their own. The Goldfield Hotel stands today as a decaying monument to both the town's once thriving mining boom and its darker, ghostly past. Despite numerous restoration efforts over the years, the building remains largely abandoned, attracting curious thrill-seekers, paranormal investigators, and those fascinated by its haunted reputation. The stories of ghosts, unexplained events, and tragic history have given the Goldfield Hotel a unique place in Nevada's folklore. Some believe that the restless spirits tied to the hotel's tragic events will remain forever bound to the building, while others argue that continued attempts to restore and reopen the hotel may eventually provide peace to the haunted souls within. However, the hotel's allure shows no signs of fading. Paranormal enthusiasts continue to be drawn to the location, hoping to witness the unexplained and uncover more about the secrets of Goldfield's haunted past. For many, the Goldfield Hotel represents more than just a dilapidated structure. It's a living link to history, where the lines between past and present blur, and where the spirits of a bygone era still seem to roam. Whether or not the hotel ever fully reopens, its haunted legacy is likely to endure for generations to come, cementing its place as one of the most infamous haunted locations in America. Nestled in Concord, New Hampshire, the New Hampshire State Hospital is a location steeped in both history and mystery. Established in the mid-19th century, this hospital was one of the earliest mental health facilities in the region. Its original mission was a noble one: to provide care for those struggling with mental illness in an era when understanding and compassion for such conditions were in short supply. Over time, however, the institution's history took a much darker turn, leaving behind tales that continue to send chills down the spine. In its prime, the hospital housed hundreds of patients, reaching well over 1,000 during the early 20th century. The massive complex, with its sprawling grounds and looming Gothic-style buildings, became a city within itself. It had its own farm, laundry facilities, and even a cemetery for those who passed away without family to claim them. However, the bustling activity masked a grim reality. The treatments of the time were harsh by today's standards. Patients were subjected to experimental procedures, isolation, and other practices that, though intended to heal, often caused more harm than good. Tragedy was a constant companion to the hospital's history. Reports of overcrowding, neglect, and abuse began to surface as the facility grew beyond its capacity to provide proper care. The sorrow of the patients, coupled with the lingering stigma of mental illness, created an atmosphere heavy with despair. Many patients spent their entire lives within the hospital walls, and some never left at all. As years turned into decades, whispers of strange occurrences began to emerge. Workers spoke of hearing footsteps echoing down empty hallways and doors that opened and closed on their own. Shadows seemed to move just out of sight, and cold drafts would sweep through the rooms even in the heat of summer. These oddities were often dismissed, chalked up to the hospital's aging structure or the imagination of overtired staff. But the stories persisted. One of the earliest recorded incidents involved a nurse working a late shift in the hospital's east wing. She described hearing faint sobbing coming from a locked and unoccupied room. When she unlocked the door to investigate, she found the room empty, but the crying continued, growing louder and more anguished until she fled the wing altogether. Incidents like this became so common that many employees refused to work alone in certain areas of the hospital after dark. The hospital's reputation for hauntings began to take hold as these stories spread. Visitors, too, reported eerie sensations, such as being watched or touched by unseen hands. Some even claimed to see fleeting glimpses of figures in old-fashioned clothing wandering the grounds. By the time the hospital officially closed its doors as a mental health facility in the late 20th century, its legacy as one of New England's most haunted places was firmly established. Though much of the New Hampshire State Hospital has been repurposed or demolished, its haunted past remains. The stories of its chilling history and unexplained encounters continue to draw the attention of paranormal investigators and thrill seekers alike, eager to uncover the secrets of this eerie location. As the years went on, the New Hampshire State Hospital gained a reputation not just for its history of mental health treatment, but also for the eerie energy that seemed to cling to the grounds. By the early 20th century, staff and visitors alike began to describe a feeling of unease that was difficult to shake. It wasn't just the creaking of the old wooden floors or the drafty halls that caused chills. Something deeper and more unexplainable seemed to linger in the air. Patients often reported strange experiences during their stays. Some claimed to hear whispers in their rooms at night, low voices that couldn't be traced to any source. Others described the sensation of being watched, even when they were alone. Nurses and attendants grew wary of working night shifts in certain wings, where lights flickered without warning, and cold spots would appear in the middle of a warm summer evening. One area of the hospital became particularly infamous: the long-abandoned basement, initially used as a storage space and occasionally for makeshift treatments during overcrowded periods. The basement quickly developed a reputation for unexplained phenomena. Workers would hear the sound of footsteps behind them, only to turn and find no one there. Objects stored in the basement would shift or fall without any apparent cause, and some claimed to see fleeting shadows darting through the dimly lit corridors. Perhaps the most unnerving accounts came from former patients who spoke of seeing figures in their rooms. Descriptions varied. Some saw shadowy shapes that hovered near their beds, while others described clear apparitions of men and women dressed in outdated clothing. One patient recounted seeing a woman in a long black dress standing silently by the window of her room, staring out into the night. When the patient called out to her, the figure vanished without a sound. Paranormal investigators who have visited the site after its closure have recorded similar experiences. In one investigation, a team set up audio recording devices throughout the hospital's old administrative building. While reviewing the recordings, they captured what sounded like faint voices speaking in fragmented sentences, as well as unexplained tapping noises that seemed to respond to questions. Investigators have also reported sudden temperature drops and feelings of being touched or pushed by unseen hands during their time in the building. Despite these unsettling occurrences, many who worked at the hospital remained skeptical, attributing the strange events to the power of suggestion or the natural sounds of an aging building. However, as the reports continued to pile up, even the most rational observers began to question whether something supernatural was truly at play. The hospital's growing reputation for hauntings began to attract attention from those beyond its walls. Local residents, curious visitors, and even journalists started sharing tales of their own strange experiences when passing by the property. Some claimed to see lights flickering in windows of buildings that had been long abandoned, while others spoke of hearing faint laughter or sobbing from within the empty halls. By this point, the New Hampshire State Hospital had become more than just a place with a dark history. It was a site that seemed to hold on to the pain and suffering of its past, manifesting in ways that defied explanation. The stories only deepened the sense of mystery surrounding the hospital, drawing in those brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to seek answers. As stories of the New Hampshire State Hospital's haunted reputation spread, certain areas of the sprawling complex began to stand out as epicenters of paranormal activity. Among these were the old patient wards, the administration building, and the infamous tunnels beneath the hospital. Each location seemed to carry its own unique energy and chilling tales, with reports that remain deeply unsettling to this day. The patient wards were often described as the most unnerving parts of the hospital. Even after the facility ceased operations, those who ventured inside reported an overwhelming sense of sadness and dread. Paranormal investigators and urban explorers claimed to hear faint whispers echoing down the long, empty corridors. Some described the sensation of being followed by unseen eyes, their footsteps joined by faint shuffling sounds coming from behind. One particularly chilling account comes from a nurse who worked in the wards during the mid-20th century. She recalled an evening shift when she heard soft humming coming from a room she knew was unoccupied. Assuming it was a patient who had wandered into the wrong space, she entered the room only to find it empty. The humming stopped the moment she stepped inside, and the air grew noticeably colder. Shaken, the nurse left the room and later learned from her colleagues that similar occurrences had been reported in the same area for years. The hospital's administration building also became a focal point for ghostly tales. Visitors and former staff alike recounted seeing shadowy figures moving past windows on the upper floors, even though the building was locked and empty. One security guard reported hearing the sound of a typewriter clacking late at night, though no machines had been operational for decades. Upon investigation, the guard found the office in question completely untouched, yet the distinct metallic sound persisted until he left the building. Perhaps the most eerie location of all was the network of tunnels beneath the hospital. Originally constructed to connect various parts of the complex, the tunnels were practical, but soon became a source of fear for those who had to use them. Staff reported feeling an unshakable sense of being watched while walking through the narrow, dimly lit passageways. Some spoke of hearing disembodied footsteps or whispers coming from the darkness. A few even claimed to see fleeting glimpses of figures at the far end of the tunnels, only for them to disappear when approached. One notable story involved a group of paranormal investigators who explored the tunnels in the late 20th century. Equipped with infrared cameras and recording devices, they captured footage of what appeared to be a translucent figure standing motionless at the end of one passage. Moments later, the figure vanished, leaving the investigators stunned and unable to explain what they had just witnessed. Audio recordings from the same session revealed faint voices and unexplained knocks, adding to the chilling evidence. These specific encounters have cemented the New Hampshire State Hospital's status as one of the most haunted locations in the region. Unlike some hauntings, which involve residual energies replaying past events, the activity in these spaces feels intelligent and interactive, as though the spirits of the hospital are still very much aware of the living. Whether these entities are former patients, staff, or something else entirely remains a mystery, but their presence is undeniable. As we delve further into the hospital's haunted history, the stories only grow more unnerving, leaving even the most skeptical visitors questioning what they believe about the supernatural. Over the years, the New Hampshire State Hospital has become a hotspot for paranormal investigators seeking to document its infamous hauntings. Teams armed with advanced equipment have spent countless nights exploring the abandoned buildings and grounds, and the evidence they've gathered has only deepened the mystery surrounding the site. One of the most notable investigations occurred in the late 20th century, when a renowned paranormal research group visited the hospital. Using tools such as electromagnetic field meters, thermal imaging cameras, and digital audio recorders, they focused on areas most often reported as active, including the old wards and tunnels. What they found was nothing short of remarkable. During their investigation, the team captured clear electronic voice phenomena, or EVPs, in multiple locations. These recordings featured distinct voices that seemed to respond directly to the investigators' questions. In one session, a voice whispered the word "help" after an investigator asked if anyone needed assistance. Another chilling recording captured the phrase "still here" when asked if someone was present. These responses left the team convinced that intelligent spirits lingered in the hospital. Thermal imaging cameras also revealed startling anomalies. In the administration building, one investigator captured what appeared to be a humanoid figure standing near a window. The figure showed up as a distinct heat signature, despite the building being unheated and vacant. When the investigator approached, the figure vanished without explanation, leaving only a faint cold spot in its place. The tunnels beneath the hospital proved equally unnerving. Investigators reported seeing shadows darting across their path and hearing faint whispers that seemed to echo from every direction. One investigator claimed to feel a sudden icy grip on his arm, though no one else was near him. Photographs taken in the tunnels often showed strange orbs and misty shapes that defied logical explanation. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence came from a motion-activated camera set up in a patient ward. The camera captured a series of photos, showing a translucent figure moving across the hallway. The figure's outline resembled a person in an old-fashioned hospital gown, and its movements suggested an intelligent presence. This discovery sent shockwaves through the paranormal community and added to the growing list of unexplainable phenomena tied to the hospital. In addition to scientific equipment, many investigators relied on personal experiences to validate the hospital's haunted reputation. Numerous individuals reported feelings of being watched, sudden temperature drops, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Some described seeing apparitions in period clothing who would vanish as quickly as they appeared. These personal accounts, combined with the tangible evidence collected, painted a chilling picture of the hospital's paranormal activity. The hospital's reputation has also attracted individuals with psychic abilities who claim to feel an intense spiritual energy upon entering the grounds. Several mediums have reported sensing the presence of former patients who are confused, angry, or seeking closure. One medium described a vision of a nurse frantically running down a hallway, a scene she believed was a replay of a traumatic event from the past. The findings from these investigations have made it clear that the New Hampshire State Hospital is no ordinary location. It is a place where the veil between the living and the dead seems remarkably thin, and the stories that emerge continue to intrigue and terrify those who dare to explore its haunted halls. As the evidence mounts, the hospital's legend grows, drawing in even more curiosity seekers and believers in the paranormal. As the years have passed, the New Hampshire State Hospital has remained a powerful symbol of both historical significance and paranormal intrigue. Even though its doors officially closed in the late 20th century, the stories tied to this eerie institution continue to captivate and unnerve. With each passing generation, the hospital's dark energy seems to persist, drawing in skeptics and believers alike. Many of the hospital's remaining buildings have fallen into disrepair, adding to their haunting allure. Peeling paint, shattered windows, and overgrown grounds create an atmosphere straight out of a horror story. Yet, despite the decay, local authorities and preservationists have taken steps to maintain parts of the property. Their efforts aim to honor the hospital's historical importance while respecting the memories of those who lived and worked there. A significant aspect of the hospital's legacy lies in its impact on mental health care in New England. The facility was one of the earliest attempts to provide structured care for individuals with mental health conditions, even if the practices of the time were rudimentary and at times harsh. It served as a stark reminder of how far mental health treatment has evolved and the importance of treating patients with dignity and compassion. Despite its tragic history, the hospital has also become a source of inspiration for local folklore and art. Writers, filmmakers, and artists have drawn from its haunted reputation to craft chilling tales of fiction. These creative works, often grounded in the hospital's real-life accounts, have helped cement its place in the cultural imagination. The allure of the hospital has also inspired a surge in ghost tours and paranormal events in the region. While the hospital itself is no longer accessible to the public due to safety concerns, its legend has spawned a network of nearby attractions that cater to thrill seekers and history buffs. These events often include guided tours of similarly haunted locations, historical reenactments, and lectures on the hospital's legacy. For those who have encountered the paranormal at the hospital, the memories remain vivid and life-changing. Several visitors and investigators have reported feeling a sense of connection with the spirits they encountered, describing their experiences as deeply personal and emotional. These encounters often serve as reminders of the humanity behind the ghostly legends, a connection to the real individuals who lived, suffered, and died within the hospital's walls. As the final chapter in the story of the New Hampshire State Hospital, it is clear that its legacy will endure. The accounts of apparitions, disembodied voices, and unexplained phenomena continue to spark debate and fascination. Whether viewed as a place of historical significance or as one of New England's most haunted locations, the hospital's impact is undeniable. The New Hampshire State Hospital remains a place where history and the supernatural intertwine. Its dark corridors and echoing halls may no longer be filled with patients, but they hold memories and mysteries that refuse to fade. It stands as a reminder of humanity's complex relationship with the unknown and the stories that bind us to the past. The tales of this haunted institution will undoubtedly continue to inspire curiosity and send chills down the spines of all who hear them. And as its story is retold, one thing is certain: the New Hampshire State Hospital will forever hold its place among America's most intriguing haunted locations. Brighton Asylum, located in Passaic, New Jersey, stands as one of the most infamous haunted locations in the state. Its chilling reputation is rooted in its long and unsettling history, making it a destination for paranormal enthusiasts and skeptics alike. Built in the early 20th century, the asylum's purpose was to serve as a psychiatric hospital, a place of care for those struggling with mental health issues. However, the building's story turned dark over the decades, leaving behind whispers of torment, suffering, and ghostly encounters that persist to this day. The asylum opened its doors in the year 1907, during a time when mental health care was still developing, and treatments were often experimental and harsh. The sprawling facility was constructed to accommodate hundreds of patients, with promises of modern care and humane treatment. But like many institutions of its kind, Brighton Asylum became overcrowded and understaffed, leading to deteriorating conditions within its walls. From the outside, Brighton Asylum appears as any typical abandoned building might: cracked walls, boarded windows, and an eerie silence that seems to hang in the air. Yet, stepping closer, one might feel an overwhelming sense of unease, as though the building itself remembers the anguish and trauma that occurred within. The stories of those who lived and worked there linger, with accounts of unexplained sounds, strange shadows, and a heaviness that makes it hard to breathe. Even in its early years, the asylum faced criticism and scrutiny. Reports of inadequate care and questionable treatment methods began to surface. Families who sent their loved ones there in search of help found themselves questioning the institution's practices, as the patients endured harsh and often dangerous procedures, including electroshock therapy and other controversial methods. These practices, while intended to heal, left scars that some believe still echo through the building. By the mid-20th century, Brighton Asylum's reputation had darkened considerably, and rumors of neglect and abuse circulated widely. These accounts laid the foundation for the unsettling stories that would later emerge. To this day, the name Brighton Asylum evokes a mixture of fascination and dread, a symbol of the fine line between care and cruelty in an era of limited understanding. The haunting allure of Brighton Asylum has only grown over time, and whether you believe in ghosts or not, one cannot deny the palpable sense of history that surrounds this place. It is a site where the past feels impossibly close, and the unknown seems to linger just out of sight, waiting to reveal itself. As Brighton Asylum entered its later years, its dark history became impossible to ignore. By the early 1940s, reports of mistreatment and neglect reached a peak, painting a grim picture of life inside its walls. Patients were crammed into overcrowded rooms, with many left unattended for hours or even days. Basic hygiene was often overlooked, and the once modern facility fell into disrepair. These conditions only added to the suffering of those who were already vulnerable, turning Brighton Asylum into a place of despair rather than healing. One of the most disturbing aspects of the asylum's history lies in the controversial treatments that were carried out during this period. Lobotomies, a common practice at the time, were performed on patients to control symptoms of mental illness. While these procedures were seen as innovative by some in the medical community, they often left patients permanently disabled or unresponsive. Electroshock therapy was another widely used method, frequently administered without proper understanding or precautions. The pain and fear associated with these treatments contributed to the asylum's chilling reputation. Brighton Asylum also became known for its high number of unexplained patient disappearances. Families who entrusted their loved ones to the institution sometimes received little to no information about their conditions or whereabouts. Rumors began to circulate that patients who died within the asylum were buried in unmarked graves on the property, their deaths hidden from public record to avoid scrutiny. While no concrete evidence has ever been found to confirm this, the stories remain part of the building's haunted lore. The staff working at Brighton Asylum also faced challenges that could only be described as grueling. Many employees reported feeling constant exhaustion from long hours and understaffing. There were even whispered accounts of workers quitting abruptly after experiencing strange occurrences, such as hearing voices in empty hallways or seeing shadowy figures out of the corner of their eyes. These incidents, though unproven, added an eerie layer to the asylum's already unsettling atmosphere. Perhaps the most tragic chapter in the asylum's history occurred in the year 1947, when a mysterious fire swept through the facility. The blaze, which started in one of the patient wards, claimed the lives of several patients and staff members. The exact cause of the fire was never determined, though theories ranged from faulty wiring to an act of arson. The tragedy further cemented Brighton Asylum's place in local folklore, with some believing that the fire was connected to the restless spirits of those who had suffered within its walls. By the late 1940s, the public had grown increasingly aware of the poor conditions at Brighton Asylum. Investigations into the facility revealed the extent of the neglect and abuse, leading to a loss of public trust. Although efforts were made to improve the asylum, it was too little, too late. The facility closed its doors in the year 1952, leaving behind a legacy of anguish and unanswered questions. Brighton Asylum's dark history is a testament to the failings of a system that was meant to protect the most vulnerable. The suffering that took place there has become inseparable from its identity, laying the foundation for the ghostly legends that continue to haunt it today. One of the darkest events in the history of Brighton Asylum occurred on the night of January 13th, 1947, when a devastating fire tore through the institution. This fire not only destroyed parts of the asylum, but also claimed the lives of several people, including both patients and staff. The exact cause of the blaze has remained shrouded in mystery, adding to the eerie aura surrounding the asylum. While some reports suggest it was started by faulty electrical wiring, others claim it could have been an act of arson. Yet, despite numerous investigations, the true cause was never definitively determined, leaving room for speculation and unsettling theories. The aftermath of the fire left Brighton Asylum in a state of disarray. Portions of the building were severely damaged, and many areas became uninhabitable due to smoke and fire damage. The local community was left reeling from the loss of life, and the tragedy only deepened the already growing sense of unease surrounding the asylum. For years afterward, people spoke of strange happenings in the burned-out sections of the building. Employees and patients who remained after the fire reported hearing sounds of footsteps in the charred hallways, even though no one was there. The smell of smoke seemed to linger in the air, and some even claimed to see flickering lights that resembled flames, as if the fire had never truly gone out. In the years following the fire, reports of paranormal activity at Brighton Asylum began to surface with increasing frequency. Visitors, particularly those who entered the asylum after it had been abandoned, described hearing unexplained noises, such as the sound of doors creaking open, faint whispers, and even voices calling out from the darkness. Many of these sounds seemed to originate from areas that had been severely damaged by the fire, which only added to the belief that the spirits of those who had perished in the blaze still lingered within the walls. Some paranormal investigators claim that the energy left behind by the fire and the lives lost in the flames have created an imprint on the building, one that remains even to this day. It is said that the souls of the victims may not have found peace, their spirits trapped in the place where they met their untimely ends. For years, people have reported seeing ghostly apparitions of those who died in the fire, wandering through the darkened halls and lingering in the burned-out sections of the building. One particularly chilling story involves the ghost of a former nurse who worked at Brighton Asylum during its final years. The nurse, who had been in charge of caring for the patients in the ward where the fire began, is said to still appear in the building. Witnesses have reported seeing a figure dressed in a nurse's uniform walking along the darkened hallways with a solemn expression. The ghostly nurse reportedly vanishes when approached, leaving behind only a lingering sense of sadness and dread. Some believe that she is searching for those lost in the fire, while others feel that her appearance is tied to the trauma she experienced on that fateful night. The fire of 1947 left an indelible mark on Brighton Asylum, transforming it from a place of medical care into a site of tragic history. The combination of the devastation caused by the fire and the untold number of souls who perished within the asylum has led to its reputation as one of the most haunted places in New Jersey. As the years pass, more and more stories continue to emerge, with each new account adding to the asylum's haunting legacy. As time passed, Brighton Asylum's history continued to be written by the many eerie and unsettling experiences reported by those who dared to visit or explore its abandoned halls. Since the tragic fire in 1947, countless accounts have surfaced, describing strange occurrences and encounters that seem to defy explanation. One of the most common reports involves the sound of footsteps echoing through the asylum's empty hallways. Visitors and investigators have claimed to hear the unmistakable sound of boots walking down the long, dark corridors, footsteps that seem to grow louder and more distinct, only to suddenly stop when someone approaches. Those who have been brave enough to explore the asylum's ruins say that it often feels like they're being watched, and that an oppressive, cold presence follows them as they move through the building. Some claim to have seen fleeting shadows moving across the walls, sometimes appearing to be figures that disappear as quickly as they came. Others report feeling a sudden drop in temperature, as if the very air around them is being chilled by an unseen force. The sensation of coldness seems especially concentrated in certain areas of the asylum, particularly in the burned sections where the fire once raged. In these places, the temperature often feels unbearably cold, as though the spirits of the deceased are trying to make their presence known. One particularly chilling encounter involved a group of ghost hunters who spent the night inside Brighton Asylum in the early 2000s. Armed with cameras and recording devices, they wandered through the decrepit hallways in search of any signs of paranormal activity. As they entered one of the old patient rooms, they reported hearing faint whispers, voices that seemed to come from nowhere, and even the distinct sound of a child crying softly in the background. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to identify the source of the sounds, and their recording equipment failed to capture any audio evidence. In the same area, one of the investigators claimed to have seen a shadowy figure standing in the corner of the room. The figure, described as a tall, dark shape, appeared to be watching them silently, its form barely discernible in the dim light. When the investigator attempted to approach it, the figure reportedly vanished into thin air, leaving behind a lingering feeling of dread. The experience left the group shaken, and they later attributed the encounter to the restless spirits believed to inhabit the asylum. Another unsettling report comes from a former security guard who worked at the asylum during its final years of operation in the 1960s and 70s. He recalls hearing strange noises at night, such as the sound of doors slamming shut and the rattling of chains, despite the building being completely locked and abandoned. On several occasions, the guard claimed to see objects move on their own, including chairs and medical equipment that would suddenly shift or fall over with no explanation. The security guard's reports of these incidents contributed to the growing reputation of Brighton Asylum as a place haunted by the past. Many paranormal investigators who have visited Brighton Asylum believe that the strange occurrences are connected to the traumatic history of the building and the suffering that took place within its walls. From the inhumane treatments of patients to the lingering memories of the fire, the asylum is believed to be a place where the energy of the past is still very much alive. These haunting experiences, both witnessed and reported, continue to fuel the mystery surrounding Brighton Asylum and its claim to being one of the most haunted places in New Jersey. As the years go on, the haunting legacy of Brighton Asylum shows no sign of fading. Whether these ghostly encounters are simply the result of imagination, or if they are truly the lingering presence of souls trapped within the asylum's walls, is a question that may never be answered. However, one thing remains certain. The chilling atmosphere and paranormal activity continue to attract thrill seekers and paranormal enthusiasts from all over, eager to explore the shadows of Brighton Asylum and experience the haunting for themselves. Despite its closure, Brighton Asylum continues to captivate those who are drawn to its dark history and mysterious reputation. The building, now abandoned and left to decay, stands as a somber reminder of a time when the treatment of mental health patients was often cruel and inhumane. Even though its physical walls may be deteriorating, the echoes of the suffering and trauma experienced within those walls seemed to remain, lingering in the air. After its closure in the 1970s, Brighton Asylum was left to crumble. Nature slowly reclaimed the grounds, and over time, the building became a forgotten relic of a darker era. However, it didn't stay forgotten for long. In the 1990s, reports of strange occurrences started to surface once more, and the rumors surrounding the asylum's haunting began to spread. With the rise of interest in paranormal investigations and the popularity of ghost hunting shows, Brighton Asylum became a hotspot for thrill seekers and those looking to experience the supernatural firsthand. Today, it stands as one of New Jersey's most infamous haunted locations, attracting paranormal investigators, ghost hunters, and even curious tourists. Many have tried to uncover the truth behind the asylum's chilling reputation, but no one has been able to definitively explain the strange phenomena that continue to occur. Though some skeptics dismiss the accounts as exaggerations or fabrications, the sheer number of personal testimonies and paranormal investigations at Brighton Asylum has only fueled the legend. Whether or not you believe in ghosts, the fact remains that something about this place continues to captivate the imagination and stir up an undeniable sense of dread. For many, it is not just a building. It is a symbol of the suffering of those who lived and died within its walls. Over the years, countless paranormal investigations have been conducted in an attempt to uncover the truth behind the haunting. Some of these investigations have captured eerie evidence, unexplained sounds, strange images on film, and chilling recordings. Whether these events can truly be attributed to the spirits of the past, or whether they are simply the result of an overactive imagination is still up for debate. However, what remains undeniable is the chilling atmosphere that surrounds Brighton Asylum. As the asylum continues to sit in ruins, it serves as a chilling reminder of the troubled history of mental health care. It represents a time when treatment often crossed the line into abuse, leaving behind not just physical scars, but emotional and psychological wounds as well. The spirits of those who suffered within the asylum's walls seem to still haunt the location, as if trapped by the trauma they endured. Brighton Asylum's legacy will forever be intertwined with its dark past. It remains an enduring symbol of the suffering of those patients who never received the care they so desperately needed. Whether it is the result of an unsettling history, the restless souls who died within its walls, or simply the power of suggestion, the asylum's eerie reputation is unlikely to fade anytime soon. For those brave enough to visit, Brighton Asylum offers a glimpse into the past, an eerie, unsettling reminder of a time when mental health treatment was far from compassionate. For others, it serves as a warning. Sometimes the spirits of the past refuse to let go. And with that, Brighton Asylum remains, a shadow of the past, always lurking in the darkness, waiting for the next visitor to experience its haunting presence. Deep in the mountains of northern New Mexico, surrounded by towering pine, fir, and spruce trees, lies the Holy Ghost Campground. It is an isolated place, tucked away within the Santa Fe National Forest, and has long been considered one of the most haunted locations in the state. The area is quiet, almost too quiet, and as the sun sets, shadows stretch across the ground, making it easy to believe that something unseen might be watching. The Holy Ghost Campground is located about 14 miles northeast of Santa Fe, near the small town of Pecos. Getting there requires traveling along a winding, narrow road that feels almost forgotten by time. A sign marks the turnoff to the campground, leading visitors down an even more secluded path, Forest Service Road 122. This road, often lined with thick fog, creates an eerie atmosphere long before campers even arrive. Some who have driven it at night report feeling a strange presence watching them from the trees, while others have claimed to see shadowy figures darting between the branches. The name Holy Ghost alone is enough to spark curiosity, but the stories surrounding this campground go far beyond just a strange name. Some say it was named after a 17th century Spanish priest who once lived in the area. Others believe the name came from the unsettling silence that blankets the forest, making it feel as if spirits are lingering just out of sight. Regardless of its origin, one thing is certain: the campground has a reputation for the unexplained. Over the years, visitors have reported eerie experiences, ranging from mysterious whispers in the night to the unsettling sensation of being followed. One camper, who had been fishing along Holy Ghost Creek, claimed to have seen a shadowy figure moving toward them out of the corner of their eye, but when they turned to look, there was nothing there. Another person, who spent the night in a tent near the water, said that they were woken up by the sound of footsteps circling their campsite, but when they looked outside, the woods were empty. Local historians and paranormal researchers have long debated the source of these hauntings. Some believe the spirits of the Pueblo people who once inhabited the area may still roam the land. Others say the priest who lived here met a violent end, and his restless soul still lingers among the trees. There are also tales of violent encounters, unexplained disappearances, and tragic accidents that have contributed to the campground's eerie reputation. Despite these chilling accounts, the Holy Ghost Campground remains a popular spot for hikers and campers who are drawn to both its natural beauty and its supernatural mysteries. But for those who dare to spend the night, the question remains: what is truly lurking in the darkness of these haunted woods? This is just the beginning of the story. As we go deeper into the mysteries of the Holy Ghost Campground, we'll explore the chilling history and terrifying encounters that have made this place one of the most haunted in New Mexico. The Holy Ghost Campground is more than just a remote and eerie location. It carries a dark past that continues to fuel its haunted reputation. Some say the land itself holds secrets, hidden beneath the towering trees and rugged terrain. Stories passed down over generations suggest that the campground may be home to spirits who have never left. One of the most unsettling aspects of the area is the number of people who have gone missing over the years. Some of these disappearances remain unexplained, adding to the belief that something unnatural may be at play. Local paranormal researcher Alan Pacheco has spoken about strange cases in the Pecos wilderness, where hikers and campers have vanished without a trace. According to reports, some of these missing persons left no clues behind, no footprints, no scattered belongings, and no remains ever found. While law enforcement officials attribute these cases to the dangers of the wilderness, such as unpredictable terrain and sudden weather changes, others believe that something more sinister is responsible. Some theorists suggest a supernatural force at work, perhaps tied to the priest who is said to haunt the area. Others speculate that there could be a strange energy in the region, one that disrupts time and space. There are even those who claim that the Pecos wilderness acts as a kind of Bermuda Triangle, where people seem to disappear into thin air. Adding to the mystery, there have also been reports of ghostly figures seen wandering the dense forest. Several visitors have described seeing a shadowy man moving between the trees, only for him to vanish the moment they try to get a closer look. Others have heard faint voices whispering in languages they don't understand. One witness, a camper who spent the night near the creek, reported waking up to the sound of heavy breathing just outside their tent. When they gathered the courage to look, they saw a dark figure standing at the edge of the woods. Within seconds, it disappeared, leaving behind an eerie silence. In addition to the spectral sightings, there have been accounts of strange lights appearing in the sky above the campground. Some witnesses describe them as glowing orbs that move erratically, while others claim to have seen bright flashes, followed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Skeptics argue that these lights could be aircraft from a nearby military base, but believers insist that they are something far more unexplainable. The Holy Ghost Campground continues to attract those searching for answers: hikers, paranormal investigators, and curious visitors hoping to witness something beyond the ordinary. But as more stories emerge, one thing becomes clear: the mysteries of this place are far from solved. In the next part, we will explore some of the most chilling ghost stories tied to this haunted land, including first-hand accounts from those who claim to have encountered spirits that refuse to rest. Many visitors to the Holy Ghost Campground have reported chilling encounters that defy explanation. These stories, passed down through generations, paint a picture of a place where the boundary between the living and the dead seems to blur. Whether it's the presence of a long-lost priest, restless spirits from the past, or something far more sinister, the campground has become a well-known site for paranormal experiences. One of the most frequently reported sightings is that of a shadowy figure appearing along the tree line. Witnesses say this figure is tall and moves with an unnatural, gliding motion. Some campers have seen it staring at them from a distance, while others claim it follows them, only to vanish the moment they turn around. One visitor, an experienced hiker familiar with the area, described the feeling of being watched throughout the night. Despite shining a flashlight into the trees, they saw nothing, yet the eerie sensation never left. Another chilling account comes from a group of friends who spent the night near the creek. As they sat around their fire, they began hearing faint murmurs, as if multiple people were whispering just out of earshot. The voices grew louder, forming what sounded like an argument in a language none of them recognized. When they called out, hoping to catch an explanation from a passing group, the sound stopped abruptly. With no other campers nearby, they were left with only one conclusion. They had just heard something not of this world. A particularly terrifying story involves a camper who ventured into the woods late at night to collect firewood. As he bent down to grab a branch, he felt a rush of cold air, followed by a forceful shove that sent him stumbling forward. Thinking it was an animal, he turned quickly, but there was nothing there. He described feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if something unseen wanted him gone. Shaken, he returned to his tent, only to be kept awake by the sound of footsteps circling his campsite until dawn. Some believe the land itself holds energy from past tragedies. A few visitors have claimed to witness figures dressed in old-fashioned clothing wandering the area, only to disappear into thin air. One particularly eerie sighting involved a woman in a tattered white dress, seen standing motionless near the entrance to the campground. The witness, a traveler passing through, described locking eyes with her before she simply faded away. Adding to the unsettling atmosphere, strange temperature drops are common in certain areas of the campground. Campers have reported feeling intense cold spots, even on warm summer nights. Devices used by paranormal investigators have recorded sudden shifts in temperature, often accompanied by unexplainable static interference. Some believe this could be evidence of spirits attempting to make their presence known. With so many unexplained encounters, the Holy Ghost Campground remains one of the most haunted locations in New Mexico. But beyond these individual experiences, the land holds even darker legends. Stories that suggest some spirits here are not merely restless, but vengeful. In the final part, we will explore the sinister side of this haunted place, including reports of violent encounters and the lingering presence of something far more menacing. While many of the spirits at the Holy Ghost Campground seem to simply linger, some visitors believe there is a more menacing presence within the forest. Stories of violent encounters, unexplained disappearances, and an overwhelming sense of dread have led some to believe that whatever haunts this land is not just restless, it may be dangerous. One of the most disturbing legends speaks of a priest who met a violent end in the late 17th century. Some versions claim he was responsible for the deaths of the Pueblo people who once lived here, while others say he himself was murdered by those defending their land. No historical records confirm either version, but many believe his spirit remains, unable to move on. Several campers have reported seeing a figure in tattered robes wandering the woods, appearing suddenly before vanishing into thin air. A few even claim to have heard distant echoes of chanting, late at night, carried through the trees by the wind. Adding to the mystery are accounts of missing persons in the surrounding Pecos wilderness. Over the years, hikers and campers have seemingly vanished without a trace. Paranormal researcher Alan Pacheco has described this area as the Bermuda Triangle of New Mexico, claiming that some people disappear so completely that no clothing, bones, or signs of struggle are ever found, while some chalk these cases up to the rugged, unpredictable terrain. Others believe something far stranger is at work. Some witnesses have even reported seeing strange lights in the sky, further fueling speculation that the area holds an unexplained energy, one that may not be of this world. State troopers patrolling the area have also reported eerie experiences. Some claim to have seen headlights approaching on remote roads, only for the lights to vanish before reaching them. Others have responded to reports of disturbances at the campground, only to find nothing upon arrival. One chilling tale speaks of a trooper who allegedly disappeared under mysterious circumstances, his last known location being near the entrance to the Holy Ghost campground. While no official record confirms this, the story has circulated for years, adding to the location's already unsettling reputation. Even those who don't believe in ghosts have reported feeling an inexplicable sense of unease while visiting. Some say the energy shifts as the sun goes down, with an overwhelming heaviness settling over the campground. Others describe sudden headaches, nausea, or an uncontrollable urge to leave. Paranormal investigators who have explored the area report fluctuating electromagnetic readings, unexplained equipment malfunctions, and chilling EVP recordings capturing voices that shouldn't be there. Despite the countless stories of ghostly encounters, local authorities continue to deny the existence of anything paranormal at Holy Ghost Campground. A spokesperson for Santa Fe National Forest once dismissed the claims, stating simply, "Ghosts are not real." Yet, for those who have experienced the unexplainable, no official statement can erase what they've seen, heard, or felt in this haunted place. Whether the Holy Ghost Campground is truly a gateway to the unknown, or simply a place where stories have grown over time, one thing is certain. It has left an undeniable mark on those who have visited. Some leave with only a memory of the beautiful landscape, while others carry home something far more chilling. If you ever find yourself in this remote stretch of New Mexico, listen carefully to the wind, watch the tree line closely, and never ignore the feeling that you are not alone. Nestled on the serene shores of Lake George in New York, the Sagamore Hotel has long been a symbol of luxury and elegance. Since its grand opening in 1883, the hotel has attracted the wealthy and elite, offering a tranquil retreat with stunning views and top-notch accommodations. Built in the Queen Anne style, this Victorian-era resort quickly became one of the most prestigious lodgings in the region, catering to the affluent visitors of Lake George. However, beneath its opulent exterior lies a darker, more mysterious history. The Sagamore Hotel is not just known for its grandeur and historical significance. It has also gained a reputation as one of the most haunted hotels in America. Over the years, countless guests have reported eerie encounters with ghostly apparitions, strange sounds, and unexplained phenomena. The hotel's haunted reputation is so well known that it has been recognized as one of the best haunted hotels in the United States. The story of the Sagamore's hauntings is as old as the hotel itself. Some say that the tragic events that have unfolded within its walls have left behind restless spirits, unable to move on from this world. Others believe that the hotel's location on the banks of Lake George, an area steeped in history and once the site of conflicts among the French, British, and Native American populations, has contributed to the supernatural occurrences. There are even rumors that the hotel was built on Native American burial grounds, adding to the eerie atmosphere that surrounds the Sagamore. In this story, we will explore the haunted history of the Sagamore Hotel, delving into the tales of the spirits that are said to roam its halls. From the ghostly woman in a pinkish-brown dress who gazes out at the lake, to the mischievous child who haunts the golf course, and the tragic tale of the maid who met a terrible end. Statsra, the Sagamore, is home to a myriad of ghostly encounters. As we uncover these stories, we will begin to understand why this luxurious hotel has earned its place among the most haunted locations in the country. As the years went by, the Sagamore Hotel's reputation as a luxurious retreat was paralleled by a growing legend of eerie hauntings and ghostly encounters. Guests who once came for the beautiful views and five-star accommodations began sharing stories of strange occurrences that left them questioning the serene facade of this grand hotel. The more these stories spread, the more the Sagamore became known not just as a place of comfort and elegance, but as a hotspot for paranormal activity. The hotel's haunted history seems to be deeply intertwined with its long and tumultuous past. In 1893, and again in 1914, fires ravaged the building, each time forcing the owners to rebuild. Some believe that these destructive events, coupled with the hotel's age, have created a breeding ground for spirits unable to leave the place where they met their fate. The sense of lingering energy, the echoes of the past, and the unsettling feeling that something unseen might be watching have all contributed to the Sagamore's haunted reputation. Among the earliest tales is that of Lillian, a young woman who is said to have stayed at the hotel during its early years. Guests have reported seeing a woman in a pinkish-brown dress standing on the open porch, looking out at Lake George as if waiting for someone or something. Lillian is believed to be one of the hotel's original guests, and her spirit has been seen repeatedly, always near the porch, silently gazing toward the water. Another well-known spirit is Walter, who frequents the hotel's elevators. Dressed in a brown three-piece suit, with a thick mustache and an air of distinction, Walter is often seen near the concierge's desk or in the card room, a favorite spot of his during his time among the living. Walter's presence is said to be so strong that some guests have mistaken him for a living person, only to watch him vanish before their eyes. The stories of these ghosts, among others, have only added to the hotel's mysterious allure. The Sagamore is no longer just a destination for those seeking luxury. It has become a place where people come to experience the thrill of the unknown, to perhaps catch a glimpse of the spirits that call this grand hotel their eternal home. As we delve deeper into the stories of specific hauntings, the true extent of the Sagamore's paranormal activity will become even more apparent, painting a picture of a place where the past refuses to stay buried. The Sagamore Hotel's reputation for being haunted is not just rooted in its history, but also in the numerous ghostly encounters reported by guests and staff alike. These stories bring the hotel's haunted legend to life, giving specific names, faces, and locations to the spirits that are said to roam its halls. One of the most well-known spirits is the young boy who haunts the golf course. His story dates back to the 1950s, when he tragically lost his life after being struck by a car while chasing golf balls. Today, golfers report seeing a young boy running across the course, laughing and playing pranks by stealing golf balls or moving flags. His laughter, though innocent, has an eerie quality that sends chills down the spines of those who hear it. Despite the playful nature of his hauntings, there's a sadness that lingers in the air, a reminder of a life cut short. Inside the hotel, the spirit of a woman in a pinkish-brown dress has been spotted on the porch, gazing out over the lake. Guests describe her as looking lost in thought, as if waiting for someone who never arrives. This apparition is believed to be Lillian, a guest from the hotel's early days, who may have had a tragic end. Her appearances are often accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature, a sign that the past is still very much alive within the walls of the Sagamore. The hotel's elevator is another hotspot for paranormal activity. where the ghost of a man named Walter is often seen. Walter, dressed in a brown three-piece suit, has been known to ride the elevator, particularly the one nearest the concierge's desk. He is most often seen in the card room, where he once spent much of his time. Some guests have reported speaking with him, mistaking him for a fellow guest, only to watch him disappear right before their eyes. His presence is so strong that it often leaves those who encounter him questioning their own reality. On the second and third floors, guests and staff have reported seeing a man dressed in a long, black overcoat, pacing the halls with shiny leather shoes. His footsteps echo through the empty corridors, and he is often seen walking frantically, as if searching for something, or someone. He's also been spotted in the spa area, where his presence has been known to unsettle even the most seasoned of employees. One of the most chilling stories involves the spirit of a maid who met a tragic end in the mid-1930s. After being caught in an affair with a guest, she was fired and later smothered by the guest's wife in a fit of jealousy. The maid's spirit is said to be trapped in the room where she died, her anger keeping her tethered to the hotel. Guests who stay in this room have reported feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they are not alone. Some have even heard the sound of a pillow being fluffed, only to look and see nothing there. These specific encounters give the Sagamore Hotel a unique place in the annals of haunted history. The spirits that roam the hotel are not just figments of imagination. They are a part of the fabric of the building, woven into its very walls. As we continue to explore more ghostly tales, the true depth of the Sagamore's hauntings will become even clearer, revealing a place where the past and present coexist in an uneasy truce. The haunted stories of the Sagamore Hotel don't end with the encounters already mentioned. The hotel's deep history and rich past have made it a hotspot for a wide variety of ghostly activity, each story adding to the eerie tapestry of its reputation. Another frequently reported ghostly presence is that of a woman in white. This specter is known to enter guests' rooms while they are asleep. Witnesses describe her as hovering over them, blowing cold air onto their eyelids. The sensation of this icy breath and the sight of her shadowy figure can be enough to wake even the deepest sleeper. Guests who have experienced this haunting often describe feelings of intense fear and an overwhelming sense of being watched. In the hotel's restaurant, patrons have reported witnessing a spectral couple engaged in a heated argument. The ghostly pair appears to be caught in a never-ending fight, with the man hurling the woman to the floor. Their struggle is vivid and dramatic, but as quickly as it begins, it fades away. Some have seen them in the dining room, while others have reported encounters in a second-floor room, where their phantom quarrels continue to play out. The halls of the Sagamore are also frequented by another ghostly figure, a woman in a blue polka-dot dress. She moves through the hallways and occasionally appears in the restaurant, her presence often heralded by a sudden drop in temperature. The sighting of this ghostly woman, along with others, has contributed to the hotel's reputation as a hotbed of paranormal activity. One particularly unsettling story involves a hotel chef who had a brief encounter with a blonde woman who walked through him. After this chilling experience, the chef reportedly quit his job at the hotel. The incident left him shaken and is a testament to the profound impact that these spectral encounters can have on those who come into contact with them. Guests have also recounted experiences of ghostly children. These spirits are seen running through the hallways and sometimes heard giggling softly. Their playful nature adds a haunting quality to the hotel, as their presence is often accompanied by strange noises or unexplained movements. These ghostly children seem to carry the lighthearted, mischievous qualities of the young boy on the golf course, creating a sense of eerie playfulness throughout the hotel. The combination of these encounters paints a vivid picture of a place where the past is never far behind. Each ghostly presence at the Sagamore adds to the rich and haunted history of the hotel, creating an atmosphere where the boundary between the living and the dead is exceptionally thin. as we delve deeper into the haunted stories of the Sagamore. The profound connection between its past and present becomes ever more apparent, continuing to draw both the curious and the brave into its enigmatic embrace. The Sagamore Hotel on Lake George stands as a monument to both grandeur and ghostly intrigue. From its inception in 1883 to its current status as a restored luxury resort, the hotel has seen its share of history, including periods of destruction and renewal. This rich past, combined with its significant events and the ghosts that allegedly haunt its halls, contributes to its place among the most haunted hotels in America. The stories of spectral figures, such as the ghostly woman in the pinkish-brown dress, the mischievous boy on the golf course, and the troubled spirits in the dining room, reveal a tapestry of hauntings that reflect the hotel's storied past. Each ghostly encounter, whether it be a fleeting shadow, a cold breath, or a chilling presence, adds to the hotel's aura of mystery and spectral activity. The Sagamore's history of fires, its associations with Native American lore, and its status as a gathering place for the wealthy, all weave together to create a backdrop for these supernatural occurrences. The tales of ghostly maids, spectral children, and argumentative couples paint a picture of a place where the past lingers heavily, casting its shadow on the present. Despite these eerie encounters, the Sagamore Hotel remains a sought-after destination for those looking to experience a blend of luxury and the supernatural. Its blend of historical charm and paranormal intrigue continues to captivate visitors, drawing those fascinated by the unknown to its storied ground. As guests walk through its halls, play on its golf course, or dine in its restaurant, they are not only experiencing a piece of history, but are also potentially brushing against the spirits of the past. The Sagamore Hotel's reputation as a haunted location is not just a reflection of ghostly encounters, but also a testament to its rich, complex history that intertwines the living and the dead in a dance as old as the hotel itself. Nestled in the heart of North Carolina, hidden within a quiet stretch of Chatham County, lies one of the state's most mysterious and talked-about landmarks, the Devil's Tramping Ground. This seemingly unremarkable patch of land, a perfectly circular clearing, has captured the curiosity and fears of locals and visitors alike for hundreds of years. It is not an ordinary clearing. For reasons that continue to baffle scientists, historians, and paranormal enthusiasts, nothing grows within its 12-foot diameter, no matter the season or soil conditions. The stories surrounding this place are as chilling as they are varied. Local legends trace the clearing's eerie reputation back to the early 1800s, with claims that this is where the devil himself comes to walk in circles during the night, pondering his next act of mischief or destruction. This imagery is further fueled by the fact that objects left within the circle overnight are reportedly moved or thrown to its edge by morning, as though unseen forces reject any intrusion into this sacred or cursed ground. For centuries, this barren ring has been a source of speculation and fear. Farmers who worked the surrounding lands would warn their families never to venture near the circle, claiming that the ground itself seemed to radiate an oppressive energy. Over the years, these stories took root in the local culture, spreading across North Carolina and beyond, turning the Devil's Tramping Ground into a symbol of the unexplained. While skeptics argue that the infertile ground is a natural phenomenon, possibly the result of salt or some other mineral imbalance in the soil, others are quick to dismiss such explanations. After all, they say, science cannot explain the strange experiences people continue to report in and around the circle. Many who have dared to camp there speak of restless nights filled with inexplicable sensations, shadows moving just beyond the edge of vision, whispers that seem to come from nowhere, and an unshakable feeling of being watched. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, one thing is undeniable. The Devil's Tramping Ground is a place that demands attention. The sense of unease it evokes is universal, sparking questions that remain unanswered to this day. What causes the strange activity here? Is it the work of supernatural forces? Or could there be a logical explanation hidden beneath the surface? As we begin our journey into the mystery of the Devil's Tramping Ground, we'll delve deeper into its haunting legends, spine-chilling encounters, and puzzling history in the parts to come. But one thing is clear from the start. This circle of barren earth is anything but ordinary. The Devil's Tramping Ground has intrigued and unsettled people for generations, with its legends stretching back as far as the early 1800s. Early settlers in the region were among the first to spread tales about the eerie circle, describing it as a place where livestock refused to graze and birds avoided landing. These peculiar details fueled the belief that the ground was cursed, or at the very least, unnatural. According to the most enduring legend, the clearing serves as the devil's personal stomping ground. It is said that he appears in the dead of night, pacing the circle while plotting chaos and mischief for the world. The barren state of the circle is often attributed to the heat of his footsteps scorching the earth. Locals claim that the devil's nocturnal presence is why no plant life can take root in the area, no matter how many attempts have been made to cultivate it. In the 19th century, superstitious farmers warned against disturbing the site, believing it to be a portal to the underworld. Some would avoid traveling near it at night, fearing an encounter with the devil himself or the malevolent spirits rumored to be drawn to the circle. By the late 1800s, accounts of strange happenings had grown more elaborate. Tales circulated about wagons breaking down when passing too close, mysterious lights flickering in the woods, and animals behaving erratically near the site. As time passed, stories of personal experiences began to surface. By the early 20th century, campers and curious visitors who spent the night near the circle claimed to have witnessed inexplicable phenomena. These accounts included hearing disembodied whispers, seeing shadowy figures moving just beyond the tree line, and waking to find their belongings displaced. Such experiences gave weight to the idea that some unseen force actively rejected human presence within the circle. One of the most unsettling aspects of these reports is their consistency. Multiple visitors have described how objects left in the circle at night are often found outside of it by morning, as if an unseen hand had thrown them away. Even those who dismiss the paranormal nature of the site struggle to explain how such occurrences could happen without interference. The legends surrounding the Devil's Tramping Ground also became a subject of fascination for folklorists in the mid-20th century. Researchers who visited the site documented stories passed down through generations, noting how the clearing seemed to serve as a physical reminder of North Carolina's rich and often unsettling folklore. Some scholars suggested that the circle's reputation might have origins in Native American oral traditions, though concrete evidence to support this theory remains elusive. Through all these accounts and legends, the Devil's Tramping Ground has cemented its place as one of North Carolina's most enduring mysteries. Whether viewed as a haunted hotspot, a site of ancient rituals, or simply an unexplained natural anomaly, it continues to captivate and mystify those who hear its stories. In the next part, we'll explore first-hand encounters and modern experiences that have added new layers to this already chilling legend, bringing the mystery of the Devil's Tramping Ground into the present day. In recent decades, the Devil's Tramping Ground has continued to captivate paranormal enthusiasts, skeptics, and curious visitors alike. Modern accounts of strange occurrences at the site add to its reputation as one of North Carolina's most mysterious locations. With advancements in technology, some visitors have attempted to document their experiences, yet the eerie nature of the clearing remains shrouded in ambiguity. One of the most consistent modern claims involves camping within the circle. Those brave enough to set up tents in the barren clearing often report an unsettling sensation of being watched, even when no one else is around. Campers have shared stories of waking up to find their tents inexplicably moved several feet, or even outside the circle entirely. Many have described hearing faint whispers or footsteps in the stillness of the night, as if unseen entities were circling their campsite. Electronic devices are another peculiar aspect of the site's lore. Visitors frequently report issues with their phones, cameras, and other equipment malfunctioning in or near the circle. Batteries drain faster than usual, cameras fail to capture images, and audio recordings sometimes pick up strange static or unexplainable sounds. These technological anomalies are often cited as evidence of a supernatural force at work, though skeptics argue they could result from electromagnetic interference or environmental factors. Another common report involves the behavior of animals near the site. Pet owners often note that their dogs refuse to enter the circle, pulling back on their leashes and whining in distress. Even horses and other animals are said to become agitated when brought near the clearing. These reactions have sparked debates about whether animals might sense something humans cannot, further deepening the mystery of the area. Some modern visitors have claimed to witness strange lights hovering above or within the circle, particularly on moonless nights. These lights, described as glowing orbs or faint flickers, have been observed moving erratically before vanishing without explanation. While skeptics attribute these sightings to reflections, fireflies, or other natural phenomena, their regularity and unpredictable behavior have kept the stories alive. The site has also become a popular destination for paranormal investigators, with groups setting up equipment to measure electromagnetic fields, temperature fluctuations, and audio anomalies. While no definitive evidence has emerged, some investigators claim to have captured compelling data, such as sudden spikes in electromagnetic readings or faint voices on audio recordings. These findings, while not conclusive, continue to fuel interest in the Devil's Tramping Ground. Despite its reputation, the circle remains a public space that attracts both thrill seekers and skeptics. Local authorities occasionally issue warnings about camping safely and respecting the property, as the area is remote and can pose risks for unprepared visitors. Still, the site's enduring mystery ensures a steady flow of curious explorers hoping to experience its eerie atmosphere firsthand. As we move forward, we'll delve deeper into the darker accounts of malevolent encounters and explore whether this mysterious site could truly be connected to something beyond our understanding. As reports of paranormal activity at the Devil's Tramping Ground grew over the years, stories of more malevolent encounters began to emerge, painting a darker picture of this enigmatic circle. These unsettling accounts often suggest an active, malevolent force tied to the area, one that leaves lasting impressions on those who dare to challenge its boundaries. One of the most chilling aspects of the circle is the sense of unease that intensifies after dark. Visitors who've braved overnight stays report experiencing vivid nightmares, unlike anything they've ever felt before. These dreams often involve shadowy figures or scenes of intense dread that some believe are linked to the area's mysterious energy. Witnesses claim these nightmares linger, sometimes leaving them with feelings of unease that last for days or weeks. A particularly disturbing phenomenon is the feeling of being physically pushed or pulled when standing near the circle's edge. While some have brushed this off as a trick of the wind or imagination, others insist it feels deliberate, as though an unseen force is trying to manipulate their movements. These reports are particularly common among individuals who enter the clearing after sunset, adding to the belief that the area becomes more dangerous at night. One local legend involves a farmer who, many years ago, attempted to plow the circle in defiance of the warnings surrounding the area. According to the story, his equipment malfunctioned as soon as he crossed into the clearing, and he later reported feeling a strong, oppressive force pushing him back toward the edge. Though accounts of this story vary, it remains a cautionary tale, passed down through generations, warning against disturbing the circle. Interestingly, some visitors have reported hearing disembodied voices while standing near the site. These voices are often described as low and indistinct, almost like murmurs, but their origin remains unexplained. On rare occasions, individuals have claimed to hear their own names being whispered, an experience that has left many shaken. This eerie phenomenon has led to speculation that the circle might be a place where the veil between worlds is unusually thin. Another particularly ominous story involves a local man who camped near the site in the 1980s. According to his account, he woke up in the middle of the night to find his campsite eerily silent. Moments later, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread and saw a dark humanoid figure standing at the edge of the clearing. The figure reportedly stood motionless for what felt like an eternity before suddenly vanishing. The man left the site immediately and later claimed he would never set foot near the circle again. Beyond these encounters, there is a recurring theme of visitors feeling as though they are not alone. Even in the absence of visible apparitions, many describe the overwhelming sensation of being watched, particularly when they are inside the circle. This oppressive feeling has been reported by countless individuals over the years and remains one of the most compelling arguments for the area's supernatural reputation. Despite the wealth of personal accounts, the exact cause of these phenomena remains elusive. Some speculate that natural explanations, such as unique electromagnetic fields or geological anomalies, might contribute to the eerie atmosphere. Others believe the circle's unsettling history and reputation have created a powerful psychological effect, influencing the experiences of those who visit. In this part of the story, we've explored some of the more chilling and personal encounters tied to the Devil's Tramping Ground. The lingering question remains, is this place a natural anomaly, or is it truly home to forces beyond our comprehension? As we move into the conclusion, we'll examine what makes this site such a lasting mystery and what its enduring legend says about the human fascination with the unknown. The Devil's Tramping Ground has stood as an enigma for centuries, defying logical explanations and inspiring awe, fear, and curiosity in equal measure. As we conclude our journey through the haunting stories and experiences tied to this infamous North Carolina landmark, one thing becomes clear. The mystery endures because it resonates with something deep within us. The clearing's perfect barren circle remains one of its most baffling features. Modern investigations into the soil reveal that it lacks the nutrients necessary to sustain plant life. But why this particular patch of land became so depleted remains unexplained. Soil samples have shown unusually high acidity levels, yet the source of this anomaly is unknown. While science provides some answers, it fails to fully demystify the persistent bareness of the circle. Another key element in the site's enduring mystery is its influence on those who visit. Whether people come out of curiosity, skepticism, or a genuine belief in the paranormal, they often leave with unforgettable memories. Some researchers have noted that human psychology plays a significant role in how we interpret unusual experiences. The Devil's Tramping Ground may amplify this effect, creating an atmosphere where our minds are more likely to perceive something extraordinary. While skeptics dismiss many of the tales as exaggerated or fabricated, the sheer consistency of the reports adds a layer of intrigue. For generations, locals and visitors alike have recounted eerily similar experiences, from disembodied voices to the inexplicable feeling of being watched. Riverside Cemetery in Fargo, North Dakota, has stood for well over a century, carrying with it a long and often eerie history. Established in the late 19th century, it is the oldest and largest cemetery in the state. Many believe that its long past has left behind more than just gravestones and memorials. Some claim that spirits still linger among the old headstones, unwilling or unable to move on. The cemetery's origins trace back to the burial of Clemina Lowell, who was laid to rest in February of the year 1878, a full year before Riverside Cemetery was officially established. Since then, the cemetery has grown to house more than 18,000 burials, each with a unique story behind it. Over the years, Riverside has become known not just for its historic importance, but also for its eerie reputation. Visitors have reported strange sights and sounds, from ghostly whispers in the wind to shadowy figures moving between the graves. One of the most well-known areas of the cemetery is the set of mausoleums that have stood on the grounds for decades. The first was built in the early 20th century, while the second was constructed in the 1970s. These stone structures, meant to house the remains of the departed, are at the center of many ghost stories. Some visitors have claimed to hear muffled voices or faint cries coming from inside, even when no one is there. Others have reported an unsettling feeling of being watched, especially when standing near the entrances of these mausoleums. Adding to the cemetery's haunted reputation are the strange anomalies that have been captured in photographs and videos over the years. Orbs of light, eerie mist formations, and even shadowy figures have all been spotted by those hoping to document paranormal activity. Some believe these images are proof of spirits lingering in the cemetery, while skeptics argue that they are simply tricks of the light. Despite the many reports of ghostly encounters, there are those who insist that Riverside Cemetery is not haunted at all. Former employees have spoken out against the rumors, claiming that in all their years working at the cemetery, they never once experienced anything out of the ordinary. Still, for those who have felt an unexplained chill in the air or heard whispers in the darkness, the stories of Riverside Cemetery's hauntings are difficult to ignore. While Riverside Cemetery is known for its historical significance, it is also surrounded by eerie urban legends that have been passed down through generations. Locals have long shared stories of unexplained encounters within the cemetery, with many claiming that the spirits of those buried there have never truly left. One of the most chilling legends involves a grieving mother who is said to wander the cemetery at night, searching for the grave of her lost child. Witnesses have reported seeing a ghostly woman dressed in dark clothing, silently moving between the graves before vanishing without a trace. Some claim to have heard the faint sound of crying near the older sections of the cemetery, though no one is ever there when they turn to look. Another unsettling tale surrounds a particular set of headstones that are believed to shift positions on their own. Visitors who have returned to the cemetery on different days claim that certain gravestones appear to have moved slightly, as if something unseen is disturbing them. While skeptics believe this could be due to natural causes like shifting soil or weather conditions, others insist that supernatural forces are at work. The cemetery's tree-lined paths take visitors past the graves of early settlers, war veterans, and local figures whose lives were woven into the history of Fargo. Yet, many say these paths take on an entirely different atmosphere after sunset. Those who have dared to explore the grounds at night have described an overwhelming sense of unease, as if unseen eyes are watching them from the shadows. Some have even reported sudden temperature drops, feeling an icy chill despite the warm summer air. Adding to the mystery are the occasional reports of ghostly apparitions appearing near the cemetery's entrance. Drivers passing by late at night have claimed to see a lone figure standing near the gate, only for it to disappear when they take a second glance. Whether these sightings are mere tricks of the mind or something more remains unknown, but they continue to fuel the legend of Riverside Cemetery's haunted past. Among the many eerie tales tied to Riverside Cemetery, some of the most unsettling center around the mausoleums on the property. There are two of them, one built in the early 20th century and the other in the later half of the century. Both have gained a reputation for unexplained paranormal activity. Visitors have reported hearing strange noises coming from inside the structures, even when no one else is around. Some describe the sound as faint whispering, while others claim to have heard footsteps echoing from within. A few have even said they heard what sounded like soft weeping near the entrances, only to find the mausoleums empty upon investigation. Photographs taken near these mausoleums sometimes reveal odd anomalies. Orbs of light, misty figures, and unexplained shadows have appeared in images, leading many to believe that spirits linger within these walls. Paranormal investigators who have explored the cemetery have noted sudden equipment malfunctions when near the mausoleums, as well as unexplained energy spikes on their devices. Some cemetery workers over the years have refused to enter the mausoleums after dark, claiming that the atmosphere inside feels different at night. Those who have ventured inside late in the evening describe an eerie silence that seems almost unnatural, as if the air itself is heavier. Some have even reported feeling an invisible presence standing behind them, watching. Beyond the mausoleums, other unexplained phenomena have been linked to specific grave sites. Some visitors claim to have seen shadowy figures moving between the headstones, while others have noticed flowers and small objects left at certain graves, mysteriously disappearing or rearranging themselves. Whether these events have a rational explanation or are truly the work of restless spirits remains unknown, but they have only added to Riverside Cemetery's chilling reputation. Despite the many eerie encounters reported at Riverside Cemetery, there are those who insist the grounds are not haunted at all. Some former employees believe that every chilling story can be explained by natural causes, shifting headstones, the creaking of old trees, or the power of suggestion. Yet, for those who have experienced something unexplainable, the debate over whether spirits linger here is far from settled. One of the most unsettling stories involves a grave that seems to move. Visitors claim that no matter how many times they visit, they can never find the same headstone in the exact place they remember. Some have even walked in circles trying to locate a particular grave, only to find it in a completely different row than before. There are no official records of graves shifting, but the reports continue, leaving many to wonder if something supernatural is at play. Others speak of a ghostly woman in white, seen wandering the outer edges of the cemetery. Some describe her as a young bride, while others believe she is a grieving widow, forever searching for a lost loved one. Unlike many other ghostly figures that vanish quickly, some witnesses say this apparition lingers, moving slowly among the graves before fading into the mist. Perhaps the most chilling experiences happen just outside the cemetery gates. On rare occasions, passers-by have reported seeing a dark figure standing at the entrance late at night. This shadowy presence does not move or react, but those who have seen it describe an overwhelming sense of unease. The figure is always gone by the time anyone approaches. Whether Riverside Cemetery is truly haunted remains a mystery. Some believe the stories are simply urban legends passed down through generations, while others are convinced that restless spirits remain among the graves. The Tiedemann House, better known today as Franklin Castle, stands on Franklin Boulevard in Cleveland, Ohio. This grand stone mansion, built in the early 1880s, is a striking example of high Victorian architecture. Originally constructed by Hannes Tiedemann, a wealthy German immigrant, the mansion was meant to provide an impressive home for his family and also offer a temporary haven for fellow German immigrants arriving in Cleveland. However, the house quickly became shrouded in mystery and tragedy. Over the course of just a few years, nearly the entire Tiedemann family died within its walls. While these deaths were reported as natural, whispers soon began to spread that something far more sinister was at play. The sudden deaths of several family members, including Tiedemann's daughter Emma, his mother, and even his wife, gave rise to rumors of hauntings and dark secrets buried within the mansion. From these early days, Franklin Castle's reputation as one of the most haunted places in Cleveland began to grow. The story of Emma, who died at just 15 years old, stirred the most chilling rumors. Some believed her death wasn't caused by illness as officially recorded, but by something far darker. Whispers said that she may have been found hanging in the attic. The Tiedemann House, with its eerie past and tragic history, is now considered one of Cleveland's most haunted landmarks. And over the years, countless ghost stories have emerged from within its walls. This is just the beginning of the chilling tale that surrounds Franklin Castle, a house with a history so disturbing it has fascinated and terrified people for more than a century. As time went on, Franklin Castle's reputation for being haunted only grew stronger. After Hannes Tiedemann sold the mansion in the late 1890s, new owners began to report strange occurrences that were hard to explain. One of the most persistent rumors was about the tragic deaths that had taken place within its walls, especially those of Tiedemann's wife Louise and his daughter Emma. While their deaths were publicly explained as natural causes, many believed there were darker forces at play in the house. By the mid-20th century, tales of hauntings in Franklin Castle became more frequent. In particular, rumors began to swirl about the spirit of a woman in black, said to roam the upper floors of the house. She was often seen standing in the tower window, gazing out over the street. Some believed this ghostly figure was one of the Tiedemann family's maids, perhaps a victim of foul play herself, while others thought it was the restless spirit of Louise Tiedemann, still mourning her lost children. During the years when the house was owned by the German-American League for Culture, from the early 1920s to the late 1960s, even more unsettling stories emerged. Visitors claimed to hear unexplained sounds, footsteps echoing in empty hallways, doors slamming on their own, and the eerie cry of a young girl that some believed to be Emma. Those who spent time in the house reported feeling cold drafts in rooms where no windows were open, and objects seemed to move on their own. Some even said they felt an invisible presence watching them. As the years went by, Franklin Castle's haunted reputation began to draw attention, and in the 1970s, one of the owners decided to capitalize on it. Public tours of the haunted mansion were offered, and people came from all over to experience the ghostly phenomena firsthand. Visitors described feeling a heavy, oppressive energy in certain rooms, as if something unseen was lurking just out of sight. The house seemed to come alive at night, with flickering lights, unexplained cold spots, and the sounds of whispers floating through the air. It wasn't long before the house became known as one of the most haunted places in Ohio, with its dark history and eerie hauntings only adding to its chilling allure. Many who entered Franklin Castle came out believing that the spirits of the past still wandered its halls, unable to move on from the tragedies that had unfolded within its stone walls. The haunted history of this mansion was only just beginning to be uncovered. As Franklin Castle's haunted history deepened, specific ghostly encounters and sightings became the stuff of legend. The most famous of these spirits is the Lady in Black, a figure often seen standing in the tower window, watching over the street below. Some visitors have described her as a sorrowful presence, believed to be either Louise Tiedemann or one of the house's maids, tragically connected to the home's dark past. Those who've come face to face with her have reported seeing a figure in old-fashioned black clothing, who vanishes the moment they try to get a closer look. Another commonly reported ghost is that of a young girl, believed to be the spirit of Emma Tiedemann, Hannes's daughter, who died tragically young. One of the most eerie encounters occurred when the Romano family, who lived in the house during the late 1960s, experienced Emma's presence. The Romano children, after hearing laughter from upstairs, once asked their mother for cookies for the other children. But when Mrs. Romano went upstairs to find these mysterious playmates, the rooms were empty. These ghostly interactions led many to believe that Emma still wanders the halls, trapped in the home where she died so young. In addition to these spirits, visitors and paranormal investigators have often reported hearing the sound of a baby crying, though no child has lived in the house for over a century. Some believe this is connected to one of the Tiedemann children who passed away in the home, while others speculate it could be the spirit of a childless servant or maid. Perhaps one of the most unsettling hauntings tied to Franklin Castle is the tower room. This room, located at the top of the house, is where many believe a murder took place, possibly that of a maid or even a family member. People entering the room often experience a strange sensation of being choked or suffocated, as if reliving the final moments of someone who met a violent end there. Some have reported feeling their throats tighten, as if invisible hands were pressing down, while others have claimed they couldn't catch their breath. The sounds of heavy footsteps, slamming doors, and disembodied voices have become common in the house, Some visitors have even heard whispers in German, a possible nod to the house's past when it served as the German-American League for Culture's headquarters. These whispering voices seem to come from the walls, echoing through the empty rooms, giving an eerie sense of life to the otherwise still house. With every reported sighting and strange occurrence, the haunted reputation of Franklin Castle only grows stronger, making it a magnet for paranormal investigators and those curious about the afterlife. The chilling encounters and restless spirits within its walls keep the mystery alive, as more and more people come forward with stories of their own haunted experiences. Franklin Castle's paranormal activity goes far beyond just a few isolated ghost sightings. Over the years, visitors have experienced an overwhelming number of eerie encounters, each adding a new layer to the home's haunted reputation. One particularly unsettling aspect of these hauntings involves strange noises that seem to come from deep within the house's walls. Numerous guests have reported hearing faint crying, moaning, and even muffled conversations, as if voices from the past are still trapped inside. One of the more unusual hauntings associated with Franklin Castle involves sudden temperature drops. People have claimed that certain rooms in the house become freezing cold for no apparent reason, even in the middle of summer. These icy spots, especially near the tower room and the front parlor, are believed to mark the presence of spirits lingering nearby. Several paranormal investigators have noted that these cold spots often coincide with a feeling of being watched, as if the spirits of the home are observing their every move. Another frequent report involves shadowy figures that dart across rooms or are seen out of the corner of one's eye. These figures are often described as quick, blurry movements that vanish when approached, leading some to believe they are the spirits of servants or other individuals who met untimely deaths in the house. One chilling account from a visitor described seeing a dark figure at the end of a long hallway, only for it to fade into nothing as they drew closer. In one of the most terrifying encounters, a group of paranormal investigators in the 1970s experienced what they described as poltergeist activity. They reported seeing objects move on their own, including doors slamming shut, with enough force to shake the house. Chairs were knocked over, and small items like keys and books were thrown across rooms without explanation. This particular investigation only reinforced the belief that whatever lingers in Franklin Castle is not only present, but active and capable of interacting with the physical world. There's also the recurring story of flickering lights, especially near the staircases. Witnesses have said that the lights will flicker or turn off completely, only to turn back on moments later. Electricians have checked the wiring numerous times, yet no issues have ever been found. Some people think this could be the work of spirits, trying to communicate or possibly relive the moments of tragedy that occurred in the home. Perhaps the most frightening encounter reported is the apparition of a man, sometimes seen in the dining room or walking up the grand staircase. He's been described as tall, wearing old-fashioned clothing with a stern expression. Many believe this is the ghost of Hannes Tiedemann himself, still patrolling his beloved home even in death. Those who have seen this figure say they felt an overwhelming sense of dread and an urge to leave the house immediately. His ghost seems to be a dominant presence in the home, perhaps still trying to control the space even after more than a century. These chilling encounters, coupled with the house's long history of death and tragedy, have left an indelible mark on Franklin Castle. Even skeptics who visit the house often leave with stories of strange occurrences they can't explain, solidifying its place as one of Cleveland's most haunted locations. Franklin Castle's dark history and numerous reports of paranormal activity have secured its place as one of Cleveland's most haunted and mysterious landmarks. Over the years, the chilling stories of tragic deaths, ghostly encounters, and strange occurrences have continued to draw attention from both locals and paranormal enthusiasts. While the current owners have worked hard to restore and preserve the historic home, the legend of Franklin Castle lives on, with its ghostly inhabitants seemingly refusing to leave. Many believe that the spirits of the Tiedemann family, especially those who met tragic ends, still linger within the house's stone walls. Whether it's the lady in black, young Emma, or the shadowy figure of Hannes Tiedemann, these spirits are thought to be tied to the deep emotional pain and sorrow that occurred in the home. The countless unexplained events, from flickering lights and icy cold spots to shadowy figures and unsettling sounds, seem to suggest that whatever haunts Franklin Castle is far from gone. The mansion's long history of rumors and ghost sightings has made it a popular stop on Cleveland's ghost tours, with many visitors hoping to catch a glimpse of the infamous spirits that dwell inside. Despite multiple renovations, exorcisms, and investigations, the castle's haunted reputation remains as strong as ever. Some believe that as long as the house stands, the spirits will continue to haunt its halls, reminding all who visit of the tragedies and mysteries that have unfolded there. Today, Franklin Castle is privately owned, but its legacy as one of America's most haunted homes is unlikely to fade. Even if the house eventually finds peace, its stories of love, loss, and tragedy will forever be intertwined with Cleveland's rich history. The house may be restored physically, but its haunted reputation will endure, making Franklin Castle a place of fascination, mystery, and fear for generations to come. As the legends of Franklin Castle continue to grow, one thing is certain: the spirits of the past still roam its halls, making it one of the most unsettling and mysterious haunted houses in the country. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the eerie atmosphere and countless reports of strange happenings make Franklin Castle a place where history and the supernatural collide, leaving an unforgettable impression on all who dare to visit. Nestled in the quiet countryside near Weatherford, Oklahoma, lies Dead Woman's Crossing, a place whose name alone sends a chill down the spine. While it may seem like just another unassuming stretch of road, its dark history tells a tale of sorrow and mystery that has captured the imagination of locals for over a century. To understand why this place is so haunted, we have to go back to the early 20th century, when a tragedy unfolded that would leave its mark on the area forever. The story begins in the summer of 1905. A young schoolteacher named Katie DeWitt James, a 29-year-old woman from Custer City, set out on a journey with her infant daughter after deciding to leave her troubled marriage. Katie planned to stay with her cousin in nearby Ripley, Oklahoma, hoping to start a new chapter in her life. However, she never reached her destination. After leaving Custer City, Katie was last seen boarding a wagon with a woman named Fanny Norton, who was known locally as a Lady of the Night. The pair traveled together for some time, but by the following morning, Katie's infant daughter was found abandoned and unharmed along the roadside near Weatherford. Katie, however, was nowhere to be found. Days later, the lifeless body of Katie DeWitt James was discovered along a creek near the now infamous overpass. Her throat had been cut, and her death was ruled a homicide. Fanny Norton, who was suspected of being involved in Katie's death, denied any wrongdoing. Witnesses claimed to have seen Fanny washing blood from her clothing, but no charges were ever brought against her. Before authorities could investigate further, Fanny took her own life by ingesting poison. The unsolved murder of Katie DeWitt James has haunted the area ever since. Locals say the tragedy left an indelible scar on the land, with some believing her restless spirit lingers, searching for justice or peace. The stretch of road where her body was found became known as Dead Woman's Crossing, a grim reminder of the young mother whose life was cut short. Over time, stories began to surface about eerie encounters at the site. People passing through started reporting strange sensations, an inexplicable sadness, a chill in the air, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. It wasn't long before whispers of hauntings began to spread, tying the ghostly activity to the tragic events of 1905. Dead Woman's Crossing isn't just a story about a haunting. It's a story about a life stolen too soon, a mystery left unsolved, and a place where the line between the living and the dead feels impossibly thin. In the following parts, we'll explore the eerie experiences of those who have braved this haunted road and dive deeper into the ghostly phenomena that have earned this location its dark reputation. Dead Woman's Crossing may have begun as a site of tragedy, but over the years, it has become synonymous with eerie experiences and unexplainable events. As stories of hauntings grew, so did the intrigue surrounding this remote Oklahoma location. For locals and visitors alike, the crossing has become a chilling symbol of the unknown. One of the most enduring legends tied to the crossing is the tale of a ghostly figure seen wandering near the creek where Katie DeWitt James's body was found. Described as a woman in an old-fashioned white dress, the apparition is said to appear late at night, moving along the roadside or standing still by the water's edge. Witnesses often describe her as translucent, with a sorrowful expression etched into her pale face. This ghostly figure has been nicknamed the Lady in White, a common motif in haunted folklore, but her connection to Katie's untimely death gives the sightings an extra layer of poignancy. Visitors have reported a range of unsettling experiences while passing through Dead Woman's Crossing. Some claim to hear faint cries or the sound of a baby wailing, which many believe is tied to the abandonment of Katie's infant daughter on the roadside. Others describe hearing whispers carried on the wind, so faint they seem almost imagined, yet too distinct to ignore. These auditory phenomena often leave witnesses with a lingering sense of unease, as if the voices are trying to communicate something just beyond comprehension. Paranormal investigators who have explored the crossing often report sudden drops in temperature, even on warm summer nights. Many have also noted the presence of electromagnetic disturbances, with their equipment malfunctioning or registering unexplained spikes in activity. One investigator claimed that while standing near the creek, they felt an unseen force tugging on their clothing, as though trying to pull them toward the water. Adding to the mystery is the strange behavior of animals in the area. Locals say that dogs often refuse to go near the crossing, barking or whining as they approach. Horses, too, have been known to become skittish, their ears pinned back and their movements hesitant, as if sensing something humans cannot see. One chilling account comes from a group of travelers who parked near the crossing late at night. As they sat in their car, they noticed the headlights dimming and the engine sputtering. Suddenly, they saw what appeared to be a shadowy figure standing in the middle of the road. Panicked, they turned the ignition, but the car refused to start. When the figure began to move closer, the group described feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished and their car roared back to life. While skeptics may dismiss these experiences as tricks of the imagination, the sheer number of similar stories lends weight to the idea that something unexplained lingers at Dead Woman's Crossing. Whether it is the restless spirit of Katie DeWitt James or the residual energy of a violent past, the crossing remains a magnet for those seeking to connect with the paranormal. In the next part, we'll dive deeper into the physical landmarks of the area, examining the specific locations that seem to attract the most ghostly activity and exploring their chilling ties to Oklahoma's haunted history. Dead Woman's Crossing is more than just a haunted road. It's a site where the physical surroundings themselves seem to bear the weight of tragedy and paranormal activity. The area is marked by distinct locations that have become focal points for ghostly encounters and strange happenings. Each of these landmarks contributes to the chilling atmosphere that defines this notorious stretch of Oklahoma's countryside. One of the most significant locations tied to the haunting is the bridge that spans the creek where Katie DeWitt James's body was discovered in the early 20th century. This small, unassuming bridge is often the center of paranormal activity. Visitors have reported seeing spectral figures standing near the edges of the bridge, seemingly gazing down into the water. Others claim to hear the faint sound of footsteps on the wooden planks, even when no one else is present. The creek itself holds a somber significance. This narrow waterway winds quietly through the rural landscape, its surface often reflecting the moonlight on clear nights. But for those who visit, The creek exudes a strange, almost unnatural stillness. Paranormal investigators have noted that the water seems to amplify the eerie sensations in the area. Some visitors have claimed to see ghostly ripples moving across the surface, as if an unseen presence is disturbing the water. Beyond the bridge and the creek, an overgrown path leads deeper into the surrounding area, where remnants of old structures and fencing can still be found. These decaying landmarks serve as a reminder of the rural past, but they also add to the unsettling ambiance. Some believe that these relics hold residual energy from the time of Katie's murder, serving as silent witnesses to the crime. One lesser-known feature of the site is a cluster of trees near the creek, which locals have dubbed the Weeping Willows. While the trees themselves are not willows, their twisted and drooping branches create an ominous canopy, especially on foggy nights. It's said that visitors often feel an overwhelming sense of sadness when standing beneath them, as if the trees are mourning alongside Katie's restless spirit. Some have reported hearing faint cries or whispers emanating from the branches, though the sounds stop abruptly when approached. Another location of interest is the nearby crossroads, a spot historically linked to superstition and folklore. Crossroads have long been associated with the supernatural, believed to be places where the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds is thin. At Dead Woman's Crossing, this junction has its own share of chilling stories. Travelers have recounted seeing shadowy figures standing at the crossroads late at night, their outlines barely visible in the fog. Others have described a disorienting feeling of being watched, as if unseen eyes are following their every move. What makes these landmarks even more compelling is the way they seem to interact with visitors. Cameras and electronic devices frequently malfunction in the area, often refusing to capture clear images or draining batteries at an unusually fast rate. This has led many to believe that the energy surrounding these locations is strong enough to disrupt modern technology. The physical landmarks of Dead Woman's Crossing offer more than just eerie scenery. They provide tangible connections to the tragic events and paranormal phenomena that define this haunted location. In the next part, we'll explore personal stories and first-hand accounts from those who have dared to visit, shedding light on the deeply personal and often terrifying experiences tied to this enigmatic place. Dead Woman's Crossing has become a hotspot for ghost hunters, thrill seekers, and curious travelers who venture to experience its chilling reputation firsthand. Many who visit the site come away with unsettling stories, claiming to have witnessed inexplicable phenomena or felt the presence of something otherworldly. These personal encounters are as varied as they are disturbing, painting a vivid picture of the supernatural energy that lingers in this haunted location. One common experience reported by visitors is the sudden onset of an oppressive feeling of dread upon approaching the crossing. Many describe a heavy, almost suffocating atmosphere that seems to weigh down on them, particularly near the bridge and creek. This sensation is often accompanied by a noticeable drop in temperature, even on warm summer nights. Some visitors have even claimed that the air feels charged, as if an unseen energy permeates the area. Numerous accounts detail sightings of ghostly apparitions, often thought to be the spirit of Katie DeWitt James herself. These sightings are typically fleeting, but leave a lasting impression on those who witness them. One group of visitors described seeing the faint outline of a woman in a white dress standing near the edge of the creek. When they tried to approach, the figure disappeared, leaving only an eerie silence in its wake. Another individual reported seeing a shadowy figure walking along the bridge late at night, only for it to vanish as their headlights illuminated the spot. Audio phenomena are another frequent occurrence at Dead Woman's Crossing. Visitors often report hearing disembodied voices, whispers, or cries that seem to come from nowhere. A chilling story comes from a group of amateur paranormal investigators who visited the site with recording equipment. While reviewing their audio later, they discovered a faint but distinct voice saying, "Why?" followed by what sounded like a soft sob. This recording has been shared among local enthusiasts as evidence of the paranormal presence at the crossing. Other visitors have experienced physical sensations that defy explanation. Some report feeling as if they were being lightly touched or brushed by unseen hands, while others have described a sudden chill running down their spine. One particularly unnerving account came from a man who claimed that his car door slammed shut on its own while he was preparing to leave the site. Shaken, he quickly drove away, only to notice what he described as the faint reflection of a woman's face in his rearview mirror. Electronic disturbances are another hallmark of paranormal activity at Dead Woman's Crossing. Cameras often fail to capture images, and fully charged batteries drain inexplicably within minutes. A photographer who visited the site reported that her camera stopped working entirely while she was attempting to take pictures near the creek. When she later checked her memory card, she found a single image of the bridge, though she had not taken the photo herself. The picture was blurry and distorted, with what appeared to be a faint figure standing in the distance. The unexplained activity extends to vehicles as well. Drivers frequently report issues, such as sudden engine stalling, flickering headlights, or strange noises coming from their cars while parked near the crossing. Some have even claimed to hear faint tapping sounds on their windows, as if someone or something was trying to get their attention. These personal stories and encounters, shared by countless visitors over the years, add to the mystique and terror surrounding Dead Woman's Crossing. Each new experience contributes to the growing legend, leaving behind more questions than answers. As we wrap up, we'll explore the enduring legacy of this haunted place and the efforts to uncover the truth behind its mysteries. Dead Woman's Crossing remains one of Oklahoma's most infamous haunted locations, its dark history and unsettling phenomena continuing to captivate those who hear its story. For decades, it has drawn people from all walks of life: paranormal investigators, history buffs, and curious travelers, all hoping to uncover the truth behind its haunting reputation. Efforts to solve the mystery of Katie DeWitt James's tragic death have persisted, with researchers and historians delving into records and local lore to piece together what might have happened in the summer of 1905. While evidence points to betrayal and murder, the exact details remain murky. The failure to bring justice to Katie's case has only amplified the sense of unease surrounding the crossing, adding a layer of unresolved grief to the paranormal lore. For the locals of Custer County, Dead Woman's Crossing has become a permanent fixture in the region's identity. Some see it as a cautionary tale, reminder of the vulnerabilities faced by women in a time when justice was often elusive. Others view it as a source of intrigue and mystery, a symbol of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Community stories and recollections keep Katie's memory alive, ensuring that her story is not forgotten. The crossing also holds a strange cultural significance, blending history and legend in a way that sparks endless curiosity. Schools, libraries, and local organizations occasionally host events or discussions about the crossing's history, reinforcing its importance in Oklahoma folklore. Even skeptics who dismiss tales of ghosts and hauntings acknowledge the site's historical relevance, appreciating its role in preserving the memory of a tragic event. Beyond its ghostly reputation, Dead Woman's Crossing serves as a reminder of the power of storytelling. Nestled high in Portland, Oregon, overlooking the city from the West Hills, the Pittock Mansion stands as a testament to early 20th century opulence and architectural grandeur. Built in 1914 by Henry Pittock, an influential Oregonian publisher, this French Renaissance-style estate is more than just a beautiful home. It's a site steeped in history and mystery. Henry Pittock, known for his significant contributions to the Oregonian newspaper, envisioned a mansion that matched his grand ambitions. Starting construction in 1909, he spared no expense, selecting Tanino sandstone and incorporating the latest technologies of the time. The mansion featured a central vacuum system, intercoms, specialty lighting, an elevator, and even a restaurant-quality refrigerator. The attention to detail and luxury made it a stunning example of the era's elegance. The mansion's interior, designed by San Francisco architect Edward Fulks, combined French Renaissance, Edwardian, and Turkish styles, reflecting Pittock's sophisticated taste. Once completed, the estate quickly became a gathering place for Portland's elite. Henry's wife, Georgiana, embraced her role as a socialite, frequently hosting gatherings and tending to the mansion's lush gardens. Her love for roses contributed to the creation of Portland's Rose Society and the annual Rose Festival, which remains a beloved event to this day. Despite its grandeur, the Pittock Mansion is not just known for its history, but also for the eerie tales that surround it. Since the 1960s, when the mansion began attracting visitors after a period of abandonment, reports of ghostly activity have emerged. Visitors and staff alike have described unsettling experiences, including mysterious scents and disembodied footsteps. The mansion's rich history and the sudden deaths of its original owners, Georgiana in 1918 and Henry a year later, have fueled speculation about the spirits that might linger within its walls. In the next parts, we will delve deeper into these ghostly occurrences and the mansion's reputation as a haunted location. For now, let's begin our journey into the haunted history of the Pittock Mansion and uncover the chilling tales that make this elegant estate a captivating subject of paranormal fascination. The Pittock Mansion's reputation as a haunted location has grown significantly since it first opened to the public in 1965. Despite its majestic appearance and rich history, the mansion is often associated with mysterious and unsettling occurrences. Over the decades, both visitors and staff have reported a range of eerie experiences that suggest the presence of supernatural forces. Yet many of the ghostly reports are centered around the mansion's upper floors. One of the most commonly mentioned phenomena is the sudden and strong scent of roses. This floral fragrance, which often appears out of nowhere, is believed to be connected to Georgiana Pittock, who had a deep passion for gardening and roses. Visitors have described the scent as both pleasant and inexplicably intense, with some noting that it seems to linger long after they've left the area. Another frequently reported occurrence is the sound of shovels and footsteps near the mansion's northern side. These sounds are thought to be the remnants of the mansion's former groundskeeper, who, like the Pittocks, spent much of his life tending to the estate. The noises, which include the clinking of a shovel and heavy, deliberate footsteps, seem to echo through the grounds as if the groundskeeper is still performing his duties even after death. Inside the mansion, visitors have encountered various strange events. Windows are often seen opening and closing on their own, with no apparent cause. Staff members have reported hearing footsteps in empty rooms and noticing that a portrait of Henry Pittock appears to move on its own. These occurrences contribute to the mansion's ghostly reputation, painting a picture of a place where the past seems to persist in the present. The mansion's history, combined with these unsettling experiences, has helped solidify its status as one of Portland's most intriguing haunted sites. Many locals and visitors believe that the spirits of Henry and Georgiana Pittock, along with other former residents, continue to inhabit the mansion, creating a connection between the present and the past. The Pittock Mansion is not just a site of general eerie activity. It's also known for specific ghostly encounters that have left a lasting impression on those who have experienced them. These encounters often center around particular areas within the mansion and have become the focus of many ghostly tales. One of the most intriguing locations within the mansion is the Grand Ballroom. Here, visitors have reported seeing strange apparitions and experiencing sudden drops in temperature. Some claim to have seen shadowy figures moving across the room, their forms briefly illuminated by the ballroom's ornate chandeliers before vanishing. These sightings are often accompanied by an unexplained chill that seems to settle over the area, heightening the sense of unease. Another notable location is the library, where numerous reports of paranormal activity have been documented. Staff and visitors have described witnessing books flying off shelves and hearing the sound of pages turning when no one is present. Additionally, the library's large old-fashioned fireplace has been the site of peculiar incidents. Some visitors have reported seeing a figure standing by the hearth, only for the figure to disappear as they approached. This figure is often described as wearing clothing from the early 20th century, consistent with the time when the mansion was first built. The mansion's upstairs bedrooms also hold a reputation for ghostly activity. One particularly haunting report involves a visitor who saw a woman in a long, flowing gown standing near a window. When the visitor attempted to approach, the apparition reportedly turned and walked away, disappearing through a wall. This ghost is believed to be Georgiana Pittock, maintaining a silent vigil over the rooms she once cherished. Perhaps the most unsettling encounters occur in the mansion's basement. Known for its dim lighting and musty smell, the basement has been the scene of several ghostly apparitions. Witnesses have reported hearing disembodied voices and footsteps echoing through the dark, empty spaces. Some have even described seeing shadowy figures darting across the basement's walls, adding to the area's reputation as one of the mansion's most haunted locations. These specific ghostly encounters contribute to the Pittock Mansion's reputation as a site of ongoing supernatural activity. Each area of the mansion seems to hold its own unique stories, making the mansion a rich tapestry of paranormal phenomena that continue to intrigue and unsettle visitors. As we delve deeper into the eerie occurrences at the Pittock Mansion, more personal and detailed encounters emerge from those who have spent time within its walls. These stories add layers to the mansion's haunted reputation, revealing a wide range of supernatural experiences that go beyond the more common reports. One particularly chilling account involves the mansion's dining room. Several guests have reported hearing the clinking of silverware and the soft murmur of voices, as though an invisible dinner party was underway. This phenomenon is often accompanied by the sight of an antique chandelier swaying gently, despite there being no drafts or disturbances in the room. Witnesses who have tried to investigate these sounds find the dining room empty, with no sign of anyone having been there. The mansion's gardens also contribute to the haunted lore. Visitors who stroll through the well-maintained rose gardens have reported seeing strange figures among the flowers. These apparitions are described as vague, misty shapes that seem to blend with the surroundings. Occasionally, the scent of roses becomes overwhelmingly strong, leading some to believe that these figures are connected to Georgiana Pittock's lingering presence. One visitor described feeling a soft, unseen touch on their shoulder, only to turn around and find no one there. In the servants' quarters, which are less frequently visited, strange occurrences have also been reported. Former staff members have spoken of hearing footsteps and murmurs in the night, even though the rooms are completely unoccupied. Some have claimed to see their work tools, such as cleaning supplies and kitchen utensils, moved or rearranged, as if someone invisible were still working. These accounts suggest that the spirits of past staff may still be tending to their duties. The mansion's attic, often overlooked by tourists, has its own share of paranormal tales. Visitors who venture into this dusty space have reported seeing objects shift on their own and hearing the faint sound of a piano playing, despite the attic not having a piano. The attic's eerie atmosphere is heightened by reports of a ghostly figure dressed in early 20th century clothing, believed to be one of the Pittock family's former residents, wandering aimlessly among the stored items. These accounts of supernatural activity within the Pittock mansion reveal a depth of haunting that extends throughout the property. Each part of the mansion, from the dining room to the attic, holds its own set of ghostly experiences, painting a picture of a location where the past continues to make its presence known. The Pittock Mansion stands as a testament to grandeur and history, with its captivating architecture and rich past. Yet, beneath its opulent exterior lies a world of spectral activity that continues to intrigue and unsettle those who visit. From the overwhelming scent of roses linked to Georgiana Pittock, to the ghostly figures seen in the gardens and the mysterious sounds within its rooms, the mansion offers a window into a world where the past lingers. The disembodied footsteps, shifting objects, and ghostly apparitions all contribute to a tapestry of paranormal activity that reflects the mansion's storied history. Despite the eerie happenings, visitors and staff alike describe the spirits associated with the Pittock Mansion as largely benign. The presence of Henry and Georgiana Pittock, along with the spirit of their dedicated groundskeeper, seems to cast a protective and welcoming aura over the estate. The mansion's spectral inhabitants appear to take pleasure in sharing their beautiful home with those who come to admire it. Welcome to the dark history of Penhurst Asylum, a place that once housed over 10,000 patients during its operation. The story of this haunted location begins in the early 20th century. Penhurst Asylum was founded in 1903 in Pennsylvania, originally intended as a place of refuge for those suffering from mental illnesses. The idea was to provide patients with a peaceful, therapeutic environment to help them recover. But over time, the reality of life at Penhurst became far from peaceful. Initially, the facility was designed to be a model institution, focusing on care and rehabilitation. The goal was to give patients the chance to lead productive lives. But as the years went on, Penhurst grew overcrowded, and the conditions inside began to worsen. What was supposed to be a sanctuary turned into a nightmare. The first sign that things were going wrong came with the overcrowding. Patients started arriving in large numbers, and the facility just wasn't built to handle so many people. The population exploded, with patients packed tightly into wards. Some were even forced to sleep on the floor because there weren't enough beds. The asylum quickly became overwhelmed, and the staff, who were few in number, couldn't keep up. The lack of proper funding only made things worse. The facility couldn't afford to hire enough nurses or doctors, and the ones who were there were often overworked and underpaid. This resulted in neglect and mistreatment. The patients, many of whom had no family to advocate for them, were left to fend for themselves. The wards were filthy, with overflowing toilets and unwashed sheets. The poor living conditions made it easy for diseases to spread, leaving the residents vulnerable and suffering. At first, the people in charge tried to maintain the illusion of care. They built more buildings and expanded the facility, hoping to keep up with the growing number of patients. But instead of improving conditions, the expansion only made things worse. The more buildings they added, the less focus there was on patient care. By the time the asylum was at its largest, it had become a dark symbol of neglect. In addition to the overcrowding and lack of resources, there was another dark side to Penhurst. The patients weren't just abandoned. Many were subjected to horrible treatments. Experimental procedures were often performed without consent, including lobotomies and electroshock therapy. These treatments were meant to cure the patients, but they often left them in worse conditions than when they arrived. Some patients even died as a result of these inhumane treatments. What began as a place meant to help those in need soon turned into a prison for the vulnerable. And as the years passed, Penhurst became known not for its care, but for its mistreatment of patients. It wasn't just a place where the mentally ill were left to suffer. It was a place where society's forgotten were dumped and abandoned. This haunting history of neglect, abuse, and despair set the stage for the dark legacy of Penhurst Asylum. But the story doesn't end there. As we dive deeper into the asylum's past, we'll uncover the horrors that took place within its walls and the ghosts that still seem to haunt this notorious institution today. Stay with us as we explore more of the disturbing history and paranormal occurrences surrounding Penhurst Asylum in the next part of this chilling journey. As Penhurst Asylum grew in size, so did the desperation to maintain its operations. By the 1920s, the facility had become a vast, overcrowded institution, far from the peaceful retreat it was intended to be. The initial promises of rehabilitation and care faded into a grim reality, where patients were no longer seen as individuals, but as burdens to be managed. Overcrowding wasn't the only issue plaguing Pennhurst. There was also a significant lack of funding. The asylum's administrators struggled to secure the necessary resources to maintain proper care for the residents, and what little funding they did receive was often spent on expanding the building or attempting to cover up the horrific conditions. As a result, the quality of care continued to decline. The staff was underpaid, understaffed, and overwhelmed, and the lack of medical attention became a daily reality for the patients. By the 1930s and 1940s, the conditions inside Pennhurst were nothing short of appalling. The wards were filled to capacity, and patients often had no place to sleep except on the floor. Many were left to suffer in silence, their cries for help ignored by the overworked staff. The rooms were dark, cold, and dirty, with barely enough resources to provide basic care. The patients were also subjected to harsh punishments and neglect by the staff, who were often too exhausted to provide even the most basic human kindness. In addition to the appalling living conditions, the patients at Pennhurst were also subjected to cruel and inhumane treatments. One of the most infamous procedures used during this time was electroshock therapy. Doctors believed that by shocking the brain, they could cure the patients of their ailments. This treatment, however, often left patients in a worse state, sometimes causing permanent damage to their mental and physical health. Another brutal practice at Pennhurst was the lobotomy, a procedure where parts of the brain were surgically removed in an attempt to cure mental illness. These procedures were often performed without the patient's consent, and the results were devastating. Many patients were left in a vegetative state, unable to care for themselves. Despite the growing evidence of mistreatment, Pennhurst continued to operate with little oversight. The patients were isolated from the outside world, and their suffering went unnoticed by the general public. It wasn't until the 1970s that the true extent of the horrors inside Pennhurst began to emerge. The turning point came in 1978, when a television report exposed the conditions inside the asylum. The report revealed the overcrowding, abuse, and neglect that had been taking place for decades. The footage shocked the public, and it became clear that something needed to be done. The state of Pennsylvania was forced to intervene, and Pennhurst was eventually closed in 1987, after years of legal battles and public outcry. But even though Pennhurst Asylum was closed, the dark legacy of its past continues to haunt the site. The stories of abuse, neglect, and mistreatment live on, and many believe that the spirits of the patients who suffered there still linger within the walls. The once vibrant asylum is now a decaying ruin, and the echoes of its tragic past can still be heard in the silence of its empty halls. In the next part, we'll explore the stories of some of the patients who were trapped inside Pennhurst, including the tale of one patient who became the symbol of the asylum's darkest days. The patients of Pennhurst Asylum were not only subjected to horrific conditions, but many of them were also forgotten by society. Many were institutionalized at a young age, sent to the asylum for conditions like intellectual disabilities, schizophrenia, or behavioral problems. Over time, some of these patients would spend their entire lives at Pennhurst, never seeing the outside world again. Some had no family to speak of, while others were torn away from loved ones due to the pressures of a society that didn't know how to care for them. One of the most haunting aspects of Pennhurst's history is the sheer number of patients who were lost in the system. Many patients were sent there without their families' knowledge or consent, their families having no idea what had become of them. In some cases, families would eventually come to visit, only to find that their loved ones had been moved to other parts of the facility without warning or explanation. This sense of abandonment was a common thread for many who were sent to Pennhurst. Once inside, they were isolated, hidden from the outside world, and left to suffer in silence. Among the thousands of patients, there were many stories of suffering that remain tragically untold. One of the most chilling stories comes from the 1950s, when a young boy named Tommy was admitted to Pennhurst. Tommy was diagnosed with schizophrenia and his condition was deemed severe enough to warrant institutionalization. His parents had little choice but to send him to Pennhurst, hoping that he would receive the care and treatment that he so desperately needed. However, what happened to Tommy inside the asylum was nothing short of horrific. Instead of receiving care, Tommy was subjected to a series of experimental treatments. One of the most common practices at Pennhurst during this time was electroshock therapy, which was believed to shock patients out of their mental illness. Tommy was one of many who underwent this brutal procedure, and the results were devastating. After several rounds of electroshock therapy, Tommy's once bright eyes became dull, and his spirit was crushed. The boy who had once been curious and hopeful became a shell of his former self, unable to express himself or connect with others. Tommy's story was far from unique. Many patients at Pennhurst endured similar treatments, often without their consent or understanding. The asylum was notorious for using its patients as experiments for unproven and often dangerous therapies. Lobotomies were also commonly performed, a procedure in which parts of the brain were removed in an attempt to cure mental illness. These procedures often left patients in a vegetative state, with no hope for recovery or even a quality of life. The physical and emotional trauma endured by these patients is still felt today. Some who managed to survive the asylum's brutal treatment were left with permanent scars, both mentally and physically. Many patients were left unable to care for themselves, their lives irreparably altered by the treatments they had been subjected to. While the stories of these patients have been buried for decades, the truth about what happened inside Pennhurst is finally starting to come to light. The horrors of the asylum cannot be erased, and the voices of those who suffered there must not be forgotten. The legacy of Pennhurst Asylum is a painful reminder of how vulnerable individuals were treated in the past and how much work still needs to be done to improve the treatment of those with mental health issues. In the next part, we'll take a deeper look at the state of Pennhurst Asylum in its later years, the legal battles that eventually led to its closure, and the dark forces that are believed to haunt the now abandoned building. Stay with us as we continue to uncover the terrifying truth about this notorious institution. By the mid-20th century, Pennhurst Asylum had become infamous for its inhumane conditions and treatment of patients. As the population grew, so did the lack of proper care. The overcrowded conditions only worsened, and the underfunded facility was no longer capable of housing and treating its growing number of patients. But despite the overwhelming evidence of abuse, neglect, and mistreatment, Pennhurst Asylum remained open for many years. In the 1960s and 1970s, several efforts were made to improve the asylum, but they were too little, too late. The facility had become a symbol of the failures of the mental health system in America. Instead of being a place of healing, Pennhurst was more like a prison for those who needed help the most. The lack of care and resources only added to the suffering of the patients who lived there. In 1977, Pennhurst Asylum became the focus of a class action lawsuit. This legal battle, brought forth by the Pennsylvania Protection and Advocacy, Inc., brought attention to the horrific conditions inside the institution. The lawsuit claimed that the patients at Pennhurst were being subjected to neglect, abuse, and unsafe living conditions. It also highlighted the fact that many patients were being confined in inappropriate facilities with no regard for their basic human rights. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court, where the ruling led to a monumental shift in the way mental health institutions were viewed. In 1908, the court ruled that the treatment of patients at Pennhurst violated their constitutional rights. The ruling declared that the state of Pennsylvania was guilty of institutionalizing people with intellectual disabilities in a facility that was neither safe nor humane. This decision, combined with the mounting pressure from advocates and human rights groups, finally forced Pennhurst to close its doors in 1987. The closure of Pennhurst Asylum was a significant turning point for mental health care in America. it helped to bring awareness to the dire need for reform, especially for individuals with mental disabilities. But it also left a dark and lingering legacy behind. The stories of the patients who suffered within its walls did not fade away, and many believe that the ghosts of those who lived and died at Pennhurst still haunt the site to this day. Since its closure, Pennhurst Asylum has become a popular location for paranormal investigators and thrill seekers. The decaying, abandoned structure, once filled with the cries of suffering patients, now stands as a monument to the failures of the past. Visitors to the site report strange occurrences, including the sounds of voices, footsteps, and even ghostly apparitions. Some claim to have seen the figures of former patients roaming the hallways, lost and searching for peace. The haunting presence of Pennhurst Asylum is not just a product of ghost stories, but rather a reflection of the pain and anguish that once existed within its walls. The building, with its crumbling walls and broken windows, serves as a chilling reminder of a time when mental illness was not understood, and those who suffered were treated as less than human. The legacy of Pennhurst Asylum is one of darkness and suffering, but it is also a reminder of how far we've come in understanding mental health care. While the ghosts of Pennhurst may still linger, we can take comfort in knowing that the future of mental health care is in our hands, and that we must continue to learn from the mistakes of the past to ensure that history never repeats itself. In the final part of our journey through the history of Pennhurst Asylum, we'll explore the continuing paranormal activity that surrounds the site today. We'll also discuss how the stories of those who suffered at Pennhurst can serve as a lesson in compassion and respect for those with mental health challenges. Stay with us as we uncover the final pieces of this dark and haunting chapter in history. Even after its closure in 1987, Pennhurst Asylum continues to capture the imaginations of those interested in its tragic history and the paranormal activity said to linger on the grounds. The tales of suffering and mistreatment echo in the decaying walls, and the spirits of those who once resided there are believed by many to still haunt the abandoned building. Today, the location is a well-known spot for paranormal enthusiasts, ghost hunters, and history buffs who seek to understand the full scope of what happened at Pennhurst Asylum. Since the facility closed, numerous reports have surfaced of strange occurrences. Visitors to the site have claimed to hear the sounds of footsteps echoing down empty hallways, disembodied voices, and whispers that seem to come from nowhere. Others have reported seeing shadowy figures standing in the windows of the asylum, while some claim to have encountered full apparitions of former patients wandering the dark corridors. Many believe these restless spirits are the souls of those who suffered through the torment and neglect during their time at Pennhurst. The haunting presence of the asylum is not only confined to paranormal experiences. In many ways, the legacy of Pennhurst continues to serve as a reminder of the poor treatment of individuals with mental health issues and disabilities. It stands as a symbol of the mistreatment that vulnerable people endured in the past, and its history is now seen as an important turning point in the fight for better care and rights for those with mental illness and disabilities. Following the closure of Pennhurst, major changes began to take place in the mental health system, with reforms aimed at deinstitutionalization and the movement toward more humane and community-based care. The horrific conditions at places like Pennhurst led to a nationwide shift, pushing for more individual rights, improved living conditions, and a better understanding of mental health. Still, the story of Pennhurst Asylum is a stark reminder of how these changes came too late for many who suffered in such institutions for decades. The paranormal activity surrounding the site is just one aspect of the lasting legacy of Pennhurst. The stories of the patients, their mistreatment, and the horrors they endured will never be forgotten. Today, Pennhurst's haunting reputation serves as a reminder to protect the rights and dignity of vulnerable people in our society. Pennhurst Asylum remains abandoned, yet its story endures. The echoes of those who lived and died there seem to reverberate through the broken walls, speaking to the pain and suffering that occurred within its confines. As more people visit and explore its dark history, the importance of remembering those who lived there becomes more apparent. Their stories must continue to be shared, ensuring that the mistakes of the past are never repeated. Tower Hill Road in Rhode Island is one of the most haunted roads in the state, with numerous reports of ghostly sightings and unexplained activity. Tucked away in South Kingstown, this road has a long history that stretches back centuries, with stories of restless spirits lingering in the shadows. Many locals refuse to drive this road at night, and those who do often report an overwhelming sense of unease, as if unseen eyes are watching them from the darkness. The area surrounding Tower Hill Road has deep historical roots. Before European settlers arrived, the land was inhabited by indigenous peoples, and some believed the hauntings could be tied to the turbulent past of the region. Later, during colonial times, the road became a well-traveled route, connecting settlements and providing passage through the dense Rhode Island forests. Over the years, it has been the site of countless tragedies, from fatal accidents to unexplained disappearances, all adding to its sinister reputation. One of the most common ghostly sightings on Tower Hill Road is that of a spectral woman in white. Descriptions of her vary, but many drivers claim to have seen a pale figure walking along the roadside or even standing in the middle of the street. Some accounts suggest she appears suddenly in front of moving cars, only to vanish upon impact. Others have seen her lingering near the tree line, her translucent form illuminated by headlights before disappearing into the night. No one knows who she was in life, but many believe she is the spirit of a woman who met a tragic end along the road many years ago. Another chilling tale involves shadowy figures lurking in the woods beside the road. Drivers have reported catching glimpses of dark silhouettes moving between the trees, their shapes barely distinguishable from the night itself. Some who have stopped their cars to investigate claim to have heard whispers on the wind or felt a sudden drop in temperature, sending shivers down their spines. Paranormal investigators who have visited the road have recorded strange electronic voice phenomena, further fueling the belief that something otherworldly lingers here. Tower Hill Road is not just another back road. It carries with it a haunted past that refuses to fade. Whether it's the spirits of those who have perished in accidents, echoes of past tragedies, or something more sinister, the eerie energy that surrounds this place is undeniable. As we explore further into the legends and eyewitness accounts, it becomes clear that Tower Hill Road is far more than just a dark and lonely stretch of pavement. It's a place where the past and the present collide in the most unsettling way. While the eerie reputation of Tower Hill Road has terrified locals for generations, the road's haunted history runs much deeper than just modern ghost stories. Many believe the spirits that wander this stretch of road are tied to the land's tragic past, dating back centuries before cars ever rolled down its winding path. Long before Rhode Island became a state, the area around Tower Hill Road was home to indigenous tribes, particularly the Narragansett people. Historians suggest that violent conflicts between Native American tribes and early European settlers may have left behind an imprint of unrest, leading to lingering spirits. Some paranormal investigators speculate that certain ghostly apparitions, like the shadowy figures seen near the tree line, could be connected to these early battles, forever trapped between worlds. Adding to the road's dark history, records from the 1700s indicate the Tower Hill Road was once a primary route for colonial travelers and merchants. However, in those days, traveling at night was a dangerous affair. Highwaymen lurked in the shadows, waiting to ambush unsuspecting riders. Some unfortunate victims met a gruesome fate, left for dead along the roadside. Could these restless spirits still roam the area, seeking revenge or warning others of the dangers they once faced? One particularly chilling story comes from the early 1800s, when a stagecoach accident reportedly left multiple passengers dead near what is now a sharp curve along the road. Eyewitnesses in later years have described hearing phantom horses galloping in the distance or the creaking of wooden wheels, despite there being no physical source for the sounds. Some even claim to have seen the outline of a ghostly stagecoach on foggy nights, flickering in and out of existence before disappearing completely. Beyond these early tragedies, the road has also seen its fair share of modern-day accidents. Drivers who have lost control on the sharp bends have reported seeing eerie lights or figures moments before crashing. Could these be the spirits of those who perished on the road, or something far more sinister? The deeper you look into the history of Tower Hill Road, the clearer it becomes that something beyond explanation lingers here. A road where centuries of loss, tragedy, and fear have blended together to create one of Rhode Island's most haunted locations. As the years passed, the eerie reputation of Tower Hill Road only grew stronger. By the early 20th century, the road had become known not only for its dangerous curves, but also for the unsettling experiences reported by those who traveled it after dark. Stories of ghostly encounters began spreading among locals, solidifying its status as one of Rhode Island's most haunted places. One of the most persistent legends involves the spirit of a woman in white. Descriptions of her appearance have remained strikingly consistent over the decades. She is said to be dressed in an old-fashioned white gown, barefoot, with long dark hair flowing over her shoulders. Most sightings place her near one of the road's isolated stretches, where she is often seen walking along the edge or standing motionless by the trees. Some drivers claim she suddenly appears in the middle of the road, forcing them to slam on their brakes, only for her to vanish into thin air. Others say they have seen her reflection in their rearview mirrors, despite their cars being completely empty. Local folklore suggests she may be the spirit of a woman who was either struck by a vehicle late at night or possibly the victim of a violent crime. However, no official records confirm her identity. Despite this, the legend persists, with multiple reports of her ghostly figure continuing into recent years. Another disturbing tale comes from a motorist who, in the late 1950s, swerved off the road to avoid what he thought was a person standing in the middle of the street. When he got out of his vehicle, there was no one there. But as he turned back toward his car, he saw handprints forming on his fogged-up windshield, as if someone unseen had pressed against the glass. He later claimed he had never believed in ghosts until that night. Adding to the road's eerie atmosphere, some have reported hearing disembodied whispers coming from the surrounding woods. People who have walked along the road at night describe the unsettling feeling of being watched, followed, or even touched by unseen hands. Paranormal investigators who have explored the area claim to have recorded unexplained voices and sudden drops in temperature, classic signs of supernatural activity. Even skeptics struggle to explain why so many unrelated people have described the same terrifying experiences over the years. Whether the legends stem from tragic accidents, lost souls, or something else entirely, one thing is certain. Tower Hill Road is not a place to travel alone after dark. The chilling tales of Tower Hill Road do not end with the ghostly figures and eerie whispers. Some locals believe the area holds an even darker secret, one that goes beyond tragic accidents and restless spirits. Over the years, rumors have surfaced about strange rituals taking place deep within the wooded areas surrounding the road. Several accounts from the late 20th century describe unusual symbols found painted on trees and large rocks along hidden trails. Hikers and curious explorers have reported stumbling upon crude stone circles, burned-out candles, and even small animal bones scattered in patterns that suggest they were not left there by nature. Some believe these discoveries point to occult activity, while others argue they could be remnants of long-forgotten superstitions. One of the most disturbing incidents occurred in the early 1970s, when a group of teenagers claimed to have encountered a group of hooded figures standing in the woods just beyond the road. According to their story, the figures remained completely silent, watching them for several minutes before vanishing into the darkness without making a sound. Terrified, the teens ran back to their car, only to hear loud knocking on their vehicle as they sped away. None of them ever returned to the area at night again. In addition to the unsettling discoveries in the woods, another recurring legend tells of phantom footsteps that follow late-night travelers. People walking along the road have reported hearing the sound of someone walking behind them, only to turn around and find no one there. Some describe the steps as light and quick, while others insist they sound heavy, like boots striking the pavement. These sounds are often accompanied by the unmistakable feeling of being watched, an oppressive presence that lingers long after leaving the area. Adding to this sense of unease, some drivers report their radios malfunctioning when driving through the most desolate part of the road. Music suddenly cuts to static. Stations shift on their own, and in rare cases, whispered voices can be heard through the interference. One particularly unsettling account from the early 2000s describes a driver who claimed to hear his own name being whispered over the radio, even though he was alone in the car. While some skeptics believe these stories can be explained by paranoia or natural occurrences, others are convinced that something sinister lurks along Tower Hill Road. Whether tied to spirits, old rituals, or an unknown force, one thing remains clear. Those who venture onto this haunted road at night often leave with stories they cannot explain. With all the eerie encounters and terrifying experiences reported along Tower Hill Road, one question remains: why is this particular stretch of road so haunted? While some believe it is tied to the tragedies and unexplained events that have taken place there, others argue that something far older is at work. Some historians suggest that the road's unsettling energy could be linked to the land itself. Before European settlers arrived, indigenous tribes inhabited this region for centuries. While there are no specific records of violent conflicts in the immediate area, Native American oral traditions often speak of spirits that guard the land. Some believe Tower Hill Road may cross through a place of spiritual significance, causing disturbances between the living and the dead. Adding to the mystery, old property records indicate that in the early 1800s, a small settlement existed near the road. Over time, many of the families moved away, and little remains of the original homesteads. However, some believe the spirits of those early settlers still linger. There have been accounts of shadowy figures in period clothing seen walking along the roadside, only to vanish when approached. Others claim to have seen the faint outline of what appears to be an old carriage, moving silently along the road before disappearing into thin air. Even in modern times, Tower Hill Road continues to draw paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and skeptics alike. Some come armed with recording equipment, hoping to capture electronic voice phenomena or photographic evidence of the spirits that allegedly haunt the area. Others are simply curious, eager to experience the unsettling atmosphere for themselves. Regardless of their intentions, many leave with stories they struggle to explain. Pali's Island, a small coastal town in South Carolina, is known for its beautiful, quiet beaches and laid-back atmosphere. Just south of Myrtle Beach, this tiny island stretches only about 3 miles long and a quarter-mile wide, making it a peaceful escape for those looking to relax by the sea. But beyond its sun-soaked shores and charming old houses, Pali's Island hides a much darker, more mysterious side, a side that has made it one of the most haunted places in the state. The island's haunted history stretches back to its early days. The first known inhabitants were the Waccamaw and Winyah Native American tribes, who lived in the area for thousands of years before the arrival of European settlers. The Europeans, led by Spanish explorers in the early 1500s, brought disease and conflict, devastating the native populations. As time passed, the area became a popular spot for wealthy planters, who built summer homes to escape the heat of inland South Carolina. These homes, with their long histories, have since become the setting for many ghost stories. Pali's Island's reputation as a haunted place began to take shape in the 19th century. One of the earliest tales involves George Pali, after whom the island is named. His family and other wealthy settlers brought with them stories of ghosts and spirits, and it didn't take long for these tales to become deeply rooted in the island's folklore. Over the years, visitors and locals alike have reported numerous sightings of ghosts and other strange phenomena, adding to the island's eerie allure. Among the many ghost stories that haunt Pali's Island, the most famous is that of the Gray Man. This spectral figure is said to appear on the beach before devastating storms, warning those who see him to leave the island. According to legend, those who heed his warning are spared from the worst of the storm's destruction, while those who ignore him face dire consequences. The Gray Man is just one of many spirits said to wander the island, making it a place where the past and the present seem to blend together in unsettling ways. Pali's Island's haunted history is not just confined to the beaches. The island is also home to several haunted buildings, including the Pelican Inn, where guests have reported seeing the ghost of a former owner who was a Confederate soldier. Another well-known haunt is All Saints Church, where the ghost of a young woman named Alice Flagg is said to wander, searching for the engagement ring she lost before her untimely death. With its rich history and eerie legends, Pali's Island has earned its place as one of South Carolina's most haunted locations. In the next part of this story, we will dive deeper into the island's reputation as a haunted place and explore the events that have made it so. Pali's Island has earned its reputation as one of the most haunted places in South Carolina. This tiny resort town, with its quiet beaches and laid-back atmosphere, hides a darker side filled with ghostly tales that have been passed down for generations. The island's haunted reputation is not just based on stories, but also on countless encounters and sightings reported by locals and visitors alike. One of the most famous spirits associated with Pali's Island is the Gray Man, a ghost that has become almost synonymous with the island itself. The Gray Man is believed to be a protective spirit, appearing on the beach just before a hurricane or major storm hits. For over 200 years, people have reported seeing this figure dressed in gray, warning them of impending danger. The stories suggest that anyone who sees the Gray Man and heeds his warning will be spared from the worst of the storm's wrath, with their property often left untouched, while others suffer severe damage. But the Gray Man is not the only ghostly presence on the island. The story of Alice Flagg, a young woman who died of a broken heart, adds another layer to Pali's Island's haunted history. Alice's spirit is said to roam the island, searching for the engagement ring that was taken from her before she died. Many who visit her grave at All Saints Episcopal Church Cemetery have felt a strange pull on their own rings, as if Alice's spirit is still searching for her lost love. The Pelican Inn, one of the island's few historic inns, also has its share of ghost stories. The former owner, a Confederate soldier, is said to haunt the inn, along with the spirits of 2 Boston Terriers. Guests and staff have reported hearing the dogs barking, and even seeing their ghostly forms running through the halls. The inn's connection to the Gray Man only adds to the mystery, as he has also been spotted near the inn, further cementing the island's eerie reputation. Pali's Island's haunted history is deeply rooted in its past, with each ghost story connected to the island's long history as a beach resort and its ties to the sea. The spirits that haunt this island seem to be as much a part of its identity as the sandy beaches and historic buildings, creating a unique blend of beauty and mystery that continues to draw both the curious and the brave. The island's ghostly tales have been enough to make even the most skeptical visitors think twice. Whether it's the Gray Man, Alice Flagg, or the spirits at the Pelican Inn, these stories contribute to the island's reputation as a place where the past never truly leaves, and where the spirits of those long gone still make their presence known. As the stories continue to be told, and new encounters are reported, Pali's Island's haunted reputation only grows stronger, drawing more people to this mysterious and enchanting place. Pali's Island is home to several haunted locations, each with its own eerie stories and ghostly encounters. These places are not just popular with tourists, but also with those who are fascinated by the paranormal. The island's serene beauty contrasts sharply with the chilling experiences reported by those who have ventured into its most haunted spots. One of the most well-known haunted locations on Pali's Island is the Pelican Inn. This historic inn has been the site of numerous ghostly sightings, particularly of the Confederate soldier who once owned the property. Guests have reported seeing his ghostly figure walking through the inn, especially late at night. The soldier's presence is often accompanied by a cold draft or the distinct sound of footsteps echoing through the halls. Some guests have even claimed to have seen the ghostly forms of 2 Boston Terriers that belonged to the soldier, barking and playing in the inn's corridors. These spectral dogs are said to appear suddenly and vanish just as quickly, leaving behind an eerie silence. Another infamous location is All Saints Episcopal Church Cemetery, where Alice Flagg's grave is located. Alice's story is one of tragic love, and her spirit is said to linger near her resting place, still searching for the engagement ring. She was forced to give up before her untimely death. Visitors to the cemetery have reported feeling a strange, almost magnetic pull toward her grave, particularly if they are wearing rings. Some have even felt their rings twist or move on their fingers, as if Alice herself is trying to take them. The air around her grave is often described as unusually cold, and some visitors have seen the faint outline of a young woman in a white dress, believed to be Alice, wandering among the tombstones. The Gray Man is another ghost whose presence has been felt in various locations across the island, particularly along the beach. His ghostly figure, always clad in gray, has been seen walking the shoreline just before major storms. The Gray Man is not just a harbinger of bad weather, but also a protector, warning those who see him to leave the island before disaster strikes. Many believe that the Gray Man's appearance is a sign that they should evacuate, and those who heed his warning often find their homes miraculously spared from the worst of the storm. His sightings have been reported as recently as the 1989 Hurricane Hugo, where several residents claim to have seen him before the storm hit, saving their homes from the devastation that followed. Even the beaches of Pali's Island are not free from ghostly encounters. The soft sound of footsteps in the sand when no one is around, or the sudden unexplained appearance of footprints leading to the water and disappearing are common experiences. Some say these are the marks left by the spirits of those who once walked these shores, while others believe it could be the work of the Gray Man, continuing his eternal vigil over the island. These haunted locations and the ghostly encounters that occur within them contribute to Pali's Island's mystique. The island's ghosts are woven into the fabric of its history, making it a place where the past is never far away, and where the line between the living and the dead is often blurred. Visitors come for the beauty of the island, but many leave with stories of their own, tales of ghostly figures and strange occurrences that only add to the legend of Pali's Island. Pali's Island is steeped in ghostly legends and superstitions that have been passed down through generations, adding to its reputation as one of the most haunted places in South Carolina. These tales are woven into the fabric of the island's culture, with locals and visitors alike sharing stories that blur the line between myth and reality. One of the most enduring legends on Pali's Island is the tale of the Weeping Woman. According to local lore, this ghostly figure is seen near the marshlands at twilight, her mournful cries echoing through the still evening air. The Weeping Woman is said to be the spirit of a mother who lost her child in a tragic accident many years ago. Some say she was a slave woman who lost her baby to the dangerous waters of the marshes, while others believe she was a local resident whose child drowned in a boating accident. Regardless of the story's origins, those who encounter her often feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow, as if the weight of her grief is pressing down upon them. The Weeping Woman's legend serves as a haunting reminder of the tragedies that have befallen the island's inhabitants over the centuries. Another superstition tied to Pali's island is the belief in cursed land. It is said that certain areas of the island are cursed, leading to misfortune for those who dare to build or live on them. These cursed lands are often associated with ancient burial grounds or sites of past violence, where the spirits of the dead are believed to still linger. Some locals claim that homes built on these lands are plagued by strange occurrences such as objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, or sudden, unexplained cold spots. Even more chilling are the reports of residents experiencing nightmares and waking up with scratches or bruises on their bodies, believed to be inflicted by restless spirits. The island's connection to the supernatural also extends to its waters. Fishermen on Pali's island have long spoken of ghostly ships that appear out of the mist only to vanish as suddenly as they came. These spectral vessels are often seen on foggy nights, sailing silently along the coast. Some say these ships are the spirits of lost mariners, doomed to sail the seas for eternity after perishing in violent storms. Others believe they are harbingers of bad luck, and that seeing one of these ghostly ships is a sign that misfortune is on the horizon. The appearance of a ghost ship is often met with a mixture of fear and reverence, as locals know to respect the power of the sea and the spirits that may dwell within it. One particularly eerie legend tells of the haunted rice plantations that once dotted the island. These plantations, which thrived during the antebellum period, were the site of immense suffering for the enslaved people who worked them. It is said that the spirits of these enslaved individuals still haunt the land, particularly near the old rice fields and the remnants of the plantation homes. Visitors to these areas have reported hearing disembodied voices, feeling an oppressive presence, and even seeing ghostly figures toiling in the fields. These spirits are believed to be trapped in a cycle of endless labor, unable to find peace, even in death. Locals on Pali's island also hold a deep respect for the island's natural elements, believing that the land, sea, and sky are all connected to the spirits that inhabit the area. Many adhere to old superstitions, such as leaving offerings of food or small trinkets at certain locations to appease the spirits and ensure good fortune. These rituals are seen as a way to maintain harmony between the living and the dead, acknowledging the presence of the island's ghosts while also seeking their protection. The ghostly legends and superstitions of Pali's Island are more than just stories. They are a vital part of the island's identity. These tales serve as a reminder of the island's long and often tumultuous history, where the past continues to influence the present. For those who visit Pali's Island, the experience is not just about enjoying the beautiful beaches and serene landscapes, but also about connecting with the island's haunted past and the spirits that still call it home. Pali's Island's haunted legacy leaves an indelible mark on all who visit, embedding itself in the memories and imaginations of those who experience its eerie charm. The island's supernatural history, woven into the fabric of its culture and daily life, has made it a destination not just for beachgoers, but for ghost hunters, paranormal enthusiasts, and anyone drawn to the mysteries of the unknown. The stories of the Gray Man, the Weeping Woman, and the other ghostly figures that haunt Pali's Island are more than just legends. They are a testament to the island's deep connection to its past. These tales remind us that history is not just a collection of dates and events, but a living, breathing force that continues to shape the present. The spirits that are said to roam the island are believed to be echoes of that past, unable or unwilling to move on, still lingering in the places where they once lived, loved, and suffered. For many locals, these ghost stories are a source of pride, a unique aspect of the island's identity that sets it apart from other coastal communities. They view the ghosts not as something to be feared, but as guardians of the island, protectors who watch over the living and ensure that the island's history is never forgotten. The Gray Man, in particular, is seen as a benevolent spirit. His warnings a gift to those who respect the island's power and heed the lessons of the past. Tourism on Pali's island is heavily influenced by its haunted reputation. Ghost tours, where visitors can explore the island's most haunted sites, have become a popular attraction, offering a glimpse into the eerie side of this serene destination. These tours often include visits to historic homes, old cemeteries, and the marshlands where the island's most famous spirits are said to reside, for those brave enough to explore after dark. The experience can be both thrilling and unsettling, as the line between the living and the dead seems to blur in the moonlit shadows. But beyond the tourism and the ghost stories, there is a deeper significance to Pali's island's haunted legacy. The spirits that are said to inhabit the island serve as a reminder of the lives that were lived here, the joys and sorrows, the triumphs and tragedies that have all left their mark on this place. They are a link to a past that is still very much alive, a past that continues to influence the island's present and future. The haunted legacy of Pali's Island is also a reflection of the broader human experience. It speaks to our fears of the unknown, our fascination with the afterlife, and our desire to understand what happens after death. The old Minnehaha County Courthouse in South Dakota stands as one of the most haunted locations in the state. Built in the late 19th century, the building has witnessed over a century of history, from court trials to local government operations. Today, it serves as a museum, but many believe that its past lingers in more ways than one. The courthouse, designed by architect Wallace L. Dow, was constructed using quartzite, a stone found in the region. Its Richardsonian Romanesque style gives it a striking, almost fortress-like appearance. From the moment visitors step inside, they're met with towering archways, grand staircases, and historic artifacts. However, beneath the beauty of the building lies a chilling reputation, one filled with eerie voices, ghostly apparitions, and unexplained occurrences. Employees and guests have reported strange happenings, from the sound of footsteps echoing through empty hallways to the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Many of these incidents occur late at night when the museum is quiet, making the activity even more unsettling. Objects have reportedly moved on their own, and some staff members claim that things are never in the same place when they return the next morning. One of the most well-known hauntings in the courthouse involves the ghost of a custodian. Witnesses say they have seen an older man sweeping the floors, only for him to vanish into thin air when approached. His presence is so consistent that some believe he never stopped taking care of the building, even in death. While some spirits seem to be harmless, others have startled visitors with their sudden appearances. Beyond visual sightings, there are also unexplained sounds throughout the building. One of the most unsettling reports comes from the staircases, where people have heard the unmistakable sound of someone falling. Yet, when they rush to help, no one is there. The sounds of doors opening and closing on their own, soft whispers in empty rooms, and the distant sound of a woman crying in the restrooms add to the eerie atmosphere. The old Minnehaha County Courthouse is a place where history and the paranormal intertwine. Whether these hauntings stem from its long past, the spirits of former employees, or something else entirely, one thing is certain. This building holds secrets that refuse to be forgotten. Many who visit the old Minnehaha County Courthouse are drawn to its historic courtroom, where past legal proceedings once determined the fate of countless individuals. This grand space, with its high ceilings and intricate woodwork, has long been a focal point of the building. However, it is not just the architecture that captures attention. Many claim that echoes of the past still linger in ways that cannot be explained. One recurring report involves an unseen presence moving through the courtroom. Visitors have described feeling a sudden chill while standing near the judge's bench. even on warm days. Some have reported hearing faint murmurs, as if voices from long-forgotten trials still whisper through the air. Employees conducting maintenance work have occasionally found chairs moved out of place, as if unseen figures were gathering for a hearing that never ends. Another eerie hotspot in the building is the clock tower, which has stood as a defining feature of the courthouse since the late 19th century. While the mechanism has been carefully maintained over the years, staff members have reported strange occurrences inside the tower. Some claim to hear footsteps echoing along the narrow staircase leading up to the clock, despite no one else being present. Others have heard tapping noises from within the walls, with no clear explanation for the sound. The courthouse basement, once used for storage and other essential functions, carries its own unsettling energy. Some employees avoid going down alone, especially after dark. There are reports of shadows moving in the corners, just beyond the reach of the dim lighting. A few have described the sensation of being watched or followed, yet no one else is there. These chilling encounters have only strengthened the building's reputation as one of the most haunted places in South Dakota. Whether the spirits are tied to the legal cases that played out within its walls, the workers who once maintained the building, or something even older, the mysteries of the old Minnehaha County Courthouse remain unsolved. Beyond the courtroom, clock tower, and basement, other areas of the old Minnehaha County Courthouse have their own unsettling stories. The hallways, once filled with bustling county officials and visitors, now hold a much quieter, yet eerier, presence. Several guests have reported hearing the sound of footsteps echoing down the long corridors when no one else is around. Some even claim to have seen fleeting shadows move past doorways, disappearing the moment they turn to look. One of the most chilling reports comes from the second-floor balcony, where a strange mist has been seen forming without any identifiable source. Some believe this could be the spirit of someone from the courthouse's early years, though no clear historical connection has been made. Paranormal investigators who have visited the building describe sudden temperature drops in this area, as if an unseen presence is lingering just out of reach. The former office spaces, now used as part of the museum's exhibits, also have their share of eerie activity. Employees have discovered objects slightly moved from where they had been placed the day before, with no sign that anyone had tampered with them. Some have even heard the distinct sound of shuffling papers, as if someone is still hard at work long after closing hours. Visitors to the museum's display rooms have described an overwhelming sense of unease in certain sections. While some areas feel entirely normal, others seem to carry an almost heavy energy. Guests have reported feeling a sudden need to leave as if they are intruding on something unseen. With so many reports coming from different areas of the courthouse, it is no surprise that the building has remained a focus for ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts. Whether these events are caused by spirits tied to the building's long history, or simply the power of suggestion, the mysteries of the old Minnehaha County Courthouse continue to intrigue those who visit. Even after years of reports, investigations, and personal accounts, the mysteries of the old Minnehaha County Courthouse remain unresolved. Some believe the activity in the building is tied to the many people who passed through its halls during its years as a working courthouse. Judges, clerks, defendants, and visitors all left their mark on the building, and some may have never truly left. Others think the spirits are more playful, drawn to the energy of the museum that now fills the space with life once again. Despite the eerie stories, the old courthouse museum continues to welcome visitors from all over. Many come for the history, drawn to the stunning quartzite construction and the exhibits that showcase South Dakota's past. Others visit, hoping to experience something unexplained. Perhaps a flickering light, an unexpected sound, or even a shadowy figure appearing where none should be. Paranormal researchers have attempted to capture evidence of ghostly activity using audio recorders, electromagnetic field detectors, and infrared cameras. Some claim to have recorded faint voices or unexplained movements, while others leave with nothing but a strange feeling they can't quite explain. In the heart of Tennessee, nestled near the small town of Adams, lies a cave with a chilling reputation. Known as the Bell Witch Cave, it's deeply connected to one of America's most famous ghost stories. The tale begins in the early 1800s with the Bell family, who lived on a farm near the cave. The family would soon find themselves at the center of a terrifying paranormal phenomenon, the likes of which would haunt them for years. The Bell Witch Cave's eerie presence is tied to the legend of Kate, a spirit said to have tormented the Bell family. The cave, believed to be the epicenter of this ghostly activity, is said to hold the memories of her malevolent acts. But what really happened on that farm? What led to the haunting that would leave people questioning the very nature of the supernatural? The Bell Witch story has captivated the world for centuries, and its legacy still draws visitors to the cave, hoping to experience the chilling energy that surrounds it. But beyond the legends, the true history of the Bell family and the events they endured are far darker than many realize. As we dive into the eerie history of this site, we'll explore the first hints of what began as a strange and unsettling force in the early 1800s, setting the stage for the terror that would soon follow. The story of the Bell Witch Cave begins long before the hauntings started, with the Bell family settling on a farm near the cave in the early 1800s. The head of the family, John Bell, was a successful farmer, but their lives would soon take a dark turn. It all began with strange noises, knocking sounds coming from the walls of their home. At first, the family thought it was an animal or something harmless, but the sounds grew louder and more persistent, and soon things began to escalate. As the noises continued, the family members started to experience other unexplainable events. It wasn't long before physical manifestations followed. John Bell, along with his wife Lucy and their children, started seeing strange shadows and hearing whispers. They could feel a cold presence, as if something invisible was lurking in the corners of their home. The farm, which was once peaceful and prosperous, had become a place of fear and confusion. In particular, John Bell's daughter Betsy became the focus of the eerie events. She was the one who was most visibly affected, experiencing violent physical attacks. Her hair was pulled, and she was struck by invisible forces, leaving bruises on her body. It was clear that something more than just strange noises was at work. It was around this time that the family began to hear the name Kate, spoken by the unseen entity. The spirit, as it was believed, had a name, and that name would haunt the Bell family for years to come. As the terror grew, the Bells reached out to their neighbors and community members. Word spread, and soon the Bell family was known throughout the area for their unusual and terrifying experience. The haunting was no longer just confined to their home. It was something that would spread across the community. But no matter how much help the Bells received, the unseen force could not be stopped. The haunting had only just begun. The Bell Witch Cave has long been linked to the terrifying events that unfolded in the early 1800s on the Bell family farm. This eerie cave, located in Adams, Tennessee, lies near the Bell family's home, and its dark reputation has only added to the mystery surrounding the Bell Witch legend. While the Bell family struggled to understand the strange happenings in their house, the cave, often seen as a place of dread, seems to have played an important role in the torment that followed. The cave, hidden deep in the woods, is a foreboding location that has long been tied to local legends. It has a long history, believed to have been a site of significance for centuries, long before the Bell family moved to the area. Many locals speak of strange occurrences and a sense of unease when near the cave, even before the Bell family experienced their own hauntings. It was said that the cave's location near the farm was not merely coincidental, but instead tied to the sinister force that began tormenting the Bells. For years, visitors have ventured to the Bell Witch Cave, hoping to catch a glimpse of its dark history and the spirit of Kate herself. Some claim that the cave holds an energy that is both unsettling and captivating. Its interior, with its jagged rock formations and narrow passages, is like a labyrinth of doom. People often report a sense of being watched, as if something is lurking just beyond their sight, waiting to strike. Those who have dared to enter have described feelings of coldness that are unexplainable, even in the warmer months. The stories of those who have ventured into the cave paint a picture of an environment that feels alive with the paranormal activity. Some have heard disembodied voices echoing throughout the cave's tunnels, while others have felt strange, unseen forces pulling them deeper into the dark recesses of the cave. For those who are brave enough to explore, the cave has become a symbol of both fear and fascination. The connection between the cave and the Bell family's torment is undeniable. Local legends say that the cave was once a secret hideaway for the Bell Witch herself, a place where she would retreat to plan her next moves against the family. The eerie sounds that would sometimes emanate from the cave were said to be the voice of Kate, whispering her malevolent thoughts. Whether this was true or not, the cave certainly has a deep connection to the haunting, making it a focal point for investigators, historians, and thrill-seekers alike. As the hauntings grew, so did the influence of this cave. It was said that the entity, Kate, would often appear near the cave or on the Bell family's land, further linking the location to the family's suffering. Some people have even claimed to feel a strange pull toward the cave, as if the spirit of the Bell Witch is guiding them to her lair. Those who have explored the cave report an overwhelming sense of dread that grows stronger the deeper they go. In the years following the Bell family's tragic experiences, the cave remained an enduring symbol of the haunting. Visitors began to take note of strange markings on the walls of the cave, as well as odd occurrences that seemed to intensify the further one ventured inside. Some even claimed that they could hear the sounds of footsteps following them as they walked through the cave, only to turn around and find no one there. The Bell Witch Cave has become an infamous site for paranormal enthusiasts. Its dark, damp passages and mysterious atmosphere continue to draw people who are curious about the Bell Witch story and eager to uncover the truth behind the chilling legends. But those who visit often walk away with more questions than answers, wondering whether they've encountered something from the other side or simply been caught up in the mystique of a dark and mysterious place. As the years have passed, the cave's haunted reputation has only grown stronger. Its association with the Bell Witch legend has cemented its place in Tennessee folklore, and it remains a must-visit location for anyone seeking to understand the full extent of the Bell Witch haunting. But whether the cave holds the key to the mystery or merely serves as a backdrop to the tragedy, one thing is certain. It is a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead feel dangerously thin. As the haunting escalated, the Bell family grew desperate. The relentless nature of the Bell Witch, or Kate as she was called, caused the family intense suffering, and they reached out to their community for help. In the early 1800s, the haunting became a matter of local concern, as the Bell Witch's presence became too terrifying to ignore. At first, neighbors were skeptical, dismissing the rumors as exaggerations. But the increasing intensity of the events made it impossible to deny the supernatural nature of what was happening. The first of these paranormal encounters began with strange noises and disturbances. Objects moved on their own, and people heard unexplained knocks and footsteps throughout the home. The family members were frightened, but as time passed, the Bell Witch became more aggressive. The invisible entity began to communicate through strange sounds, whispers, scratching, and growls. It wasn't long before the Bell family realized that the witch was not just a nuisance, it was an entity capable of physical harm. As the haunting escalated, the Bell Witch focused its energy on John Bell, the patriarch of the family. He was reportedly attacked physically by the spirit, suffering from choking sensations and unexplained illnesses that seemed to worsen each day. But it wasn't just John who was targeted. His daughter, Betsy Bell, became one of the main subjects of the witch's attacks. She was physically beaten by an unseen force, which left her bruised and in pain. Betsy's torment was particularly severe, and many witnesses testified to the violent nature of these attacks. The haunting grew more terrifying as the Bell Witch became more vocal, speaking to the family and even visitors who came to investigate. Some reports claim the witch's voice was a menacing low growl, while others described it as a mocking, sinister laugh. As the terror spread, word got out, and soon the Bell home became a hotspot for paranormal investigators and curious townsfolk. Everyone wanted to know more about the Bell Witch, but no one seemed to be able to stop her wrath. In some of the most well-known accounts, Kate reportedly revealed her identity to the family, claiming that she was the spirit of a woman who had been wronged in life. Some versions of the story suggest that Kate was the vengeful spirit of a woman named Kate Batts, who had been angry at the Bell family for some unknown slight. Others believe Kate's wrath had a deeper, more malevolent origin, tied to curses and dark forces from beyond the grave. As the legend of the Bell Witch grew, it became a tale of revenge. The Bell family, already plagued by strange occurrences and brutal attacks, faced the added stress of local legends and rumors. The curse that followed them became a part of the wider folklore of Tennessee, leaving behind an undeniable mark on the region's culture. The witch's ability to torment the family in such a personal way created a lasting impression, and to this day, the Bell Witch's legacy lingers in the minds of those who visit the area. Kate's power over the Bell family seemed to peak in the fall of 1820, when John Bell, the family's father, died under mysterious circumstances. Many believed that the Bell Witch was responsible for his death, claiming that she had poisoned him or somehow caused his sudden and unexplained demise. After his passing, the haunting ceased, but the Bell Witch's influence remained deeply ingrained in local folklore. Though John Bell's death marked the end of the Bell family's torment, Kate's presence was far from forgotten. The Bell Witch story has endured through generations, blending local history with legend. While the Bell Witch Cave has long been a site of paranormal interest, the Bell family home holds its own dark history. Though the house is no longer standing, the land remains forever connected to the chilling tale. It was here that the family experienced their greatest torment, and it's believed that Kate's spirit left an indelible mark on the property. The cave and the house are inextricably linked, representing the two sides of the haunting. The cave is where Kate's influence was most directly felt, where cold spots, whispers, and eerie sensations were experienced. The home was the stage for the family's suffering, where physical attacks and strange occurrences kept them in constant fear. The two locations together tell the story of a malevolent force that seemed to haunt not only the Bell family, but also the land itself. As time passed, the house was eventually abandoned, and the property left to its own devices, but the area surrounding both the house and the cave became a popular site for paranormal investigations. In modern times, people visit from all over the world to explore the remnants of the Bell family's ordeal. Some say the land itself has absorbed the torment of the Bell Witch, with lingering energy that remains powerful to this day. Visitors have described experiences ranging from unsettling feelings of being watched to encountering strange entities they cannot explain. Despite the passage of time, the haunting story of Kate and her torment of the Bell family continues to shape the folklore of the area. The Bell Witch Cave remains an iconic location for those seeking to understand the boundaries of the supernatural, while the story of the Bell family is still told as a chilling reminder of the dark forces that can take hold of a place and its people. The Driscoll Hotel stands as one of Austin, Texas's most iconic landmarks. Built in 1886, this majestic Romanesque building has been a symbol of luxury and grandeur for over a century. With its grand architecture and rich history, the Driscoll has long been a favorite destination for travelers from all over the world. The hotel's stunning brick facade and elegant interiors have hosted countless guests, from European tourists to wedding parties. But there's more to the Driscoll Hotel than meets the eye. Beneath its elegant exterior lies a dark and eerie history that has earned it a reputation as one of the most haunted places in the United States. The hotel was founded by Jesse Driscoll, a wealthy cattle baron who made his fortune during the Civil War by supplying beef to the Confederate Army. Though his success was undeniable, the wealth that built the Driscoll was often called blood money, tainted by the suffering of war. As fate would have it, Jesse Driscoll's luck didn't last long. Shortly after the hotel opened, he lost it in a high-stakes poker game, a loss that broke his spirit. It's said that his sorrow was so great that his presence still lingers in the hotel, unable to let go of the luxurious property he once called his own. His portrait, which still hangs in the lobby, serves as a haunting reminder of the man who built the Driscoll with such grand ambitions. Over the years, guests and staff have reported strange occurrences throughout the hotel. Eerie sounds echo through its ornate corridors, and many claim to have seen ghostly apparitions, including the ghost of Jesse Driscoll himself. The hotel's haunted reputation has only grown with time, making it a magnet for paranormal enthusiasts and curious visitors alike. In the following parts, we'll delve deeper into the haunted history of the Driscoll Hotel, exploring the stories of the spirits that are said to roam its halls, and the chilling encounters that have left guests with more than just memories of a luxurious stay. The Driscoll Hotel's reputation as a haunted location has only intensified over the years. From its very beginning, the hotel seemed destined to be more than just a place of luxury. It would become a magnet for the supernatural. The tragic and turbulent history of its founder, Jesse Driscoll, set the stage for the eerie events that would come to define the hotel. Jesse Driscoll's story is one of ambition, success, and ultimate heartbreak. After amassing his fortune during the Civil War, Driscoll decided to build Austin's most opulent hotel, sparing no expense to create a place that would stand as a testament to his wealth and vision. But his dreams were quickly dashed when he lost the hotel in a poker game shortly after its grand opening. The loss devastated him, and many believe that his spirit remains tied to the hotel, unable to move on from the heartbreak of losing his prized creation. This sense of lingering sorrow is said to be a major reason why the Driscoll has become so notoriously haunted. Over the years, countless guests have reported feeling an unsettling presence in the hotel, as if the walls themselves are imbued with the pain and loss of its founder. The hotel's ornate corridors and luxurious rooms, which were once symbols of wealth and power, now seem to echo with the tormented cries of the past. The Driscoll's haunted history is not limited to Jesse Driscoll alone. As the years passed, other tragic events added to the hotel's eerie atmosphere. One of the most famous stories involves a young girl who died after falling down the grand staircase. This tragic accident is believed to be the source of one of the hotel's most active spirits. Guests and staff have reported hearing the faint sound of a ball bouncing down the stairs, accompanied by the giggles of a child, a chilling reminder of the life that was lost. Another tale that adds to the Driscolls' haunted reputation is that of a bride who tragically took her own life in room 329 after her fiancé called off their wedding. The heartbroken woman's ghost is said to haunt the room to this day, with guests reporting strange occurrences such as cold spots, unexplained noises, and the eerie feeling of being watched. These stories, along with many others, have cemented the Driscoll Hotel's status as a hub of paranormal activity. It's a place where the past and present seem to intertwine, where the echoes of history are felt not just in the architecture and decor, but in the very air itself. In the next part, we'll explore the specific locations within the hotel that are said to be the most haunted and the ghosts that are rumored to reside there. The Driscoll Hotel is not just a place where history was made. It's a place where history seems to linger, especially in its most haunted corners. The hotel is filled with stories of ghostly encounters that have left visitors with chills. Let's explore some of the specific places within the hotel where these spirits are said to roam. One of the most infamous rooms in the Driscoll is room 329. It's here that the spirit of a distraught bride is said to reside. In the early 1990s, a woman checked into this room after her fiancé called off their wedding. Devastated, she went on a shopping spree, spending thousands of dollars on luxury items, which she carefully arranged in her room. On the third day, she took her own life, leaving behind a tragic legacy. Guests staying in room 329 have reported seeing her ghost, often dressed in her wedding gown, wandering the halls with shopping bags in hand, or standing by the window, staring out into the night. Another eerie location is the grand staircase, where the ghost of a young girl has been seen and heard. This girl, the daughter of a senator, tragically fell to her death while playing with a ball. Guests have reported hearing the sound of a ball bouncing down the stairs, followed by the faint laughter of a child. Some have even seen her ghost, a small figure, dressed in white, at the top of the stairs or near the painting on the 5th floor, which many believe depicts her. The 5th floor also holds another ghostly presence, Peter Lawless, a former railroad ticket agent who lived in the hotel for over 30 years. After his death, his spirit is said to have remained in the hotel. Guests and staff have reported seeing a well-dressed man with dark hair and a pocket watch, often stepping out of the elevator or simply appearing in their rooms, only to vanish moments later. These are just a few of the spirits that are said to haunt the Driscoll Hotel, each one adding another layer of mystery and fear to its already eerie atmosphere. The hotel's ghostly inhabitants seem to be tied to the places where their lives took a tragic turn, forever bound to the halls of the Driscoll. The Driscoll Hotel's haunted reputation doesn't stop at just a few rooms and staircases. Throughout the building, there are more spots where the paranormal seems to thrive, with spirits that have become as much a part of the hotel's character as its historic charm. One of the most famous hauntings involves the spirit of Colonel Jesse Driscoll himself. The hotel's founder, who lost the property in a poker game shortly after it opened, is said to still roam the halls of the grand hotel he built. His ghost has been spotted in various parts of the hotel, but most commonly in his favorite room, the one that overlooks 6th Street and Brazos. Guests have reported waking up in the middle of the night to the smell of cigar smoke, only to see a man standing by the window, looking out at the city. When they turn on the light, the figure vanishes, leaving only the faint scent of cigars in the air. Some say that Driscoll is unable to leave the place he was so passionate about, forever tied to the hotel that bears his name. Another haunting involves a painting on the 5th floor, known as the Love Letter. The painting depicts a young girl holding a bouquet of flowers and a letter. It's believed to be haunted by the spirit of Samantha Houston, the senator's daughter who died in the hotel. People walking by the painting have reported feeling an eerie presence, as if they're being watched. Some even claim that the eyes of the girl in the painting seem to follow them as they move. Others have felt a cold breeze or a sudden sense of dread when passing by, only to find nothing unusual when they look around. The ballroom is another area where ghostly activity has been reported. This grand space, where many elegant events have taken place, is said to be haunted by the spirits of former guests who refuse to leave. One of the most notable apparitions is that of a woman in a Victorian-era dress who has been seen dancing alone in the ballroom late at night. Some have also reported hearing the sound of music and laughter, as if a party is still going on, even when the room is empty. The spirit of Lyndon B. Johnson, the 36th President of the United States, and his wife, Lady Bird Johnson, are also said to linger in the hotel. The couple had their first date in the Driscoll's dining room and spent many special occasions there. Guests have reported seeing their reflections in mirrors or catching glimpses of them out of the corner of their eyes. These sightings often occur in the ballroom or near the dining room where they once dined. These stories add to the mystique of the Driscoll Hotel, making it a place where the past is never truly gone. The spirits that haunt its halls are a reminder of the hotel's rich, and sometimes tragic, history, keeping the legend of the Driscoll alive for those who dare to visit. The Driscoll Hotel stands as a grand monument to Austin's history, but it's the stories of the spirits that refuse to leave that give it its enduring legacy. Over the years, these ghostly tales have woven themselves into the fabric of the hotel, attracting those who are curious, brave, or simply in search of a unique experience. Visitors come from around the world, not just for the luxury and charm of the Driscoll, but also to catch a glimpse of the supernatural. The hotel's reputation as one of the most haunted places in the United States only grows stronger with each new account of an unexplained encounter. Whether it's the sight of a lone figure in a mirror, the sound of a child's laughter in an empty hallway, or the scent of a long extinguished cigar, the ghosts of the Driscoll continue to make their presence known. But what draws these spirits to remain in the hotel? Some say it's the emotional ties they had to the place in life, like Colonel Jesse Driscoll, who poured his heart and fortune into the hotel, or Samantha Houston, the young girl whose life was tragically cut short within its walls. Others believe that the Driscolls' turbulent history, steeped in both wealth and loss, has left an indelible mark on the building, one that the spirits cannot escape. Despite its haunted history, the Driscoll remains a beloved part of Austin. It's a place where the past and present coexist, where the elegance of a bygone era meets the modern world, and where the spirits of the past continue to whisper their stories. For those who visit, the Driscoll offers not just a stay in a historic hotel, but a chance to experience something otherworldly, to connect with the echoes of those who walked its halls long before. As the years go by, the Driscolls' ghostly tales will likely continue to captivate and intrigue. The stories may evolve, and new encounters may be added to the hotel's lore, but one thing is certain: the Driscoll Hotel will always be a place where history is alive, both in the memories of the living and the presence of the dead. Did you know that Utah is home to over 80 ghost towns? These abandoned places, once filled with life and activity, now stand as eerie reminders of the past. Many of them are said to be haunted by the spirits of their former residents, whose stories linger in the air like whispers of the past. Today, we're going to explore the spookiest and most haunted locations across this fascinating state and delve into the legends and paranormal activity that surrounds them. Utah's history is rich and complex, filled with tales of pioneers, settlers, and tragedies. As people move westward during the gold rush and other economic booms, they established towns and communities that flourished for a time. But as resources dwindled or as the population shifted, many of these towns were abandoned, leaving behind crumbling buildings and the ghosts of those who once lived there. It's within these ghost towns that we find some of the most compelling stories of hauntings. The tales that surround these locations often blur the line between fact and fiction. Generations of storytelling have kept the legends alive, but how much of it is truly believable? As someone who has always been intrigued by the supernatural, I approach these stories with both fascination and a healthy dose of skepticism. Ghost stories can be captivating, but it's essential to sift through the layers of myth and examine the evidence. In the heart of Utah, the air is thick with the weight of history. From ghostly apparitions to unexplained noises, reports of paranormal activity abound. Our journey begins with the old Tool Hospital. This abandoned building is steeped in dark history, having once served as a place of healing that ultimately became a site of tragedy. According to legend, the hospital suffered a devastating fire that took the lives of many patients and staff members. Their restless spirits are said to roam the halls, lingering in the shadows of the past. As we delve deeper into the story of the old Tool Hospital, we'll uncover first-hand accounts from those brave enough to enter its crumbling walls. Visitors have reported feeling cold spots, hearing strange noises echoing through the empty corridors, and even catching glimpses of shadowy figures. The eerie atmosphere of the hospital draws thrill seekers and paranormal enthusiasts alike, eager to witness the unexplained for themselves. But the old Tool Hospital is just the beginning. Utah is filled with haunted locations, each with its own unique tale. Next, we'll journey to the Rio Grande Depot in Salt Lake City. Once a bustling train station, it has been transformed into a museum, but the spirit of a former railway worker is said to linger. Reports of slamming doors and ghostly figures appearing near the tracks add to the station's haunted reputation. These stories weave together a tapestry of history and the unknown. Each location we explore will bring us closer to understanding the past while fueling our curiosity about what might still linger in the present. The exploration of Utah's haunted places is not just about ghost stories. It's about connecting with the history that shaped this state and the lives that were once lived here. Join me as we venture into the heart of Utah's ghostly tales, beginning with the Old Towel Hospital. Together, we'll sift through the shadows and uncover the chilling truths that lie beneath the surface of these haunted locations. As we delve deeper into the haunting tale of the Old Tool Hospital, let's uncover its chilling history and the paranormal experiences that have captivated visitors for years. Constructed in the early 20th century, this hospital served the community of Tool, Utah for several decades. It was a place where hope and healing intertwined, but like many places steeped in history, it eventually became the site of tragedy. The hospital's most notorious event occurred on a cold winter night in the early 1920s, when a devastating fire broke out. The flames quickly engulfed the building, trapping patients and staff inside. Amidst the chaos, the cries for help echoed through the smoke-filled hallways, but sadly, many lives were lost that night. Survivors spoke of the horror and confusion, with rescue efforts hampered by the intensity of the flames and the disarray within the hospital. Since its closure in the 1980s, the Old Towel Hospital has remained abandoned, its once bustling halls now silent and still. However, the echoes of the past refuse to fade away. Visitors and paranormal investigators have flocked to the site, eager to experience the unsettling atmosphere and uncover the spirits that may still inhabit the building. Reports of paranormal activity at the hospital are numerous. Many who have ventured inside describe feelings of unease, as if they are being watched by unseen eyes. Some claim to have heard disembodied voices, faint cries, and laughter, echoing through the empty corridors, reminiscent of the patients who once filled the rooms. One particularly chilling account comes from a group of ghost hunters who visited the hospital late one evening. They reported that during their investigation, they captured a strange voice on their recording device, a voice that seemed to call out for help. This eerie phenomenon left them shaken and questioning what truly lies within the walls of the abandoned hospital. In addition to the auditory phenomena, physical manifestations have also been reported. Visitors have described cold spots throughout the building, areas where the temperature drops suddenly, leaving an icy chill in the air. Others have claimed to see shadowy figures darting across the hallways, or glimpses of translucent apparitions that seem to materialize and vanish in an instant. The hospital's reputation as a haunted location has not only attracted thrill seekers, but also those seeking closure. Some have come hoping to connect with lost loved ones or to find solace in the spirits that linger. The building's tragic history resonates with many, and for some, the idea of encountering the spirits of those who suffered within its walls is a compelling reason to explore the hospital's eerie corridors. As we continue our exploration of haunted places in Utah, the Old Towel Hospital stands out as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the lasting impact of trauma. It serves as a testament to the human experience, intertwining stories of loss, suffering, and perhaps even healing from beyond the grave. In our next segment, we'll shift our focus to another haunted location, the historic Rio Grande Depot in Salt Lake City. This former train station holds its own share of ghostly encounters and intriguing tales that continue to captivate visitors. What secrets will we uncover there? Join me as we embark on this next leg of our ghostly adventure. As we journey into the heart of Salt Lake City, we arrive at the historic Rio Grande Depot. Once a bustling hub of transportation, this building has a rich history that dates back to the late 19th century. Designed in the Romanesque style, the depot was a vital connection point for passengers and freight traveling across the region. With its towering arches and detailed brickwork, it has stood as a symbol of progress and community for over 100 years. But behind its impressive facade lies a darker story, one that whispers of the past and echoes through its grand halls. The depot operated until the mid-20th century, but even after its closure, tales of the paranormal began to circulate among locals. Visitors and staff alike have reported strange occurrences that defy explanation, adding to the depot's reputation as one of Utah's most haunted locations. Among the most chilling accounts is that of a former railway worker who tragically lost his life in an accident while on duty. His spirit is believed to linger within the building, and many have encountered his ghostly presence. Reports of unexplained noises, such as footsteps echoing in empty hallways and the sound of a whistle blowing, have left visitors with an unsettling feeling. Some even claim to have seen a shadowy figure in a work uniform wandering the platforms, as if still tending to his duties long after death. The paranormal activity at the Rio Grande Depot isn't limited to ghostly sightings. Employees have shared experiences of doors slamming shut on their own, flickering lights, and the eerie sensation of being watched. One night, a security guard reported hearing soft voices coming from the waiting area. When he investigated, he found no one there, but the voices continued, whispers that seemed to echo from another time. The guard left that night feeling unnerved, convinced he had encountered something otherworldly. In addition to the apparitions and sounds, some visitors have felt sudden temperature drops, similar to what has been reported at the old Towel Hospital. These cold spots often appear in specific areas of the depot, leading many to believe that they mark the presence of lingering spirits. Paranormal investigators have also noted an uptick in electromagnetic activity, further hinting at the supernatural energy that pervades the space. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Rio Grande Depot's haunting is its connection to history. Many believe that the spirits haunting the depot are tied to the building's past as a transportation hub. In a place where countless lives intersected, it's no surprise that some souls might choose to remain. The depot is filled with stories of families reunited, goodbyes exchanged, and journeys embarked upon that continue to resonate within its walls. As we continue to explore Utah's haunted locations, the Rio Grande Depot serves as a reminder of the rich tapestry of history and the mysteries that linger in the spaces we occupy. It is a place where the past and present collide, and the whispers of those who once traveled through its doors can still be felt today. Next, we'll turn our attention to the Monty Temple, a site steeped in spiritual significance and its own share of ghostly legends. What awaits us there? Join me as we uncover the mysteries of this revered location and the stories of those who have walked its sacred grounds. As we move forward in our exploration of Utah's haunted locations, we arrive at the stunning Monty Temple, situated in the serene setting of central Utah. This striking building, dedicated in the late 1890s, is not only a center of spiritual significance for the LDS Church, but also a site that carries with it stories of mysterious happenings and ghostly legends. The temple's beautiful architecture, characterized by its spires and intricate stonework, draws visitors from near and far. But beyond its aesthetic appeal lies an unsettling history that has intrigued those who wander its grounds. According to local lore, the Monty Temple is haunted by the spirit of a young girl, a tale that has persisted for generations. The legend tells of a girl who met a tragic fate at a young age, leaving her spirit restless. It is said that her ghost wanders the temple grounds, searching for her lost love, a romantic tragedy that adds an air of poignancy to the haunting. Witnesses have reported seeing her apparition, often described as a fleeting figure dressed in white, gliding through the gardens or appearing near the entrance, as if waiting for someone who never arrived. Visitors to the Manti Temple often speak of feeling a presence as they walk the sacred halls. Many describe a sense of peace, but others recount moments of disquiet, particularly when passing through areas that seem to harbor an inexplicable energy. Some have even claimed to hear soft weeping or see shadows flickering out of the corner of their eyes, drawing their attention to something just beyond their perception. One particularly haunting account involves a couple who were visiting the temple for a special ceremony. As they made their way through the corridors, they noticed a young girl standing near one of the windows. When they approached her, she vanished without a trace, leaving the couple stunned. This experience, like many others, adds to the growing list of supernatural encounters that people attribute to the Manti Temple. Paranormal investigators have also taken an interest in the temple, conducting various studies to document its haunting. Their findings often highlight strange fluctuations in temperature, especially in areas where the girl is reportedly seen. Electronic voice phenomena, or EVPs, have also been captured, including faint whispers that seem to call out for help or express a longing for connection. Beyond the girl's spirit, some visitors believe that the temple is a place where the veil between the living and the dead is thin, allowing for other spirits to roam. As a site of profound spiritual significance, the temple serves as a connection point for many, which could explain why so many souls seem drawn to it. Some individuals feel a strong sense of comfort and protection within the temple, while others are struck by an overwhelming sensation of sorrow, as if the weight of the stories of lost love and unfulfilled dreams lingers in the air. As we reflect on the Manti Temple's haunted history, we are reminded that it stands not only as a place of worship, but also as a repository of human emotion and experience. The stories of the young girl and other spirits entwine with the sacredness of the temple, creating a unique tapestry of the supernatural. Next, we'll delve into one of Utah's most infamous locations, the Skinwalker Ranch, a place steeped in both myth and reality, where strange happenings abound, and what mysteries await us there. Stay tuned as we uncover the chilling tales that this notorious ranch has to offer. As we reach the final part of our journey through Utah's most haunted places, we arrive at the infamous Skinwalker Ranch. Located in the eastern part of the state, this ranch has garnered a reputation as a hotspot for paranormal activity and mysterious phenomena. For many, Skinwalker Ranch embodies the unknown, filled with tales of strange creatures, unexplained lights in the sky, and bizarre occurrences that challenge the limits of reality. The legend of Skinwalker Ranch is rooted in Native American folklore, particularly the Navajo culture, where skinwalkers are said to be witches, capable of transforming into animals. These malevolent beings are believed to possess dark powers and are often associated with terrifying events. Over the years, many visitors and researchers have claimed to encounter strange entities and unexplained happenings on the ranch. Witnesses have reported seeing unidentified flying objects darting across the sky, strange lights hovering over the fields, and even mysterious creatures that defy classification. Some have described encounters with what they thought were wolves, only to realize these beings exhibited unusual behaviors that seemed far from ordinary. The sense of being watched is pervasive. Numerous accounts recount feelings of unease and paranoia while on the property. One particularly chilling incident involved a family who moved to the area, eager to start a new life. They soon experienced an unsettling series of events. Livestock began disappearing, strange sounds echoed through the night, and shadowy figures were spotted lurking near their home. Their fears culminated in an encounter where they claimed to have seen a large wolf-like creature that appeared at once threatening and supernatural. This experience left them shaken, ultimately driving them away from the ranch. Researchers and paranormal investigators have flocked to Skinwalker Ranch, hoping to unlock its many secrets. One of the most significant studies occurred in the early 2000s when a team of scientists used advanced technology to document their findings. They recorded anomalies such as inexplicable magnetic fields and strange radiation spikes, and captured images of unidentifiable objects on camera. Despite these efforts, the mysteries of the ranch remain largely unresolved, and leading many to wonder if the area is a nexus of paranormal activity or a mere figment of imagination. A compelling aspect of Skinwalker Ranch is its ability to draw individuals from all walks of life, each with their own motivations for visiting. Some seek answers, while others are driven by a desire for adventure or to experience the unexplained. Regardless of their reasons, nearly everyone who ventures there leaves with a story to tell, as the ranch seems to feed on curiosity, offering glimpses of the unknown. As we conclude our exploration of haunted places in Utah, it's clear that each location, from the old Toole Hospital to the Monty Temple, and finally to Skinwalker Ranch, carries its own unique stories and mysteries. These sites remind us of the rich tapestry of history and folklore that permeates the landscape of Utah, where the past lingers and the veil between worlds may be thinner than we realize. Located in the town of Stowe, Vermont, is a bridge that has captured the imagination of locals and visitors alike. Known as Emily's Bridge, this structure has been the site of eerie tales and unexplained events for decades. Located on a quiet road, it appears to be just another old covered bridge. Charming, perhaps, but nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. However, the unsettling atmosphere surrounding this bridge tells a different story. The bridge was built in the early 1800s, a time when Vermont was still a land of mystery and wilderness. Little did the builders know that this seemingly ordinary bridge would soon become the center of terrifying folklore. The bridge earned its haunting reputation from a tragic story that has been passed down for generations. According to legend, a young woman named Emily was heartbroken after her fiancé failed to show up to their planned meeting at the bridge. Overcome with grief and frustration, Emily allegedly took her own life there, leaving behind a trail of sorrow. As time went on, strange occurrences were reported by those brave enough to visit the bridge. Visitors began to notice unexplained shadows, the feeling of being watched, and even strange sounds that couldn't be easily explained. People started to wonder if Emily's spirit had never left the bridge, and if the mysterious events were somehow connected to her tragic end. It wasn't long before the legend of Emily's Bridge began to spread far and wide, attracting people from all over who wanted to experience the chilling atmosphere for themselves. Local residents have their own theories about why the bridge seems to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. Some say the land on which the bridge stands may have a darker past, perhaps tied to Native American history, with spirits lingering long before Emily's tragic story. Others believe that Emily's sorrowful ghost is trapped in the area, unable to find peace. Still, some insist the bridge is cursed, forever tied to the heartbreak that took place there centuries ago. But regardless of the cause, one thing is certain: Emily's Bridge is no ordinary bridge. It's a place where the veil between the living and the dead seems thin, where history and legend blend together in a chilling, supernatural way. As we venture further into the story, you'll see why this bridge is known as one of the most haunted locations in Vermont, and why it continues to haunt the memories of those who cross its weathered planks. The eerie occurrences surrounding Emily's Bridge are as varied as they are unsettling. Many who have ventured across this bridge report strange and inexplicable events that seem to defy logical explanation. As night falls and darkness envelops the bridge, the atmosphere becomes thick with an unsettling tension, almost as if something or someone is watching you. The first sign something isn't right often comes from the wind. Visitors have described hearing strange whispers or the sound of footsteps, though they were the only ones there. One common experience involves the bridge's wooden planks. The sound of creaking wood underfoot is often heard, yet no one is walking. Some claim to hear soft rustling noises, as though someone or something is brushing past them, but when they look around, nothing is there. Others have heard a strange tapping, almost as if someone were knocking on the bridge itself. In addition to these eerie sounds, a number of visitors have reported feeling an overwhelming sense of unease while standing on the bridge. People say it feels as if the air is charged with an unseen presence, making it difficult to breathe or move comfortably. It's as if the space is filled with negative energy, pulling them into a state of heightened anxiety. This sensation is so intense that some people have felt the urge to turn back before even crossing the bridge entirely. More disturbing experiences involve sightings of figures, shadows, or silhouettes that appear near the bridge or walk across it, only to disappear when approached. These fleeting glimpses of mysterious figures often appear on foggy nights, their forms barely discernible in the mist. There are reports of figures that vanish into the darkness as quickly as they appear, leaving behind only an unsettling sense of dread. Some say they can still hear footsteps echoing long after the figure has disappeared. One particularly chilling account tells of a visitor who heard the unmistakable sound of a woman sobbing softly in the distance. The closer they got to the sound, the louder and more desperate it became, only to fade as they reached the end of the bridge. This experience left the person shaken, unsure of whether the sound had been real or merely a product of their imagination. It seems that Emily's Bridge is not just a place for haunted stories, but a place where strange phenomena are nearly a part of its identity. Something about the bridge, whether the land itself or the tragic events that took place there, makes it a hotspot for the unexplained. What exactly causes these experiences remains a mystery, but one thing is clear. Emily's Bridge is a location where the supernatural seems to thrive. One of the most chilling legends tied to Emily's Bridge is the story of the White Lady. Over the years, many people have claimed to see a woman dressed in white, walking along the bridge late at night. Her glowing, otherworldly presence is said to be accompanied by a strange, almost unearthly calmness in the air. Some describe her as being so ethereal that she appears to float just above the ground, while others say she walks with a slow, deliberate pace, as if drawn by an unseen force. This apparition is often spotted during foggy nights when the moon is just a thin sliver in the sky, casting an eerie light over the bridge. The woman is said to have long, dark hair and a pale, almost translucent face. Those who have seen her claim that her eyes, although unblinking, seem to reflect a deep sadness or sorrow. There are many theories about who the White Lady could be. Some believe that she is the spirit of Emily, the girl whose tragic fate gave the bridge its haunted reputation. According to local folklore, Emily was jilted by her lover, and in a fit of despair, took her own life near the bridge. Others believe she is a different spirit entirely, possibly that of a woman who met a tragic end on the bridge, though no one knows for sure. The White Lady is known for disappearing without a trace. Witnesses who have seen her walking on the bridge often find that she vanishes when they try to approach her, only to reappear moments later, sometimes in a completely different spot. Those who have encountered her say that her presence is so overwhelming, it leaves them with a sense of sadness, loss, and sometimes even terror. This apparition has become one of the defining features of Emily's Bridge. Visitors report feeling a strange pull to the bridge at night, hoping for a glimpse of the White Lady, even though they know of the unsettling stories surrounding her. The mystery of who she truly is only adds to the bridge's reputation as one of Vermont's most haunted locations. For many, seeing the White Lady is a life-changing experience, one that leaves them with more questions than answers. While some are scared by the encounter, others find themselves drawn to the bridge, unable to resist the lure of its eerie history and the possibility of encountering the spectral figure that haunts it. Many who have visited Emily's Bridge report unsettling and sometimes downright frightening experiences. In addition to the sightings of the White Lady, others have shared stories of strange sounds and inexplicable occurrences that seem to come from nowhere. Some visitors claim to have heard the sound of footsteps following them, only to look around and see no one in sight. The eerie sensation of being watched is almost universal for those who walk across the bridge at night. One of the most consistent reports involves hearing an unknown voice, sometimes whispered, sometimes loud enough to sound like a distant shout. This voice seems to come from the darkness beyond the bridge, but no one can pinpoint its origin. It's as if something, or someone, is communicating from the shadows, though nothing can be seen. Perhaps one of the most unnerving phenomena at Emily's Bridge is the sudden drop in temperature. Those who have experienced it say that the air can become uncomfortably cold in certain spots on the bridge, especially during the night. Some even describe feeling a chill on the back of their necks, as if someone is standing just behind them, breathing down their spine. The sudden shift in temperature often happens when the wind is calm, adding an extra layer of mystery to the phenomenon. There are also accounts of visitors who've noticed strange marks on their vehicles after leaving the bridge. Some claim to have found scratches on their car doors, while others report mysterious handprints on their windows. The marks seem to appear out of nowhere, even though no one had touched the vehicles during their visit. These physical traces only add to the unsettling atmosphere that surrounds the bridge. While some dismiss these experiences as mere coincidence or the result of an overactive imagination, many who have visited Emily's Bridge say they left with an inexplicable feeling of dread. These encounters, along with the long-standing legends, have ensured that the bridge remains one of the most famous and haunted spots in Vermont, drawing curious visitors from all over to experience its eerie presence firsthand. Despite the many strange occurrences and spine-chilling stories, Emily's Bridge continues to captivate the curious and brave. It stands as a reminder of Vermont's rich history and folklore, with its eerie reputation drawing visitors from near and far. The bridge has been a staple of local legend for decades, with new stories emerging with each passing year. Over time, Emily's Bridge has become more than just a haunted spot. It's a symbol of the unexplainable. Its dark past and lingering energy have left an indelible mark on the town of Stowe. Whether it's the eerie whispers in the night, the cold spots, or the sightings of the White Lady, the bridge offers an experience unlike any other. The area surrounding the bridge is still quiet, and on certain nights, those who dare to cross might find themselves touched by the same chilling atmosphere that has haunted the bridge for generations. For many, the mystery of Emily's Bridge will remain unsolved, and the stories surrounding it will continue to grow. It's a place where the line between reality and the supernatural becomes blurred, leaving visitors to question what they've experienced long after they've crossed its threshold. As you leave Emily's Bridge behind, it's impossible not to feel a lingering sense of unease, knowing that the legend continues to thrive and the mysteries of this haunting bridge may never fully be explained. The St. Albans Sanatorium, nestled in Radford, Virginia, is a place with a long and dark history. Built in the early 1900s, it originally served as a hospital for tuberculosis patients. At the time, tuberculosis was one of the most deadly diseases, and many patients were sent there with little hope of recovery. The hospital's Gothic architecture and isolated location only added to the eerie atmosphere surrounding it. The hospital operated for many years, and as the years went on, it transformed from a tuberculosis facility to a mental institution. The sanatorium's walls have seen countless patients struggle with illness, pain, and suffering. It's said that the spirits of those who passed within these walls still haunt the place today. The quiet and isolated location, with its dark halls and towering structures, has made St. Albans Sanatorium a perfect setting for ghost stories and paranormal legends. While some may dismiss the tales as just stories, those who have visited or investigated the sanatorium say otherwise. The place seems to carry a heavy atmosphere, one that suggests more than just a hospital's tragic past. There's something more, something unsettling, about St. Albans that captures the imagination and curiosity of all who hear its name. But what really happened in those halls? And why do the stories of hauntings persist? To understand the eerie reputation of St. Albans Sanatorium, we must look deeper into its history, the people who once lived there, and the events that have left a lingering presence. As the years passed, St. Albans Sanatorium underwent significant changes. By the 1920s, tuberculosis was no longer the primary threat that it once was. Advances in medical treatments and the development of antibiotics led to a decrease in the number of patients with tuberculosis. As the building's purpose shifted, St. Albans transitioned into a mental health institution. During its time as a mental institution, the sanatorium was a place where individuals struggling with mental illnesses came to receive treatment. However, the methods used at the time were far from what we would consider humane today. Treatments such as electroshock therapy, lobotomies, and other controversial procedures were performed on patients, leaving behind a trail of suffering and sorrow. The patients often had no choice in their care, and many experienced a harsh, cold existence within the walls of St. Albans. The building's dark history as a mental institution made it even more of a haunting place. Some claim that the spirits of the patients who endured such horrific treatments still linger in the halls, their suffering too great to leave behind. The sanatorium's reputation grew over time, not just for the pain and struggles of the patients, but for the eerie atmosphere that surrounded it. The building's isolation, combined with its long history of tragedy, seemed to create the perfect conditions for the supernatural to take hold. As the decades passed, the building fell into disrepair. By the mid-20th century, St. Albans had closed its doors as a mental health institution. It stood abandoned for many years before being repurposed in the 21st century. But the memories of its dark past and the lingering presence of those who had suffered there seemed to persist long after the doors were shut. The question remains, could the spirits of St. Albans still be trapped within its walls, doomed to haunt the place they once called home? As the years went by, the history of St. Albans Sanatorium began to be overshadowed by stories of strange occurrences that couldn't easily be explained. The once bustling hospital for tuberculosis patients had closed its doors, but the spirits of those who had suffered there seemingly refused to move on. The ghosts that were said to linger were not just remnants of a painful past, but active, restless entities that haunted the building's many darkened corners. One of the most chilling aspects of St. Albans hauntings is the reported sightings of ghostly apparitions. People walking through the long, empty hallways often claim to spot figures out of the corner of their eyes, shadows that dart quickly across rooms, or even full-fledged apparitions that stand motionless, staring at them with hollow eyes. One of the most commonly seen entities is the spirit of a young girl who is said to have died in the sanatorium in the early 20th century. Her tragic story is still recounted by those who have visited the site. Her spirit said to be forever wandering the halls in search of her lost family. But the ghostly encounters don't end with her. Paranormal investigators and visitors alike have reported seeing the apparition of a former doctor, a figure dressed in old-fashioned medical garb, wandering the building as though still going about his duties. It's said that he is trapped, his spirit unable to find peace. Some speculate that his inability to move on may be linked to the tragedies that unfolded within the hospital's walls. As one of the doctors who worked with tuberculosis patients, perhaps he feels responsible for the countless lives that were lost, the ones he couldn't save. Along with sightings of apparitions, visitors have reported hearing strange, disembodied voices that seem to come from nowhere. In one chilling case, a group of paranormal investigators used an electronic voice phenomenon, EVP recorder, to capture voices that weren't heard by the naked ear, but were clearly audible on the playback. The recordings featured whispering voices, low murmurs, and even words that seemed to call out to those present. What's even more unnerving is the consistency with which these voices have been reported. Even when the building is left in total silence, it's not uncommon for investigators to hear these eerie whispers when reviewing their recordings. The voices don't always make sense, but sometimes they seem to call out personal names or ask for help, further fueling the legend that the spirits in St. Albans are still very much in need of closure. The sounds that fill the halls of St. Albans go beyond just whispers and murmurs. Many visitors have reported hearing heavy footsteps, doors slamming shut, with a force that suggests something or someone is behind them, even though no one is present. These unsettling noises can be especially terrifying when experienced alone. Imagine walking through the long, deserted hallways of the sanatorium, the air thick with the weight of history, only to hear the sound of boots echoing on the wooden floors behind you. When you turn around, there's no one there. But the sound doesn't stop, it follows you. It's not just the ghosts of former patients or doctors that seem to haunt St. Albans. The building itself, with its creaking floors, decaying walls, and long empty corridors, has a life of its own. There are those who claim that the structure itself is somehow imbued with a dark energy, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead is dangerously thin. This is why many believe that the hauntings are more than just the result of the human spirits that wander the halls. The very foundation of St. Albans may contribute to the paranormal activity. Despite all the reports of ghostly sightings, strange noises, and unexplained phenomena, many visitors continue to flock to the sanatorium, hoping to experience the supernatural for themselves. Some come to challenge their skepticism, while others come seeking answers, desperate to understand why so many have claimed to witness the same unsettling occurrences. And while some might chalk it up to imagination or natural causes, others are convinced that St. Albans is, without a doubt, one of the most haunted places in Virginia. In recent years, St. Albans Sanatorium has become a hotspot for paranormal investigators, eager to uncover the truth behind the numerous haunting claims. Many of these investigators have documented their experiences, and some of the evidence they've collected is nothing short of chilling. One of the most notable investigations occurred in the early 2000s, when a team of well-known paranormal researchers visited the sanatorium. Their findings, captured on both audio and video, stunned even the most seasoned investigators. Using advanced equipment such as infrared cameras and EVP recorders, they were able to capture inexplicable sounds and images. One of the most striking pieces of evidence was a video clip showing a door slamming shut on its own, despite no visible presence or breeze to cause the motion. The investigators reviewed the footage multiple times, and all concluded that it was completely unexplainable. In addition to this footage, the team was able to capture eerie voices on their EVP recordings, some of which seemed to respond directly to their questions. One such voice, which appeared to be a low whisper, seemed to speak the name of one of the investigators. This moment was particularly chilling because the investigator in question had never been to St. Albans before, and no one in the group had mentioned their names aloud during the investigation. The most alarming findings, however, came from a series of encounters that involved physical sensations. On several occasions, investigators and visitors alike have reported feeling cold spots or being touched by an unseen force. Some have claimed to feel their clothes tugged, while others have reported being pushed or grabbed, even when no one else was nearby. These incidents are not easily explained away, especially when the same experiences are reported by multiple people who have never met and are unaware of the location's history. One particularly unnerving incident involved a group of visitors who were exploring the building late at night. As they made their way through the dark, echoing hallways, they were startled by the sound of footsteps behind them. When they turned to look, no one was there. The footsteps continued, getting louder and closer, but still, no one could be seen. The group quickly left, shaken by the feeling of being pursued by an unseen force. It's not just the physical manifestations that leave investigators questioning the true nature of the hauntings at St. Albans. The very atmosphere of the building seems to exude a sense of unease, an oppressive energy that lingers in the air. Many describe the feeling as if the building itself is alive with memories, some of which are too painful to let go. Visitors have reported a constant sense of being watched, with an overwhelming feeling of dread that washes over them as they step into certain rooms or corridors. One of the more recent investigations focused on the upper floors of the building, an area that has long been rumored to be the most haunted. Investigators who dared to venture into this part of the sanatorium were greeted with extreme cold and the distinct sound of something, or someone, moving just beyond their sight. Some even reported hearing the faint sounds of children playing, haunting contrast to the dark history of the building. Despite the growing body of evidence, some skeptics continue to question whether these occurrences are truly paranormal in nature. They argue that the experiences could be attributed to natural causes, such as drafts, creaking wood, or the power of suggestion. However, those who have visited St. Albans and experienced the strange events firsthand often leave with a deep conviction that what they encountered was far beyond the ordinary. St. Albans Sanatorium has left an indelible mark on Virginia's history, and its eerie reputation has made it one of the most infamous locations in the state. The building's history, intertwined with pain, loss, and the suffering of its former residents, continues to echo through the walls and hallways, creating an environment that many believe is charged with residual energy from the past. Although the hospital closed its doors as a medical facility in the mid-20th century, the building has remained a place of both curiosity and terror for those brave enough to visit. Its transformation into a site for paranormal investigations, and even as a private residence in later years, has only added layers to its mystery. Over time, the haunting presence that many people claim to feel there has become an inseparable part of the sanatorium's identity. For those who have experienced the supernatural firsthand at St. Albans, there's no question about its haunted nature. Visitors consistently report strange occurrences, inexplicable noises, and unsettling feelings of being watched. Yet for some, it's the history of the building and the ghosts of those who once suffered there that make the place even more poignant. Many believe that the suffering endured by the tuberculosis patients and mental institution residents left a lasting imprint on the building. The ghosts of the past are said to roam the halls, seeking peace or trying to escape from the torment they once experienced. The young girl who died at the sanatorium, the lingering spirits of doctors, and the unsettling apparitions captured on camera continue to fuel the legends surrounding the location. Despite the numerous reports of paranormal activity, the question of whether St. Albans is truly haunted is still a subject of debate. Some skeptics believe that the experiences people have there are merely products of the imagination or psychological suggestions. However, there is a persistent belief that St. Albans Sanatorium holds something more, something that science and reason cannot fully explain. No matter which side of the debate you fall on, St. Albans remains a captivating and chilling place. It's a spot where the line between history, tragedy, and the paranormal blurs, leaving behind an enduring mystery that continues to fascinate, terrify, and intrigue all who encounter it. Whether you visit to explore its haunting past, investigate the paranormal, or simply to witness the strange atmosphere that fills the air, St. Albans will undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. The legacy of St. Albans Sanatorium is not just one of ghost stories and eerie occurrences. It is a somber reminder of the past, of lives lost to illness and neglect, and the trauma that lingers long after the building's doors were closed. Port Townsend is a small, scenic town located on the Olympic Peninsula in Washington state. Known for its rich history, Port Townsend is home to some of the oldest Victorian buildings in the Pacific Northwest. These buildings are not only beautiful, but they also have an eerie reputation. Over the years, many people have claimed to experience strange occurrences in these historic places, from mysterious sounds to sightings of ghostly figures. The town has a unique atmosphere, with its narrow streets, old brick buildings, and stunning views of the water. But beneath this picturesque surface, there is a darker side. Stories of hauntings and paranormal activity have been passed down through generations, giving Port Townsend an almost magical quality. The old buildings, which have withstood the test of time, seem to hold secrets in their walls, and some believe these secrets are not of this world. Port Townsend was once a thriving port in the late 1800s, and many of its historic buildings were constructed during this time. The town's role as a bustling maritime hub brought people from all over the world, and its vibrant economy gave rise to grand hotels, inns, and businesses. But like many towns with a rich history, Port Townsend also saw its share of tragedy and hardship. Fires, accidents, and even some mysterious deaths have all been part of the town's past. Some say that these events have left a lingering energy, one that refuses to leave. The beauty of Port Townsend is undeniable. It has become a popular destination for visitors looking to explore its history. But along with the allure of its old-fashioned charm comes a sense of mystery. Whether it's the sound of footsteps echoing in an empty hallway or the feeling of being watched in a quiet room, many who visit Port Townsend find themselves wondering if the town's history is more than just a collection of old buildings and stories. In the next part, we'll dive deeper into some of the most haunted spots in Port Townsend, where strange occurrences and ghostly sightings have been reported for years. But before we do, it's important to consider that these stories, while compelling, are still just that, stories. While many people have shared their eerie experiences in Port Townsend, it's always wise to approach these accounts with a sense of curiosity and skepticism. Could there be an explanation for the strange happenings, or is there something more at play in this mysterious town? Let's explore the town's haunted history and see if we can uncover the truth. One of the most well-known haunted locations in Port Townsend is the Palace Hotel. Built in 1889, this historic hotel is an iconic part of the town's Victorian charm. The Palace Hotel has seen its fair share of history, from being a bustling hub for travelers to now being a well-known spot for ghostly encounters. The hotel's past is filled with stories of tragedy and mystery. Over the years, it has served as a luxury hotel, a boarding house, and even a home for elderly residents. The hotel's long history of changes and transitions may be one reason why it's so full of paranormal energy. Some say that the spirits who once stayed or lived here never truly left. One of the most common reports from guests and staff is the sighting of a female apparition. Witnesses describe her as a figure in a long white dress, walking through the halls or standing in the doorways. She is often seen at night, her soft footsteps echoing through the otherwise quiet hallways. Some have even reported hearing her giggling or playing small tricks on those who stay in the hotel. It's as though she is still enjoying her time at the Palace Hotel, even though she's long since passed. Others who have stayed in the hotel have experienced strange noises in the middle of the night. Doors have been known to slam shut on their own, and the sound of footsteps is heard when no one is around. These occurrences often seem to happen in the most unexpected places, like the empty hallways or vacant rooms. Guests sometimes feel as though they are being watched, and some have even claimed to have heard whispers in the dark. What makes these reports even more compelling is that many of the hotel's staff have experienced the same things. They're not just stories told by visitors, but first-hand accounts from those who work there day in and day out. Some staff members claim to have felt cold spots or had their belongings moved around, even though they were alone in the room. Others have seen shadows or figures out of the corner of their eye, only to find no one there when they turn to look. The Palace Hotel's eerie reputation has made it a popular destination for those interested in the paranormal. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, there's no denying that the hotel's history and the strange happenings within its walls are enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. But as we continue to explore the haunted locations of Port Townsend, it's important to keep an open mind. Are these ghostly encounters real, or is there another explanation for the strange occurrences? Some argue that the mind can play tricks on us, especially in places with a history as rich and layered as the Palace Hotel. But for those who have experienced the unexplained in this hauntingly beautiful hotel, there's no question that something supernatural might just be lurking within its walls. Another fascinating haunted location in Port Townsend is the Old Considine Inn. This historic inn opened its doors in 1863 and is one of the oldest continuously operating inns in the United States. With its long history, It's no surprise that the old Considine Inn has accumulated many ghost stories over the years. The inn was originally built to serve as a luxurious place for travelers, providing a warm and welcoming stop on their journey. But as the years went by, the inn began to change hands and was used for different purposes. From a family home to a boarding house, the inn has seen many different phases, each leaving behind its own energy. Some believe that the spirits of past residents and guests still linger in the building, making it one of Port Townsend's most haunted spots. Guests and staff have reported numerous paranormal experiences, many of which are eerily similar to those reported at other haunted locations in town. One of the most common encounters involves strange noises that seem to come from nowhere. Doors have been heard slamming shut on their own, and the sound of footsteps has echoed through the halls, even when no one is around. These sounds are often so distinct that they leave people wondering if they're hearing things, or if something supernatural is at work. There are also reports of a ghostly figure dressed in a top hat. This mysterious figure has been seen by both guests and employees, usually in the inn's hallways or near the staircase. Witnesses say the figure appears suddenly, only to vanish just as quickly when they turn to look. Some believe that the top-hatted ghost might be one of the original owners, or someone who had a significant connection to the inn in its early days. Others speculate that this ghost may simply be a wanderer, drawn to the historic site by its rich past. But the most unsettling experiences at the old Considine Inn don't always involve sightings. Many people who've stayed at the inn have reported feeling an overwhelming sense of unease, especially in certain rooms. Some guests have described an oppressive atmosphere that makes them feel as though they're not alone. The feeling of being watched, or the sensation of cold spots, can make the inn's otherwise inviting atmosphere feel chilling and uncomfortable. While the old Considine Inn continues to operate as a popular place for visitors to stay, its haunted reputation precedes it. The stories of ghostly figures, strange sounds, and uneasy sensations continue to attract those who are curious about the paranormal. Whether you're a skeptic or a believer, the inn's long history and the many reports of eerie encounters are enough to leave anyone wondering if something truly supernatural resides within its walls. The mix of historical charm and haunting experiences makes the old Considine Inn a must-see for those looking to explore Port Townsend's haunted past. No exploration of Port Townsend's haunted past would be complete without mentioning the eerie Port Townsend Cemetery. This historic cemetery, which dates back to the mid-1800s, is one of the oldest in the region. It's situated on a hill, offering visitors a panoramic view of the town below and the bay in the distance. But while its setting is serene, the cemetery has earned a reputation for being one of the most haunted locations in the area. The Port Townsend Cemetery is the final resting place for many of the town's early settlers, and it's believed that the spirits of those buried here still haunt the grounds. There are numerous stories of unexplained events happening at the cemetery, often told by locals and visitors who have wandered through its gates after dark. One of the most chilling stories involves the ghost of a young girl who tragically died in the late 1800s under mysterious circumstances. Locals claim that her spirit still roams the cemetery, often seen wandering between the gravestones, as though searching for something or someone. Many believe that this young girl's restless spirit is linked to the tragic events of her life. Her death, though still shrouded in mystery, has left an imprint on the cemetery. Witnesses who have ventured into the cemetery at night have described seeing a faint figure of a little girl in an old-fashioned dress, her face obscured by shadow. Some even claim to have heard the sound of soft footsteps following them as they make their way among the tombstones. But the young girl isn't the only spirit said to inhabit the cemetery. There are numerous other reports of ghostly apparitions and strange sounds that visitors can't quite explain. Some people say they felt an intense chill in the air, even on warm summer nights, and others have described hearing whispers that seem to come from the gravestones themselves. It's as if the cemetery holds more than just the remains of the deceased. It holds their memories, their stories, and their unquiet spirits. One particularly eerie incident involved a local resident who took a photograph of the cemetery at night. When the photo was developed, a ghostly figure could be seen standing near one of the gravestones. The figure was dressed in period clothing, typical of the late 19th century, and it appeared to be staring directly at the camera. The image was taken in broad daylight, with no one else in the frame, making it all the more unsettling for those who saw it. This photograph has become one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for those who believe in the paranormal activity at the cemetery. The Port Townsend Cemetery is a place where history and the paranormal collide. The spirits of the town's past seem to linger here, trapped in a timeless loop. Whether it's the restless ghost of a young girl or the many other wandering souls, the cemetery offers a chilling glimpse into the town's haunted history. Visitors who choose to walk through its gates often find themselves unsettled by the heavy atmosphere and the sense that something unseen is watching over them. The Port Townsend Cemetery remains a deeply mysterious and unnerving part of the town, one that continues to intrigue and terrify those brave enough to explore it. As we come to the end of our journey through Port Townsend, it's clear that this small town holds a rich and eerie history. From its grand Victorian buildings to its old cemeteries, the ghost stories and paranormal reports continue to haunt this charming town on the Olympic Peninsula. There's an undeniable sense of mystery that hangs in the air, and the question remains, what is the truth behind the strange occurrences and ghostly encounters that locals and visitors have experienced? The stories of haunted hotels, the whispers of restless spirits, and the eerie sightings in abandoned buildings all contribute to the town's reputation as a place where the line between the living and the dead seems to blur. While we may never fully understand the forces that cause these supernatural events, one thing is certain. Port Townsend is a place that holds on to its past. The ghosts that reportedly haunt the town may be more than just figments of imagination. They could be echoes of a bygone era, trapped in time, or perhaps lingering souls with unfinished business. For many, the paranormal experiences in Port Townsend have left a lasting impression. Those who have had encounters with spirits often describe a feeling of being drawn into another world, one where the past and present collide. Some say they've felt a presence beside them, or heard voices calling from the darkness. Others have witnessed apparitions, their figures flickering in and out of existence like shadows in the night. Whether these experiences are a product of the mind or a glimpse into the unknown, they leave an undeniable mark on those who have lived through them. Port Townsend's haunted history has drawn the attention of paranormal investigators and curious tourists alike. Many come to the town hoping to experience something otherworldly, seeking proof of the paranormal activity that's been reported for years. Whether they find what they're looking for or not, Port Townsend's reputation as a place of mystery endures. The town's history, steeped in both the tangible and the supernatural, continues to capture the imagination of all who visit. In the end, it's up to each person to decide what they believe. Are the ghost stories of Port Townsend just tall tales, passed down through generations? Or is there something more to the reports of haunted locations, apparitions, and strange occurrences? What's clear is that Port Townsend holds a unique place in the world of the unexplained. Moundsville Penitentiary, located in the small town of Moundsville, West Virginia, is an iconic yet chilling structure. The prison's history begins in the late 19th century, with its construction starting in the year 1886. At that time, it was intended to be a facility capable of housing and managing the state's most dangerous criminals. The prison's imposing architecture, with its fortress-like stone walls and cell blocks, stands as a reminder of the harsh conditions that once prevailed within its confines. The location itself added an air of intrigue to the penitentiary's story. Moundsville was built on the grounds of an ancient Native American burial site known as the Grave Creek Mound. This mound is one of the largest and most significant prehistoric burial sites in the region, dating back to around 1000 BC. It was constructed by the Adena people, who used the site as a resting place for their leaders and elders. Some historians and paranormal enthusiasts have speculated that the presence of such a sacred site could have been a catalyst for the strange and mysterious occurrences reported at the prison over the years. The energy of the past, mixed with the dark history of the penitentiary itself, has given rise to a powerful and haunting legend. The penitentiary's construction was a massive undertaking, involving hundreds of workers and a significant investment of time and resources. Designed in a traditional prison style, it featured a cell block with tiers of small, cramped cells, each equipped with only the bare essentials. The prison was designed to house up to 1,000 inmates, though at its peak, the number often exceeded this capacity, leading to overcrowded and unsanitary conditions. These conditions, combined with the lack of proper ventilation, resulted in a harsh and often brutal environment for the men who lived and died within its walls. Over the decades, Moundsville Penitentiary became infamous for the violence that erupted within its cell blocks. Prison riots were a common occurrence, fueled by the tension between rival inmate groups and harsh treatment by guards. The most notorious incident was the riot of 1931, when an outbreak of violence led to the deaths of several inmates. This tragic event, along with countless other acts of violence and misery, added to the penitentiary's reputation as a place shrouded in suffering and despair. It wasn't just the living who were affected by the prison's dark history. Stories of hauntings began to emerge over the years, shared by guards, staff, and even some inmates who claimed to have experienced unexplained phenomena. The presence of spirits, lingering in the shadowy hallways and cell blocks, became a part of the penitentiary's legend. Some people believed that the prison was haunted by the souls of those who had been wronged or had died within its walls, be it from violent encounters, disease, or execution. With time, Moundsville Penitentiary became known not only as a place of punishment, but as a site where the veil between the living and the dead was thin. Rumors spread that the spirits of former inmates who had met their end in the electric chair or had been left to rot in solitary confinement were now trapped within the prison's confines. The most famous and widely discussed ghost was that of Red Snyder, a man who had been convicted of murdering his wife. After spending years behind bars, he met his fate in the electric chair. Some claimed that his presence could be felt as an inexplicable chill that swept through certain rooms, or as the sound of footsteps when no one was there. Yet, Snyder was not the only one whose memory seemed to linger. The entire prison seemed to be imbued with a sense of disquiet and unfinished business. As the years passed, Moundsville Penitentiary was forced to close its doors in the year 1995, after over 100 years of operation. The decision to shut down the prison was not an easy one. It had become a symbol of both punishment and penance, but it was no longer able to meet the needs of modern correctional standards. Once closed, the prison's reputation grew even stronger, transforming it into one of the most famous haunted sites in West Virginia. It wasn't long before ghost hunters, thrill seekers, and paranormal researchers began to flock to the site. The dark, foreboding hallways and echoing sounds of the past made it an ideal location for those seeking a glimpse into the supernatural. Those who dared to step foot inside reported feeling an otherworldly presence, an inexplicable chill, the feeling of being watched, or even the sound of whispered voices. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, one thing is clear. Moundsville Penitentiary is a place with a long, dark, and haunted past, and its story is far from over. Moundsville Penitentiary was not just a prison. It was a place that held the stories of many lives, and in some cases, those lives were filled with darkness and cruelty. From the very beginning, it had an air of foreboding, a silent promise of suffering. But it wasn't just the inmates who endured hardship. The prison guards and staff were also affected by the oppressive atmosphere that seeped from the stone walls. It wasn't uncommon for guards to report strange occurrences during their night shifts, shadows moving in the corners of their eyes, distant shouts echoing through the halls when no one was there, or the unsettling feeling of being watched from unseen corners. One of the most striking elements of Moundsville Penitentiary's haunted history is the existence of solitary confinement. Known as the Hole, solitary confinement was a place where inmates were sent as punishment, isolated from the rest of the prison population. It was dark, cramped, and often filled with the sound of moaning and whispered curses. Inmates who spent extended periods in the Hole were known to suffer from severe psychological distress. Many of them returned to the general population changed, speaking of shadowy figures that seemed to lurk in the corners of their cells, or the feeling of being gripped by unseen hands. Some even said they could hear the voices of former prisoners, taunting them or warning them of the fate that awaited them. Those who experienced such phenomena were left shaken, and some reported that the whispers continued long after they had left the confines of the penitentiary. One particular legend that still holds sway over those who visit the site is that of the shadowy figures seen throughout the prison. Stories of these apparitions emerged from both inmates and staff members, who described them as dark, human-shaped figures that moved quickly and silently through the corridors. Some would catch a fleeting glimpse as the figure disappeared into a wall or around a corner. Others claimed to have felt an icy touch or seen a figure standing just out of reach, watching with hollow, soulless eyes. The most unsettling encounters were those where the shadow figure seemed to follow the observer, lingering just behind them before vanishing as suddenly as it appeared. The prison was also a place where violence and anger festered, creating an environment thick with resentment and hate. Violent confrontations between inmates were common, leading to injuries and even death. One notable event was the riot in the year 1931, which left a scar on the penitentiary's already troubled history. During this riot, the violence reached its peak, with inmates attacking one another and guards. The prison staff struggled to contain the chaos, and it was said that during this time, a strange and sinister energy pervaded the air. Even after the riot was quelled, many reported that the prison never fully recovered from the bloodshed that had taken place within its walls. The echoes of that night seemed to resonate in the corridors, a whispered reminder of the violence that had occurred. The prison was also known for its harsh conditions, which contributed to the sense of suffering that permeated the institution. Inmates often battled illnesses that spread rapidly in the overcrowded, unsanitary conditions. Tuberculosis, influenza, and other diseases took the lives of many, and their spirits are said to linger, still trapped within the prison's confines. Guards reported hearing the sounds of coughing, as if there were sick prisoners in the cells, even when the cell block was empty. These sounds were joined by the sound of faint cries, as though unseen voices were moaning in pain, seeking a release they would never find. But perhaps one of the most chilling aspects of Moundsville Penitentiary's past was the execution chamber, where the electric chair, known as Old Sparky, was used. The prison's execution history was marked by the deaths of both men and women convicted of the most heinous crimes. It was said that the scent of burnt hair and the eerie hum of the electric chair could still be sensed by those who dared to enter the room. Some claim that the ghostly presence of those who had faced the electric chair lingers in the room, their spirits restless and full of resentment. There have even been reports of the chair moving slightly, as though a hand had touched it, a sign that the souls of those who had met their end there were not at peace. Visitors to the penitentiary today speak of the palpable sense of history that hangs in the air. Stepping into the dimly lit cell blocks, with their high ceilings and rusted bars, one can almost hear the murmur of conversations that echo from the past. The air feels heavy, as though it's burdened with the weight of the past. The feeling of being watched grows stronger as you walk further, and some have reported sudden chills that run up their spines, even in the warmth of the summer. It's a place where the past never truly leaves, where the stories of those who lived and died within its walls continue to reverberate, making Moundsville Penitentiary a place where history and the supernatural collide. As the years passed, Moundsville Penitentiary became more than just a prison. It transformed into a place where the living and the dead seemed to coexist. Its eerie reputation spread far and wide, drawing in ghost hunters, thrill seekers, and those who were simply curious about the claims of supernatural activity. Visitors from around the world have entered the penitentiary with the hope of experiencing something they cannot explain, but many leave with stories that chill the spine. One of the most commonly reported occurrences at Moundsville is the sound of footsteps. Many visitors and former guards have described hearing footsteps following them down empty hallways or in areas that are difficult to access. The footsteps often seem to echo in the silence, coming from behind or nearby, but never revealing the source. It's as if someone or something is shadowing the living, keeping a careful distance yet never quite leaving them alone. This phenomenon has been reported throughout the cell blocks, the corridors, and even in the prison's dark, damp basement, where echoes can become almost deafening. Another compelling story comes from those who have ventured into the infirmary, a place once filled with suffering as inmates battled illness and injury. The infirmary is known for its particularly unsettling atmosphere, where some claim they've seen ghostly figures move behind the cracked glass of old windows. It's not just the visual sightings that disturb visitors. It's the feeling that there is still sickness in the air. Many have reported sudden, unexplained coughs or the sense of a cold, damp hand brushing against the back of their necks. Some claim that an icy presence clings to them, an invisible reminder of those who met their end due to disease in that very building. The chapel, too, holds its share of ghost stories. During the penitentiary's operational years, it was a place where both inmates and guards sought solace or redemption. In the quiet, somber space, whispers of prayer and the creak of wooden benches are said to come alive when no one is present. It's been reported that a flickering light will appear at the far end of the room, seemingly moving and dancing to an unseen rhythm. On some occasions, visitors claim that the faint sound of a hymn can be heard, though there's no one there to sing it. Those who have experienced this say it's as if the chapel's past, filled with desperation, hope, and fear, is bleeding into the present. The solitary confinement block, known for its isolation and the psychological torment it inflicted, holds some of the most chilling tales. Those who have walked through this section describe feeling a sudden drop in temperature as if stepping into a place where warmth is forbidden. Some say they have heard muffled voices calling out from the empty cells, pleading or whispering secrets that can never be understood. There are also accounts of shadows flitting from cell to cell, as though inmates are trapped in a never-ending cycle of confinement. One visitor recounted feeling a weight pressing on their chest, as if an unseen hand were pushing down, causing them to feel suffocated and unable to breathe. It's not just the experienced ghost hunters who find themselves affected by Moundsville's dark energy. A local historian, who has spent countless hours documenting the prison's history, once ventured into the prison's execution chamber late one night. He described an overwhelming sense of dread and a sudden deep silence that blanketed the room. He said it was as though the building itself had taken a breath, holding it in anticipation. He was overcome with the feeling that unseen eyes were watching him, and as he turned to leave, he swore he heard the faint, low hum of the electric chair sparking, as if it were coming to life once more. Visitors also tell of hearing the sound of doors clanging shut when no one is around. These doors were known to slam shut with force during the prison's operational days, signifying punishment or escape attempts. Today, the sound is heard with a startling familiarity, as if the prison has retained a part of its old, violent self. Some claim to have seen the doors rattling, though there's no logical explanation for why they would move on their own. And then there are the voices, so many voices. They've come in murmurs and whispers floating through the halls, sometimes spoken in languages that visitors don't recognize. In some cases, the whispers seem to be pleading for help, echoing off the cold stone walls. Other times, the voices are sharp and accusing, like the sounds of arguments or shouts of anger that reverberate throughout the empty corridors. These disembodied voices often leave those who hear them shaken, uncertain whether what they experienced was a real sound or the trick of a tired mind. Even skeptics, people who come to Moundsville with doubts and questions, often leave with an unshakable sense that they've felt something beyond the ordinary. Whether they attribute it to their own fears or to the weight of history, they walk away with stories of their own. Stories that add to the mysterious legacy of Moundsville Penitentiary. Moundsville Penitentiary's legacy is not just one of prison bars and past violence, but of spirits that continue to walk its halls, refusing to be forgotten. Over the years, many accounts have surfaced from guards, former inmates, and visitors, all sharing a common thread of unexplained events and ghostly encounters. It is said that the spirits of those who died in the prison cells and execution chamber have never truly left, their presence now part of the penitentiary's dark history. One of the most frequently discussed areas is the prison's death row. This was where the final moments of many inmates' lives were spent. The execution chamber itself, a cold and sterile space, holds a particularly heavy reputation. Even before it was used for its intended purpose, it was said to be cursed. Former guards who have worked in this area have shared that they sometimes feel an inexplicable chill when passing through, as though a ghostly hand is brushing against their arm. Some claim that on occasion they can hear a faint, whispered voice that seems to say, "It's not over." No one knows what this voice signifies, but it's a detail that has haunted those who have heard it. For those who visit Moundsville with the hopes of encountering the supernatural, the experience often comes with a mix of anticipation and dread. The North Cell Block, once a crowded and chaotic part of the prison, is a spot where visitors report feeling watched. This section was notorious for being the most dangerous part of the penitentiary, where fights and violent outbursts were common. The energy there is said to still crackle with the echoes of past conflict, as if the anger of the past has seeped into the walls. Some visitors describe sudden, unexplained cold spots as they walk through, a stark contrast to the otherwise stagnant, musty air. Other stories come from those who have ventured into the prison's kitchen, a place of daily necessity and monotony for the inmates. The kitchen holds memories of long hours spent preparing meals. Today, people who have toured that area sometimes report hearing the sounds of clattering dishes and the scuffle of footsteps, as though an unseen cook is preparing a meal. One visitor recounted feeling as if they were being watched from behind, only to turn around and see nothing but the empty, dimly lit space. The smell of old food sometimes wafts through the air, a sensory reminder of the life that once thrived there. The prison's isolation ward, used for punishing and separating the most problematic inmates, is also a focal point for ghostly activity. Those who have explored this part of the prison say it has an almost suffocating energy. Many report hearing the sound of faint, scratchy sobbing, as though a prisoner who was locked away for too long was crying for release. Some have said they've felt a sudden, unexplainable sadness while passing through, sensed that they were being pulled into the mental torment that the isolation block inflicted on its residents. The feeling lingers long after they've moved on, a reminder of the human suffering that took place within those walls. The stories don't end with the prison's interior. The area surrounding Moundsville Penitentiary, which was once an active and bustling part of the town, also holds whispers of the past. Local legends speak of sightings of shadowy figures darting between trees that line the prison's perimeter. Some say these are the spirits of inmates who tried to escape, their restless souls forever caught in the cycle of the chase. Those who live nearby have reported seeing glimpses of figures that vanish the moment they're noticed, as if the prison's influence extends beyond its physical boundaries. Reports of the mysterious, ominous Shadow Man continue to circulate, He is often described as a dark humanoid figure, taller than an average person, moving swiftly across the prison's cell blocks and corridors. Some who have seen him report that he moves with an unnatural speed, disappearing into thin air as soon as he is noticed. While some believe that the figure is a manifestation of guilt or anger from the prison's dark past, others argue that it's the spirit of a specific inmate who was executed and never found peace. The most unsettling stories, however, come from those who have experienced sudden, inexplicable changes in the atmosphere. Some visitors describe stepping into a room only to be hit by an overwhelming sense of dread, a sudden pressure in the air that seems to weigh on their chest. It's as if the room itself holds memories of pain and violence so strong that it radiates outward. For many, it's an experience that leaves a lasting impression, and though they may be eager to leave the penitentiary, they can't help but wonder if they are taking a piece of its history with them, something that will linger long after they have returned to their normal lives. These stories, filled with unexplainable events and ghostly encounters, are part of what makes Moundsville Penitentiary such a compelling subject for those interested in the paranormal. Whether it's the shadowy figure in the corner, the whispering voices, or the unshakable feeling that you are not alone, it's clear that the past of Moundsville Penitentiary has not been left behind. Instead, it haunts the present, a chilling reminder that some stories refuse to die. As we draw to a close on our exploration of Moundsville Penitentiary, it's clear that this place is more than just a relic of the past. The prison's history, filled with stories of violence, despair, and suffering, has left a deep imprint on its structure and surroundings. Whether it's the restless spirits of inmates who never found peace, or the echoes of guards who once patrolled the cell blocks, Moundsville Penitentiary continues to be a center of fascination for those drawn to the supernatural. The prison's eerie reputation has attracted a wide range of people over the years, from casual visitors and history buffs to professional paranormal investigators. These investigators often spend hours in the dark, recording audio, photographing the silent halls, and trying to communicate with the spirits that are said to linger. While some leave with concrete evidence, captured voices, unexplained apparitions, or cold spots that defy explanation, others find nothing at all. In the quiet town of Hudson, Wisconsin, there's a bridge that has become the center of one of the state's most terrifying ghost stories. Known as the Highway 35 Bridge, or more famously, the Bloody Bride Bridge. This seemingly ordinary overpass hides a chilling secret. For decades, locals have whispered about the spirit of a woman in a flowing white wedding gown who appears on the bridge late at night. Some claim she stands at the edge, staring into the darkness, while others say she suddenly appears in the backseat of passing cars, vanishing without a trace. Her presence is enough to send shivers down the spine of even the bravest travelers. The legend of the Bloody Bride is tied to a tragic event said to have happened in the mid-20th century. A young bride, just married, was driving across the bridge with her new husband when disaster struck. Some say it was a slippery road, others blame a sudden swerve to avoid an animal. But whatever happened, the car crashed. The groom survived, but the bride did not. Ever since, her spirit is said to haunt the bridge, forever searching for her lost love. Over the years, countless drivers have reported eerie encounters. Some have seen a faint figure standing in the mist, while others describe a woman appearing in their rearview mirror, only to disappear moments later. A few have even claimed to hear soft weeping or whispers carried by the wind as they cross the bridge at night. Skeptics dismiss these stories as tricks of the mind, a mix of fog, headlights, and imagination. But for those who have experienced the unsettling presence of the Bloody Bride, there's no doubt something lingers on that bridge, something that refuses to rest. This is just the beginning of the mystery. In the next part, we'll explore more chilling encounters and the deeper history behind the haunted Highway 35 bridge. For years, those who have crossed the Highway 35 bridge at night have described more than just ghostly sightings. They've felt something. A heavy, unshakable presence lingers in the air, as if an unseen force is watching. Some drivers report their radios cutting out or headlights flickering for no apparent reason. Others describe an overwhelming chill creeping into their cars, even on warm summer nights. One of the most unsettling encounters comes from a local police officer who was patrolling the area late one evening. As he drove across the bridge, his headlights illuminated what appeared to be a woman standing in the middle of the road. Dressed in white, she didn't move, didn't react, just stood motionless. He quickly hit the brakes, but in the blink of an eye, the woman was gone. Confused and shaken, he stepped out of his vehicle to investigate. There was no sign of anyone, no footprints on the pavement, no trace that she had ever been there at all. Another account tells of a group of teenagers who decided to test the legend for themselves. Armed with flashlights and cameras, they walked onto the bridge just before midnight, hoping to catch a glimpse of the infamous Bloody Bride. At first, everything was still. Then one of them gasped. A misty shape had begun forming near the railing. It was faint, almost transparent, but unmistakable. The silhouette of a woman in a long dress. Before they could react, their flashlights flickered wildly, and an icy breeze rushed past them. Panic set in, and they ran. When they later reviewed their footage, they discovered something chilling. A faint whisper captured in the audio, repeating two words, "Help me." Even skeptics who visit the bridge out of curiosity often leave with a different perspective. Some recall feeling lightheaded or suddenly overwhelmed with sadness, as if experiencing someone else's emotions. Others report hearing distant footsteps approaching, only to turn around and find no one there. There's no doubt that something strange happens on the Highway 35 bridge, but is it truly paranormal, or could there be another explanation? In the next part, we'll dive into the history of the area, uncovering possible connections to the hauntings that continue to terrify those who cross the bridge after dark. Over the years, the Highway 35 bridge has become a hotspot for paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and those curious about the legend of the Bloody Bride. Many have attempted to capture evidence of her presence, using everything from digital cameras to high-tech ghost hunting equipment. What they have found only deepens the mystery. One of the most unsettling claims comes from those who have driven across the bridge at night. Drivers report sudden, unexplained fog rolling in, even when the rest of the area remains clear. Some have described their headlights flickering or their radios cutting out as they near the middle of the bridge. In extreme cases, people have sworn they saw a shadowy figure in white appear in their rearview mirrors, only to vanish when they turned around. Paranormal investigators who have visited the site bring back chilling stories. Some report capturing eerie voices on audio recordings, whispers, distant sobs, or even a single phrase repeating over and over. Others claim their equipment malfunctions inexplicably when attempting to document the bridge, with batteries draining instantly or devices refusing to turn on at all. Thermal imaging cameras have reportedly picked up strange cold spots, particularly near the guardrails and in the center of the bridge, where many say the spirit of the Bloody Bride lingers. Photographic evidence is equally eerie. Some visitors claim they've taken pictures that reveal an unusual mist hovering over the bridge, or worse, an indistinct figure with a long, flowing shape resembling a dress. One particularly disturbing account comes from a local photographer who, after developing a series of nighttime shots, found what appeared to be a face staring back at him from the darkness, one that hadn't been visible to the naked eye. There are also reports from those who have walked across the bridge on foot, describing an overwhelming sense of unease, as though they were being watched. Some say they felt a sudden chill, despite warm weather, while others recall hearing footsteps behind them, only to turn and find no one there. With so many unexplained occurrences tied to this location, it's no wonder the legend of the Bloody Bride refuses to fade. In the next part, we'll explore more terrifying first-hand accounts from those who have come face-to-face with something they can't explain. While paranormal investigators have gathered chilling evidence from the Highway 35 bridge, it's the personal stories from those who have experienced the supernatural firsthand that truly send shivers down the spine. Over the decades, countless locals and visitors alike have come forward with eerie encounters, each one adding to the mystery of the Bloody Bride. One of the most unsettling reports comes from a retired police officer who patrolled the area for years. He recalled responding to multiple distress calls from terrified motorists who claimed they had nearly struck a woman in a wedding dress standing in the middle of the bridge. However, each time officers arrived, there was no sign of anyone, no footprints, no disturbances, and no possible explanation for what the drivers had seen. A former tow truck driver shared his own experience after being called to the bridge late one night to assist a stranded driver. As he worked on the car, he felt an unnatural chill despite the warm summer air. The driver, visibly shaken, claimed to have seen a pale figure standing just beyond the guardrail, watching them. The moment he looked up to check, the figure was gone. Later, reviewing the dashcam footage from his truck, he was stunned to see a shadowy form flickering for a few seconds before disappearing completely. Another chilling encounter comes from a group of friends who dared each other to visit the bridge on Halloween night. As they stood in the middle of the bridge, they suddenly heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. When they turned, they saw a faint glowing silhouette at the far end of the bridge. Frozen in fear, they watched as it slowly advanced toward them, before vanishing into thin air. One of the friends later reported feeling an icy touch on their shoulder as they ran back to their car, though no one was behind them. There are also eerie accounts from those who have attempted to communicate with the spirit. Several paranormal groups have reported using spirit boxes, devices that scan radio frequencies to pick up potential voices from beyond. On multiple occasions, investigators have captured a female voice saying, "Help me, cold, and even why." These chilling words only fuel the speculation that the Bloody Bride is trapped between worlds, searching for something, or someone she lost long ago. Perhaps one of the most unsettling stories comes from a man who simply stopped on the bridge to take in the quiet night. As he leaned against his car, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of sadness wash over him. Moments later, he heard a faint sobbing sound coming from the darkness. As he turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of a woman in white standing just beyond the railing, her veil drifting in the breeze. When he blinked, she was gone, but the sorrowful feeling lingered with him for days. With so many first-hand reports and eerie encounters, it's clear that something unexplainable lingers on the Highway 35 bridge. But is the Bloody Bride a lost spirit, forever trapped in the place of her untimely death? Or is she something far more mysterious, bound to the bridge for reasons we may never fully understand? In the final part, we'll explore theories about why the legend endures and what makes this haunted bridge one of the most terrifying locations in Wisconsin. The legend of the Bloody Bride has persisted for generations, and despite countless eyewitness accounts and paranormal investigations, no one has been able to explain the strange phenomena surrounding the Highway 35 bridge. While many believe that the spirit of the tragic bride lingers at the site, others have put forward different theories in an attempt to understand the mystery. One theory suggests that the bridge itself is a focal point for residual energy, a place where emotions and trauma have been imprinted over time. According to paranormal researchers, locations tied to intense moments of tragedy, such as fatal accidents, can sometimes replay those events like a recording, causing apparitions to appear under certain conditions. This would explain why the Bloody Bride is often spotted on foggy nights, or why people feel sudden waves of sadness while crossing the bridge. Skeptics argue that the ghostly sightings are nothing more than a combination of optical illusions, headlights reflecting off the mist, and the power of suggestion. When a story becomes well known, people visiting the area may subconsciously expect to see something eerie, and their minds may interpret shadows or movement in the darkness as something supernatural. However, this explanation doesn't account for the reports of physical sensations, such as cold touches, whispers, and the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Another theory delves into the idea of unfinished business. In many ghost stories, spirits remain tied to the earthly realm due to unresolved emotions, grief, anger, or even confusion about their passing. Some believe that the bloody bride continues to roam the bridge, searching for the husband she lost on that fateful night. This could explain why some witnesses claim to see her reaching out, as if calling to someone who isn't there. Regardless of the explanations, the bloody bride has left a lasting mark on local folklore, drawing thrill seekers, ghost hunters, and curious visitors from all over. Some come looking for proof of the paranormal, while others simply want to experience the eerie atmosphere for themselves. Even those who walk away without a sighting often admit to feeling something unsettling about the bridge, a presence they can't quite explain. As the legend continues to spread, new accounts emerge, adding layers to the mystery. Whether the bloody bride is a lingering spirit or an unexplained phenomenon, one thing is certain: her story is far from forgotten. The Highway 35 bridge remains one of the most haunted locations in Wisconsin, a place where the past refuses to stay buried. The Occidental Hotel in Buffalo, Wyoming, has stood for well over a century, a silent witness to the changing times. First established in the late 1800s, the hotel became a popular stop for travelers, cowboys, and outlaws passing through the American West. The building has seen gunfights, celebrations, and even moments of deep sorrow, leaving behind a history filled with both triumph and tragedy. But for many who visit today, it is not just the rich past that makes the Occidental Hotel fascinating. It is the lingering presence of those who may have never left. From the moment you step inside, there's a feeling that you are not alone. The grand wooden staircase creaks underfoot. The walls lined with historic photographs seem to watch you, and the air carries an eerie stillness, as if the past is waiting just beyond the veil of time. Guests and staff alike have long reported strange occurrences within these walls, cold spots that appear out of nowhere, whispers that drift through empty hallways, and objects moving on their own. It is these unexplained happenings that have made the Occidental one of the most haunted locations in Wyoming. One of the most well-known spirits believed to haunt the hotel is that of a woman dressed in white. Stories say she was a bride, her life tragically cut short on her wedding night. Though details of her death are unclear, her sorrow seems to linger in the very structure of the building. Guests have reported seeing a ghostly figure gliding through the hallways, her dress billowing as if caught in an invisible breeze. Some claim she appears in rooms, standing silently at the foot of the bed before vanishing into thin air. Others have felt a chilling presence brush past them, followed by the unmistakable scent of perfume from a bygone era. But the bride is not the only spirit that seems to call the Occidental home. The sounds of children's laughter have been heard echoing through the halls, even when no children are staying at the hotel. Playful whispers and faint giggles come from empty rooms, as if unseen young souls are still running through the corridors long after bedtime. In the restaurant, there are stories of a former chef who never truly left his post. Employees have reported the unmistakable sound of kitchen utensils clattering, even when the kitchen is empty. Plates and glasses sometimes shift on their own, and doors open and close with no explanation. Some have even felt a presence standing behind them while working, only to turn and find no one there. The paranormal activity seems to intensify late at night. It is in these quiet hours that guests have reported the most unsettling encounters. The lights flicker unpredictably, doors rattle without reason, and strange shadows dart across the walls. Some have woken up to an eerie silence, only to feel a cold breath against their skin, as if something unseen was watching them. Yet, despite the hauntings, the Occidental remains a cherished part of Buffalo's history. Its antique furnishings, original architecture, and vintage charm attract visitors from all over, drawn in by both its beauty and its ghostly reputation. Many come seeking a connection to the past, whether through its rich history or the spirits that seem to linger within its walls. The question remains, are these spirits lost souls, unable to move on, or is the energy of the past simply imprinted onto the very foundation of the hotel? Whatever the answer may be, one thing is certain. The Occidental Hotel holds secrets that time itself has yet to reveal. And for those brave enough to stay the night, the spirits may just reveal themselves in the most unexpected ways. As we delve deeper into the eerie reputation of the Occidental Hotel, we begin to uncover stories that have sent chills down the spines of the guests and staff alike. While the first part introduced the ghostly atmosphere surrounding the hotel, this section focuses on some of the most well-documented paranormal occurrences that have taken place within its walls. One of the most unsettling aspects of the hotel's hauntings is the frequent reports of disembodied voices. Guests staying in certain rooms have described hearing hushed whispers in the dead of night, often so close that they feel as if someone is standing right beside them. These voices, however, are never clear enough to make out words. Some believe they may belong to spirits from the hotel's earliest years, lingering in the place they once called home. Another recurring phenomenon involves mysterious footsteps echoing through the hallways. Employees closing up for the night have heard the sound of heavy boots pacing the corridors, only to find no one there. On multiple occasions, these phantom footsteps have been followed by the distinct creak of doors opening and closing on their own. Despite thorough investigations, no logical explanation has ever been found. The Occidental Hotel's bar area has also been the site of strange occurrences. Bartenders working late have reported seeing glasses slide across the counter without being touched. On several occasions, the sound of faint laughter has been heard, as if an unseen patron were still enjoying a drink from the past. Some believe this may be the spirit of a former bartender who refuses to leave his post, while others think it could be one of the many outlaws and cowboys who once passed through the hotel. One particularly chilling account comes from a housekeeper who was cleaning a room on the upper floor when she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She described the air growing ice cold around her, despite the warm summer weather outside. As she turned to leave the room, she saw the impression of a figure on the bed, as if someone had just been lying there. The sheets were indented, but the room had been empty the entire time. These eerie encounters are just a few examples of the strange happenings at the Occidental Hotel. While skeptics may dismiss them as tricks of the mind, those who have experienced them firsthand are left with little doubt that something supernatural lingers within these historic walls. In the next section, we will explore the specific rooms said to be the most haunted, revealing even more spine-chilling tales from those who have stayed within them. While the entire Occidental Hotel carries an air of mystery, certain rooms seem to hold an even stronger presence of the unknown. Over the years, guests have checked in expecting a quiet stay, only to leave with stories they can't explain. From shadowy figures to objects moving on their own, these rooms have become infamous among those who believe in the supernatural. One of the most unsettling locations is a particular second-floor room, where guests have repeatedly reported waking up to the sensation of someone standing near the bed. Some have described seeing a faint outline of a figure in the dim light, while others have felt a cold hand touch their shoulder. More than one guest has left in the middle of the night, refusing to stay any longer. Hotel staff have even noted that this room seems to have a chill no matter the season, with temperature drops that cannot be explained. Another frequently mentioned room is located near the far end of the hallway, away from the main stairwell. Guests who have stayed here often report hearing what sounds like quiet sobbing coming from the corner of the room, even when they are alone. Some believe this could be tied to a tragic event from the hotel's past, though no official record confirms such a connection. However, guests have found themselves waking up in the night feeling an overwhelming sense of sadness, as if they were reliving someone else's grief. The bathroom mirrors in several of the rooms have also been the center of ghostly encounters. Guests have reported stepping out of the shower only to find handprints on the fogged-up glass. Handprints far too small or large to be their own. Others have claimed to see movement in the reflection, only to turn around and find nothing there. One of the strangest incidents involved a couple who stayed at the hotel and experienced a night of unexplained activity. They had placed a glass of water on the bedside table before going to sleep, but when they woke up, the glass was on the floor, completely untouched and unspilled. Thinking it was a simple accident, they brushed it off until they heard 3 distinct knocks on their door in the early hours of the morning. When they opened it, no one was there. The hallway was completely empty. These haunted rooms are not just the subject of passing rumors. They have been the setting of numerous first-hand accounts from visitors who arrived as skeptics but left as believers. The mystery surrounding the Occidental Hotel continues to grow, as each new guest adds their own experience to its chilling history. In the next part, we will explore the hotel's basement and the dark legends tied to it, a place many employees refuse to enter alone. While the upper floors of the Occidental Hotel have their fair share of ghostly activity, the basement holds a different kind of presence, one that many claim is far darker. Over the years, staff members have avoided going downstairs alone, and even those who don't believe in ghosts have admitted that there is something deeply unsettling about the space beneath the hotel. The basement was originally used for storage and, at one point, as a gathering place for employees and travelers passing through. In the early days of the hotel, when Buffalo was still a rough frontier town, the lower level may have even been used for more questionable activities, illegal gambling, secret meetings, and possibly even a holding area for outlaws awaiting justice. These rumors have never been officially proven, but they have persisted among locals for generations. One of the eeriest aspects of the basement is the overwhelming sense of being watched. Employees have reported the feeling of unseen eyes following them as they retrieve supplies or check on old equipment. Some have described hearing footsteps behind them, only to turn around and find no one there. Others have heard whispers coming from the darkness, so quiet and distant that they can't make out the words. One former staff member shared an experience that still unsettles them to this day. While doing a routine inventory check, they heard the sound of a chair scraping against the floor on the other side of the room. Thinking someone else had come downstairs, they called out, but no one answered. When they went to investigate, they found a single chair, pushed away from a small wooden table, as if someone had just stood up and walked away. The air was noticeably colder in that corner, and the employee left in a hurry, refusing to go down there alone again. The lights in the basement also have a history of acting strangely. Even after maintenance checks confirmed there were no electrical issues, workers continued to experience bulbs flickering or going out completely. Some have said that flashlights stop working altogether when entering certain areas, only to turn back on as soon as they leave. Perhaps the most unsettling story involves the old wooden staircase leading from the main floor to the basement. Several employees over the years have claimed to hear the sound of someone descending the stairs late at night. The slow, deliberate footsteps echo through the halls, but when they go to check, the staircase is empty. The old wood creaks under an unseen weight, as if something is making its way down into the darkness. The basement remains one of the most mysterious parts of the Occidental Hotel, a place where the past still lingers in ways that can't be explained. But it's not the only location in the hotel with a reputation for ghostly activity. In the final part of our story, we will explore the haunted history of the lobby and bar, where echoes of the past still make themselves known to this day. The Occidental Hotel's basement may hold an eerie darkness, but the ghostly presence in the lobby and bar is more active, more aware of the living who pass through. Guests and employees alike have witnessed strange events in these areas, where the hotel's history seems to replay itself in subtle, chilling ways. The lobby, with its vintage furnishings and polished wooden floors, still carries the echoes of countless visitors from the past. Guests checking in have reported seeing movement out of the corner of their eye, figures that vanish when they turn their head. Some describe hearing hushed voices, like a conversation from another time, though no one else is in sight. The front desk staff has experienced an unusual phenomenon where the old-fashioned guest ledger will shift slightly on its own, as if an unseen hand is flipping through its pages. One of the most well-known spirits in the lobby is believed to be the ghost of a former owner. He has been seen standing near the staircase, dressed in old-fashioned attire, silently watching over his beloved hotel. Those who have spotted him describe a stern but peaceful presence, as though he is simply ensuring that his establishment remains in good hands. The strange part? The figure vanishes into thin air when approached. The bar area, which has been a gathering place for locals and travelers for over a century, has its own ghostly reputation. Patrons have witnessed glasses moving on their own, sometimes sliding across the wooden counter without explanation. The sound of faint laughter and music has been reported when the bar is otherwise empty, as if a party from the past never truly ended. One of the most chilling encounters in the bar was shared by a bartender who was closing up late at night. After wiping down the counters, they turned off the lights and headed toward the door, only to hear the distinct sound of a chair scraping against the floor behind them. When they turned back, they saw that one of the bar stools had moved away from the counter, as if someone had just taken a seat. The bartender left in a hurry and later confirmed that security cameras had recorded the stool moving, without any visible force. Perhaps the most unsettling reports come from those who have stayed in the hotel long enough to observe a pattern. Many claim that just before closing, when the last patrons are leaving and the bar is empty, the air grows heavy and an unseen presence lingers.